In the contemporary realm of emergency medicine, the Dr. Yuan Yue unexpectedly traverses into a world where females are the most precious yet utterly helpless beings. She becomes bound to a childbearing system. Upon awakening, she discovers that the original host had succumbed to despair, leading to her tragic demise, while the male protagonist, Moyu, has suffered the loss of a leg due to her actions. As the tribe prepares for a marriage ceremony, the low fertility rates of Yuan Yue render her a likely candidate for sacrifice to the tribe. With an uncertain future ahead, no one knows what the fabled sacrifice entails, coupled with the harsh living conditions and the occasional presence of competition among females. Oh my. Fortunately, before the marriage ceremony commences, Yuan Yue finds herself pregnant and has managed to attract numerous handsome males from this beastly world. One must admit, the young men of the beast realm are truly alluring, Moyu assures her. "Yeah, be yourself, I shall always support you." Hu Wei remarks. "Yeah, you sly creature, you tease me." Li Sheng adds, just take care of them, no need to worry about me." Xian Li declares, "You belong to me, never shall you leave my side, they all deserve to perish." Chapter 1. Arrival in the Beast World. When Yuan Yue awakens, she finds herself in a frigid cellar. Only her vital areas are covered with animal hides, while the rest of her body lies exposed, the chilling air seeping through the fur and into her skin. The wound on her wrist is glaringly red, and the animal hide beneath her is stained with blood. The damp, cold cellar is desolate, featuring only a large stone bed adorned with a thin layer of straw, upon which lies a filthy man, whose handsome visage is obscured beneath layers of grime. With a prominent nose and softly closed eyes, his long eyelashes gracefully conceal a tear mole beneath, bestowing upon him an aura of melancholic beauty in slumber. Yuan Yue is momentarily captivated, yet she does not disturb the man beside her, as she reflects on the events that have transpired. She was once a renowned emergency physician at a prestigious hospital in Huagua, and after enduring over 20 hours of continuous surgery, she encountered an accident on her drive home. Rubbing her disoriented head, she softly murmurs, "What is happening? Where am I? Am I hallucinating from the surgery?" Glancing down at the garments worn by both herself and the man, she is perplexed. Why is she adorned in animal hides? She lacks even a pair of shoes, and what is the cause of the wound on her hand? Ouch, that hurts. Ding ding ding. The system has detected that the host has successfully awakened, and the binding process is underway. 0.1%. 2%. What is this nonsense? I didn't consent to bind to any system. Years of experience in her profession have instilled in her a habit of caution in many situations. 100%. System binding successful. Perhaps fearing rejection, the system's progress bar swiftly escalates to 100% after her whispered words. Greetings, host. I am the childbearing system, little 6. You have traversed into the beast world. As long as you successfully bear a child, you shall receive substantial rewards. The higher the child's rank, the more generous your rewards will be. Please locate a highly gifted male for cohabitation as soon as possible. Puffed. This news is utterly shocking. In her previous life, she was so engrossed in her studies that she could not extricate herself, and after graduation, she was assigned to the emergency department, where she toiled incessantly. No, even dogs can roam the streets and relieve themselves against telephone poles, while she was either in the emergency room or en route to it. Aside from the innocent first love of her student days and some secret crushes, she has never blossomed, let alone borne fruit. What kind of ridiculous system is this, demanding she bear children right off the bat? In the past, she found maternity leave and parental leave to be a hassle, let alone now. In the harsh and unforgiving beast world, where even survival is uncertain, she possesses no practical experience and questions how she could possibly raise a child or provide for one. The mere thought of perishing from hunger in this unfamiliar realm, where no one knows her, overwhelms her with despair, prompting her to urgently call out within her mind, seeking to escape this wretched system. Yet, that accursed 6th, at this moment, seems to have vanished, leaving her with nothing but an infinite solitude. Just then, the melancholic beauty upon the stone bed let out a soft sound, slowly opening his eyes to gaze at Yuan Yue, and beneath his fluttering long lashes were eyes of an eerie green hue. Yeah, you have awakened. How do you fare? Are you feeling any better? Yuan Yue hastily concealed the blood-stained beast's skin beneath her, cautiously observing the man's handsome visage, when suddenly memories surged within her. This was the betrothed of the original Yuan Yue, a black lynx in beast form, named Moyu. To gain the respect of those in the tribe who mocked the original, and to court the beloved female, he undertook the perilous task of hunting formidable beasts, only to have his leg bitten off without capturing any prey. The foolish original, attempting to steal medicine from the shaman, ended up confined. She had heard from someone that the blood of a beloved could enhance one's constitution. Thus, she secretly cut her wrist to feed Moyu her blood for quicker healing. At this moment, Moyu, with his eerie green eyes, gazed at her unblinkingly. Yeah, I understand you mean well, but please refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. After a few days, at the marriage ceremony, seek out a family that will accept you. But remember to prioritize your own safety above all. And what of you? Do not worry about me. I am capable of taking care of myself. Given the medical conditions of the beast world, there was indeed no immediate remedy for Moyu's leg. However, now that she had arrived and had observed closely, though the bone was fractured, it could be mended. Once equipped with the necessary tools and medicine, she could arrange for treatment. Yuan Yue resolved to assist him to the best of her abilities. Brother Moyu, last night I dreamt that the beast god guided me, saying your leg can be restored, but it requires an opportunity ranging from 3 months to 2 years. Yuan Yue spoke soothingly, recalling how the two interacted in her memories. In the beast world, males are classified into 7 ranks from 1 to 7, with rank 1 possessing the highest talent and rank 7 the lowest. Moyu, possessing a level 5 talent, was considered a warrior in this small tribe, while females had no talent. Both were without family. Moyu had some clan members and, although not particularly formidable, could at least hunt to sustain himself. The original, however, was abandoned, devoid of hunting skills, and exceedingly frail. Females mocked her for attention, while males deemed her incapable of safely birthing offspring, offering her no kindness. Even the elderly man who adopted her perished at the jaws of a ferocious beast while trying to save her. She was utterly unwilling to see every kind soul in her life meet a tragic fate. Thus, she sought every means to aid Moyu, even at the expense of her own life. Already cast aside by her tribe, left to fend for herself, she could not bear to witness Moyu wallowing in despair. To heal Moyu's broken leg, she had no choice but to appeal to the system. Old Sixth, what must I do to acquire the medicine for his leg? Yuan Yue silently implored the system. The system is indeed a lesser sixth, truly frustrating. The childbirth system is, of course, about giving birth, but rewards are entirely random, and one cannot guarantee that what you receive is what you require. However, as long as you complete tasks, you'll earn points, and accumulating enough points allows you to exchange for anything you desire. Very well. While Moyu has treated the original quite well, that was the original, not me. Forget it. Isn't the other leg intact? I could make him a crutch as a token of gratitude later. Yuan Yue mentally scoffed. Host, you are heartless. How can you ignore such a handsome young man? I disdain you. Well, helping him means I must suffer. I am not a saint, so please refrain from moral coercion. How can one compare this system with those inferior ones? This system can facilitate painless childbirth. Just activate VIP and contribute 15 points to the system each month. Forget it, I shan't assist. 10 points, 5 points, I cannot lower it further. Host, no. Divine Goddess, I implore you, any lower and I shall face punishment. Very well, I hope your words ring true. Chapter 2. Sanctuary of the Beast God. Given that there was no detriment to herself, Yuan Yue resolved to extend her assistance. If only to fulfill the wishes of the original owner, that foolish girl. Brother Moyu, let us bind our fates together. We shall care for one another, shall we? As she earnestly articulated this sentiment, awaiting Moyu's response, he too gazed upon her, his eyes deep and contemplative, as if anticipating something, yet tinged with an undercurrent of restraint. Yeah, do not jest with me. In my current state, I am incapable of providing for you. Be obedient, Moyu replied, lowering his head, his demeanor steeped in melancholy. She could empathize with the feeling of a once mighty warrior who has fallen from grace. However, no amount of explanation would sway his disbelief. Moreover, in the beastly realm, a mature female's survival was inextricably linked to the presence of males and offspring. Now, she needed to procure medical supplies through the system. Rather than lingering in uncertainty, it was far more prudent to demonstrate through action a symbiotic relationship, mutually beneficial, began to take shape. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over her, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. As Moyu observed her approach, he instinctively recoiled, his verdant eyes flickering with apprehension, fixated on the bashful female before him. In an instant, the distance between them diminished, the surroundings blurring into obscurity. Moyu's gaze remained locked on the one who had harbored feelings for him over many years. Her eyes, an unfathomable abyss of pure black, radiated an extreme allure. evoking the sensation of a fervent heart beneath the heat of his gaze. A hint of ambiguity suffused the air, fermenting uncontrollably and spreading like wildfire. Perhaps it was the allure, or perhaps it was deliberate. In a moment of reckless abandon, Yuan Yue lifted her delicate, icy fingers to caress his lips. Her touch gentle yet electric. He could palpably sense her surprise and trepidation. "Fool, close your eyes," Yuan Yue whispered as she leaned in to kiss him. It was a mere brush of lips, yet Mo stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. After a prolonged pause, the passive transformed into the active. In the dim confines of the cellar, an air of enchantment enveloped them. Having already been confined for 6 or 7 days, their energy reserves were severely depleted. Yuan Yue felt herself weakening to the point where she could no longer maintain her human form. The lack of sustenance rendered the cellar increasingly frigid. Although she possessed greater stamina than the original owner, she was on the brink of collapse. Her beast form resembled an adorably naive pet cat, entirely snow-white. Her feline instincts compelled her to react, as she playfully nudged Mo's large hand with her tiny pink paws, her fluffy head rubbing against him. The warmth of her touch made Yuan Yue involuntarily squint her eyes, and she began to purr. Mo, filled with compassion, enveloped the petite female in his embrace. Surrendering to slumber, they slept soundly until the following day. When the confinement period concluded, the guard assigned to oversee them opened the cellar door. Yuan Yue supported the limping Mo as they emerged. They were escorted to the chieftain's den, where a lengthy session of contrition and assurances took place before they were permitted to attend the autumn pairing ceremony. The pairing ceremony of the lynx tribe occurred biannually, coinciding with their mating seasons in spring and autumn. During ordinary times, potential partners would be established, and the mating ceremony would formally unite couples within the tribe. If a more formidable male seeks your affection, promise me you will accept him without hesitation. Do not concern yourself with me. Once I attain strength, I shall reclaim you. Mo gazed at Yuan Yue, his eyes filled with reluctance and affection. But they all say I am too frail to bear young, incapable of nurturing exceptional offspring. I fear I will not be welcomed by other families, Yuan Yue thought, her mind flooded with the original owner's memories, acutely aware of the despondency. In the realm of beastmen, females were a rare treasure, the survival of a tribe hinging solely on them. In the small lynx tribe, which comprised merely over 3,000 beastmen, females accounted for less than a third of the population. Moreover, in their eyes, only calico and tortoiseshell patterns were deemed beautiful. Prolonged survival in the wilderness had skewed their genetics toward seeking mates with fur colors conducive to camouflage. Yuan Yue, with her pristine white fur and fragile physique, was perceived as less viable in the wild, and any offspring she bore would likely inherit her attributes, rendering her unpopular. Many within the tribe ostracized her. If that is the case, then we are all we have. Fear not, we shall support one another. Whatever challenges arise, we shall face them together. Mo's heart ached at the sight of the distressed female before him. He reached out, pulling her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. You are not as they claim. I recognize your worth, he assured her. Yuan Yue raised her hand to silence the male beside her, unwilling to hear any more saccharine words. Let us depart. The pairing ceremony was held on an expansive grassy field, the lynx tribe nestled within a small hill in the heart of the distant forest. The event was grand, with not only the chieftain present but also the most revered shaman of the tribe, said to convey the beast god's directives through their consciousness. All eligible beastmen, barring those who had committed grave offenses, were in attendance. Following the chieftain's address, the most esteemed shaman commenced the ritual. A diminutive, elderly woman, wielding a beast bone and adorned with a necklace of fangs, had her face painted with a red totem, exuding an air of solemnity and reverence. The red totem shimmered with a faint golden glow, imparting an ancient mystique. The pairing ceremony commenced. All the females lined up, awaiting proposals from the various males. Based on Mo's stature and popularity, it would be expected for numerous eager females to vie for his affection. Yet at that moment, he stood dutifully behind Yuan Yue, who remained unnoticed. They had only each other. Perhaps it was a matter of practicality. In the beastly realm, no one wished to starve. A male capable of hunting was far more coveted by families. To avert future disputes, any female incapable of coupling to produce offspring would be relegated to a concealed sacred ground within the tribe. It was said to be a sanctuary protected by the beast god, where sustenance was provided in exchange for accepting the beast god's will, bestowing annual benefits upon the family, such as precious textiles and ironware. However, the selection was limited to females with diminished fertility. Once chosen, they could never return, devoting their lives to the beast god. The shaman's explanation was that the beast god showed them pity. As examinations commenced, most couples exhibited no issues. However, when it was Yuan Yue and Mo's turn, the shaman fell silent, delaying the announcement of their results. While Yuan Yue possessed the ability to conceive, the union of a cripple and an invalid in the harsh beastly world rendered hunting virtually impossible, with starvation looming as a significant risk. Even if they managed to bear offspring, it was highly likely they would become a burden to the tribe. The shaman assigned Mo the task of seeking out a robust female to bond with, yet Mo was resolutely unwilling. It was only when the shaman assured that Yuan Yue would be brought to accept the decree of the beast god that Mo ceased her protests, expressing her intent to patiently await Yuan Yue's return. Setting aside the bewildering circumstances surrounding the inexplicable protection of the beast god, Yuan Yue harbored profound skepticism regarding such an unreliable legend. The notion of divine favor from the beast god? She considered herself the esteemed successor of the Hua nation, and as the saying goes, a gentleman does not speak of strange forces or the supernatural. She believed it more credible that her sister is a queen. Yuan Yue scoffed internally, though she refrained from displaying her disdain outwardly, for one must bow their head under the eaves. Chapter 3. Escape from the tender embrace. Little did she expect that there were those who would harbor jealousy. Shaman, have you perhaps made a mistake? How could someone like her be worthy of communicating with the beast god? Don't let her perish along the way. The speaker was a female with orange fur, named Huang Xinxin, who, in the original owner's recollection, was once a suitor of Mo, frequently causing trouble for the original owner, with other females chiming in support. Why don't you go in my stead? I could take your beast husband for you. Yuan Yue saw through her ulterior motives. Although the protection of the beast god bore an illustrious title, it remained merely hearsay. Who would willingly forsake their current warm existence to pursue a frigid legend? It was but empty rhetoric. Huang Xinxin was left speechless by the rebuttal. Enough of this noise. Do you all wish to face punishment? The shaman's voice brought silence to the gathering. The so-called bonding ceremony involved the male presenting the most precious teeth of his hunt, meticulously drilled and inscribed with names, which the female would wear around her neck for life, a constant reminder of her duty and a means for others to ascertain the number of her beast husbands. This was a form of ritualistic significance among couples in the beastly realm. After arranging the bonding ceremony, the crowd dispersed, and the shaman departed with several selected females destined for the beast god's sanctuary. Yuan Yue had no desire to visit this so-called sanctuary, yet within this tribe, the shaman's word held absolute authority. With no other choice, she could only observe the unfolding events. Perhaps, should fortune favor her, a twist of fate might present itself. The shaman's dwelling was larger and more spacious than that of the chieftain. After bidding farewell to Mo, she traversed a winding forest path for quite some time before reaching her destination. Following a series of complex incense baths and elaborate rituals of worship, the medics inscribed the totem of the lynx tribe upon their collarbones, signifying that the females selected would dedicate their lives to the beast god. Among those chosen for the sacrificial rites was a black and white feline beast named Nai, a childhood friend of the original owner. They had often played together until the untimely death of the uncle who adopted Yuan Yue, and, heeding her family's counsel, they had lost contact. Yet now, Nai approached with a sycophantic smile. Do you remember the times we played together as children? Enough of this pretense. If you have something to say, just say it, Yuan Yue replied, disliking such insincere familiarity. After so many years of separation, the sudden display of concern felt duplicitous, prompting her to directly inquire about Nai's intentions. I know I have wronged you. Please don't hold it against me. I was just scared. Well, if that's all you wish to say, there's no need to speak at all. Yuan Yue's patience waned. My father said that while the selected females bring honor to their families, they can never return. But I am terrified at the thought of never seeing you again. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. Tears welled in her eyes, her voice trembling. Yuan Yue ultimately refrained from responding. She was not the original owner and could not forgive past grievances on her behalf. As for the future, it would unfold as it would. At that moment, her thoughts were consumed with the nature of this so-called beast god's sanctuary. What was this place? Why was it that once one entered, they could never return? What trials awaited her? Before she could untangle her thoughts, several medics forced her to drink sacred water. This was soon followed by the ritual of entombment, with the females being placed in separate wooden boxes, their openings sealed except for small breathing holes. The jarring journey lulled her to sleep, The effects of the sacred water took hold, and soon she was oblivious to everything. When she awoke again, she found herself in an utterly unfamiliar place, seemingly a world away from her original tribe. Yuan Yue surveyed her surroundings. It was a grand wooden hall, opulently constructed, adorned with rare animal skins, and illuminated by a flickering fire. Upon entering, she was greeted by a multitude of various beastmen, all indulging in revelry, and without exception, they were all male. Some particularly burly beastmen were feeding stunning females mouth to mouth, while the few females present seemed to be subjected to the advances of insatiable males, laughing unabashedly as they were handled with little regard for propriety. Yuan Yue was escorted to an inner chamber by two brawny males, where a heavily made-up middle-aged female sat upon a stone bench, sizing Yuan Yue up with palpable disdain. The offerings from the lynx tribe seemed to diminish in quality year by year. If this is the best they can provide, we ought to cut off their supply of coarse cloth, the middle-aged female remarked. Yes, one of the guards responded. In response to Sister Fong, two more moderately attractive females are en route. Make do with what you have, apply her makeup and prepare her to meet guests. As instructed by Sister Fong, several females rushed in to apply makeup on Yuan Yue. Realizing the predicament, she attempted to struggle, but the guard's grip was like iron, immobilizing her shoulders and rendering her helpless. I've stepped into a den of wolves. I knew there was no such thing as the beast god's sanctuary. It was all nonsense. There were too many guards to escape, and she was forcibly dragged out, pushed onto a stage where her flushed face, filled with anger, appeared all the more delicate and vulnerable. Such a frail female, haha. She probably won to withstand even a single round of play from the master. What is her beast form? Let us see it. The quality of the tender embraces grows ever poorer. Next. I find the more delicate ones to be more intriguing, since you all dislike her. Don't fight over her later, haha. The guard beside Yuan Yue brandished a whip, waiting for her to reveal her beast form, his demeanor suggestive of impending torture. With the threat of the whip looming, Yuan Yue, in a moment of instinct, transformed into her beast form, inciting uproarious laughter among the males. Ha ha ha. This is the first time I've seen such a diminutive lynx. She must still be a juvenile. TSK. The guard stepped forward, commanding her to respond. The female of the lynx tribe, having just reached adulthood, possesses a gentle disposition and has never known a beast husband. Pristine and untouched, she is offered as a tribute by the tribe as shaman, with an opening bid of 3 animal skins. I bid 3. I bid 5. I bid 10. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yue could no longer maintain her composure. Had she known, she would have preferred to endure humiliation and seek acceptance from another family. It is disheartening to see beings treated as mere commodities, all the while clinging to the notion of divine protection from the beast gods, hoping for serendipitous encounters. It's all nonsense. What becomes of them after purchase? The implications are all too clear. Chapter 4. Would you be willing to return home with me? In the tribe, marital unions are based on the principle of mutual consent, which explains why those sent to the sanctuary are often infertile females. Not to mention, every fertile female in the tribe is regarded as a treasure. One can scarcely imagine a fertile female being brought to such a place. I will remember this grievance. Yuan Yue retorted loudly. I have a beast husband. I was deceived into coming here, and I am pregnant, bearing young within me. She hoped that, for the sake of the unborn, these people would spare her. After their intimate encounter in the cellar, Yuan Yue had consulted the system, which assured her that success was assured. Upon finishing her words, a commotion erupted around her. No one had anticipated that a pregnant female would be offered up to this den of iniquity. In the tribe, fertile females are treasures fiercely guarded. How could one be sold to such a place? Dare to deceive me. Yuan Yue was met by the furious whip of a guard. Just as the whip was about to descend, a large, bony hand grasped it firmly. You are being exceedingly cruel. This young female has declared her pregnancy. How can you strike her so mercilessly? Yuan Yue lifted her gaze to the male who had come to her rescue. He stood around 6 feet tall, with a mane of golden hair, exuding an aura of authority, and his chiseled face was etched with anger. The guard bowed respectfully to the newcomer. Warrior, you may be unfamiliar with this place. Many females feigning pregnancy are cunning and unmanageable. Do not let her deceive you. It matters not. She is merely a female, and I am not incapable of affording her. What was the highest bid just now? I offered 20 animal skins and a piece of coarse cloth. Let her come with me at once. After this declaration, the guard stood stunned for a moment. Then, with a mixture of surprise and excitement, confirmed the offer repeatedly. It wasn't until the warrior accompanied him to deliver the goods that he courteously untied Yuan Yue's bonds. One must understand that a female of her quality might not even fetch 20 animal skins, let alone with an additional piece of coarse cloth. To encounter a fool willing to part with such resources for a lowly prize was an astonishing windfall. "Little female, would you be willing to return home with me?" The warrior, Yue, bent slightly and extended his large hand, radiating an aura of salvation. She placed her delicate, pale hand in his palm, rising to her feet and expressing her gratitude in a soft voice, which made the bashful male feel somewhat awkward. Together, they departed. This warrior named Yue seemed rather amiable. As they walked and talked, Yuan Yue took the opportunity to inquire about the lynx tribe. However, the response revealed that they were now in the hot rain jungle, far removed from the distant Zhe jungle, where the lynx tribe resided. Setting aside the myriad dangers of the journey ahead, she was ill-equipped to confront the perils of the jungle, especially now that she was pregnant. Long treks were out of the question. She could only wait for a more opportune moment to seek out Moyu, hoping he would take care of himself. The most pressing concern was to find a safe place to give birth to her young and claim the system's rewards. Cursed be the shaman. It seemed he feared that the female, destined for sale, might fortuitously return. Aside from Yuan Yue, the other females must have been sold far and wide, and her resentment towards the shaman deepened. Yue, a warrior of the Tiger clan with a third-level talent, had come to this place at the behest of an elder brother, tasked with acquiring a beautiful female as a new wife. "But you used all the valuables you brought to buy me. What becomes of your brother's new wife?" "Fear not. I can hunt for more animal skins. The coarse cloth is harder to obtain, but it matters not. I cannot abide witnessing a pregnant female being bullied. You need not concern yourself with it." Hearing this, Yuan Yue felt a surge of emotion, and coupled with his previous act of heroism, her heart instinctively trusted this sunny young man. With no destination of her own, and Yue unwilling to let a defenseless female venture into danger alone, they agreed to travel together to the Tiger clan. During their journey, exhaustion set in, and she transformed into her beast form, allowing Yue to cradle her in his arms. This was Yue's first encounter with a female, and a faint blush crept onto his face. They hoped to find some semblance of refuge upon reaching the Tiger clan. After 2 days of travel, Yuan Yue was nearly famished. They stumbled upon a cave hidden within the jungle. She took on the task of tidying up while Yue ventured out to hunt, planning to rest for the night. As dusk fell, a thick mist enveloped the jungle, obscuring the busy figure of the female. Yuan Yue felt parched and decided to fetch some water from the river. The hot rain jungle lies nestled in a sprawling mountain range, separated from the distant Zhe jungle by another thicket. Their location was relatively central, with a large river flowing through it, which, for Yuan Yue, was more vital than a food source. Having endured the previous journey packed in a crate and the hurried trek over the past 2 days, the once frail female had grown even weaker. A strong gust of wind might very well topple her. The gestation period for cat beastmen is approximately 2 months, and with the system as assistance, aside from a slight enlargement of her abdomen, she felt no discomfort. In another month and a half, she would likely give birth. Thus, it was imperative to supplement her nutrition and restore her strength, ensuring she could defend herself in times of danger. After cupping her hands to drink from the river, she felt rejuvenated. Fish. As a cat beast, Yuan Yue could not resist the sight of the darting fish, and her instincts compelled her to reach out to catch one, nearly tumbling into the river. Fortunately, Yue returned just in time to grasp her wrist and pull her back against his chest. "Apologies for the trouble," she said, her cheeks flushed. "I was overcome by the sight of the fish." Yue chuckled heartily. "Oh, you desire fish? Just tell me, how can a female be expected to catch her own?" With that, he shed his clothing and transformed into a magnificent golden tiger before her eyes. The great beast plunged into the river, and moments later, emerged with a fish clamped in its jaws. Transforming back into his human form, Yue's tall stature, with defined abdominal muscles glistening in the soft glow of twilight, radiated an irresistible allure. He grinned at Yuan Yue, whose gaze became entranced. "Here, eat up." His large eyes exuded a gentle warmth that inspired trust. Yuan Yue accepted the fish from his hand and softly expressed her gratitude. Yue gazed at the delicate and petite female before him, who graciously expressed her gratitude in gentle tones. His spine stiffened, and within mere seconds, his thoughts raced through a myriad of emotions. Unbeknownst to him, his ears flushed a deep crimson as his palms, clasped behind his back, began to dampen with a slight sheen of sweat due to his nervousness. After Yuan Yue meticulously cleaned the rabbit that Hui had hunted, they shared the raw meat, and only after their meal did they feel a renewed sense of vitality. Deep down, Yuan Yue harbored a fervent desire for cooked food, particularly roasted fish and spicy rabbit meat. Although she had previously learned the art of fire-making, she felt compelled to exercise caution in the presence of a stranger, a male whom she had only just met. Oh, once conditions stabilize, she vowed to indulge in a grand feast. After their meal, the duo continued on their journey. When exhaustion overtook Yuan Yue, she transformed into her beast form, allowing Hui to carry her, thereby conserving her strength. Chapter 5. Arrival at the Tiger Clan. 5 days later, the weary travelers finally arrived at the Tiger Clan. Upon entering the village, they encountered several male beastmen chiseling stone and repairing the beast dens. Upon noticing the clan leader's son returning with an unfamiliar female, they paused their work, their eyes fixated on the pair, eager to discern the nature of the relationship between this new female and the clan leader's son. Their gazes were filled with awe as they scrutinized the newcomer. A clan is akin to a large village, comprising thousands of individuals. While not all may be intimately acquainted, there exists a fundamental recognition among them. Faced with an unfamiliar visage, the onlookers were irresistibly curious and trailed behind the two. Ignoring the throng of spectators, Yuan Yue followed Hui to the entrance of his dwelling. However, before she could enter, they were abruptly confronted by two beastmen. "Leader, please save my brother. He has been gored by a wild boar while hunting," the young male cried, tears streaming down his face. "He is my only brother. I beg you to find a way." His brother lay there, clutching his wounded abdomen, blood seeping from a considerable injury. "Have you consulted the shaman? What did they say?" The voice belonged to Hui's father, the clan leader, whose imposing stature commanded an unspoken authority. The shaman said that a goring from a wild boar is fatal. "The only option is to give my brother a small dose of poison to ease his pain as he departs." "But my brother is still alive," the young male sobbed. "He is not dead yet. Leader, I implore you, do something." The towering figure was unable to suppress his tears. Yuan Yue glanced at the injured male's wound. It was indeed serious, but not insurmountable. With proper treatment, he could recover. However, the medical conditions were dire, and inadequate post-care could lead to infection. Should she intervene? The onlookers gasped at the gruesome sight. "This is terrible. I always said Linda couldn't handle a wild boar, but he wouldn't listen." "Indeed. That male wild boar is twice our size. The force of its charge is unimaginable. I fear Linda may not make it. The shaman has declared him beyond saving. Perhaps we should prepare for the transition of his mate." In their harsh world, if a male perishes, his mate would be passed on to an unmarried brother, ensuring support for the female and offspring while addressing the male's solitary status. "I can do nothing. I am not a shaman. If the shaman cannot help, what can I do?" The clan leader's face bore the weight of helplessness and sorrow. At that moment, Linda's brother, eyes reddened and tears flowing freely, displayed the raw pain of impending loss, his countenance pitifully sorrowful. After a moment of internal conflict, Yuan Yue resolved to act. "Please lay him down. Supporting him like this is detrimental to his wound," she urged, unable to bear the sight any longer. "You are a healer? Are you a healer? Are you a healer?" The three men, aside from the injured, exclaimed in unison, astonished by her declaration. The spectators buzzed with murmurs of intrigue. "I possess some knowledge. I cannot guarantee success, but I will do my utmost. Will you allow me a chance?" Though Yuan Yue was willing to assist, she hesitated to involve herself in matters fraught with uncertainty. The once weak towering beast man, upon hearing her words, managed to pry open his weary eyes to gaze at his brother, his expression despondent. "Shaolin, regardless of the outcome, do not blame this female. Yes, please, sister, save my brother. Regardless of success or failure, our family will be eternally grateful." The male beast man, named Shaolin, looked as though he would kneel before Yuan Yue were he not supporting his brother's body. With assurances in place, Yuan Yue wasted no time. She promptly instructed others to clear a stone bed, laying the injured male flat upon it. "Hui, fetch me warm water, clean cloths, and go find the shaman for blood-stopping herbs. If there is any strong liquor or sharp implements, bring those too. Hurry." Though Hui was perplexed by the multitude of precious items she requested, he chose to trust her resolute demeanor and dashed out to gather his kin for assistance, believing that many hands would make light work. As there was no cloth available, she procured clean animal hides from the clan leader, gently pressing them against the wound to staunch the bleeding. Shaolin attempted to approach to assist several times, but Yuan Yue kindly declined, directing him to fashion a new bamboo needle instead. Given the male's lack of finesse, it was better to keep him from interfering. By the time Hu Wei returned with several brothers bearing supplies, the bleeding had been halted. Due to the rarity of the items Yuan Yue sought within the tribe, even the clan leader's household did not have a full supply, necessitating a visit to the shaman, which resulted in only a limited quantity being brought back. And it was only after Hu Wei's persistent entreaties that the shaman had consented. The hot water boiled the dagger and bamboo needle as Yuan Yue directed the several males who had come to assist to restrain the injured man's limbs. When the wild boar's tusk had pierced his belly, it had carried with it a multitude of bacteria and dirt, compounded by the subsequent handling and the journey's dust. The wound had begun to fester slightly. It was imperative to excavate all necrotic tissue thoroughly, disinfect the area with strong liquor, and finally suture it with a fire-heated bamboo needle threaded through the animal hide. The entire process was painstakingly meticulous and prolonged. Even those accustomed to witnessing life and death could not suppress their gasps of astonishment, particularly at Yuan Yue's unprecedented skill in excising flesh and stitching. The males instinctively clutched their own bellies in sympathy. Outside, the spectators murmured in shock. Linda, already weakened from his injury, turned pale, his lips quivering uncontrollably after enduring the series of procedures. Yuan Yue finally paused, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Hu Wei, filled with concern, approached to offer support. This seemingly fragile female before him was unlike any other. She appeared delicate, yet possessed an unwavering strength. "You are alright? It is of no concern. The wounds that required attention have been tended to. As for whether he will survive the aftermath, that lies in his fate." Yuan Yue exhaled softly, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. "Sister, is my brother's injury truly alright? What should we do next?" Yuan Yue could discern the worry reflected in Shaolin's eyes, and she understood. "You must take good care of your brother. Disinfect the wounds with strong liquor daily, and apply some anti-inflammatory herbs. If you cannot procure the herbs, seek out the shaman, or gather them yourself from the mountains, should you be unfamiliar with them. Feel free to consult me. At any moment, if you observe a high fever, come to me immediately, do you understand?" She imparted various precautions to Shaolin. "Yes." Shaolin nodded in response. Chapter 6. The Green Plum Incident? "By heavens, Away, is this fierce female your chosen mate? How ruthless. I have never encountered a female so merciless, digging into someone's belly. Are you not afraid? Is it true? Can this truly heal? Does that mean next time I can dig out the rotten flesh myself and be cured? Away, you have chosen a female. What of Meng Meng? She has been awaiting you." "Indeed, indeed. Previously, you were reluctant to bond with Meng Meng. Now that you have returned, it is surely her turn." After an arduous journey, coupled with the enormous mental drain from attending to the wounds, Yuan Yue felt her strength waning and longed for rest. Yet she persevered, explaining matters to the gathered individuals one by one. Wounds must never be treated independently, for the consequences could worsen, becoming more severe than before. Her actions today were a gamble, uncertain in success. The outcome depended on whether Linda possessed a strong constitution and if the subsequent care was sufficiently diligent. She aimed to ensure everyone understood the uncertainties, preventing any imitations that could lead to unnecessary troubles. As for the Meng Meng they mentioned, it bore little significance to her. Yuan Yue was unconcerned, as long as her patient remained safe. Hu Wei noted her fatigue and promptly stepped forth to disperse the onlookers. The clan leader stood nearby, stroking his beard, surveying Yuan Yue before glancing at his son, and then smiling knowingly. "This young female, we owe you a great debt. Hu Wei, please escort her to a place of rest and prepare some food to properly entertain her." "Understood." Hu Wei turned to fulfill the task. Once everything was settled and she could finally recline upon the stone bed, the weight that had hung in her throat gradually descended back into her abdomen. At least the beastmen of the tiger clan appeared relatively amicable. She hoped for a stable environment to give birth. The following day, as Yuan Yue exited the beast den, she encountered a female waiting at the entrance, her demeanor fierce. Was she awaiting her? This could not be the Meng Meng they spoke of, could it? Yuan Yue scrutinized the female before her, round-faced, clad in audacious attire, a black beast skin crop top barely concealing her assets, exposing a portion of her fair skin, showcasing her impressive endowments. Her ample hips were adorned with a matching leather skirt, accentuating the curvaceous silhouette beneath, resembling two plump dough balls, exuding a delightful elasticity. Her figure was undeniably voluptuous, albeit with a slight spare tire around her waist, which jiggled amusingly as she moved. However, the once appealing and alluring female now bore an expression of fury. "Hey, are you the female brought back by Brother Wei? Which tribe do you belong to? That you are so impolite? Does your tribe have no males? Are you unwanted? Why come to another tribe to steal their males?" Her barrage of inquiries left Yuan Yue momentarily stunned, who spoke with such piercing words. The cordiality she had initially perceived vanished in an instant. Yuan Yue refrained from responding, attempting to sidestep the obstruction and seek out Linda to check on his wounds. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me?" Meng Meng seemed determined to block Yuan Yue's path, advancing to impede her exit. "Why are you asking me? You should direct your questions to your brother away." Given Meng Meng's accusatory tone, Yuan Yue found herself lacking the patience to engage with her inquiries. Rolling her eyes, she attempted to bypass the hindrance of the spare tire. Had she approached her politely, perhaps she would have received the answer she sought. But now, such thoughts were futile. There was no need to extend courtesy to one who showed her none. Without further ado, Yuan Yue turned and departed. "Ah, you wretched outsider." Meng Meng, furious, shoved her shoulder. Yuan Yue, already unsteady, was knocked off balance, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, pain immediately radiating through her abdomen. From a distance, Hu Wei, delivering food, witnessed the unfolding scene. He hastily discarded the large fish he had just caught and rushed forward to lift Yuan Yue, scolding Meng Meng with fervor. "What have you done? She is pregnant. Are you attempting to harm her child?" Meng Meng, flustered, stammered, "I didn't mean to. I didn't know." Yuan Yue, now in excruciating pain, grasped Hu Wei's arm. "Quick, take me to the shaman." Hu Wei hurriedly carried her away, leaving Meng Meng standing alone, bewildered. After a brief moment of contemplation, she decided to follow. The shaman examined Yuan Yue for quite some time, ultimately assuring her that there was nothing severely amiss, perhaps a disturbance due to the pregnancy, and she needed to rest properly. Hu Wei, filled with concern, confirmed the shaman's words, relief washing over him that he had arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. "Brother Wei, she is fine. She is merely pretending. Look at her." Meng Meng protested, her face contorted with disbelief. This outsider truly possessed a malicious heart, adept at feigning innocence before Brother Wei. "Be silent. I will not spare you if you cause trouble. You are bullying me." "Wah! I will tell my father," Meng Meng cried, running off. "Little six. My stomach hurts terribly. I hope I am not losing the baby." Received. According to system checks, the host currently shows no signs of miscarriage. However, proper care is essential. Should there be a next time, the host will face consequences. What? Consequences? Indeed. Each child is a precious gift from the heavens. Should the host fail to maintain proper care, resulting in accidental miscarriage, appropriate penalties will be imposed. You may face electric shocks and points will be deducted. Insufficient points could threaten the hostess' life. Why did you not mention this earlier? The host did not inquire. How unjust. However, since this incident arose from external factors, the system has decided to grant the host a preservation pill. Please consume it immediately. After taking the preservation pill, the pain in her abdomen significantly eased. In the time that followed, she spent nearly every day in the company of Hu Wei, and thanks to his attentive care, Yuan Yue encountered no further mishaps. Lin Da's wounds gradually healed. Indeed, the physical constitution of the beastmen is remarkably resilient. Previously, Yuan Yue had harbored fears of tetanus or infections, possibly due to survivor's bias. Nevertheless, she was immensely grateful. It must be said that her time among the Tiger clan had been the most comfortable since her arrival in this beastly world. The personality differences between the two clans were pronounced. Although both valued females highly, the Tiger clan exhibited no discrimination against weaker females. On the contrary, they showed considerable care for the vulnerable. Moreover, Lin Da's injury was a well-known fact, leading many injured males from the tribe to seek Yuan Yue's assistance with their wounds. However, Hu Wei was often concerned that she might overexert herself, potentially jeopardizing the safe delivery of her unborn child, and would generally decline such requests unless absolutely necessary. Aside from Meng Meng occasionally causing mischief to ensure that her brother Wei was not being seduced by that damned outsider, life proceeded quite smoothly. Chapter 7. Oh my. 8 little females. The long-anticipated due date had finally arrived. Yuan Yue lay on the stone bed, gently caressing her swollen abdomen, her emotions a tempest of fear and anticipation regarding childbirth. Hu Wei had contacted the 3 most skilled midwives in the clan well in advance, eagerly awaiting the moment of delivery. It was customary for tiger clan females to bear 2 to 3 offspring at a time, sometimes just one. Given the poor medical conditions in the beast world, complications during childbirth were not uncommon, often resulting in the tragic death of both mother and child. The last time Yue had ventured to the tender realm was due to his sister-in-law succumbing to complications in childbirth. Perhaps due to her heightened anxiety, Yuan Yue felt the unmistakable kicks of her offspring within her womb. Thanks to the childbirth system's support, the experience was not overly painful, merely uncomfortable, bearable enough. Yet she dared not appear too unusual, letting out a few token cries. It was time to give birth. The midwives were all set, prepared to assist her. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yuan Yue transformed into her beast form, as they instinctively did during childbirth. The process was remarkably swift. She had given birth to a female cub. Oh my, another female. And yet again, a female. The system had indeed not lied. Compared to the scenes she had witnessed during her obstetrics internship, this experience was vastly improved. No tearing from natural birth, no need for multiple layers of surgical incision. Fortunately, the pain was minimal. It felt as if her lower body were numbed, merely registering the midwife's hands and the warm fluid beneath her. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in her ears. Congratulations, host. Successful first childbirth. Reward, Newbie Gift Pack 1 Reward. Wilderness Survival Pack 1 Reward. Medical First Aid Kit 1 Reward. 80 points. Each cub earns 10 points, deducting 5 points for membership fee, leaving 75 points remaining. Items needed can be purchased in the shop. Host has birthed her first cub, a black lynx in beast form, female, talent level 6. Reward, 100 lighters. Host has birthed her second cub, a gray lynx in beast form, female, talent level 6. Reward, a cotton dress set. Host has birthed her third cub, a white kitten in beast form, female, talent level 7. Reward, a surgical kit. Host has birthed her fourth cub, a black and white kitten in beast form, female, talent level 7. Reward, a beauty-enhancing cleansing pill. Host has birthed her fifth cub, a black lynx in beast form, female, talent level 6. Reward, 200 lactation granules. Host has birthed her sixth cub, an orange kitten in beast form, female, talent level 5. Reward, 10 fine iron daggers. Host has birthed her seventh cub, a white kitten in beast form, female, talent level 7. Reward, an agricultural compendium. Host has birthed her eighth cub, a tortoiseshell kitten in beast form, female, talent level 7. Reward, 1 vitality upgrade potion. Warm reminder. Host has successfully surpassed 5 cubs in a single birth, receiving an additional reward, a complete set of kitchen utensils. Please continue to seek high-talent males for mating. The system's rewards were abundant, yet she still lacked the necessary items to treat Mo's leg. It appeared that to thrive in this world, reliance on the system was essential. Yuan Yue had delivered 8 cubs in one breath, all of them female. News of this astounding event spread like wildfire throughout the tribe, as everyone flocked to witness the spectacle. They were eager to ascertain the origins of this outsider female brought back by Yue, who could give birth to 8 cubs, all female, a feat never before heard of. Not even by the saintess of 10,000 Beast City. Unbeknownst to Yuan Yue, she gazed tenderly at her newly birthed cubs. Thanks to the ample nutrition during her 2-month pregnancy, all 8 cubs were exceptionally healthy. Unlike most newborns, who often appeared bald and wrinkled, these kittens crawled around the bed, soft and adorable. Even before opening their eyes, Yuan Yue's heart melted at the sight. In the beastmen world, females typically cared for the young at home, lacking talents or self-defense capabilities. However, these 8 cubs were destined for greatness, as long as they grew well. The clan's elder hurried over, eager to verify whether the rumors held any truth. Due to the difference in gender, he felt embarrassed to enter the inner chamber and anxiously paced at the door. Yue shared a similar predicament, though his concern was not for the cubs, but for the well-being of the gentle female he cherished. The two moved in tandem, one leading, the other following. In a moment of distraction, Yue accidentally stepped on his father's foot, causing the elder to halt abruptly and whirl around, delivering a sharp slap. "What's wrong with you, you rascal? Such a remarkable female. Why didn't you bring her back sooner? Now I don't even have a grandchild. Truly disappointing. What use are you?" He felt a deep sense of grievance, but, unable to publicly argue with his father, silently swallowed his indignation, his anxious expression unwavering. When the midwives emerged, each cradling several cubs, the sight of 8 female cubs overwhelmed the tiger clan elder. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Heaven bless our tiger clan. Wowu, Xiaowei, You must become Yu's beast husband. Go and take care of her in the inner chamber. If you dare treat her poorly, or let her entertain thoughts of leaving, I'll break your legs, understand? Having spent so much time together, Hu Wei had already grown fond of this gentle, yet resolute female. He was certainly willing to comply. Yes, Hu Wei replied enthusiastically, blushing as he stepped into the inner chamber. Having seen many postpartum mothers during his hospital shifts, he knew they were often weak and in need of rest. Yet relatives would swarm in to see the newborn, creating a cacophony that was quite taxing. When he attempted to offer advice, he had even been reported by family members for complaints. Although Yuan Yue is currently in the form of a beast, her soul is that of an educated and exceptional woman from the 21st century. In the presence of a physician, distinctions of gender should not matter. Yet, the sudden intrusion of a male, in addition to the midwife, left her feeling exceedingly embarrassed. Observing the onlookers exhibiting no discernible response, her temper flared uncontrollably. What are you all gawking at? Is it children you desire? Take them all away. Out. Get lost. Just as she blushed and stepped into the inner chamber, Hu Wei, witnessing Yuan Yu's furious demeanor, was perplexed by the situation. He could not fathom the cause of her outrage, but recognized that this little female was not to be trifled with at that moment. He promptly ushered everyone out of the inner room. Chapter 8. The New Beast Husband. In the ensuing 3 to 4 days, Yuan Yue remained within the beast den, her existence consumed solely by nursing the cubs. She felt she might go mad. Internally, she incessantly lamented. Truly, I retract my earlier statement about how adorable the kittens are. They are nothing short of a burden. After a brief period of quiet, each time she opened her eyes, the incessant mewing of 8 little cubs filled her ears. One cub, resembling its father, emitted a raspy cry, while the other cubs produced high-pitched, delicate mews. Hers was a loud, boisterous wail, accompanied by a vigorous kneading that left her in pain. She felt utterly exhausted. Dear heavens, raising children is an unbearable ordeal. Yuan Yue could not help but inwardly wail. She had no idea how long this would persist. The body-enhancing elixir. How does one access the space? Xiao Lu, how do I claim the system's rewards? I'm here. To allocate space for the host, a specific part of the body must be marked with a beast imprint. The design will be approximately the size of a plum. Please choose the location. Any spot will do? Can it be engraved over the scar on my wrist? Self-harm is not advisable. Yuan Yue had long found the scar on her left wrist unsightly. That is permissible. Please hold on. I am engraving the pattern. Once completed, the host can open the space at will, and as the host's constitution improves, the space will expand accordingly. She experienced little discomfort as a beam of light, akin to a laser, flickered, etching an image of a small cat playfully clinging to a large tree onto her wrist. The depiction was vivid, beautifully concealing the existing scar beneath the tree. With a mere thought, the storage space materialized before her eyes, brimming with all the rewards previously bestowed by the system. 100 lighters, a set of cotton garments, a surgical medical kit, a beauty-enhancing elixir, 10 iron daggers, and a comprehensive agricultural manual. Most exasperating of all were the 200 boxes of lactation granules piled within. After consuming the body-enhancing elixir, she felt a surge of vitality. Her aptitude instantly elevating from none to level 7, it appeared to be quite effective. Excellent. From this day forth, I shall no longer be an utterly incapable female when it comes to hunting. At the very least, I now possess a modicum of self-defense capability. Due to her frail condition prior to giving birth, she produced little milk, often finding several cubs nuzzling against her belly, their tiny paws incessantly kneading, pushing, and playfully fighting for a sip of milk. Although the system provided lactation granules, she was reluctant to resort to medication. After all, medicine can be harmful, and one cannot rely on it indefinitely. Children raised on formula thrive just as well, developing into intelligent and healthy beings, with no discernible difference. The little ones were far from obedient, nearly driving her to madness, particularly the black lynx cub that resembled its father and the little white cat that bore her likeness. They frequently bickered over a single mouthful of milk. Fortunately, Hu Wei would visit her each day after hunting, sometimes bringing food or helping to care for the cubs. Together, they decided to outsource the nursing duties, hiring a wet nurse from the tiger clan for the 8 cubs. Finally, she found herself with some leisure time. However, Hu Wei summoned her outside, fumbling over his words, clearly hesitant to speak. With a flushed face, he nervously fidgeted with his hands. He held tightly to his thoughts and his father's teachings, yet struggled to articulate his intentions. Yu, Do you have something to say to me? Noticing his bashful demeanor, Yuan Yue, having spent considerable time with him, had a fair inkling of his intentions and decided to tease him a little. No, not really. I suppose I'll just head back now. See you tomorrow. Observing the male's increasing embarrassment, she mischievously uttered those words. Surely enough, he became even more flustered. Stumbling over his thoughts, unable to express himself, his ears reddening to the point of seeming as though they might bleed. Yuan Yue stood there, arms crossed, a playful smile adorning her face as she watched him. He took a deep breath, summoning his courage. Yu, may I be your beast husband? Before she could respond, he continued, I know you previously had a beast husband, but females of the tiger clan can have multiple husbands. Would you accept me? I will provide for your cubs. Rest assured, I will treat them as my own. I truly like you. Uffed. Yuan Yue had anticipated his words, yet she was taken aback by his shyness and innocence. Typically, males in the beast realm are rather straightforward. They are simple creatures who express their affections openly. It is not uncommon for them to forcibly take a mate if particularly enamored, though most adhere to the principle of consent. Is that all right, Yu? Hu Wei asked, feeling anxious and fearful of rejection. His aptitude exceeded that of Mou by 2 levels. If they were to have offspring, their abilities would likely be even stronger. And the rewards from the system would be correspondingly abundant. Their interactions had been pleasant, leaving no reason for refusal. Blushing, Yuan Yue nodded slightly. Very well. I am willing. Ah, really? That's wonderful. I shall inform my father immediately and arrange our betrothal ceremony. His joy was palpable as he enveloped her delicate waist in both arms, spinning her around until she felt dizzy, playfully slapping his cheek to make him stop, only to receive a deep kiss on her forehead in return. Hu Wei dashed off to find the clan leader. For the leader, Yuan Yue had initially been merely an ordinary female with some knowledge of herbs. While her medical skills were commendable, the tribe was not lacking in midwives. However, upon witnessing her give birth to 8 cubs, all females, he could no longer remain indifferent. All night long, I pondered how to entice my foolish son to bring Yuan Yue to the tiger clan so that I could embrace my grandchildren, many grandchildren. At that point, what concern would the tiger clan have for prosperity? Ideally, they would never depart. The females of the tiger clan have historically exhibited low fertility, typically giving birth to only 1 or 2 cubs at a time. Even Tiger Wei's mother, who had a relatively higher fertility rate, only bore 3 cubs before becoming the matriarch. Currently, the most pressing need for the tiger clan is for orcs, particularly females. Without them, the tribe can never flourish. The clan leader, fearing that this daughter-in-law might have second thoughts, summoned the clan members overnight to prepare wedding gifts and a new beast den for the couple and their future offspring. Consequently, the new beast den was chosen to be particularly spacious. Fortunately, Yuan Yue intervened in time. Otherwise, the clan leader would have been eager to create a den large enough to accommodate the entire family. Chapter 9. You deserve the best. The following day, their wedding ceremony commenced, distinct from the clan's customary wedding time, as a special ceremony was organized solely for them, with all clan members invited to witness. Everyone expressed their blessings, except for Meng Meng, who sulked in a corner throughout the event. However, since the union had already been established, she felt powerless. Her upbringing forbade her from competing for another female's mate. She could only lament her fate, spitting disdainfully at every well-wisher who passed by. The shamans of the Tiger clan were considerably more amiable than those of the Lynx clan. After the wedding ceremony, they bestowed upon the couple a unique blessing in the form of fertility pills. Yuan Yue did not require them at the moment, yet she graciously accepted the gesture, understanding that it is wise not to offend influential figures in such a tribe if one wishes to thrive in the long term. Once the ceremony concluded, the couple was playfully ushered into their bridal chamber by other clan members. The beast den, meticulously crafted, was said to have once been the residence of a shaman, though it had since been expanded. Compared to ordinary beast dens, it was significantly larger, featuring 3 inner rooms with walls smoothed to a fine finish. Windows were thoughtfully carved, allowing the morning sunlight to filter in, creating an ambience reminiscent of a paradise. They embraced as they stepped into the largest inner room, where ancient totems adorned the walls. The totems appeared both archaic and enigmatic, chronicling the history of the Tiger clan, from their initial bare existence as beasts to their later pursuits in hunting, constructing beast dens, and forming unions. Upon further inspection, a stone bed was laid with the softest pelts from the bellies of beasts, accompanied by 2 small pillows, encased in pelts and filled with unknown botanical seeds. What do you think, Yu? I personally stitched those pillows. Do you like them? Tiger Wei beamed with pride, his expression brimming with anticipation for her praise. She tiptoed, wrapped her arms around his waist, gently ruffled his golden locks, and kissed the proud male, complimenting, "You're wonderful." Immediately, Tiger Wei grinned like a fool, standing there, utterly delighted. Yuan Yue reclined onto the bed, exclaiming, "This is the essence of life. To receive such treatment in the Tiger clan, I am truly grateful." Everything within her reach was soft and inviting, the bed practically begging for her to sink into it. "I can't believe we've become partners so quickly. I'm overjoyed. It feels like a dream." Tiger Wei, having imbibed a bit too much, spoke in a dazed manner. "Oh, do you wish to wake from this dream?" Yuan Yue teased mischievously. She enjoyed playfully provoking this innocent young man, finding it particularly amusing. Tiger Wei, gazing at the enchanting female before him, noticed her impish smile and wide, sparkling eyes, realizing he had been playfully teased. You're teasing me again. You're being naughty. I must punish you." With that, he swept the mischievous female into his arms and gently set her down on the stone bed, locking eyes with her alluring gaze before leaning in for a kiss that deepened swiftly. Yuan Yue gasped in surprise. Moments later, the room was filled with an intoxicating atmosphere. As a novice, Tiger Wei showed no signs of fatigue, his desires insatiable, again and again, until Yuan Yue could no longer endure, delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling off the bed. With a flushed face, a sheen of sweat glistening on his brow, and his golden hair tousled, he brushed aside the stray strands clinging to his forehead, the remnants of his earlier embarrassment still evident, yet he appeared bolder than ever. You smell delightful." At that moment, Yuan Yue, feeling sore and exhausted, buried her head under the covers, too shy to emerge. "Simpleton. Be quiet. Sleep." This orc was simply too direct. If their conversation continued, she feared she might find herself in trouble again. The following midday, Yuan Yue awoke in a daze, her eyes fluttering open to behold a chiseled and striking face, his bright eyes sparkling with vitality. Their gazes locked, and Tiger Wei blushed first, reaching out to tousle the hair of the small female beside him. You're awake? Oh no, you've messed up my hair. Goodness. Why do you speak so bluntly?" As a woman who had lived 2 lives as a straightforward person, Yuan Yue found this experience entirely new, her body growing weak with embarrassment, wishing to hide. Tiger Wei, with a long arm, pulled her close, enveloping her in a warm embrace, his right hand patting her round, ample backside. "What's wrong? Are you shy?" You, it's time to rise. It's already noon." Yuan Yue suddenly sprang from the covers, sitting upright. "Why didn't you say so earlier? There's so much to do, and I haven't even seen a few of the cubs yet. I didn't want to disturb your sweet slumber. I didn't have the heart to wake you. No one will say anything if you don't get up. They all know you're tired. Be quiet, get up." She forcefully pulled aside the pelt covering them and began to dress. She had long grown weary of the beast pelts in the tribe, which merely covered the essentials, lacking any fitted undergarments. As a professional doctor, she genuinely feared exposing her waist daily, worrying about catching a chill or developing rheumatism. She recalled that the system had rewarded her with a set of cotton dresses. She should find a suitable excuse to wear them soon. After playfully interacting with the cubs, she insisted that Tiger Wei accompany her for a stroll in the jungle. Following the scare from Meng Meng that had caused her a bit of fright, Tiger Wei had imposed a strict ban on her getting out of bed, watching over her more closely than a prisoner. She had long been restless, eager to explore, and now that she could finally venture out, she intended to take a leisurely walk. "I heard there's a hot spring in the back mountains. Let us go soak there." "All right." The two made their way to the hot spring nestled in the back mountains. The spring was approximately a foot in diameter, with bubbling water continuously gushing from the center, making a pleasant gurgling sound. The water was warm, emitting wisps of steam, and the surroundings were lush and green, offering a refreshing ambience. "Ah!" A startled exclamation escaped her lips before she could fully appreciate the breathtaking scenery, as Yuan Yue suddenly felt herself lifted and plunged into the hot spring. The originally ill-fitting animal hide, having been subjected to the relentless flow of water, simply slipped away. The two individuals found themselves suddenly bare, and Yuan Yue's eyes widened in surprise. Beneath the warm mist, a rosy hue rapidly adorned her cheeks. Embarrassed, she gazed at the smug expression of the instigator before her and, with a swift motion, reached out to pinch the soft flesh at his waist. "Ah, you know, that hurts." The handsome features of Hu Wei contorted in pain as he looked pitifully at his little female companion. Yuan Yue put on a fierce demeanor, attempting to intimidate the person before her. Had she erred? He remained silent, capturing her restless little hand in his grasp. His breath heavy as he pinned her against the wall, sealing her full, rosy lips with a deep kiss, his fervent palm gliding down the curve of her body. Yu, let me wash you. Chapter 10. The Approaching Crisis. Yuan Yue feigned hunger to send Hu Wei off to hunt. Secretly, she reversed her wrist, holding the beauty-enhancing elixir received from the system in her palm. Upon closer inspection, the emerald green pill, though diminutive, was quite charming, adorned with swirling cloud patterns that exuded vitality and a subtle fragrance that was refreshing. This was also the reason she had specifically requested to visit the hot springs. A secluded spot was the ideal time to consume the medicine, especially since she had read in novels about dark substances emerging, making it more convenient in water. She surveyed her surroundings, confirming her solitude, and gently placed the pill in her mouth. After a few deep breaths, she submerged herself in the water. The warm currents, coupled with the burgeoning vitality within her, compelled her to emit a soft hum of contentment. The sensation was exquisite. Her entire meridian system began to warm. Even the minor scars on her body faded away, her skin transforming into an exceptionally smooth and delicate surface. Emerging from the water, a breathtaking beauty stood proudly. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, and her silvery hair cascaded gracefully to her lower back. Her appearance remained familiar, yet was now more profound and three-dimensional, particularly her eyes. The previous feline features, naturally endowed with eyeliner and slightly upturned corners, now possessed an added allure, rendering her utterly enchanting. Yuan Yue donned the cotton dress bestowed by the system and perched herself on a large rock by the hot spring, humming a tune as she awaited Hu Wei's return from the hunt. Unbeknownst to her, she was being observed. She has silver hair, just like mine. A robust, white-eyed serpent head peeked out from a nearby tree, its crimson gaze fixated intently on the unsuspecting female. At that moment, Hu Wei returned, interrupting the voyeur's gaze. You? I'm back. Look what I've brought. Yuan Yue turned her head as Hu Wei approached with a plump deer, exuding pride as if seeking praise. Oh my, you look stunning, Hu Wei exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Yuan Yue's heart soared at the compliment. It seemed the effects of the beauty-enhancing elixir were indeed remarkable. Not wanting to reveal too much, she devised an excuse. I was too dirty before, and didn't get to bathe properly. Of course, I look better now. How do you like it? Hu Wei stood there, grinning like a fool, clutching the deer. Of course I like it. Yu is the most beautiful. But I've never seen a fabric like your dress. It's not important. I found it in a cave while you were hunting, and it fits quite well. So, I decided to wear it. By the way, I'm starving, let's eat. Yuan Yue deftly shifted the topic, keen to avoid further inquiries. Fortunately, Hu Wei seemed to trust her, and did not press further. I want cooked food. Is that possible? This? But there's no fire outside. Only the shaman has a spark. And maintaining it is quite challenging. Hu Wei appeared somewhat troubled, hesitation evident on his face. How about we take the game back first, and later borrow the spark to cook for you? His eyes brimmed with affection as he looked at Yuan Yue. She stood on her toes to tousle his golden hair. It's fine. I know how to start a fire. You just gather some firewood, and I'll cook for you. My goodness. You can actually use fire. You're incredible. You must be the holy maiden bestowed upon me by the beast god. In the beast realm, all unknown civilizations and uncreated technologies were referred to as the divine spirits of the beast lords, a fact that left Yuan Yue feeling helpless. She produced a lighter and handed it to Hu Wei. This is for you. It's a treasure bestowed upon me by the beast god, capable of igniting fire. Oh. And there's this. Yuan Yue flipped her palm again, retrieving a finely crafted iron dagger from her spatial pouch. This is also for you. Hu Wei gazed at the exquisite iron dagger, his eyes wide with disbelief. Iron? This is something only found in the Beast City, within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. How did you come by it? Realizing Hu Wei's confusion, she offered no explanation, simply stating, don't return it to me. Hu Wei instinctively recoiled, clutching the precious gift tightly to his chest. Oh, you are too good to me, willing to give me such a precious item. Rest assured, I will always treat you well, only you. All right, let us eat. Yuan Yue felt a sense of relief. With the iron dagger and lighter, she finally savored the first bite of cooked food from the beast realm. Though it lacked flavor, it nearly moved her to tears. After they finished their meal, Hu Wei shared his thoughts with her. You are so kind to me. I want to give you something. What is it? Yuan Yue asked, surprised. Do you remember that after we beastmen become partners, the male must present the most precious tooth of a hunted prey to his beloved female? Yes, I remember. She was familiar with this tradition from her time in the lynx tribe, though the overall strength of that tribe was low, offering only ordinary beast teeth. I initially intended to gift you the tusk of a wild boar I had previously hunted. Wild boars are among the most challenging animals to capture nearby.
Linda,
Who shares my talent, was also injured while hunting a wild boar, the very male you treated before. My strength is comparable to his, and I was lucky to succeed. However, now I feel it is unworthy of you. You do not yet possess a beast husband's chain. I wish to present you with the finest prey tooth, one that you can display prominently. Hui's pride shone through as he looked at Yuan Yue, his eyes sparkling. But you know I once had a beast husband. Yuan Yue hesitated noticeably. It doesn't matter. He could not protect you, or you wouldn't have been sold to such a place. Even if he returns, my gift will undoubtedly be the most significant. Hui's chest thumped with determination. But could it be dangerous? She recalled the incident where Mou had been injured, feeling a twinge of concern. It's quite all right. I possess the dagger gifted to me by Yeye, and I am confident in my ability to return triumphantly. Trust in me. Very well, but do make haste in your return. I believe I am now carrying your offspring. Is that truly the case? I am to become a father. How splendid! Hui lifted the soft form of Yuan Yue into the air, twirling her joyously before bestowing a kiss upon her head. You have overwhelmed me with delightful surprises today. Rest assured, I shall set off immediately. You must wait obediently for my return at the tribe. I shall be back shortly.
all right.
Once Hui departed, Yuan Yue took a few more bites and prepared to head back to the tribe. Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from a nearby tree. Turning her head, she was met with a pair of crimson eyes, terrifying vertical pupils fixated upon her. It was a snake. A large serpent had, at some point, slithered beside her. In the instant they locked eyes, the snake morphed into an unfamiliar male figure. A rogue beast man. It had been said that rogue beast men do not belong to any tribe. They may have been abandoned in the wild as children, raised on raw flesh, or expelled from tribes due to criminal acts. Regardless, either scenario was perilous for her. Yuan Yue's hair stood on end as she instinctively opened her mouth to call for Hui, but before she could utter a sound, she lost consciousness. The towering male scooped her up and quietly departed. Chapter 11. You shall not depart from me. 15 days later, Hui, covered in blood, returned to the tribe. His spirit buoyed as he entered his den. Yeah, I have returned. He glanced around but found no familiar figure. A pang of unease gripped his heart, and anxiety creased his brow as he rushed outside to search. Have you seen my female? What about you? Have you seen my female? He grasped every beastman's shoulders he encountered, fervently seeking a favorable response that never came. Spotting his father approaching alongside Meng Meng, he hurriedly asked, Father, have you seen Yeye?
No.
Wasn't she with you when you left? Why have you returned alone? What has happened to you? The chieftain paused, as if struck by a sudden realization, his expression shifting dramatically. Oh no! Both men inwardly lamented their dire situation. Meng Meng, catching on, pouted in displeasure. Brother Wei, you didn't get injured saving her, did you? Did she abandon you and flee? Silence. Hui bellowed in anger. His emotions were in turmoil, teetering on the brink of fury, leaving no room to address Meng Meng's grievances. He was consumed by the thought that his precious female, a divine gift from the beast god, had vanished without a trace. He was oblivious to her whereabouts, whether she was in danger, or the fate of their unborn child. Transforming into his beast form, he let out a series of roars to the heavens before racing out of the tribe, desperately using his abilities to search the vicinity. The chieftain, suppressing the urge to chastise his son, hastily instructed the hunting party to assist in the search. The males dedicated themselves to the task, especially those who had been saved by Yuan Yue in the past, showing remarkable determination. The once tranquil tribe erupted into commotion due to Hui's furious roars. Meng Meng remained unmoved. She did not care if that deceitful female, who feigned fragility to ensnare Brother Wei, encountered difficulties. All she knew was that if the female never returned, she would undoubtedly become Brother Wei's future mate. She eyed the sizable brown bear that Hui had yet to store away, thinking, Brother Wei has bestowed this prey upon me. It shall surely be mine during our betrothal. That outsider could not possibly possess qualities that warranted such urgency from Brother Wei and the chieftain. What was so special about birthing a few offspring? Once I enter my heat and wed Brother Wei, I too shall bear children. How proud she is, of taking advantage of the distraction. Meng Meng stealthily plucked one of the beast's teeth and slipped away. It was not until dawn that Hu Wei, under his father's persistent urging, reluctantly returned. The males who had accompanied him in the search had scoured the area thoroughly, yet found no trace of Yuan Yue. Even the hot springs had been meticulously searched, yielding no evidence. The chieftain, aware of Yuan Yue's pregnancy, was already seething with anger. He longed to chastise his irresponsible son. According to the female's reproductive capacity, he could have expected 4 or 5 grandchildren, a number twice that of the tiger tribe's usual offspring. Just as hope began to flicker, it was extinguished. However, he could not truly punish his son. Hu Wei was undoubtedly suffering more than he. Perhaps Ye has merely attended to some matter and will return shortly. I have dispatched others to assist in the search. You should return and rest. Clean the blood from your body. Tomorrow, we shall continue the search.
Yes.
Hu Wei, forcing himself to stand, resembled a soulless shell as he trudged back to his den. He lay upon the bed filled with memories of the two of them and slapped himself in despair, his gaze cast downward. I am truly wretched. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have hunted any beasts. Oh, my Yaya, where could you possibly be? Ultimately, he could no longer contain his sorrow, and tears streamed down his face. Meanwhile, Yuan Yue was also unable to sleep. Upon being taken, she had lost consciousness. When she awoke, she felt an overwhelming chill, a bone-deep cold. The cotton dress she had worn was gone, leaving her entirely bare upon the cold, muddy ground of the cave, her pale belly slightly rounded. A remarkably robust cobra coiled itself around her feet. In her past life, she had seen cobras at the zoo, but never had she encountered one so large and white. Yuan Yue's hair stood on end. Had she been in her beast form, she would have resembled a puffed-up kitten. Sensing her awakening, the coiled serpent lifted its upper body and approached her, its crimson eyes chilling her to the bone. Yuan Yue steadied herself. Hello? Why have you brought me here? The massive snake observed her for a moment before unexpectedly transforming into a well-built, naked male figure. His silver hair cascaded down to his waist, his skin paler than hers, yet possessing an unhealthy, ghostly hue, with remnants of snakeskin clinging to his waist. His scarlet eyes assessed her with a glimmer characteristic of serpentine creatures, and he let out a cold snicker. You are not afraid of me? The flickering tongue nearly brushed against her face. To claim she was unafraid would be a blatant lie. The potency of cobra venom is formidable, a reality well understood by a professional doctor who has encountered it numerous times. It is prudent to avoid provoking it, lest one suffers the consequences.
Ah.
We both share the distinction of silver-white hair. How delightful. Ignoring her attempts at flattery, the man leaned closer, declaring, You shall be my female. His words echoed with an unmistakable command, devoid of any room for dissent. Yuan Yu's mind raced, seeking a means of evasion, as she pushed him away. I have a beast husband, and I carry his offspring. Given his tone, which brooked no refusal, it seemed he would be particularly concerned about her association with another male. Indeed, her intuition was correct. The situation did not unfold as smoothly as her previous encounter with Hu Wei. A cruel smile curled at the corners of the man's lips, his expression dark and imbued with a menacing aura. No matter, he said, I can simply kill you. Yuan Yue was taken aback, yet dared not utter another word. She pressed her lips together, her gaze falling, her breaths becoming shallow. The serpent beast man before her exuded a formidable presence, and she feared that her inadvertent slip of the tongue might embroil Hu Wei in trouble. She had not anticipated the man's brazen demeanor. He advanced, forcefully pinning her to the ground, his pale hand clamping down on her wrist. Their bare bodies were now in close proximity. The man warned, Female, remember this. Regardless of your previous associations, from this moment forth, you belong solely to me. Chapter 12. What a coincidence. Her hair is also white. Yuan Yue admired his beauty, yet certainly did not wish to be coerced in such a manner. At this moment, the male's ferocity left no room for refusal as he held her down. Hatred filled her heart, obliterating whatever slight affection she had harbored. With a heart heavy as ash, she resignedly replied, Do as you please. I have no say in the matter. Before a high-ranking beast man, she found herself utterly powerless to resist. Even with the dagger previously bestowed upon her by the system, a lethal strike seemed unattainable. The moment she drew the dagger, she would likely find herself subdued. Most critically, both individuals were in a state of undress. Should she act impulsively, revealing her secret would lead to consequences far beyond mere death. She ceased to observe the expression of the beast man before her, thinking, what does it matter? Let him do as he wishes. If I must die, so be it. I have survived worse. Perhaps I could even traverse to another life. After a prolonged moment of stillness, nothing transpired. She softened her breathing, slightly parting her eyes. The male, however, had mysteriously vanished. At her feet lay the cotton dress she had previously worn, and as she donned it, she noticed several gashes that had appeared on the fabric. It appeared that during her abduction, she had passed through some thorny bushes, as the small rips in her clothing were clearly the result of thorns. She surmised that she was now quite far from the tiger tribe, for she had not encountered such flora near their territory. Perhaps one day, should fortune favor her escape, she could investigate further. Just then, a strong metallic scent of blood wafted toward her from behind. Turning, she beheld a trail of blood leading from the previously pristine ground, droplets forming a small path. At the end of this path stood a stranger, a male with silver-white hair splattered with blood, exuding an aura reminiscent of blooming poppies. His pale, frail hand grasped the lifeless body of a wild boar, its neck broken, and blood flowed profusely from the severed neck. Fearful of making any sound, she fixated on the male, terrified that a careless word might lead her to a fate akin to that of the boar. The third-level talent Linda had been gored by a wild boar. Heavens! How powerful must this male's abilities be? She could only feel relief that she had refrained from taking irrevocable actions. With a thud, the male discarded his prey, raising his gaze to the seemingly composed female before him, beckoning, "Come, let us eat." Yuan Yue approached cautiously, although her stomach grumbled in protest. The sight of the carcass rendered her unable to partake. No, I am not very hungry at the moment," she quickly replied. The male crouched, tearing into the carcass, slicing the meat into small portions, evidently preparing it for her. Upon hearing her words, he lifted his head to scrutinize her. "Do you not know how to make fire? If you desire cooked food, you must roast it yourself. I shall gather the firewood." Yuan Yue felt a jolt of surprise. How did he know this? Yet, she hesitated to voice her inquiry, instead picking up a stick and a piece of meat, turning to leave the cave. Once outside, she collected firewood and obediently roasted the meat, waiting to eat. Nevertheless, she felt an unsettling sensation, as if unseen eyes were fixed upon her. She turned to look, scanning her surroundings but finding nothing. Resolved, she called out, My meat is ready. Would you care to join me?" Suddenly, a large white serpent darted from the nearby thicket, its body enscathed by the thorns.
No wonder.
The white serpent transformed into a humanoid form, settling beside her, taking the freshly cooked meat from her hands and sniffing it delicately. Whether it was a distaste or mere unfamiliarity with cooked food, his slender brows furrowed. Yet he said nothing further, biting into the meat with the ferocity of a beast, devoid of any semblance of civility. Yuan Yue could only curse inwardly, "Damn it. That was meant for me. If you wanted some, why not roast your own?" But she dared not voice her frustrations, resigning herself to the task of roasting more meat. Piece by piece, she cooked, each morsel disappearing as soon as it was ready. Just when her growling stomach threatened to compel her to unleash a tirade, the individual beside her ceased eating and turned his focus entirely upon her, motionless. She felt a chill run down her spine under his unwavering gaze. After a prolonged silence, Yuan Yue finally took her first bite of her own roasted meat, carefully tearing off small pieces and chewing slowly. The man suddenly spoke. "Thank you. You are the first person to ever cook meat for me." Yuan Yue wished to respond but found herself at a loss for words. The man continued, "In my childhood, my mother would also prepare roasted meat, always making plenty, piece after piece, for my brothers and sisters, yet never for me.
She would always tell me to go away.
Only after they had finished could I scavenge the remnants." The sorrow and loneliness etched on his face left her unsure of how to comfort him. All she could do was gently pat his shoulder and offer a faint smile. "I never understood why she treated me so, when we were all her children. Why was it so? I was, after all, the one with the greatest potential. I harbor a deep aversion to prepared foods. However, today, I extend my gratitude to you." The male rose from his seat, brushing off the dirt from his back, ready to retreat into the cave. Yuan Yue, fueled by curiosity, pressed on, asking, "And then what?" To her surprise, her inquiry yielded neither the anticipated answer nor any response at all. In an instant, she found herself ensnared by a thick, frigid serpent's body. With a loud thud, the piece of meat she had just roasted, having taken but a single bite, fell to the ground, its surface now smeared with dirt. The serpent coiled tightly around her, lifting her off the ground, its scarlet eyes glaring at her, its tongue flicking ominously, and its venomous fangs glinting with a sinister greenish glow, as if poised to rend her to pieces in the next heartbeat. She could scarcely breathe. Let me go."
I'm sorry.
1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. She remained suspended in the air for what felt like an eternity, time around her seemingly frozen. Memories of her experiences in the beast world flooded her mind. The tender care of Mou, the unreserved affection of Hui, perhaps she would never see them again. At long last, with a resounding crash, she was hurled back to the ground, the sharp pain abruptly shattering her reverie. Her lungs felt as though they were about to burst, and she gasped for fresh air, her abdomen aching faintly. Yet the male had long since departed. Xiaolu, it seems I truly cannot endure this any longer. Chapter 13. Why don't you like me? Blood began to seep from Yuan Yue's lower body. Emergency alert. Host has been subjected to an urgent attack, resulting in fetal instability. Initiating emergency protocol. Entering fetal protection period. Activating fetal protection shield, effective for 15 days. Unless subjected to a fatal blow, the fetus will remain unharmed. The fetal protection shield requires 100 points. Do you agree? Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Warning. The host is currently at risk of miscarriage. Should a miscarriage occur, all points will be forfeited, and the host will be eliminated. Shall the fetal protection shield be forcibly activated? Activate. The fetal protection shield has been successfully activated. The host currently has 75 points after usage. 25 points will remain. The host is advised to promptly seek a male with high talents to conceive offspring. As the cold, mechanical voice concluded, approximately 15 minutes passed before Yuan Yu's abdomen began to feel slightly better. She mustered the strength to rise from the ground, dragging her aching body back to the cave. The great white serpent lay coiled in a massive heap in the corner. Upon hearing the commotion, it opened its slit-like pupils, recognized Yuan Yue, and promptly shut its eyes once more, returning to its state of repose. Yuan Yue paid it no heed, instead making her way to a small corner where she leaned against the wall and slowly slid down to a crouched position. A wave of grievance washing over her as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Why must she endure such indignities? Hui, where are you? Why have you not come to rescue me? In the tiger clan, on the mountainside, a tall figure sat despondently upon a rock by the hot spring, his head bowed. His brow was deeply furrowed, and his gaze was vacant. The sorrow etched across his face provoked an instinctive urge to weep. He resembled a deflated balloon, devoid of any spark. This was the place where he and Yu had last met, and a month and a half had elapsed without a trace of her. With only half a month left until her expected delivery, he was consumed with worry about her well-being and the fate of the unborn cub within her. In the distance, a familiar figure approached, maintaining her usual appearance, clad in animal skins that covered only the essentials, her abdomen bouncing with each step. The crunch of leaves underfoot echoed as she approached the desolate figure on the rock. Unable to bear his sorrowful state, she spoke gently, "Wei Ge, let us return. Uncle, the clan leader has called for us." Silence enveloped them, with no response forthcoming. Meng Meng swiftly ran forward, encircling Hu Wei's slender waist with her arms from behind, resting her head gently against his broad back, caressing him tenderly. "Wei Ge, forget her. Come back with me, and I shall bear you many more offspring. My fertility tests have been successful and rated high quality. Shall we return and unite?" Still, there was no reaction from him. Meng Meng persisted in her chatter, her hands around his waist growing increasingly restless.
Wei Ye.
"Will you take me?" She spun around, climbing up his elongated neck. Gazing longingly into the eyes of the man she desired, her jealousy boiling over at the sight of his sorrow. She had dreamt of such moments countless times. Yet none had felt as tangible as this. Even if his heart was not hers, even if he was grieving for another female, she held on to the hope that one day she would truly reside within his heart. Leaning in to kiss the man of her dreams, she was met with a cruel shove. "Why are you here again? Are you not weary of this? How many times must I tell you?" Hu Wei's emaciated frame trembled with fury, his eyes reddened and bloodshot. He shouted in anger, then collapsed to the ground, weeping in despair. What does that outsider possess that makes her so unforgettable? She may already be lying with another male, having forgotten who you are. Can't you turn and look at me? I have always been here. As she moved closer, attempting to embrace the weeping male, she said softly, "Perhaps she is gone. Do not be sad. From now on, I shall accompany you, if you will allow it." The male raised his head, tears cascading from his eyes. "Get out. I told you to leave me be." Hu Wei's rage erupted, his fist crashing down, shattering the stone he had been sitting on.
Fine.
I shall see if she can return alive. This time. Meng Meng did not press forward but turned to leave, leaving behind a solitary figure, engulfed in desolation. In the cave. The two remained in a stalemate for half a month, neither willing to speak first. Each time, she would wait within the cave, while the male ventured out to hunt, returning only to toss bloody prey at her feet. It seemed deliberate. Wherever Yuan Yue chose to sleep, he would cast the catch nearby. And when she moved to another spot, he would follow suit. Yuan Yue was compelled to carry water and clean the sleeping area with straw. Her pregnancy weighing heavily upon her. Each time, she would prepare the food first, only for him to consume it, leaving her with the scraps. During this period, she had contemplated escape, but it felt as though she were equipped with a tracking device. Every time she managed to flee even a short distance, the enraged male would pursue her relentlessly, always managing to catch up within a quarter of an hour, regardless of how long he had been gone. Waiting for her was nothing but the oppressive darkness of captivity, accompanied by an interminable silence. She attempted to engage the other party in conversation. Yet he would only respond occasionally, when in good spirits, leaving the majority of their time steeped in silence. Now, after a month and a half, apart from knowing his name was Xuanli, that he possessed a first-class talent, and that his mother treated her poorly, she had been unable to extract any meaningful information. Such days were driving her to the brink of madness. Xuanli coiled his body, nestled in the corner of the cave, occasionally casting furtive glances at her with his slit pupils, observing her every move. Yuan Yue stood and approached him. What do you truly desire? Upon hearing her words, Xuanli pondered for a moment, then transformed into his human form, his full, crimson lips glistening enticingly. His expression was tense yet feigned calm as he stepped closer, lifting her chin to gaze into her eyes. Would you be willing to be my female? Yuan Yue rolled her eyes, replying without a second thought. I would not.
Why?
Xuanli appeared perplexed, but struggled to articulate his confusion, tightening his grip on her chin.
Ouch.
Yuan Yue winced, swatting away his pale hand. Why do you think I wouldn't want to? Because I do not like you, because you do not know how to love, because you have imprisoned me here, shrouded in darkness, because you force me to distance myself from my beloved, because my child is about to be born, yet will never see their father. Do you wish to hear more? The male remained silent, his desolation betraying his inner turmoil. Yuan Yue expected the silence to persist as it had before, but unexpectedly. Chapter 14. I know her news, unfolded with the imposing, frigid male pressing down upon her petite frame. A sudden chill enveloping the surroundings as his scarlet eyes bore into her pale, pained cheeks. Do you wish to leave? Release me. Yuan Yue continued to strike at his solid back, the weight of his body making it difficult for her to breathe. Get off me. Seemingly dissatisfied with her reaction, he mounted her, his powerful hands pinning her delicate arms above her head, one hand restraining her while the other gripped her smooth chin. His kiss descended fiercely. Breath strong and unyielding, his cold lips pressed firmly against her lush, red ones, his own breathing becoming increasingly erratic. Yuan Yue clenched her jaw, resolutely refusing to respond. This kiss was both ferocious and intense. Get off. Yuan Yue bent her right leg, thrusting it upward, striking Xuanli in a sensitive area. Her abdomen was already in agony, the fetus within squirming in protest. She heard Xuanli emit a muffled groan, beads of sweat forming on his brow as his crimson pupils widened. Have I been too kind to you? The ensuing assault grew even more relentless, her already disheveled cotton dress tearing apart as Xuanli's savage actions and heavy panting ensued. Their silvery hair soon intertwined. Yet she found herself utterly incapable of resistance. In the beast cave, Tiger Wei sat upon the stone bed where he once shared joyous moments with his beloved. His demeanor had shifted from one of despondence. Today marked the 50th day since Ye's departure, and the clan leader had suggested he wed Meng Meng, offering her 8 cubs to different families for rearing. A proposal he vehemently rejected, having promised Ye to cherish her young as his own. He gazed at the 8 rambunctious cubs crawling about, a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes, so reminiscent of their mother, warm and playful, evoking an irresistible urge to draw close. The cubs had reached a month old. No longer resembling the hairless beings they once were, they had graduated from milk to tender meat. One fluffy white cub, catching a whiff of its mother-esque scent from Tiger Wei, crawled toward him, ready to nuzzle its small head against his broad, warm palm. Yes, that scent was familiar. Another black cub, not to be outdone, joined the fray. The two little creatures tangled together, resembling a miniature Taiji diagram. Their front legs embracing each other as heads while their hind legs pushed energetically, nibbling and grooming one another at intervals. Tiger Wei lifted a solitary playing cub, lost in memories. Just then, an unexpected guest arrived at the door. As anticipated, Tiger Wei spoke impatiently. What do you want this time? Meng Meng, looking aggrieved, her eyes reddened. Tears streaming down her cheeks, pleaded, Wei Ge, do you truly despise me so? What have I done to provoke such aversion? Tiger Wei lifted his gaze, holding her with a penetrating stare before sighing deeply. I do not despise you. I simply love her too much. To me, you are merely a friend, and ordinary friends do not marry. You should seek someone who genuinely cares for you, not someone whose heart is elsewhere. Do you understand? Meng Meng raised her arm, wiping her tears away, and shouted, but she is dead. She is dead. You needn't mourn for her any longer, nor raise her cubs. What of our years of friendship? Tiger Wei stood, the temperature around him plummeting as he pointed at the weeping female before him. No more.
Leave.
You are unwelcome here. I do not care if she returns. That is my affair, and your opinions are unnecessary. There can never be anything between us. Meng Meng, furious, trembled with rage, disregarding her tears, and scoffed derisively. I tell you she will never return. She is gone for good. You may wait in vain. I will not trouble you again. With that, Tiger Wei's eyes widened in shock, golden pupils shimmering. He rushed forward, grasping Meng Meng's shoulders. Do you know something?
Speak.
His voice heightened, betraying his agitation.
Huh?
Do you truly wish to know? Marry me, and I shall tell you, Meng Meng replied. I can regard you as family. I will not refuse any assistance you may need in the future. Observing Meng Meng's unyielding expression, his heart raced with urgency. Please, Meng Meng. He nearly knelt, his face etched with desperation and heartache, prompting Meng Meng to relent. Fine, I will tell you. I followed you both that day, when you left together. After you had departed on your hunt, a serpentine beastman emerged, seizing your female companion. This formidable creature appeared to possess first-level talents, instilling in me a profound fear that rendered me mute. I apologize for my selfishness. I had harbored notions of a possible future between us, yet today, you have forced me to confront the stark reality. I am truly sorry, Brother Hui. Had I known the depth of your suffering, I should have confided in you sooner. My apologies. Meng Meng wept uncontrollably, her heart heavy with the belief that as long as that foreign female did not appear, she and Hui would find a way to be together. How mistaken she had been. Long-standing guilt and her desire to monopolize Hui had clouded her judgment. It was only today that she recognized her unreciprocated feelings. There was never any possibility between them. Upon learning that Yu had been found, Hui was overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. Finally, he was no longer in the dark, although the path ahead seemed uncertain. A glimmer of hope had emerged. He stepped forward to gently embrace Meng Meng's trembling form, harboring no resentment towards her, feeling fortunate that she had been with him to witness the unfolding events. It's all right, it's all right.
Please stop crying.
Can you tell me in which direction they went? And what does the serpentine beast man look like? This will assist me in my inquiries. Meng Meng, her eyes swollen and red, looked up at him. You don't blame me? Of course not. We are good friends, are we not?
Yes.
I will lead you to search for them. Let us go. After entrusting their young to another's care, the two arrived at the location where Yuan Yue had been abducted. It is here, they said, proceeding towards the dense thicket. That area is likely a thorny jungle, making it difficult for us to navigate. Furthermore, given that the serpentine beast man possesses first-level talents, even if more of our kind were to join us, rescuing your partner would still prove exceedingly challenging. What should we do? Perhaps we should seek outside assistance. Chapter 15. The cold and cunning Fox Clan youth in the thorny jungle. Yuan Yue was currently doubled over in pain, clutching her abdomen. The disparity in strength with the man was insurmountable, leaving her at his mercy. It was evident he was wholly absorbed in the act, exuding an air of aggression as he conquered her time and again, seemingly tireless. Yet, each encounter was brutal, as if he had never learned the art of tenderness. Yuan Yue, in her distress, had no mind to ponder his techniques or intentions. At that moment, all she felt was excruciating pain in her abdomen. It seemed her waters had broken, and blood continued to seep forth. The protective shield provided by the system had long since expired, leaving her unable to utilize it a second time. This was the first time since binding to the system that she experienced such agony, as if she were lying on a cold surgical table, feeling a chilling sense of tearing and waves of fluid that threatened to engulf her. The male finally sensed something amiss. He halted his actions, eyes wide with terror, addressing the unconscious form beneath him. "What is wrong?" he shouted in a panic. "Wake up! Wake up!" In the thorny jungle, a golden tiger and a pure black tiger raced forward, one behind the other. It was Hu Wei and Meng Meng, 2 days prior. Upon hearing Meng Meng mention Yuan Yue's whereabouts, they had set off towards the thorny jungle. However, attempting to rescue Yuan Yue with their own abilities would inevitably pit them against the first-level talent of the serpentine beastman, and their odds were slim. Meng Meng's aunt, having undergone a fertility test and deemed exceptional, had married the chief of the Snow Fox tribe. Her cousin, possessing first-level talent, was the very assistance they sought. The Snow Fox tribe resided in the nameless snow-capped mountains between the thorny jungle and the hot rain jungle, a region perpetually blanketed in snow, thus inspiring the tribe's name. Brother Wei, just a bit further ahead lies the Snow Fox tribe. I will seek my Anna's help. She will surely be willing to assist us.
All right.
Let us hurry. The two raced towards the nameless snow-capped mountains, and despite their thick fur, the biting cold sent shivers down their spines. Upon meeting Meng Meng's aunt and briefly explaining their purpose, her expression reflected exasperation. "Meng Meng, it is not that your aunt does not wish to help. That troublesome boy, you know how stubborn he is, just like his father. At his age, he refuses to take a mate, leaving me without a grandchild to hold." Meng Meng was taken aback. "Hasn't he, my cousin, with such exceptional talent, taken a mate yet?" "Indeed. That troublesome boy has rejected several introductions. Nothing pleases him. I am so frustrated that I locked him up after an argument with his father. Why don't you go and ask him yourselves?" "Very well," Meng Meng readily agreed. The two bid farewell to her aunt and proceeded to the place where Li Sheng was confined. It was a small, cramped cave. Through the narrow window, faint sunlight streamed in, illuminating a young man with striking red hair, appearing to be in his early 20s, leaning pensively against the window. His sculpted features were sharply defined, and beneath his sword-like brows were elongated fox-like eyes that, despite not focusing on anyone, exuded an aura of charm. The flicker of intelligence in his gaze could easily ensnare one's heart.
"Cousin."
Meng Meng was the first to speak. Upon hearing her call, Li Sheng turned his head towards her direction. Meng Meng quickly articulated her intent, while inwardly marveling at her cousin's remarkable looks. "I am puzzled. As I understand it, you can seek another partner after losing one. Why the urgency to rescue her?" Hu Wei, now frantic, had no desire to entertain his inquiries. He knew that among their tiger clan, matters were straightforward. Helping or not helping was clearly defined. He found it bewildering how this individual could be so indecisive. "Just state whether you will assist us. Spare me the unnecessary talk." Yet, recognizing his need for assistance, he forced himself to respond politely. "She is different. I truly love her, and I vow to love her alone for this lifetime. She is exceptional. You will see that for yourself. She is in grave danger, and time is of the essence. Please, accompany me to rescue her. Whatever conditions you have, I will comply. On behalf of the Tiger Clan, I thank you and offer you our commitment, regardless of the outcome. I implore you." As he spoke, he prepared to kneel before Li Sheng, marking the first and only time he would ever humble himself in such a manner. Meng Meng, witnessing this proud and towering figure, now begging for the sake of his beloved, felt a pang of sympathy and thus interjected, "Cousin, please help us. Alas, do assist us. This matter is truly urgent, otherwise I would not have sought you out." After posing several inquiries to ascertain Hu Wei's sincerity, Li Sheng shook his head. "Enough, enough. Given your earnestness, let us proceed. You shall wait for me outside while I consult my father regarding the treasure of the Fox clan, and then we shall embark together." The trio hastened along the path indicated by the treasure. In the cave, a loud thud echoed. "Quick, show her," a voice demanded. "If you cannot heal her, do not expect to leave unscathed." A female, captured by Xianli, was unceremoniously tossed to the ground. Her eyes were bloodshot, hands trembling as she approached to examine Yuan Yu's condition. Yet, upon inspection, she realized that despite being the tribe's healer, having assisted in numerous births, she had never encountered such a dire situation. A frail female lay before her, limbs delicate, belly distended, completely exposed upon the ground. A pool of liquid, whether blood or amniotic fluid, soaking the stone bricks beneath her. The female had already lost consciousness upon touching her. The frantic kicks of the unborn child could be felt. She was on the brink of premature labor, having fainted from the agony. If she did not regain consciousness soon, not only would the child within perish from asphyxiation, but she too would lose her life. Upon hearing this, Xian Li's crimson eyes ignited with a fierce intensity as he seized the healer by the throat, threatening her with malice. I care not what means you employ. The child can perish, but she must survive. If you fail, you shall die. With that, he cast the healer back to the ground. She found his words laughable. She was merely an ordinary healer from the Yen tribe, who had diligently studied under the tribe shaman, and had lived a stable life until this demon burst in to abduct the shaman. Although the tribe was not particularly powerful, they could not endure the humiliation and rose in defiance, only to be ruthlessly slaughtered. She felt no fear of the demon's threats, with her kin and friends gone. What was death to her? Yet, witnessing the tragic plight of the female before her stirred her innate compassion. She empathized deeply, surmising that this female too had been captured by the demon. Alas, they were both victims of fate. To save her life, she resolved internally. I was brought here without any medicinal herbs, and awakening her will not be an easy task. With a glare full of reproach, she fixed her gaze upon him. You must think of a way. If you can rouse her, I can ensure her recovery. Or speak to her. Find a method. Xian Li pushed aside the obstructive healer and leaned close to Yuan Yu's ear. Chapter 16. A Safe Delivery. If you do not awaken soon, I will annihilate your beast husband and his entire clan and slay the child within you. He implored her to wake up urgently. His scarlet eyes were like a chilling abyss, brimming with dark currents, his expression fraught with gloom as he whispered her name, gently caressing the reddened corners of her eyes. His gaze filled with a morbid obsession. At that moment, Yuan Yue could indeed hear the sounds from the outside world, yet her memories were in disarray. One moment she was at the scene of a car accident in her past life. The next she was back in the beast realm, her mind crowded with conflicting information. Feeling as though it might burst, she could distinctly sense both her own resentment and that of the original owner, along with the restless movements of the child within her, her first offspring with Hui. She recalled his excitement at the prospect of becoming a father. She ought to exert herself to bring them into the world. Yet, her eyelids felt leaden, as though weighed down by a boulder, rendering her unable to open them. Suddenly, an icy chill enveloped her, and she shivered from the cold. Please awaken. I apologize, I was wrong.
Do not leave me.
A sense of impending tears overcame her as Xian Li had already come to regard Yuan Yue as his partner, his beloved, and the thought of losing her filled him with an unaccustomed sorrow. His usual decisiveness and coldness vanished from his visage, replaced by an anxious dread, his eyes reddened, his voice trembling. Upon hearing his words, Yuan Yu's already muddled thoughts became even more chaotic. Why must you disturb me while I am unconscious? Can you not step back? What is this domineering love you are attempting to impose? She clenched her eyes tighter, her mind a tangled web of emotions. If you do not awaken soon, I will pursue your beast husband across mountains and rivers, exterminating his entire clan. Xian Li, observing her eyes beginning to flutter, continued his threats by her ear. Hui,
Is it?
I shall go now. A third-rate talent. He likely won't last a single blow against me. Just wait, I will fetch him to you. Let us see if you can endure the sight of him dying before your very eyes.
No.
Yuan Yue was suddenly jolted awake, her only thought being that Hui must not come to harm. Quickly, she asked awake. Come and see.
Xuan Li.
Relieved despite her awakening being prompted by thoughts of another male, turned to summon the healer for an examination. The healer approached, sternly instructing Xian Li to step outside and wait before gripping Yuan Yu's wrist. You are in premature labor. I will assist you in delivering. You must also exert yourself to ensure the safety of both yourself and your child. Yuan Yue offered a grateful smile to the healer, her complexion pale and devoid of color, likely a consequence of the system. The pain in her abdomen had subsided, replaced by a mild discomfort. Soon, through their combined efforts, the familiar sensations returned, and the second wave of offspring was finally born. Heavens! This is the first time I have witnessed someone deliver so many children. No wonder this demon abducted you. Your fertility is astonishing. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in her ears. Host delivers the first offspring, a golden tiger cub, female, with a talent level of 5, reward, 10 kilograms of fine salt. Host delivers the second offspring, a white tiger cub, male, with a talent level of 2, reward, a complete sewing kit. Host delivers the third offspring, a white kitten, female, with a talent level of 6, reward, a complete agricultural compendium. Host delivers the 4th offspring, a golden kitten, male, with a talent level of 3, reward, a beauty-enhancing cleansing pill. The host has given birth to her 5th offspring, a male white tiger in beast form with a level 2 innate talent, rewarded with 100 anti-inflammatory medicines. The host has now birthed her 6th offspring, a male golden white tiger in beast form with a level 1 innate talent, rewarded with a spatial bathing room. Congratulations to the host on a successful 2nd delivery, rewarded with a doubling of spatial area, a female wardrobe, and a potion for upgrading talents.
Additionally,
A wilderness survival package is awarded, containing emergency supplies for various unexpected situations in the wild. A medical first aid kit is also granted, comprising an array of medical supplies and rescue medications for both minor and major injuries. Furthermore, a bone-setting pill is bestowed, which enhances the success rate of healing broken limbs to 80% when consumed. The host receives 60 points. Each cub is worth 10 points, with a deduction of 5 points for membership fees, leaving a balance of 55 points. Combining this with the previous 75 points, the total now stands at 140 points. After deducting the 25 points spent on a protective shield, the remaining points are 115, which can be used for purchases in the marketplace. A gentle reminder: the host has successfully surpassed 6 offspring in a single birthing, earning an additional reward of a complete set of kitchen utensils. The host is encouraged to continue striving and seek out high-talent males for mating. This time, a total of 2 female cubs and 4 male cubs were born, with one possessing a level 1 talent, significantly higher than the previous offspring. With proper nurturing, the host will not be easily bullied in future encounters. At this moment, Yuan Yue fully comprehended the purpose of the childbirth system. My goodness, how extraordinary! This is the first time I've seen a tiger clan produce as many as 6 cubs, exclaimed the little female doctor, captured by Xianli, her face awash with disbelief. In their Yen clan, they only birth twice a year, typically yielding around 25 eggs each time, while also guarding against egg thieves, resulting in a low success rate for births. She was well aware of the tiger clan's birth rates, which typically yield a maximum of 3 cubs per litter. Thus, witnessing Yuan Yue deliver 6 cubs, including one with a level 1 talent, left her utterly astonished and deeply concerned. These cubs were not the offspring of that malevolent serpent clan. She worried about what would become of Yuan Yue afterward. Having just given birth, Yuan Yue felt somewhat weak, but did not experience the excruciating pain typical of ordinary mothers. Fortunately, with the support of the system, she mused that without it, she might have lost half her life after such an ordeal. She hadn't yet expressed her gratitude for the assistance of the little female beside her when an annoying voice echoed from the cave entrance.
How is she?
Is she all right? Fearing exposure of her spatial secret, she swiftly flipped her wrist, revealing a small cat totem that glimmered and several newborn cubs, too young to drink milk, were drawn into the space, leaving only 2 beast-form cubs resembling kittens. She dreaded that this demon might see the tiger cubs and, in a fit of primal instinct, act inappropriately. Xianli rushed into the cave, worry etched across his face. Are you all right? Yuan Yue was reluctant to engage with him, but feared provoking his anger with the wrong words. She could only politely thank him. Thank you for bringing the doctor. My 2 cubs and I are doing well. I'm quite hungry. Could you please fetch me some prey? Yuan Yue intentionally diverted him, hoping to engage in conversation with the doctor beside her. Xianli harbored no suspicions, aware that with her current condition, she could not venture far. Nevertheless, he placed a large stone to block the cave entrance as he exited. Chapter 17. Please don't abandon me. Once they confirmed that Xianli had left, they dared to speak softly. The doctor's name was Rong, a healer from the Yen clan, cherished by her parents since childhood and sent to study medicine with a shaman at an early age. The Yen clan, known for their peaceful disposition and lack of ambition, generally possessed low innate talents and would flee to the skies to evade formidable foes. Yet, their tempers were fierce, and they were fiercely independent, refusing to yield, which led to their clan being slaughtered by demons. Even she had survived only through the desperate protection of her kin. After their earlier encounter, Yuan Yue was reassured of Rong's goodwill and sought to explain her circumstances in a manner that was not too difficult for her to accept. As you've seen, I am somewhat different from other females. Rong had already noticed Yuan Yue's uniqueness, but the urgency of the situation and the presence of the demon made it inconvenient to inquire at that moment. You mean your cub suddenly disappeared, correct? Indeed, that is accurate. I have received the blessing of the beast god, who granted me a private space where my cubs are hidden. As Yuan Yue spoke, she observed Rong's expression, relieved to see no significant shock on her face. It was best to withhold information about her escape for now to avoid any potential trouble that could expose her. With the conversation flowing more easily, Yuan Yue summoned her cubs from the space to nurse. The premature cubs, now visibly weakened and less vocal due to hunger, tugged at their hearts. Yuan Yue then produced the talent upgrading potion provided by the system. Upon consuming it for the first time, her innate capabilities surged from none to level 7, leaving her curious about the ensuing changes. The potion was contained in a glass vial the size of a thumb, with a faint purple glow. She swallowed it in one gulp, instantly feeling a warm current coursing through her body, rapidly alleviating the pain in her limbs and abdomen. Her physical condition seemed to improve significantly. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to level 6 talent. Please continue your efforts, host, and keep seeking high-talent males for mating. Future rewards will be even more generous. This potion appeared so extraordinary that she had anticipated a leap to at least level 4 or 5. Yet it only elevated her by 1 level. Well, better than nothing. Although level 6 talent still felt modest, it afforded her a degree of self-preservation against less formidable beasts. At the very least, if she found herself wandering alone, the iron dagger gifted by the system would enable her to hunt and stave off hunger. Glancing at the sleeping Rong beside her, Yuan Yue felt immense gratitude. Though they were not yet close friends and Rong had been compelled to come here, it was undeniable that without her, both she and her cubs would likely no longer exist. With a flourish of her wrist, she retrieved a cotton dress from the wardrobe provided by the system. Thank you for saving me. This is a gift for you, she said, presenting it to the drowsy Rong with both hands. In the beast realm, the common currency among the populace consists of relatively scarce items such as iron tools, fabric, and refined salt. Fabric, in particular, is a luxury reserved for the esteemed leaders of tribes or shamans. Ordinary individuals are relegated to wearing rough, self-stitched animal hides. It is rare to find a female who does not covet new garments, given that their skin is tender and vulnerable, often exposed to the risk of being scratched by vines and thorns while traversing the wilderness. Upon hearing this, Rong's eyes widened with excitement as she eagerly accepted the gift. "Oh my, you even possess this," she exclaimed, running her fingers over the soft fabric. "This cannot be coarse cloth. I recall that our tribe had coarse fabric, but it was only the shamaness who could wear it. No one else had access. Moreover, her garments are nowhere near as comfortable as the one you have given me." Instead of donning it immediately in her excitement, she cast a curious glance at Yuan Yue. "Indeed, this is something I chanced upon," he replied. Rong cherished the fabric in her hands for a brief moment before reluctantly returning it. "Given my present circumstances, it is ill-suited for me to wear such attire. Furthermore, with a demon lurking nearby, should it become damaged, it would break my heart. Please take it back. Let us wear this once we have escaped." "Very well." Just as the words left her lips, a thunderous crash reverberated through the cave as Xuanli used his tail to sweep aside the massive stone at the entrance. He had returned from his hunt, having overheard the conversation from outside, and was intrigued to hear what they were discussing. An orc with first-tier talent possesses senses, far superior to those of ordinary orcs. However, he was unprepared for the shocking revelation that his little female was contemplating leaving him. The two young females, who had been enjoying their conversation, were suddenly struck by the realization that the demon had returned. Their laughter ceased abruptly as they exchanged terrified glances. A colossal white serpent charged into the cave, its crimson eyes radiating a menacing aura. Its upper body reared upright, stained with the blood of its prey, and its forked tongue flicked menacingly, revealing its identity as Xuanli, who had just returned from hunting. With a swift flick of its tail, the serpent sent Rong crashing against the cave wall, causing her to spit blood. It then lunged towards Yuan Yue with astonishing speed. The cold, serpentine body coiled around Yuan Yue, and the serpent's tongue brushed against her face before it transformed into human form, forcefully restraining her. His pale, icy hand gripped her neck tightly, causing the corners of her eyes to redden. "Why do you wish to leave me? Why do you always think of departing? Why must you all abandon me?" His voice was frigid and filled with rage. If words could convey temperature, the atmosphere would be cold enough to freeze everyone present. Yuan Yue's expression mirrored her unease, nearly rendering her breathless as she witnessed Rong's dire state. She thought to herself that this male was truly terrifying and resolved to avoid provoking him further. Whatever he said, it would be wiser to comply for the time being. Observing the panic in the little female's eyes, Xuanli took a moment to temper his emotions, loosening his grip on her neck. He could not afford to lose control any longer. The crimson hue in his gaze gradually faded as he gently closed his eyes, looking at the little female before him, tenderly kissing her plump earlobe. Please do not leave me. Do not abandon me. His cold, thin lips trembled as he spoke, a single crystalline tear sliding down his cheek, as though recalling a painful memory. Chapter 18. The harbinger of winter. The person before him possessed a first-tier talent and an impressive genetic makeup. Should they conceive offspring together, the system would bestow numerous rewards, and their progeny would likely inherit the highest talents, serving as invaluable allies in the future. Given the current circumstances, if he were to be compelled,
He would have no means to resist.
with this realization, Yuan Yue ceased her resistance. A chilling sensation brushed against her earlobe, soft and damp. She gazed into the male's reddened eyes and the faint traces of tears upon his cheeks. It was difficult to fathom what experiences had shaped him into this state. However, the consequences were not of her making. Despite a twinge of sympathy, she was not foolish enough to sacrifice her entire life out of compassion for him. Very well. I shall utilize you this once, and afterward, we shall be even. Consider it compensation for the harm you have caused me, she mused internally, her expression shifting accordingly. She reached out her delicate, pale arm, gently wrapping it around the lean waist of the male before her, resting her head softly against his chest. Xuanli stood frozen, utterly taken aback, his body rigid and unsure. He had never anticipated that his beloved female would embrace him so willingly. Oh my, she actually hugged me. For the first time in his life, he experienced the warmth of another's closeness. He remained motionless, speechless for an extended moment. What is it? Do you not like it? Yuan Yue chuckled lightly upon sensing his discomfort, realizing it was a matter of convenience.
No, no.
I was merely lost in thought. He quickly responded with an unprecedented fervor. And soon the two of them embraced as they entered the inner chamber of the cave. The atmosphere was filled with the essence of spring. Neither of them paid any heed to Rongrong, who lay on the ground, still reeling from her earlier injuries, her eyes wide with shock. Since that incident, although Xuanli continued to keep her confined, she could distinctly sense a shift in his demeanor towards her, which extended to a marked improvement in his attitude towards Rongrong as well. She and Rongrong often conversed privately, gradually growing closer. Rongrong harbored a deep-seated hatred for the demon who had slain her kin and devastated her family, refusing even the pretense of flattery, and had privately complained to Yuan Yue several times. Yet what alternatives did she have? As a modern independent woman who would willingly remain a docile caged bird, especially one subject to domestic violence? However, apart from temporarily relying on Xuanli, she could conceive of no other solution. With their relationship currently somewhat tempered, it seemed a prudent opportunity to seek an escape. If previously Yuan Yue had been akin to a cherished pet in Xuanli's enclosure, now she began to take on the semblance of a partner in his eyes. Nonetheless, Xuanli had recently been exceptionally busy. Winter was fast approaching. The beastmen would stockpile food in large quantities during the winter months to ensure their survival through the cold season. The serpent beastmen, adhering to their lineage, would seek a secure cave to hibernate for a period of 2 to 3 months each winter, emerging only with the arrival of spring. He had no need for sustenance himself. However, at home, a young female and her 2 cubs awaited nourishment, prompting him to diligently prepare prey each day. Behind the cave, he had excavated a small burrow where he stored his catch. Above the entrance, a sloped earthen ramp was fashioned, designed so that when snow fell and subsequently melted into flowing water, it would cascade into the burrow. The carefully hidden prey within would be preserved by nature's frost, transforming the entire storage space into a natural refrigerator, remarkably convenient. The lower section of the burrow extended only a few paces before plunging into an abyss, offering no escape. He had meticulously charted their potential escape routes. Leaving was only feasible if they sprouted wings to fly away or suddenly possessed the talent to shift the massive stone blocking the entrance. Even if they managed to displace the stone, the 2 females, lacking hunting prowess, would meet certain demise in the frigid winter without food. Their retreat was thoroughly obstructed, and only by adhering to his plans could they safely endure the harsh winter. He did not believe they would be foolish enough to risk everything for the sake of leaving. Throughout the past 5 days, Xuanli devoted himself to hunting, gathering firewood, and stockpiling supplies, laboring tirelessly, as it was evident he desperately wished for Yuan Yue to conceive. On one occasion, when she tentatively rebuffed him, He responded with even greater fervor in his efforts, his actions becoming noticeably rough, and he would punish her with a few additional visits. Gradually, she discerned Xuanli's temperament. He was a quintessential, praise-hungry creature, easily riled when displeased, losing control altogether. After 5 days of Xuanli's exertions, she finally sensed subtle changes occurring within her body. One midday, as Yuan Yue and Rongrong used their knives to slice the excess game into jerky, Xuanli entered, cradling a large bundle of animal skins, presenting them to her with a hint of shyness. "I know you fear the cold. This is specially prepared for you. I couldn't acquire cotton cloth, so please make do with the furs for warmth. Come spring, I shall procure some cotton for you." Yuan Yue felt a twinge of gratitude. His recent kindness had led her to entertain the fleeting illusion that it would have been better if they were merely strangers. Quickly, she shook her head, dismissing such thoughts, reminding herself that it was all but an illusion. Regaining her composure, she approached him with a flattering smile. "Ali, I believe I might be pregnant." Xuanli, filled with joy, gently caressed her abdomen, his gaze softening, revealing his delight. He lifted Yuan Yue into the air, spinning her around, his face alight with unprecedented joy. Seizing the moment, she shared her desire for him to help her create a ventilation shaft in the cave, one that could facilitate an escape, as both she and Rongrong were small enough to potentially squeeze through. Moreover, even if escape proved unsuccessful, the smoke from cooking in the confined space during winter could suffocate them. Upon proposing this idea, Xuanli readily acquiesced without hesitation, making her feel one step closer to success. She had anticipated this would be a monumental task, yet to her surprise, Xuanli completed it in under 5 minutes, carving out a small tunnel the size of his wrist, showcasing the undeniable strength of a first-tier talent. With this narrow passage, while it was too small for their beastly forms to traverse at once, she could gradually widen it with the dagger provided by the system, facilitating their escape. To prevent raising Xuanli's suspicions, she approached him and gently embraced the male, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you. Without you, I would be at a loss. It matters not. As long as you do not wish to leave me, I shall fulfill all your requests," Xuanli replied, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, his hand brushing her cheek, his gaze lingering on her full lips, growing increasingly entranced. Chapter 19. A Fatal Strike. With a resounding crash, the massive stone that had shielded the cave was forcefully kicked aside, sending debris flying and leaving a cloud of dust and shattered stones in its wake. Those inside, startled by the commotion, rushed outside to investigate. The newcomers were none other than Hui and his companions. Hui stood at the forefront, flanked by Lixing and Mengmeng, their bodies marred by numerous scratches from thorny underbrush, some even oozing droplets of blood. At long last, Hui beheld the one he had longed for, his heart aching at the sight of her pale visage, a wave of concern washing over him, and his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You must have endured considerable hardship, my Yaya. Forgive me for arriving late." Yuan Yue was equally astonished. From the moment she decided to feign vulnerability, she had envisioned countless escape routes. The boulder at the cave's entrance could be absorbed into space. But first, the cubs needed to be freed, and with her and Rongrong's limited strength, any attempt to flee would likely end in capture and severe punishment. She could only bide her time, waiting for Xuanli to place his unshakable trust in her before devising a plan. Having grown accustomed to independence, she had never anticipated Hui would return to rescue her. Even when he had previously asked, "Would you like to come home with me?" radiating with brilliance. Even after they had become mates, and despite his promises to care for her throughout his life, she had never considered relying on anyone. Gazing at the male she had not seen in ages, a swell of emotion surged within her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. For so long, she had lived under the scrutiny of others, burdened by an overwhelming sense of unease. Her heart perpetually weighed down by the fear of inadvertently uttering the wrong words and incurring harsher punishments. In that moment, her heart finally found solace. It turned out he was her anchor. Even if his abilities were not extraordinary, his mere presence brought an inexplicable sense of peace. The realization that there was someone on whom she could rely was profoundly moving. She felt tears welling up, yet she held them back, for she was truly cherished. And that was enough. She could not allow her emotions to affect Hui. Should he be injured at this moment, her heart would ache even more. Upon their meeting, Lixing, Xuanli, and Hui clashed fiercely. Xuanli recognized Hui, having observed him from the shadows when he had abducted Yuan Yue. How could a third-tier talent possibly be worthy of his female? The audacity to attempt to reclaim her was tantamount to courting death. Xuanli launched attacks with lethal intent, and given Hui's capabilities, he would have fallen within 2 exchanges. However, an unexpected male of equal first-tier prowess proved to be a troublesome opponent. A golden-furred tiger, towering over 2 meters, found itself ensnared by a massive white serpent. Just as the serpent's venomous fangs were poised to strike, a stunningly beautiful crimson fox leapt forward, swatting the serpent's head aside. The scene became intensely precarious. Amidst the distraction of the crowd, Meng Meng dashed forward, grasping Yuan Yue's hand with fervor. "You must flee with me, foreigner. My brother away, and my cousin can handle that great serpent." Yuan Yue was taken aback, utterly astonished that the very person she had loathed most in the tiger clan had come to her rescue. However, she hesitated to run immediately, recalling Rongrong still trapped in the cave. She turned back, gesturing to Meng Meng, "Wait for me." This action caught Xianli's attention, leading him to mistakenly believe she was reluctant to leave. A wicked smile spread across his lips as he provocatively taunted Hui. "Look, my little female is unwilling to part with me. She will not accompany you. She carries my offspring within her." With a sinister grin, a hint of crimson appeared on his pale visage. "As for your progeny, I suspect they are non-existent. My little female has only birthed 2 cubs resembling her beastly form, devoid of any of your genes." Upon uttering these words, his contorted smile could no longer be concealed. He paid no heed to Hui's once gallant and handsome face, now darkened with rage.
Impossible.
How could this be? He refused to believe that his little female had any unavoidable reasons for her actions. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Hui momentarily froze, only to be struck aside by the massive serpent's tail against a nearby tree, sharp branches tearing into his chest, blood gushing forth. Though Hui possessed a 3rd-tier talent, he was no match for Xianli. However, the bothersome creature surrounding him proved to be a significant nuisance. Once dealt with, the wretched fox would become far more manageable. He intended to slam Hui against the branches, but miscalculated just enough to prevent the branch from piercing his heart. Li Sheng, witnessing the scene, found his fiery red fur even more vivid against the backdrop of blood, appearing almost blinding. He quickly lunged to engage Xianli in combat. With no time to spare, Xianli shot a furious glare at him, shifting to a defensive stance. Yuan Yue emerged, still clutching a finely crafted iron dagger. She entrusted Rongrong to Meng Meng, watching as they departed safely before returning to the fray. The sight of Hui's wound pierced her heart deeply. He had been the first person she had truly shared her life with since arriving in the beast realm, a bond transcending mere companionship, friends, allies, family. Yet today, he bore such grievous injuries because of her, igniting a tumult of guilt and fury within her. Unable to endure any longer, she charged forward, feigning assistance to Xianli. They stood back to back, Xianli adopting a protective posture that shielded her entirely from the formidable firefox. "What are you doing? Be careful not to injure yourself." "Retreat." A flicker of gratitude surged within him, realizing how deeply his little female cared for him. Yet the next moment brought a chilling revelation. A cold dagger met his flesh. His crimson-slit pupils widened in disbelief as he turned his head to confront the very source of his injury. His voice dripped with icy disbelief.
"Why?"
Yuan Yue discarded the bloody dagger. Her voice trembled slightly, laced with remorse. "I'm sorry. I had hoped that once I left, we would never meet again. But you should never have harmed him. He is the one who has treated me the best." The most important. Chapter 20. A successful escape. Yuan Yue had dealt a crushing blow to Xianli. His expression morphed into one of incredulity, and after a brief moment of shock, he transformed into his beast form and swiftly departed. Yuan Yue gazed in the direction of his retreat, momentarily lost in thought. Deep within her heart, she pondered, "This time, I admit my fault. We are even now. It is best if we do not cross paths again. I wish you all the best." She turned towards Hui. Li Sheng stood still, seething with anger. Cursed serpent. One of his beautiful tufts of fur had been corroded by the vile poison. He had intended to pursue and eradicate the threat but was halted by Yuan Yue. This was his territory. No one could restrain him. Forget it. Let us first assess Hui's condition. Hui's chest wound had clotted, ceasing to bleed, yet it appeared quite alarming. He lay on the ground, devoid of strength to rise. As he saw his little female approach with concern, he mustered a faint smile, forcing through the pain to inquire, "Yeah, are you all right?" Just one sentence was all it took for Yuan Yue's tears to overflow. "Why are you so foolish?" She embraced Hui's shoulders, weeping uncontrollably. Fear gripped her heart. She dreaded that because of her, this bright and cheerful boy might vanish forever. I didn't need you to save me. I could have escaped on my own. If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to Uncle the clan leader? Overwhelmed with emotion, grief, anger, guilt, her complex feelings streamed down her cheeks alongside her tears. At that moment, Hui longed to comfort her, yet he lacked the strength to lift his arms, only managing a resigned smile. Without further delay, Yuan Yue produced the medical emergency kit gifted by the system earlier. She retrieved 2 unopened bottles of hydrogen peroxide, pouring it over the wound. The sting of the peroxide was excruciating, yet Hui merely frowned momentarily at the initial touch, thereafter gazing at Yuan Yue with a smile. The lengthy gash on his chest gradually diminished in foam as she continued to cleanse it with hydrogen peroxide. Yuan Yue shot him an irritable glare. Torn between concern and frustration, her hands never pausing as she fetched iodine to continue washing the wound. Thankfully, the bleeding had ceased. Otherwise, with the scant amount of gauze in her kit, it would have been utterly insufficient for such a significant injury. After rinsing with iodine, she cleaned it with a cotton swab, donned gloves, and prepared to stitch the wound. Observing the pale, yet smiling male lying on the ground, she curiously asked, "Aren't you afraid? When I stitched Linda's wounds before, they were neither as extensive nor as alarming as this one." Linda's expression was one of agony. "Yet you seem unfazed, not reacting at all." In the early days of January, Yuan Yue swiftly donned her gloves, prepared the necessary tools, and after disinfecting, she began to suture the torn inner muscles. Following that, she employed the forward continuous lock-stitch method to close the superficial wounds, transforming the grotesque and terrifying injuries into a clean and even state under her skilled hands. Pleased with her masterpiece, she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Fortunately, no bones had been harmed. There was still a bit of anti-inflammatory medicine in her possession. Once they reached a safe location, she could administer it to him, allowing him to recuperate properly for a while, which alleviated her concerns significantly. She was so engrossed in stitching up Hui's wounds that she remained oblivious to the growing warmth in Li Sheng's gaze directed at him. After tending to the wounds, she eagerly summoned the cubs of both herself and Hui from her spatial pocket. At this moment, she was unconcerned about whether her secret would be discovered by Li Sheng. With his intellect, it was impossible to keep it hidden, especially since he had already noticed her dagger earlier. Now, all she desired was to bring joy to Hui by letting him see their cubs. The little ones were already a month old, and upon being released, they scampered about excitedly. All 6 cubs had been premature, born bald and red, resembling 6 round little potatoes. Now, over a month later, they had developed to the point where they looked no different from a typical 1-month-old cub. Previously, she had feared that Xian Li might pose a threat to the tiger cubs, so she had kept them in the spatial pocket for the most part, only allowing them out to nurse when Xian Li went hunting. In contrast, the kitten-shaped cubs, possessing a form similar to Yuan Yue's, had not suffered much and were actually bulkier than the tiger cubs. The eyes of the 6 cubs had just begun to open slightly, allowing them to see a bit. Upon spotting Hui, they crawled toward him with great curiosity. "Oh my goodness! Yu, are these my cubs?" Hui strained to sit up, but the pain from his upper body wounds was too excruciating. He managed to sit up with great effort, smiling at Yuan Yue, his face filled with astonishment.
Hey,
"Are you two going to leave, or not? Are you waiting for that wandering beast man to come back and attack?" At this, they exchanged a knowing smile. Hui leaned down and kissed his cubs, instructing Yuan Yue to gather them back. The cubs sensed they were about to be returned to the dark confines of the spatial pocket and protested loudly, but their resistance was ultimately in vain. Yuan Yue and Li Sheng supported Hui on either side, gradually matching the pace of Meng Meng and Rong Rong. They had already agreed that since the Fox clan was the closest, it would be impractical for Hui to travel long distances in his current condition. Thus, they planned to first recuperate with the Fox clan before making further decisions. Moving forward in a conscious state, Yuan Yue began to understand just how arduous their journey through the thorny forest had been for him. The narrow path was thickly overgrown with thorns, and the few small trails available were barely large enough for Yuan Yue's beast form to squeeze through. The others, with their larger beast forms, must have endured considerable hardship to reach this point. It was truly commendable of Meng Meng, an unremarkable girl, to have persevered. Hui, injured and unable to revert to his beast form, would risk reopening his wounds if he transformed, rendering all Yuan Yue's efforts in healing futile. It seemed they would have to rely on each other to proceed. With a flick of her wrist, a finely crafted dagger appeared in her hand. She handed it to Li Sheng, who appeared lost in thought, and proposed an idea. Why don't we try using the dagger to cut through the thickets by the roadside? That way, the three of us can pass through together. Li Sheng took the dagger, examined it carefully, and nodded in agreement. Initially, he had intended to retrieve 2 sets of clothing from the spatial pocket, but all the garments there were female, far too small for their towering frames. Once the 3 were prepared, they helped each other and finally departed from the cave that had confined Yuan Yue for so long. Chapter 21. An unexpected turn of events as they journeyed on. Taking breaks along the way, they were finally halfway through their trek, with the hope of dawn in sight. The prey they had taken from the beast den had been consumed, and Yuan Yue and Hu Wei leaned against a large tree for a brief respite. Li Sheng announced he would go hunting, taking the lead as the only one in their small group with combat capability. Snowflakes began to drift softly from the sky, each crystalline flake resembling a delicate sprite as they fell gracefully. "How beautiful!" Yuan Yue exclaimed, tending to Hu Wei's wounds and changing the dressings. "Do you like the snow?" "I do. Don't you think it's lovely?" he replied. "It is indeed beautiful, but our tiger clan does not experience snowfall. I'm afraid that once you return with me, you may never see it again." "That's all right. As long as I can be with you, it matters not whether I see the snow or not." Just as they were sweetly exchanging tender words, a faint rustle emerged from behind them. Suddenly, a massive, dark gray figure burst forth from the trees. It was a wild boar. The creatures of this world were generally much larger than those from the past. This wild boar, clearly devoid of intelligence, was covered in sharp bristles, exuding a primal savagery. With its tusks curled menacingly upward and its gray-brown eyes filled with menace, it appeared intent on claiming its prey. Despite Hu Wei's wounds beginning to heal, he was still far from recovered. Engaging in battle would undoubtedly cause his wounds to reopen, possibly worse than before. The wild boar scanned its surroundings and swiftly locked onto the injured Hu Wei and the female beside him, charging forward with a fierce attack. The golden figure could no longer afford to dwell on his pain. He knew he had to protect his mate, and he was willing to sacrifice everything for her. In a flash, Hu Wei transformed into his beast form, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick of his hind legs, engaging the wild boar in a fierce struggle. The boar relentlessly attacked with its tusks, but Hu Wei's agile body dodged expertly. He aimed to bite the boar's neck with his own sharp fangs, only to realize that the boar's most formidable defense lay not in its tusks, but in its bristly hide. Its defense was practically impenetrable. With each attempt, Hu Wei's chest wound reopened, blood trickling down as he felt himself on the brink of defeat. Desperately, he pressed down on the boar's bulk, calling out to Yuan Yue. "Yu, run. Quickly find Li Sheng. Don't look back. Don't worry about me." He understood that with his current injuries, defeat was inevitable. He did not dwell on it. All that mattered was the safety of his beloved mate. Having spoken, Hu Wei summoned every ounce of his strength to deliver a powerful bite to the wild boar's neck. Fully aware that this would likely be his final strike, sealing his fate, he had no time or opportunity to turn back. Only a silent hope that his little mate had made her escape. He braced himself, resigned to his fate. At this moment, neither the wild boar nor Tiger Wei sensed the impending approach of Yuan Yue. A shadow darted forth from the side. A sharp dagger plunged fiercely into the belly of the wild boar. In a flash of cold light, even the most resilient pigskin could not withstand the keen edge of the finely forged iron dagger. As the blade pierced its abdomen, Yuan Yue gripped the dagger with both hands, exerting all her strength in an attempt to slice open the boar's belly. Unfortunately, the boar's abdomen was too thick, and the dagger too short, rendering her efforts futile. The entrails did not spill forth as she had envisioned. This strike only served to enrage the wild boar further. Ignoring the dagger embedded in its belly, it let out a terrifying roar that shook the entire forest, startling a cacophony of birds into flight. The frenzied wild boar turned, charging at Yuan Yue with its tusks poised to strike, and with a swift motion, hurled her into the air. With a resounding thud, Yuan Yue crashed to the ground. Feeling as though she had been struck by a vehicle, her body racked with excruciating pain. The wild boar, undeterred, glared at her with cold indifference. To it, the diminutive female was no different from a lifeless corpse. It prepared to deliver a final blow, charging towards her. Yuan Yue, compelled by instinct, transformed back into her beast form to evade the attack. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she sprang up a nearby tree. The wild boar, incensed at the prospect of losing its prey, charged violently at the tree. The impact felt more jarring than an earthquake. Fortunately, as a feline beast man, her sharp claws clung tenaciously to the bark, preventing her from falling. She realized that she could not remain in this precarious situation. Otherwise, By the time Li Sheng returned, both she and Tiger Wei would likely be lifeless corpses. She needed a plan. Yes, the wild boar's weakness lay in its eyes. Its vision was poor. If she could strike its eyes, she could ensure a silent escape for herself and Wu Wei. Her body, already battered and on the verge of internal rupture from the collision, compelled her to exchange points for a bottle of physique-enhancing elixir from the system. The hard-earned 104 points dwindled to a mere 80 in an instant. She uncapped the bottle and gulped it down, feeling her talents surge to level 5, alleviating much of her pain. With renewed vigor from her hind legs, she launched herself into the air, tracing a perfect arc before landing atop the wild boar. Her hind claws dug into its back as her front paws swung, aiming to attack its eyes from behind. The boar thrashed violently, its hefty body shaking as it attempted to dislodge the troublesome cat. One failed strike led to another. Yuan Yue extended her claws, wildly raking at the boar's head. Finally, a shriek erupted from the boar as her claws found their target, tearing into its right eye, blood gushing forth instantly. The boar, in agony, thrashed madly, and Yuan Yue was finally dislodged from its back. In a roll, she tumbled beneath the boar, yanking out her dagger, blood splattering her face as the nauseating stench assaulted her senses, nearly causing her to retch. In a swift motion, she transformed back into her human form, seizing the moment when the boar was in a frenzy, and drove the iron dagger into its other eye, slicing it open entirely. Though the boar was in excruciating pain, it still possessed brute strength. Clinging to its remaining will and the sounds it could hear, it charged at Yuan Yue, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yuan Yue nimbly darted behind a large rock, and the blinded boar crashed into it with a thunderous impact. The boulder cracked under the force, and the wild boar collapsed to the ground. She knew that the boar had merely been momentarily stunned from the collision and had not truly met its demise. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she rose and delivered a coup de grace. Thus, this unexpected encounter concluded with Yuan Yue's bittersweet victory. At this moment, she was utterly drained, covered in blood, leaning against the boulder, gasping for breath. Chapter 22. May I? When Li Sheng returned, carrying 3 wild rabbits, the battle had already concluded. The first sight that greeted him was the blood-soaked ground and Yuan Yue, struggling to stitch Tiger Wei's wounds. He was taken aback and, looking nearby, was shocked to see the enormous corpse of a wild boar. He hurried over. What happened? Yuan Yue managed a strained smile and recounted the events in detail. Li Sheng was filled with trepidation. He regretted leaving alone, fearing that if these 2 companions perished, all his efforts would be in vain. He had never been one to engage in fruitless endeavors. It's all right, it's been resolved. We'll be more cautious next time. Yuan Yue, unaware of his true thoughts, assumed he was merely concerned for their safety and offered him reassurance. The snow continued to fall steadily from the sky, gradually increasing in intensity. We must find a place to take refuge. We both need to recuperate. Not far off, they spotted a small stream that had yet to freeze over, and they intended to wash their game in its waters. The biting cold prompted them to consider lighting a fire. Roasting the game would prove more pleasant. The trio arrived at the riverbank, locating a large stone to lean against, and fashioned a makeshift shelter overhead. Li Sheng gathered a pile of firewood while Yuan Yue prepared to roast the meat. In a swift motion, she displayed an array of essentials: fine salt, dagger, lighter, and a wilderness survival kit, all meticulously laid out before her. What followed was a seamless process of igniting the fire, cutting the meat, and roasting it. The crackling of the fire resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night. Tiger Wei had already succumbed to sleep nearby, leaving only Yuan Yue and Li Sheng in a contemplative silence. The skewered meat was ready, and Yuan Yue sprinkled a fine layer of salt over it before handing a skewer to Li Sheng. "Thank you," he said, beginning to eat. After a moment, he could no longer contain his curiosity and spoke up. "May I call you Yu?" Yuan Yue, though slightly taken aback, maintained her composure and replied, "Of course. Yu, may I ask you a question? It might be a bit presumptuous, but please believe me, I mean no harm. All right, ask away. I will share whatever I can." Yuan Yue thought to herself that after everything they had been through, and given how many times he had witnessed her use her space abilities, there was likely little left to conceal. Indeed, he asked, "I'm just curious. How do you acquire your belongings? Why can your offspring and many items seemingly vanish and reappear at will?" Understanding his curiosity, Yuan Yue decided to reveal the truth without reservation. She simply stated, "I have previously received enlightenment from the beast god. He bestowed upon me a virtual space which, though invisible, undeniably exists in real time." She had no intention of deceiving anyone. In this world, what other explanation could she offer? It would be absurd to claim that she had traversed dimensions with the system. Thus, she could only find an excuse to deflect the conversation. No wonder one might think. It was uncertain whether he believed her. After all, the only explanation Yuan Yue could provide was this. Following her words, silence enveloped them, and they exchanged unspoken glances. Your roasted meat is truly delightful. It is the finest I have ever tasted. Thank you. Li Sheng seemed to have had his fill, his eating gradually ceasing as he set down the wooden skewer, expressing his gratitude. Oh, it's nothing. I was rescued by you all. Just a meal of roasted meat, really. She intended to be polite, unaware that her words were taken at face value. Is that true? Li Sheng, already handsome, had his defined features slightly flushed by the glow of the fire, and his fiery red hair danced wildly in the cold wind. Their eyes met, and for the first time, she discerned the determination and audacity reflected in his gaze, laced with a hint of mischief. The atmosphere grew, increasingly intimate. Li Sheng gradually leaned closer, his passionate eyes fixed upon the petite female before him. She was the first, and indeed the only one he had ever encountered. So uniquely remarkable. Despite her frail physique, she exhibited an astonishing talent when confronted by beasts, starkly contrasting with the typical females he had known, who merely chattered incessantly. During their initial encounter, she had bravely resisted the wandering beast man who attempted to abduct her, standing back to back with him. In the face of danger, she was capable of stepping forward alongside her beast husband. Such courage and tenacity were qualities many females could only aspire to. He was convinced that his unwavering commitment over the years had been solely to await her arrival. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he asked, "May I be your beast husband?" His radiant black eyes, illuminated by the delicate snowfall of early winter, brimmed with tenderness, while his alluring fox-like gaze was filled with affection. The crimson strands of hair at his temples swirled in the cold wind, mirroring the fervor of his heart, which remained restless. For a moment, her heart faltered. The word, yes, nearly escaped her lips. However, with Hu Wei lying nearby, she felt a surge of panic. According to the customs of their world, a female could possess multiple beast husbands. Moreover, bound to a birthing system, her purpose was to continually seek out beast husbands to bear offspring, thus fulfilling her task and ensuring her survival. Even if she agreed to Li Sheng's request, Hu Wei, with his kindness toward her, would likely not object, as he was already aware of her having a beast husband. Yet, Yuan Yue felt it was improper. She ought to first secure Hu Wei's consent. She could not be so selfish. Thank you for your affection, but I cannot agree to you just yet. Li Sheng's expression shifted to one of despondence, the smile in his peach blossom eyes dimming slightly. Secure Hu Wei's consent first. If he agrees, then we can discuss it further. Yuan Yue was indeed concerned about Hu Wei's feelings. He had been so good to her, and she did not wish to cause him sorrow. Li Sheng gazed at Yuan Yue for a moment before giving a slight nod. All right. With that, their conversation ceased, and they continued to exchange silent glances. The snowfall intensified, blanketing the ground around them, concealing their quarry beneath a layer of white. Hu Wei's towering form lay sprawled nearby, his long, muscular legs extending into the open. Fearing he might catch a chill, Yuan Yue rose and crouched beside him, gently shifting his legs inward. Li Sheng busied himself with the fire, the crackling of the flames resonating in the stillness of the night. Hu Wei, in a drowsy haze, sensed movement near his lower half and initially felt alarmed, fearing danger. However, as he registered the soft touch against his legs, he quickly deduced it was his small female, and he leisurely opened his eyes. It smells so good. Chapter 23. What business is it of mine? Hu Wei sat up to partake in some food, and the three of them soon succumbed to slumber under the flickering glow of the fire. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed down, the trio set forth once more on their journey to the Fox clan. Yuan Yue wondered how Meng Meng and Rong Rong were faring, whether they had safely returned home. She had specifically instructed Hu Wei not to act impulsively, regardless of any perilous situations they might encounter, lest his wounds reopen, complicating his recovery. Hu Wei obediently acknowledged her request, and the three of them continued on, supporting one another. As for the previous day's hunt, Yuan Yue had stored it within her space, ready to retrieve it for sustenance whenever hunger struck. By this time, the heavy snowfall had accumulated to ankle-deep, and as the sun emerged, the ice and snow began to melt. The path, muddied and soaked, proved treacherous. The stains from the previous day's exertions remained unwashed, the vivid bloodstains having dried, forming parched lines akin to withered flowers. At that moment, Yuan Yue yearned for nothing more than a soothing hot bath followed by a change into clean garments. Casting a glance at her companions, she noted that aside from Hu Wei's injuries, Li Sheng's condition was not much better. The system had previously rewarded her with a bathing chamber, which she had yet to explore, leaving her uncertain if requesting a bath would seem out of place. Just as she grappled with how to broach the subject, a cry for help pierced the air. Turning to investigate, they beheld a small female emerging from the roadside, pursued by several robust males wielding weapons. The petite female, with her disheveled dark purple hair cascading behind her, bore a pale face flushed with cold, and her wide purple eyes reflected sheer terror. Upon spotting Li Sheng, she momentarily froze, caught in awe or something else, before disregarding the puddles of melting snow and mud. Rushing forward to kneel at his feet, clasping his leg tightly. The force of her action splashed muddy water onto her face, yet she paid it no heed. "Please, save me. They are villains. I was abducted by them." Li Sheng, taken aback, instinctively shook his leg, attempting to dislodge her grip. He was not one to indulge in sentimentality. Yet, rather than releasing her hold, the female only clung tighter. The skin of Li Sheng's long, sinewy legs turned red from her grasp, prompting Yuan Yue to intervene. "Please, let go of him. Whatever the matter, you can explain it once you stand." However, the small female seemed not to hear her, casting a glare at Yuan Yue before resolutely maintaining her grip on Li Sheng's leg. Li Sheng harbored no particularly amiable disposition towards strangers. During his time among the Fox clan, numerous females had expressed their affections towards him. Yet he felt nothing but disdain and had never experienced even a flicker of attraction. Now, with his heart belonging to Yuan Yue, he found himself utterly indifferent to any other females. Observing that the female persisted in her grip despite Yuan Yue's counsel, he felt a wave of irritation wash over him and decisively flung his leg, which she had been clutching, away with force. The violet-haired female was unable to withstand Li Sheng's strength and was unceremoniously cast to the ground with a thud. Li Sheng stepped protectively in front of Yuan Yue, shielding her from the splattering mud. The two exchanged knowing smiles, neither feeling the need to break the silence. Onlookers anticipated her retreat, but to their surprise, she rose with a carefree demeanor, continuing to plead, though this time without attempting to cling to his leg. Among those pursuing her was a slender, wiry male, not particularly tall but exhibiting a physique brimming with muscle, exuding a keen intelligence. His eyes were ablaze with fury, though he expertly concealed his emotions, suppressing them with great effort. "Warriors, this female is named Zai, the saintess of our wolf clan. We kindly request that you refrain from intervening in our internal matters." The diminutive male clasped his hands together before his chest and bowed. In the beast realm, such gestures signified courtesy and respect, and those of higher aptitude could discern the talent levels of those less gifted. Clearly, the two males before him possessed superior abilities, and any conflict could potentially lead to dire consequences, possibly resulting in severe repercussions upon their return. Li Sheng was the first to speak. "We have no intention of meddling. Take her away if you must. We are merely passing through." "Thank you, brave warriors," the little male replied, his voice tinged with reluctance. "But I can't bear to see her in distress," Hu Wei murmured softly. "Li Sheng, should we not lend her a hand? She appears rather pitiable." Yuan Yue turned to him in surprise. Should she label him foolish or simply kind-hearted? Did he truly comprehend the implications of involving themselves in such matters? Had circumstances been different, he might have found himself in dire straits. "Let us refrain from meddling," Yuan Yue whispered to Hu Wei. "She is a saintess of the wolf clan. Our interference could invite significant trouble." Yu, I understand your concerns. It's just that seeing her plight reminds me of your own past struggles, and it tugs at my heartstrings," Hu Wei replied, revealing his true motivation. Realizing this, Yuan Yue felt somewhat embarrassed and refrained from further comment. Li Sheng drew closer, sidling up to Yuan Yue, the air thick with an almost palpable tension. "This matter is indeed not our concern. It is wiser to avoid entanglements. Let us hasten our journey home." Very well. The three reached a consensus, unwilling to wade through such murky waters, and prepared to continue on their way. "Li Shen, save me. They intend to send me to the pig clan for marriage." As Li Sheng had just lifted Hu Wei to depart, he paused mid-step, glancing back at Zai, whose obsidian-like gaze radiated an air of peril. "How do you know my name?" Zai, sensing a glimmer of hope, suddenly became quite unruly. "We are acquainted, you see. Do you not recall? At the Fox clan's matchmaking banquet, your mother expressed her fondness for me and suggested a union between us. Li Sheng quickly turned to gauge Yuan Yue's reaction, discovering to his relief that she did not appear as displeased as he had feared, though a pang of sadness struck him. The temperature around them plummeted, yet Zai persisted. Undeterred. I know you do not harbor any feelings for me, but as a favor to a former acquaintance, could you please prevent me from being wed to the pig clan? I beg you. Zai continued her entreaties. Li Sheng's expression darkened, his countenance resembling the bottom of a pot, and his words turned sharp. Firstly, the pig clan is quite suitable for someone like you, who readily flings herself at any male. Secondly, I do not know you, nor do I consider you a friend. Thirdly, are you going to take her or not? Enough of this noise. The last remark was directed at the diminutive male and his companions. Zai was incredulous. Yes, yes. We will escort her back immediately. Farewell, esteemed warriors. Under the leadership of the small male, the remaining guards hastily subdued the struggling and wailing Zai and departed. Chapter 24. Shall we bathe together? After enduring another fortnight of travel, Yuan Yue could no longer endure the discomfort. Li Sheng, on the other hand, had a rather unconventional method of bathing. Akin to treating a fur coat, he would roll in the snow to rid himself of any unpleasant odors. Yuan Yue had attempted this method as well but found herself far too sensitive to the cold. Each time she plunged into a snowbank, she would shiver uncontrollably, an instinctual fear of the chill overwhelming her. After 2 attempts, she abandoned the idea altogether. She had also tried sneaking into the space to bathe in the dead of night while others slept, but she could barely get settled before Li Sheng would notice her absence, forcing her to concoct various excuses to appease his inquiries. The most daunting of all was Hu Wei, the tallest and most robust among them, and also the one who had gone the longest without a wash. Previously, he had been unable to bathe due to injuries, but now that his wounds had scabbed over, he could manage with a bit of caution. Besides the scent of sweat, his body carried the aroma of smoked meat from prior meals, and remnants of blood from their hunts lingered, transforming his once charming masculinity into something undeniably primal. To say Yuan Yue had endured physical discomfort several times just to embrace him would be an understatement. I can't stand it any longer. We must bathe. After a month away from Xianli, Yuan Yue finally voiced this rather ill-timed notion, her patience wearing thin. She knew that if she didn't indulge in a warm bath soon, she would surely reach her breaking point. Hu Wei scratched his head in confusion. You. There are no hot springs around here, and the snowmelt is far too frigid for you to endure. What shall we do? Perhaps we should hold out until we reach the Fox clan and reassess then. He did not perceive any urgency. It was quite normal to go without bathing under such circumstances.
No, y refusa.
I must bathe today. Either you wait here for my return, or you help me find a place to wash. She secretly hoped to sneak away alone and return unnoticed, but her intentions were transparent to Li Sheng.
Li Shen.
With his captivating fox-like eyes, squinted playfully at her and chuckled. Would you like me to accompany you? Yuan Yue was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp his implication. Was he merely asking in jest? No, that's unnecessary. You should stay here with Hu Wei. If his wounds require attention, he'll need someone to look after him. Only after saying this did she realize something felt amiss. Oh, heavens! You rogue! Yuan Yue, flustered with indignation, playfully smacked his shoulder. It dawned on her what he truly meant. The two individuals sat there exchanging playful banter, with Hu Wei beside them, thoroughly enjoying the merriment. Observing the foolishly grinning Hu Wei, Li Sheng was the first to speak. Ah Wei, why don't you go hunting first? I suspect Ye might get hungry soon. All right. The naive Hu Wei, thus tragically manipulated by the cunning fox, set off to hunt.
Wait.
Why don't you join him? I can manage a bath in the snow by myself, Yuan Yue contemplated, aiming to divert Li Sheng and act independently. Li Sheng's dark eyes locked onto hers, unblinking. A hint of a smile crept onto his face, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Very well, I shall see what you intend to do in my absence. With that, he rose to follow Hu Wei's footsteps. The three had been inseparable for an entire month, a full month, finally managing to shake them off. Yuan Yue felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had never before entered the bathing chamber gifted by the system. Surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was watching, she began to gather the snow around her with both hands and feet, before diving headfirst into the snowy mound, disappearing from sight. Li Sheng, however, did not stray far. He hid behind a massive rock, quietly observing every movement of Ye. It was not his intention to deceive Yuan Yue. Rather, his curiosity got the better of him. And his hiding skills were not particularly remarkable. Yuan Yue's innate abilities were simply too limited to detect his presence. Once he witnessed Yuan Yue truly bury herself in the snow, he turned and left. Yet, Yuan Yue had not genuinely vanished. She had merely entered the system's concealed space. This space differed slightly from the storage space. The storage space was a simple, small, empty concrete box, devoid of anything but meant for storing supplies. In contrast, the hidden space was adorned with a wardrobe provided by the system, alongside a private shower area. The walls were lined with pinkish-white tiles, warmed by sunlight, and a luxurious massage bathtub lay invitingly within. Playful kittens frolicked on the wall tiles, strikingly reminiscent of her own cubs. Equipped with a brand-new, high-end electric water heater and an array of accompanying products, from everyday toiletries like towels and toothpaste to larger items such as toilets and washing machines, it was all-inclusive. The overall aesthetic leaned towards a charming style, perfectly balanced to avoid being overly saccharine, a thoughtful design that aligned perfectly with Yuan Yue's preferences. Xiao Lu, I'm here.
Host.
Hee. How do you like the thoughtful arrangements from our system? It's fantastic. How did you know this was exactly what I needed right now? I'm absolutely in love with you. In her previous life as a doctor, she had always prioritized cleanliness, fully aware of the terrifying nature of microbes and bacteria.
Hee.
Don't be too moved, host. This is merely one small gift. Please continue to strive and complete your tasks. More delightful surprises await you in the future. Do remember to seek out a male with high talents for cohabitation and offspring. Keep up the good work. After invigorating Yuan Yue, Xiao Lu fell silent once more. Yuan Yue, disregarding everything else, twisted the luxurious shower head, allowing warm water to cascade over her, tracing the curves of her body.
Ah!
This feels exquisite. She gradually sank into the bathtub, relishing the warmth, allowing the soothing water to wash away her fatigue and reveling in the release of negative emotions amidst the enveloping steam. The weariness of recent days dissipated, and she gradually drifted into slumber. Yeah, where are you?
Yeah.
Panic filled the voices of the two males searching for her. In her drowsy state, she heard them calling her name. Oh no, I fell asleep. Yuan Yue jolted awake, as if she were late for work, but the alarm had not rung. Wait, am I not in the beast world? She murmured. Yes. I must hurry out, or they might go crazy looking for me. She dried off, stepped into her wardrobe, and casually grabbed a comfortable dress to wear. In a flash, she exited the space, leaving behind the beast skin she had been wearing in the washing machine, intending to clean it later. Chapter 25, A Confrontation. Yuan Yue seized the opportunity as the two were distracted and stepped out of the space. Her bare feet met the icy snow, causing her to shiver instantly. The two males, who had been anxiously searching for her, ceased their loud calls. Before them stood an enchanting figure, her silver hair still damp and cascading down her back. Dressed in a simple yet elegant cotton dress that accentuated her ethereal beauty. Her skin glowed brighter than snow, and her deep brown eyes sparkled like clear springs. A gentle smile gracing her lips, exuding an aura of serene fragrance. Hu Wei, in a swift motion, rushed forward and scooped the female into his arms.
Hey.
Where have you been? We almost couldn't find you. Yuan Yue stifled a reaction to the overwhelming scent of sweat, patting his shoulder. Put me down quickly. Reluctantly, Hu Wei gently set her down. Upon looking up, she met Li Sheng's inquisitive gaze. Where did you go? He had clearly seen the little female disappear into the snow, and now she emerged in clean attire. She must be concealing some secret, something beyond mere storage space. His eyes brimmed with confusion, yearning for answers yet apprehensive that his inquiries might frighten her. Yuan Yue was aware of her exposure, however, as long as she did not reveal the system's intricacies. No one would fathom her secret. Currently, she could not share her secret with either of them. But if one day her bond with Li Sheng grew as close as with Hu Wei, she might consider showing him her space and sharing her secret.
For now,
she had to change the subject and feign ignorance. She shook her body, hopping in place, her breath visible in the frigid air, a testament to the low temperature. My feet are so cold. The skin on her feet, now reddened from the chill, was losing sensation. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Wei tore off his only piece of beast skin and began searching for vines to fashion her a pair of boots. Li Sheng ceased his questioning. In a flash of red, he scooped Yuan Yue into his arms, positioning her comfortably on his lap, and extended his hands to warm her feet. Yuan Yue felt a rush of shyness, wanting to refuse, yet the powerful grip of his hands held her immobile. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of female was she? The females he had encountered were mostly either frail or domineering. always seeking the aid of fathers or other males when faced with challenges. However, Yuan Yue was different. He understood that regardless of the magnitude of her problems, she always managed to handle them independently. Given a little time, she could resolve any issue flawlessly, appearing as though she required no assistance. Yet, beneath her seemingly resilient exterior, there were moments when she felt vulnerable and shed tears. Her capricious nature captivated him profoundly, yet an air of subtle estrangement lingered between them. Perhaps he had unwittingly fallen for her. He did not wish to continue in this manner. As he embraced her soft, fragrant form, he was overwhelmed by an intoxicating aroma that made his own body tingle with discomfort. Unable to resist, he lowered his gaze toward her. Her downcast eyes and slightly flushed cheeks hinted at a touch of shyness, while her long eyeliner and thick, curled lashes accentuated her beauty. Even her lips appeared particularly alluring, glistening like dewdrops on the tender petals of early spring flowers, evoking an irresistible desire to taste their sweetness. Such thoughts crossed his mind, and before he knew it, he leaned down to kiss her, yearning to savor the dew on the flower's heart. At that moment, Hu Wei, holding a retrieved vine in one hand and a torn piece of beast hide in the other, froze at the sight before him. Yuan Yue hastily leapt to the ground, her flushed face betraying her inner turmoil. Li Sheng's ears turned crimson, as fiery as his own fur, and he stumbled backward in panic. Snowflakes drifted gently from the sky, landing upon them, and the chilling wind sent Hu Wei's heart plummeting. His obliviousness finally gave way to understanding. If this were the case, everything fell into place. Hu Wei lunged forward, landing a punch squarely on Li Sheng's face. Li Sheng, what do you mean by this? I considered you a friend, and yet you treat me like this? Were we not clear that I would repay you, and that the entire Hu clan would assist you in times of need? You dare to covet my female? What do you mean, you're female? You can choose whomever she desires. What gives you the right to claim her?
Li Sheng retorta defiant-li.
If it weren't for Yu's concern for your feelings, I would already be her mate. I refuse to believe that you are pursuing her unrequited. She has not reciprocated your affections. With those words, he struck again, fueled by anger. He could not allow anyone to bully his female.
Li Sheng,
not one to back down, engaged in a physical tussle with him, both relying on sheer strength, exchanging blows in a primal display of dominance. Hu Wei's fury intensified as he spat. So, Li Sheng, the sly fox is indeed cunning. I thought you were different, treated you as a friend, only to discover you are capable of such treachery. You actually intend to steal you from me, playing me for a fool. Li Sheng shot back. Am I the one treating you like a fool? Perhaps you should reflect on your own words. You are the one who is foolish.
fine.
Even if I am foolish, you prefers me, not you. Not necessarily. My talents surpass yours. My abilities exceed yours. And yet, regardless of your superior gifts, I shall forever remain the one she loves most. Observing the two bickering like children fighting over candy, Yuan Yue shook her head in exasperation. However, she refrained from intervening, as her intention was to have both of them. In the beast world, it was common for a female to be part of a family with multiple males. Such arrangements were not uncommon even among friends or brothers. With her unique birthing system, it was destined that she could not have only one mate. Thus, the best course of action was not for her to deliberately intervene and dictate their relationship, but for them to find a way to harmonize on their own. Though they were not the closest of friends, enduring hardships together had undoubtedly forged a bond between them. Most importantly, if she were to offer counsel, it would have to be done privately, away from their eyes, lest they perceive her as biased, complicating matters further. Chapter 26. A family. As Li Sheng and Hu Wei's argument escalated, Yuan Yue realized she had to intervene, as her previous plan had proven ineffective. With a swift motion, she positioned herself between the two, narrowly avoiding a punch from Hu Wei that almost struck her in the face. You too, cease this commotion and listen to me. Both men halted their actions at her words. Hu Wei, slightly taller than Li Sheng, stood around 6 feet, a muscular figure that once exuded the charm of a golden-haired, golden-eyed, sunny youth. Now, however, he resembled a pitiful, bullied giant cat, dark circles under his eyes nearly touching the ground. His gaze toward Yuan Yue was filled with nothing but grievance, unspoken yet clear. On the other hand, Li Sheng was not in any better shape. Standing at 185 centimeters with fiery red hair, which was now a chaotic mess, he appeared like an enraged crimson lion, defiant and ready to explode. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Yuan Yue felt compelled to console him. Does it hurt? She gently touched Hu Wei's dark circles. then glanced at Li Sheng's bleeding lip, internally lamenting the severity of their confrontation. She assessed both personalities and concluded that Li Sheng was the more astute of the two. Thus, she decided to approach him first. Tenderly, she wiped the blood from his lips, rose to her tiptoes, and placed a gentle kiss upon them, her tone imbued with warmth. "Does it hurt?" Li Sheng, taken aback by the moist sensation on his lips, momentarily froze before a smile slowly spread across his face, the anger in his eyes dissipating. After indulging in his blissful grin, he provocatively glanced at Hu Wei. He had grasped Yuan Yu's intention, with a bridge built. Why not take the opportunity? No longer angry, he simply wished to provoke Hu Wei, who had claimed that Yu only loved him. That notion irked him. Hu Wei, witnessing this, felt a pang of disappointment, an urge to cry stirring within him for the second time in his life, the first being due to Yuan Yue as well. Despite the differing circumstances, he felt unjustly treated. Why would Yu have feelings for this cunning fox, who was so treacherous? He could deceive himself, but he feared he might one day deceive Yu too. No, he could not allow that to happen. Though his talents were not the highest, he believed he was the one who truly loved Yu the most. With his hands firmly planted on his hips, he unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Li Sheng, hurling insults such as wicked creature, dog fox, treacherous, and sly, all while inwardly lamenting that one day, Yu would surely come to recognize his true worth. Rather than being angered, Li Sheng exchanged a knowing smile with Yuan Yue, their unspoken understanding evident in a mere glance. Li Sheng took the initiative to gently pat Hu Wei on the shoulder, saying, "I did not deceive you, nor did I toy with your feelings. I simply have yet to figure out how to broach the subject with you." Hu Wei, however, paid him no mind, dismissing his words entirely. "Come on, bro. Are you still upset?" Hu Wei forcefully shook off the hand resting on his shoulder and turned away, ignoring him. Observing this, Yuan Yue felt compelled to step forward and offer comfort. She softly caressed Hu Wei's fluffy little head, fixing her gaze upon the male before her. "Do you understand why I chose to pacify him first instead of you?" Hu Wei, pouting in annoyance, mumbled under his breath, "I know, it's because you favor him." Yuan Yue couldn't help but stifle a laugh, although she found Hu Wei's jealousy quite amusing and wished to tease him further. She also felt a pang of sympathy for his distress. It was better to soothe him gently. "Don't you think we should first attend to the guest in our home?" "Guest?" Hu Wei was momentarily taken aback, prompting Yuan Yue to continue her gentle coaxing. "So tell me, why do you believe I am partial? I am your beast husband. Even if he aspires to be one too, he must wait in line. Why should he assume he can claim you right away, even as a guest? If you are accommodating him." "Exactly, a guest. He is indeed a guest." Realization dawned upon him, and the earlier sorrow and grievance dissipated, his expression brightening considerably. This child is truly innocent and remarkably easy to appease. Yuan Yue couldn't resist rewarding him with a kiss, which encouraged Hu Wei to finally engage with Li Sheng. After much deliberation, the two reached an agreement. Mo, whom they had yet to meet, would be the first beast husband, Hu Wei the second, relegating Li Sheng to the third position. However, Li Sheng protested loudly, claiming it was unfair that the first beast husband, having 8 offspring, and Hu Wei, with his own 6, were far better off, while he remained without any. He insisted that after their formal union, he should monopolize his partner for a week as compensation. Once this was settled, Hu Wei and Li Sheng began to coexist more harmoniously. Although their banter persisted daily, Hu Wei gradually accepted the male who had chosen to extend a helping hand in their time of peril. On a crisp morning, half a month later, the trio finally arrived at the Fox clan after a leisurely jaunt. At this point, Yuan Yue was nearing her time to give birth, her belly prominently rounded. Her cotton dress could no longer accommodate her, so she had donned a brand new maternity outfit. As the sun rose, the towering snow-capped mountains stretched out in an expanse of white, glistening under the warm winter sun, evoking the sensation of sunlight illuminating a golden peak. The mountains appeared crystalline, shrouded in mist, as if they were cleansing the very essence of one soul. "Heavens, what a breathtaking sight!" she exclaimed, gazing up at the snow-capped peaks, her hands clasped in prayer. Were it not for the presence of others, she would have longed to shout in exhilaration, releasing all the pain and grievances she had endured in recent days. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that the sunlight gracing the mountains would surely bring her good fortune. With the dawn at their heels, the group ventured into the heart of the Fox clan. The Fox clan differed slightly from the Tiger clan. If the bobcat clan represented a small tribe and the tiger clan a medium-sized one, then the fox clan could be considered a large tribe. Their populace was more numerous, and their intellect sharper. In the distant city of Wanshou, many members of the fox clan engaged in commerce. Not only from the red fox lineage, but also from various other fox clans of differing hues and bloodlines. They exchanged goods and traded with one another, their resources abundant, making them a truly sizable community. The Red Fox clan, to which Li Sheng belonged, was merely a branch of this larger fox tribe. Yet even so, their living conditions and daily lifestyles were relatively elevated. After a lengthy period of recuperation, Hu Wei's wounds had nearly healed. Initially, he intended to return to the Tiger clan with his young ones, but with Yuan Yue on the verge of giving birth, he found it difficult to leave her side. Thus, he resolved to wait until after her delivery to reassess his plans. After a time of rest within the beast den, the trio finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 27. Li Sheng's mother Wei, cousin. Are you awake yet? Aunt is calling. A raucous female voice broke through Hu Wei's drowsiness, beckoning him. It seemed to be Meng Meng. He opened his eyes to find the little female nestled beside him, her face a picture of bliss. He wished each day could be spent in her company. Yeah, time to rise. He gently patted her cheek, calling her softly. I'm awake. They hurriedly dressed and ventured out to reunite with Meng Meng. Along the way, Meng Meng chattered incessantly about everything, from their arrival at the Fox clan and the waiting game to nearly chasing after them only to be stopped by Rong Rong, to Aunt's daily worries about her cousin's return and so many other curious tidbits. They arrived at the beast den where Li Sheng's mother resided, greeting everyone as they entered, only to find the room already lavishly prepared. It resembled a welcoming feast, with a luxurious, soft hide laid across the stone table, adorned with an array of fresh meats, many still glistening with blood, and various unfamiliar fruits. In the corners of the table, several rare bottles of wine were displayed. The atmosphere suggested that today's gathering was of no ordinary significance. As polite greetings were exchanged, everyone sought their seats, with Yuan Yue, Hu Wei, and Meng Meng sitting together. Li Sheng and his mother occupied the front, while Rong Rong and several of Li Sheng's brothers took the seats below them. Li Sheng's father was absent, having gone to the Fox clan headquarters to offer tributes. Just as they settled in, before they even had the chance to start eating, Li Sheng's mother began to speak. In your haste upon arrival, we did not have the opportunity to properly welcome you. Hu Wei and Meng Meng have been like family, growing up under my watchful eye, so their familiarity with one another is a given. Welcome to my Fox clan as guests. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she swiftly shifted the subject. But this little female must be Wei's partner, correct? I heard you were taken by the wandering beastmen? In the early days of January, Yuan Yue found herself savoring an unfamiliar crimson fruit, its flavor reminiscent of a delightful fusion between an apple and a tomato, bursting with a sweet and tangy juice. As she relished this first taste of fruit in the beast realm, her momentary joy was abruptly interrupted by a disquieting remark. She pondered. Wasn't this already known? Why the inquiry? What does it mean? Nonetheless, she maintained an air of ignorance, responding politely, Indeed, I owe my safe escape to the assistance of Li Sheng. Thank you. Subsequently, she reverently placed her hands together before her chest and bowed, conscious of her status as a guest. Gratitude was essential, especially in someone else's domain. I apologize for the trouble I've caused. Wei and I were planning to return in a day or two. Upon hearing this, Li Sheng's mother smiled gently and remarked, I have no intention of sending you away. Your bond with Meng Meng is quite strong, so stay for as long as you wish. However, I am curious as to why Hu Wei seems so disinterested in our Meng Meng, risking so much to seek you instead. What makes you so special? Her inquiry, seemingly innocent and straightforward, was, in fact, laden with implications, placing Yuan Yue in a rather awkward position. To speak of her merits would seem boastful, yet to downplay herself would be equally inappropriate. She chuckled nervously before replying, Perhaps it is the will of the beast god. There must be a divine purpose at play. Li Sheng's mother appeared displeased with this response, her expression shifting visibly from intrigue to mild irritation. Oh, have you encountered any amusing tales during your time with the wandering beastmen? Please share, as I spend my days in solitude and find it quite dull. This was hardly mere banter, it was a veiled attempt to unearth her vulnerabilities. Yuan Yue thought to herself, What have I done to deserve this? If this is meant to defend Meng Meng, hasn't that chapter already closed? Meng Meng herself has stated she no longer harbors feelings for Hu Wei and has moved on. Why persist with this? Just as Yuan Yue grappled with how to respond, balancing tact with self-respect, Li Xing interjected. He surveyed the room, casting a discontented glance at his mother. Why ask this now? Haven't we all returned? Meng Meng chimed in. Andy, those events belong to the past. I was young and naive then. It took time for me to realize that brother away is not suited for me. Naturally, I seek a male who would cherish me as uncle cherishes you. Li Xing's mother, displeased with her son's tone, was further silenced by Meng Meng's insistence. Just as the atmosphere began to soften, Yuan Yue boldly declared, I am with child, the offspring of the wandering beastmen. The lively conversation fell abruptly silent. In truth, there was no need for concealment. She was mere days away from giving birth, her burgeoning belly betraying her condition, and during labor, the beastly form of the offspring would be undeniable. In the beast realm, fertility was regarded as an asset, not a source of shame. It was merely the circumstances surrounding her abduction by the wandering beastmen that were less than honorable. However, given the situation, everyone was undoubtedly aware, and there was no reason to hide the truth. Clearing her throat, Li Xing's mother swallowed a piece of tender meat, wiping away the blood that spilled from the corner of her mouth. Away, let this one go. It was an accident. However, dear, I must advise you that a child of the wandering beastmen is not to be kept. Who knows what genes they may carry? You wouldn't want to toil in vain. Her statement was unmistakably clear. She suggested that Hui abandon the child and instead sire a new brood of his own.
Hui,
Upon hearing this, made his stance clear. Madam, Meng Meng and I already have our own offspring. As for this child, the decision rests with Yuan Yue. I have no objections. I will support her in whatever she chooses. He then took Yuan Yue's hand, offering her encouragement. Li Xing slammed his cup down with a loud thud and rose, his expression tinged with mild annoyance. Are you still eating? The implication was clear. Either eat in silence or refrain from further chatter. Very well. I suppose I have spoken too much. Go ahead and eat. Li Xing's mother, displeased with her son's manner, wore a long face and, shaking her head, chose not to continue the conversation, taking Meng Meng with her as they departed. Meng Meng turned back, offering Yuan Yue a apologetic smile. Only Rong Rong remained, sitting quietly and observing the dynamics in the room, feeling like a small swallow among fierce carnivores, unsure of how to navigate the situation. Once Li Xing's mother had left, the remaining guests resumed their cheerful discourse. Li Xing tended to Yuan Yue with unwavering attentiveness, serving her food. Yet, aside from the perceptive Rong Rong, who sensed an undercurrent of tension, none noticed anything amiss. After the meal, the group returned to their respective quarters. Chapter 28. Mental control in the nights leading up to her impending labor. Yuan Yue found herself plagued by restless sleep, haunted nightly by dreams of Xuanli. He appeared before her, his immense serpentine form looming, his crimson slit-pupiled gaze fixated upon her, his forked tongue flickering against her cheek. Abruptly, he would open his gaping maw and lunge towards her belly. Alternatively, she would find herself walking, only to be pursued by a massive serpent, its eyes glimmering with an enchanting light that threatened to ensnare her senses. The beast would adopt an aggressive stance, narrowing its eyes before swiftly closing the distance, relentlessly chasing her while calling out, Where are you going? Why do you reject me? Where are you taking my child? Each dream was fraught with peril, invariably involving Xuanli, whose expression was always one of crimson sorrow, as if she had grievously wronged him, leaving her to shiver in terror in the dead of night, causing her to toss and turn restlessly. Even in Hui's embrace, she found no solace. She surmised that perhaps the fluctuations in her hormones during pregnancy were contributing to her paranoia, or it could be that this child was connected to Xuanli, allowing him to exert a subconscious influence over her thoughts. This could not continue. It was far too terrifying. Her health had visibly deteriorated over the past few days. Her once exquisite visage now bore the marks of sleepless nights, with dark circles forming beneath her eyes. She needed to devise a solution swiftly. If this continued, she might not only jeopardize the safe delivery of her child, but also her own well-being. In the dead of night, within the confines of the beast den, the formidable Tiger Wei lay peacefully asleep beside her, his steady and rhythmic breathing resonating softly. However, Yuan Yue found herself utterly incapable of slumber. Once again, she had been jolted awake by a nightmare. Sitting up, beads of sweat adorned her brow, her silvery hair clinging tightly to her scalp, and a chill enveloped her entire being. As she wiped the sweat from her forehead, a surge of alarm coursed through her. This state of affairs was untenable. She needed to devise a solution to her predicament without delay. Xiao Lu. I am here, esteemed host. How may I assist you? Why have I been unable to sleep at night lately? Every time I doze off, I am awakened by nightmares? According to my analysis, your current mental state is under threat. The exact cause remains unclear. However, it is certain that this adversarial action endangers not only you, but also the offspring within you. Is there a swift remedy for this? As far as I know, the only way to sever the connection with the adversary is to expedite your delivery. However, this course of action carries certain risks, and the specific side effects are unknown. I urge you to deliberate carefully. Yuan Yue was resolute in her desire to halt this torment. Although just a few days remained until her due date, the growing bond between Xian Li and her unborn child intensified with each passing moment, which meant the mental pressure she would face would only escalate. She could endure no more. The physical confinement had become a nightmare in itself, and she could no longer tolerate prolonged mental subjugation. She longed to break free from him, wishing never to encounter him again. She accessed the system to meticulously search for anything that might facilitate an early delivery. After sifting through the options, she finally discovered an induction pill. Name: induction pill. Price: 20 points. Effect: assists the host in immediate delivery. Side effects unknown. Potential mutations affecting facial and physical traits may occur, which could be either advantageous or detrimental. As this is still within an experimental phase, I advise the host to exercise caution. Yuan Yue thoroughly examined the instructions before promptly ordering one pill, leaving her with a mere 60 points from the 80 she had painstakingly accumulated. However, she refrained from consuming it immediately, instead scrutinizing it closely in her hands. The pill was a mundane brown sphere, yet the intricate patterns upon its surface hinted at an extraordinary power. She felt a twinge of anxiety. What if her appearance morphed into something unrecognizable, or her hard-earned abilities regressed to nothing overnight? The risk seemed grave. After much contemplation, she resolved to consult Li Sheng. Li Sheng had been sequestered in his beast den, as his mother harbored a distinct aversion towards Yuan Yue. Hence, he had yet to find an opportune moment to broach the subject of their union, fearing that a hasty discussion would only exacerbate tensions. At this moment, he too was wide awake, tossing and turning on the stone bed, pondering how to gain his mother's acceptance of Yuan Yue. A series of knocks echoed from the door. Li Sheng rose to open it, revealing the person he had yearned to see but had not encountered for several days. Her eyes were shadowed and bloodshot, her long silvery hair billowing wildly in the frigid night air, presenting a striking yet tragic visage. Her swollen belly was a testament to her impending delivery. Yuan Yue was nearing her time, so he had refrained from disturbing her, preoccupied with thoughts of their union and appeasing his mother. Yet, in just a few days, she had become so haggard. Concern welled within him as he ushered her inside. Clasping her icy hands in his, and gently inquired, Yu, what troubles you? I haven't slept at all for the past few days. Every time I manage to doze off, I am immediately startled awake by that wandering beast man in my dreams. I fear he might be exerting mental pressure through the child in my womb. Your abilities are heightened. Can you help me devise a strategy? Yuan Yue's eyes, rimmed with red, beseeched him for aid, stirring his compassion. I believe I understand the situation. Those high-ability, cold-blooded creatures possess certain skills that allow them to resonate emotionally with their offspring. Given your current state, it seems his injuries have healed, and he is now exerting mental pressure through the child within you. As Li Sheng spoke, a pained expression crossed his face. He bowed his head, lost in thought. He cannot remain. We must find a way to eliminate him. Otherwise, he poses an immense threat to you and to us. What should I do? If this continues, I shall perish from exhaustion. I haven't slept for 5 or 6 consecutive nights. My eyes are so weary they can barely stay open. Yet every time I close them, I am haunted by visions of Xian Li pursuing me. I dread the thought of him capturing me again. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, her distress rendering her frantic as she paced the floor. Yu, do not fret, I will find a way. He swept her into his arms, cradling the weary female gently before laying her down on the soft fur-lined stone bed. He then reclined beside her, resting his large hand upon her back, soothing her with gentle pats to calm her tumultuous emotions. Gradually, Yuan Yue's eyelids grew heavy, and her anxieties began to dissipate. Before long, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 29. Mental torment. With Li Sheng's unwavering companionship and solace throughout the night, she finally enjoyed a restful sleep, curiously undisturbed by nightmares. Just as she was on the verge of dreaming of Xian Li, a small, fiery red fox would appear, playfully nuzzling her. dispelling the chilling atmosphere that had threatened to engulf her. This was indeed remarkable. Could it be a clash of abilities? Both Li Sheng and Xian Li possessed first-tier talents. When Li Sheng was present, he naturally radiated the pressure of his first-tier ability, leading to a mutual cancellation of energy as their powers collided. In light of this, it appeared that the risks associated with the induction pill were no longer necessary. She decided to hold on to it for now, should any emergencies arise in the future. In the following days, Yuan Yue and Li Sheng were nearly inseparable. Tiger Wei, aware of the situation, refrained from commenting, yet it incensed Li Sheng's mother immensely. Every time she sought her son, she would find that wretched foreign female clinging to him, despite her own mate being nearby. It was utterly shameless. She held a disdain for the frail female, preferring the robust and vivacious demeanor of someone like Meng Meng, though regrettably, they shared a blood connection. In the beast realm, familial ties prohibit marriage. Otherwise, the offspring born will merely embody their lineage in beast form, devoid of intelligence, remaining in their animalistic state regardless of the passage of time. This wisdom, passed down through generations of beastmen, is a hard-earned lesson, well known and revered, establishing a taboo that none dare to breach. In summary, the foreign female, Yuan Yue, is held in utter disdain by her, as she is frail and lacks the backing of her maternal clan, rendering her incapable of benefiting her son. Furthermore, she has already taken 2 beast husbands, alongside a wandering beastman of unknown origin. Their Fox clan, while not entirely intolerant of outsiders, has seen foreign females marry into their tribe, producing offspring akin to their maternal line. However, her son possesses an innate talent of the highest caliber. He deserves nothing but the best. Although she has long anticipated her son's union and the arrival of grandchildren, she aspires for nothing less than a holy maiden of a prominent tribe, not a mere outsider who cannot even return to her own clan. The more she contemplates, the more her ire grows, as her beloved son has been so foolishly ensnared by this detestable foreigner, perhaps due to his limited interactions with females. Thus, she resolves to create more opportunities for her son to engage with other females, hastening the day he can rid himself of the shameless Yuan Yue. In secret, she summons her subordinates, reaching out to the neighboring tribes to seek fertile females, promising that should they successfully unite with her son, the next matriarch would be that female. Meanwhile, Yuan Yue is in labor. She lies anxiously on the stone bed in the birthing cave prepared by Li Sheng, her belly swollen, her slender limbs slightly puffy, presenting a rather alarming sight. This labor is unlike her previous ones, as Xian Li's mental pressure intermittently assails her spirit, causing not only physical discomfort but also profound mental fatigue. The physical unease does not stem from contractions or kicks, thanks to her systematic, pain-free birthing ability, but rather from the unrelenting turmoil in her stomach over the past several days, leaving her without appetite and unable to eat. Her stomach continuously convulses, and she has repeatedly felt the urge to vomit but to no avail, a truly distressing sensation. Beside her, steadfastly Sheng, along with Hu Wei, Rong Rong, and Meng Meng, are all anxiously watching the scene unfold. Meng Meng even brings her a fruit resembling an apple tomato from her past meals, yet it offers little solace. Throughout, Li Sheng holds her hand tightly, and whenever she is overwhelmed by intense mental pressure, he kisses her deeply, helping to dispel some of the resentment emanating from Xian Li. The moment has come. Yuan Yue screams, her pallid face contorted, devoid of color, as her stomach churns violently, tormenting her to the brink of despair, causing her onlookers great distress. After what feels like an eternity of agony, with the assistance of Rong Rong and the healer, she finally delivers a clutch of snake eggs. Host has given birth to the first offspring, a white snake in beast form, female, with a level 5 talent, reward, a temporary refuge. Host has given birth to the second offspring, a white snake in beast form, male, with a level 2 talent, reward, a steel longsword. Host has given birth to the third offspring, a white snake in beast form, female, with a level 6 talent, reward, 5 pairs of women's leather shoes. Host has given birth to the fourth offspring, a white snake in beast form, male, with a level 1 talent, reward, a beauty cleansing elixir. Host has given birth to the fifth offspring, a white snake in beast form, male, with a level 2 talent, reward, a complete set of medical instruments for bone setting. Host has given birth to the sixth offspring, a white snake in beast form, male, with a level 1 talent, reward, a long-range flashlight. Host has given birth to the seventh offspring, a white snake in beast form, female, with a level 5 talent, reward, 5 packs of barbecue seasoning. Host has given birth to the 8th offspring, a white snake in beast form, male, with a level 2 talent, reward, 5 packs of chili powder. Host has given birth to the 9th offspring, a white snake in beast form, female, with a level 6 talent, reward, a classic recipe book. Host has given birth to the 10th offspring, a white snake in beast form, male, with a level 3 talent, reward, a beauty cleansing elixir. Congratulations, Host. On the successful completion of your 3rd delivery, rewards include doubled space area, a male wardrobe, and a bottle of talent potion. Reward, 1 wilderness survival kit, containing emergency products for various unforeseen circumstances in the wild. Reward, 1 medical first aid kit, including various medical supplies and rescue medications for both minor and major injuries. Reward, 1 bone setting pill, for those with broken legs. Taking this pill increases the bone setting success rate to 80%. Reward, 100 points. Each offspring earns 10 points, deducting 5 points for membership fees, culminating in a total of 160 points available for purchase in the marketplace. Warm reminder: the host has successfully birthed over 10 offspring in 1 delivery, granting an additional reward of a talent upgrade potion. The host is encouraged to continue seeking high-talent males for mating, perhaps due to the shared white coloration of both Xian Li and Yuan Yue. All the offspring are uniformly white. However, it is remarkable that all are snake eggs, with not a single kitten among them, illustrating the dominance of Xian Li's genes. Notably, among the offspring, there are 2 with level 1 talent and 3 with level 2 talent. Such a lineup would be esteemed in any tribe a truly formidable presence. Even Li Sheng's mother stands tall, proud of having birthed him, a beast with level 1 talent. Yet, she grapples with how to manage these younglings. She harbors disdain for their father, yet cannot bring herself to abandon them to their fates. They are but innocent younglings, and given their impressive talents, it would be cruel to extinguish their lives before they even have the chance to flourish. Li Sheng proposes that Yuan Yue should simply raise them, for they are her own offspring, innocent in their plight, and as long as they are kept away from the wandering beast man, no harm should come to them. Chapter 30. Departure from the Fox clan. Previously, with Hu Wei's offspring and the 10 snake eggs, the count of younglings has now risen to 16. The incubation period for the snake eggs remains uncertain, leaving them to wait in silence. Given the current safety of their situation, it is unnecessary to keep the younglings in their space, and thus they can often be seen crawling about in the beast cave where Yuan Yue resides. She cannot help but reminisce about the 8 younglings she shared with Mou. She wonders how they fare within the tiger clan. Moreover, she has received the medical instruments promised to Mou for treating his leg, and it is high time to prioritize that matter. It has been a long time since we last met, and I find myself pondering the well-being of the one person who had shown me kindness in those bygone days. Surely, he would feel joy upon seeing his offspring. After Yuan Yue expressed her desire to visit her own tribe, the others unanimously decided to accompany her. Meng Meng, originally intending to return to the tiger tribe, chose to join them as well, ensuring they could look after one another. They collectively agreed to first journey to the tiger tribe to collect the 8 cubs before setting off towards the lynx tribe in the distant Zay Mountains. As they prepared for departure, Yuan Yue had entrusted the care of the cubs to Rong Rong during her time of labor. Rong Rong had even crafted a small basket to carry the cubs and the unhatched snake eggs. Hu Wei, Li Sheng, and Rong Rong were aware of the blessings bestowed upon her by the beast god concerning spatial matters, but Meng Meng and Li Sheng's mother remained unaware. Given the long journey ahead, it was prudent to exercise caution to avoid any misfortunes. They gathered dried meat, water flasks, the basket, the cubs, and some spare animal hides. Li Sheng also brought along shells, the currency of the beast world, to give to Yuan Yue. As the group prepared to bid farewell to Li Sheng's mother, they stepped outside, only to see her approaching with a diverse group of females, each with distinct appearances and skin tones. Upon noticing their bundles, Li Sheng's mother felt a surge of happiness, believing that this outsider was finally departing, thus allowing her to arrange a suitable match for her son. "Are you really leaving? Why not stay a little longer?" she inquired politely, her gaze fixed on Yuan Yue, who walked at the center of the group. "Indeed, we have imposed on you long enough. I apologize for the inconvenience. We shall take our leave now. Thank you for your hospitality." As she spoke, she retrieved a silk garment from the basket Hu Wei carried and presented it with both hands. "Please accept this as a gift we prepared for you from the tiger tribe." Li Sheng's mother, a robust figure akin to Meng Meng, selected the whitest silk robe from her wardrobe, resembling a sleeping gown, which would suit any figure comfortably. Oh. It seems our tribe's chief holds you in high regard to bestow such precious gifts upon you," She accepted the silk garment, her fingers caressing the smooth, cool fabric, which brought a smile to her face. Indeed, no female could resist the allure of a gift. Very well, I shall accept it. You all should return to the tiger tribe and live well. Do visit us again when you have the chance. With a wave of her hand to Yuan Yue, she signaled her farewell, visibly relieved to see them depart. The 5 of them expressed their thanks and walked away in unison. Where are you going? Li Sheng's mother grasped her son's arm, confusion evident in her voice. I am going back with them.
What?
Why would you follow them? Haven't they already finished helping you? You must consider your own marriage prospects. Look at Hu Wei. He has 6 cubs already. When will you give me a grandchild? These females are all from nearby tribes with high fertility. Choose one of them to stay and marry. She gestured towards the females following behind, her tone domineering and unyielding. Mother, I want to be Yuan Yue's mate, so I must go with her. Let those females return home. You need not worry about my affairs any longer. Upon hearing this, Li Sheng's mother's smile froze. Have you lost your mind? With so many unmarried females, you choose one who already has a mate? Or one who has been abducted by a rogue beast man? How did you end up like this? What spell has she cast on you to make you so foolish? She disdainfully tossed the garment back to Yuan Yue, glaring at her with accusation. Do you think a mere piece of clothing can deceive me into letting my son follow you? Yuan Yue picked up the silk garment that had been thrown at her, preparing to speak when Li Sheng stepped forward to shield her. Mother, your words are too harsh. It is I who chose her, and I care not for her past. As long as she remains by my side, I am content. How can you be so foolish? You claim she did not entice you? Let us set aside the fact that she has a mate and cubs. She is a female without capability or status, unable to even return to her own tribe. How could she possibly be worthy of the position of the Fox tribe's young chief's wife? Not even your father would agree. You wretched woman. Is it not enough to have Hu Wei? You must also seduce my son. She lunged at Yuan Yue, attempting to tear her away from Li Sheng. I will explain everything to father myself. You need not fret. Besides, I believe he will surely like her. Very well, I shall tear her apart today. And we shall see how you follow this wretched woman. Hu Wei could no longer endure the scene and stepped up to stand beside Li Sheng, blocking Yuan Yue from view. Please, be cautious with your words. She is my partner, recognized by my father and accepted by our tiger tribe. He emphasized the words recognized by the tiger tribe. Meng Meng, unable to remain silent, stepped forward and tugged at Li Sheng's mother's arm, pleading.
Aunt.
Do consider how many females you previously introduced to cousin. None of them caught his eye. Now that he has found someone he genuinely likes, let him be. My cousin is not an impulsive fool. He knows his limits. Li Sheng's mother swatted Meng Meng's arm away. You too? Supporting her? If it weren't for her interference, you would already have cubs. What has she done to you all? One by one, you take her side. Li Sheng's mother trembled with anger, standing firm with her hands on her hips, cursing. Li Sheng, I tell you now, if you disregard my wishes and insist on leaving, then be gone, and never return. I shall consider you no longer my son. Li Sheng cast a long, lingering glance at his mother, yet his resolve to leave remained unwavering.
Fine.
Go, all of you. Leave and never come back. I shall pretend I never had a son. With that, she began to rain slaps upon Li Sheng. Mother, please allow me to return and explain everything later. Do not be angry. I must take my leave now. With that, he turned away, leading the way out. As Yuan Yue passed by, she returned the garment to Li Sheng's mother, having fulfilled her part in the gift-giving. How she handled it thereafter was entirely her concern. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the females from other tribes and the fury of Li Sheng's mother, the group shouldered their burdens and set forth on the path away from the Fox tribe. Chapter 31. A new departure. The day following their departure from the Fox tribe, they re-entered the thorny jungle. This time, however, their companions were by their side. Winter had deepened, and the roads outside were exceedingly treacherous, blanketed by thick layers of snow that could easily engulf small beasts like Yuan Yue and Rong Rong. The landscape was a vast expanse of white, and the snowfall continued to intensify. The leaves of the plants had long since fallen, with only a few tall and stately pine trees standing amidst the thicket. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, enveloping the scene in a desolate stillness, as if all vitality had been extinguished. The once dense thickets of thorns were now blanketed by heavy snow, forcing them to navigate through a treacherous path, their steps faltering in the deep drifts. Rong Rong produced a pair of leather boots from her backpack and distributed them to her companions. These were crafted using the needle and thread that Yeye provided last time. I made a pair for each of you. though I'm uncertain if they fit well. Do try them on. The group hastily removed their old footwear and donned the new boots. Rong, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Not only are they soft, but they fit perfectly, Meng exclaimed, admiring her boots with satisfaction. Indeed, I agree. They are exceedingly comfortable. To everyone's delight, they jovially teased Rong, praising her for being both beautiful and capable, causing her cheeks to flush as she playfully urged them to cease their banter. The boots Rong had sewn were undoubtedly superior to the makeshift bindings that Yue had previously used. Yet, despite their new leather boots, the constant threat of sharp stones, decaying stumps, and thorny plants continued to inflict pain upon their feet. The relentless snowfall rendered the journey arduous. With no alternative, they transformed back into their beast forms, which afforded them greater agility and ease of movement. However, reverting to their animal shapes meant they could no longer carry their backpacks and cubs. Yuan Yue grappled with her thoughts for a moment before, in front of her companions, she summoned the cubs and supplies into her spatial pocket. While she could forego the supplies, the cubs were non-negotiable. They were her little companions, trusted after such a long time together. At this juncture, concerns about exposure were trivial. Without this action, they would be unable to proceed. In a swift motion, 3 backpacks vanished from the ground. Meng, taken aback, stood frozen, mouth agape in astonishment, as if she had encountered a creature of legend. After a moment of bewilderment, she frantically began searching for the cubs. No need to look. I have stored them away, Yuan Yue explained, eventually convincing Meng of the existence of her spatial abilities. Just as her explanation concluded, Meng clasped her hands together and raised her gaze skyward, calling upon the beast deity to reveal their power. She insisted that Yuan Yue also place herself within the spatial pocket, which would conserve energy for caring for the cubs. Yuan Yue clarified that the space could not accommodate living beings. Otherwise, she would have sought refuge within it during previous dangers, which ultimately assuaged Meng's concerns. The others did not react as dramatically, having been aware of this capability for some time, yet they maintained a tacit understanding, feigning surprise alongside Meng and promising to keep the secret. What had begun as a cooperative group soon transformed into 2 tigers side by side, one bearing a swallow upon its back, while another trotted alongside, and a fox carried a cat, creating a scene that, though incongruous, was filled with warmth. Utilizing their agile forms, they adeptly evaded obstacles, primarily stopping only to rest and feed, significantly increasing their pace. They anticipated reaching the tiger clan in merely half a month's time. Yuan Yue nestled against Li Sheng's back, the two sharing hushed whispers. Having witnessed the argument between Li Sheng and his mother, she felt a pang of guilt, wishing to address her concerns now that they were alone. Sheng, you could remain with the Fox clan. There is no need for you to accompany me. Yuan Yue was remorseful, not wishing to disrupt the relationship between Li Sheng and his mother. It's all right. My mother simply needs time to adjust to you. She only speaks without thinking. She will not truly deny me, so rest assured. Li Sheng understood his mother's temperament. She merely needed time to accept the situation.
Besides,
How can that foolish Yue protect you alone? I can't leave you without my watchful gaze. Li Sheng chuckled, observing Yue racing alongside Meng, who was eagerly competing in speed. Is there anything I can do to help? Since you mention it, there is indeed something. Li Sheng's mischievous chuckle broke the air.
what is it?
Yuan Yue inquired. Aya, shall we consummate our union soon? He mimicked a bow with his forelegs, then glanced back at the petite female resting upon his back, his fox-like eyes narrowing with delight, sparkling with mischief. Very well. Yuan Yue, relieved to be in her beast form, felt her cheeks flush but did not shy away. She accepted his proposal directly, recognizing that it was an inevitable matter. He joyfully spun in circles, his eyes twinkling like a crescent moon, exuding charm as he laughed heartily. His fiery red fur stood out vividly against the snowy backdrop. No wonder King Zhou was so enamored with fox spirits. Who could resist such an adorable creature? As he carried Yuan Yue, he playfully bantered while quickening his pace to catch up with Yue and Meng, who had already distanced themselves significantly. Wait for us. Why are you running so fast? When I catch up, I'll leave you all behind. Suddenly, a terrifying sound reverberated through the valley, shattering the previous tranquility. Massive snow blocks began rolling down the slope, growing larger and more numerous with each descent. The air filled with swirling snow dust, obscuring visibility as if there were no end in sight. Oh no, an avalanche. The trio ahead realized the peril and scrambled to evade it. Run down the slope. Seek shelter behind the large rocks. The howling wind drowned out her cries. transforming the once serene and beautiful white mountaintop into a vast icy expanse. A thunderous explosion echoed, shaking the entire forest as trees and foraging animals alike were buried beneath the relentless snow, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere filled with deafening roars and the cries of creatures. The distance between them widened, and soon Hu Wei and Meng Meng were completely out of sight. The biting cold wind stung their faces as they hastily found refuge behind a large rock. Li Xiang held Yuan Yue close, with nowhere else to go. The two clung tightly to one another, surrendering to fate. The merciless snow had arrived unexpectedly, engulfing them all in a blinding white haze, a chilling reminder of nature's indifference. Endless despair. Soon after, the two individuals lost consciousness together. Chapter 32. Successful self-rescue. When the avalanche struck, Yuan Yue and Li Xing were still sheltered beneath a gigantic boulder. Enveloped in the white snow, they were relentlessly tossed and rolled. In the face of such a colossal natural disaster, they were utterly powerless to resist. Fortunately, as they fell, they encountered a massive rock, which provided them with a small refuge. Thus, they remained unconscious for 2 days. When they awakened once more, it was already the afternoon of the third day. Yuan Yue, still in a daze from slumber, felt a bone-chilling cold permeate her being. How cold? What was happening? Why was her entire body drenched, as if she had plunged into an icy cellar? Why was the surrounding air so frigid? Above her, there seemed to be a flicker of warmth. After several attempts, Yuan Yue managed to pry open her aching eyes, only to find her long eyelashes encrusted with frozen droplets of ice. As she turned her gaze upward, she beheld a small, fiery red fox perched above her. Its fur had frozen solid, rendering it frigid to the touch, save for its heart, which still beat faintly, a testament to its lingering life. It was the little fox that had shielded Yuan Yue's head with its own body, preventing her from sustaining severe injury. As her consciousness gradually returned, she found her limbs painfully stiff, as if they had lost all sensation. She yearned to rouse the male companion beside her, but was utterly immobile. Cursing her misfortune, she swiftly summoned the talent enhancement potion gifted by the system during her birthing process from her spatial realm. If she could consume the potion, it should elevate her talent to level 4. Even without training to manifest her true potential, at least her stamina would recover significantly, improving her predicament. The potion bottle was summoned and rolled into the snow beside her, just an arm's length away, yet her rigid limbs refused to reach it. Time and again, she attempted to grasp it, only to fail repeatedly. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, her fingers brushed against the vial. Her previously frozen arm regained some mobility, albeit still trembling. Clenching the potion in her fist, she brought it to her lips, biting down on the cork to uncork it, and swallowed the contents. As the warm liquid slid down her throat, a wave of warmth coursed through her body, as if she were slowly regaining her vitality. The potion was effective. Her once numb limbs began to thaw, and her white hair, previously encased in ice, started to flow freely again. The potion not only restored her severely damaged body but also elevated her talent to level 4, significantly enhancing her physical abilities beyond their previous state. Feeling invigorated, she hastily rose, attempting to push against the snow pile to top the boulder. The already thick layer of snow, having accumulated over 2 days and nights, had solidified to a state akin to reinforced concrete, refusing to budge. She recalled the supplies provided by the system. With the space too confined for the long blade, she resorted to sprinkling salt in hopes of hastening the melting of the snow, while simultaneously digging with her previous dagger. Through her relentless efforts, she finally emerged from the snowy pit. Next, she unearthed the little fox. The ice encasing the fox was gradually melting due to the salt's effect. Yuan Yue retrieved 2 cotton garments from her spatial wardrobe, wrapped the frostbitten fox within them, and cradled it in her arms, attempting to restore warmth through her body heat. Worry crept into her mind for the other 3 individuals. She wondered what their current situation might be. As she carried the little fox, she sought a flat area to establish a temporary refuge. The thick snow made every step laborious. After tirelessly clearing the snow, she finally discovered a relatively suitable spot. Summoning the temporary shelter from her space, she erected it upon the compacted snow. The makeshift refuge resembled a modern camping tent, though it required assembly and preparation. The shelter was pre-constructed, complete with moisture-proof mats, sleeping bags, a campfire, and a small wooden table, along with the wilderness survival pack provided by the system, offering her some semblance of security. Checking Li Xing's heartbeat, she found it considerably stronger. He would likely awaken soon. After laying out the moisture-proof mat and sleeping bag, She ignited the campfire, placing the bundled little fox atop the mat, drying him with clean cloths and gently tucking him into the sleeping bag, securing any openings to prevent drafts. Once leashing was settled, she donned her fur boots and down jacket from her spatial realm before stepping outside the temporary shelter. The heavy snowfall had ceased, and the sky gradually cleared. The landscape, bathed in sunlight, presented a different allure compared to the initial golden glow it had cast. Yet, despite the breathtaking scenery, Yuan Yue found no joy in its beauty. Her gaze fell upon the desolate white expanse, and she felt the biting cold wind sweep across her, penetrating her heart with a sense of despair and unease. She aimlessly searched for the whereabouts of Hu Wei and the others. Hu Wei, Meng Meng, Rong Rong, where are you? With each few steps, she called out loudly, desperate to know their condition, hoping her voice would reach them. Throughout the morning, she traversed the mountainside, the frigid wind slicing through her throat like a knife. Despite her relentless cries, silence was her only response. Her throat began to bleed, but she refused to relent. Where on earth are you? Stop hiding. I truly cannot find you any longer. Please come out. In her desperation, her voice became hoarse. Unable to fathom the consequences of their loss, Yuan Yue was overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow, tears streaming down her face, without her awareness. Finally, after an entire morning of searching, she spotted a faint black shadow atop a white mound. She rushed forward, but inadvertently stepped wrong and slid down the snowy slope. Regaining her footing, she stumbled toward the shadow, only to discover a small, frostbitten swallow lying desolately on the mound. She recognized it as Rong Rong's beast form. The little swallow was encased in a layer of ice. However, using the stethoscope from her medical kit, she detected a heartbeat, indicating a chance of revival. Yuan Yue retrieved the kerosene lamp from her survival pack, ignited it, and used clean cloths to dry Rong Rong's body while warming her by the fire, performing cardiac compressions. 1, 2, 3. Minutes passed, and at last, she saw Rong Rong's feet twitch. Soon after, she blinked slowly. Seeing this, Yuan Yue hurriedly retrieved glucose from the emergency kit, opened the bottle, and fed it to her bit by bit, wrapping her tightly to provide warmth. Finally, Rong Rong regained consciousness and burst into tears.
Yeah.
They have all been buried beneath the snow. We must think of a way to save them. Chapter 33. The Rescue of Hu Wei. I am truly sorry. I feel utterly helpless. I watched my companions fall into the abyss, yet I could do nothing. Rong Rong had succumbed to her emotions, lying on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Yuan Yue gently patted her back, reassuring her. Do not panic. Speak slowly, and tell me what has happened. How are they now? Hearing Yuan Yue's voice, Rong Rong's emotions stabilized slightly, though her sobs continued unabated. I was on Meng Meng's back when the avalanche struck. She tossed me into the air, and I kept flying. I watched helplessly as they fell into the snow pit. I was too afraid to move. I feared that if I left, they would vanish without a trace. All I could do was fly above the place where they fell, again and again. The biting wind made it difficult for me to keep my wings steady, and eventually, I lost consciousness. But they must be right beneath us. Please, think of a way to save them. Rong Rong's speech was fragmented, her cries piercing Yuan Yue's heart. After listening to her account, without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Yue grasped her long knife and began to dig through the bone-chilling snow. As the snow met the warmth of her hands, it melted and froze again, leaving her fingers red and increasingly numb. Yet, she did not relent. The pit beneath her feet had grown over 2 meters deep, yet there was still no sign of her friends. She decided to change her location and dig anew. Gradually recovering, Rong Rong donned the down jacket Yuan Yue had given her and joined the excavation efforts. One wielded a dagger, the other a long knife, tirelessly digging in the snow, hoping to catch a glimpse of Hu Wei and Meng Meng. Even the worst news would be preferable to this aimless search. Li Sheng awoke from his sleeping bag, his eyes widening at the scene before him. He immediately began frantically searching for Yuan Yue, scouring the mountains until he finally spotted 2 familiar figures. Upon learning the situation, he joined the effort. The 3 of them searched the surrounding snow, but as dusk fell, their endeavors yielded no results after an entire afternoon of digging. At last, Yuan Yue seemed to glimpse a glimmer of gold before her. However, the prolonged gaze at the white snow caused her to squint, and she hesitated to confirm her discovery. Rubbing her aching eyes, she focused once more. I found them! They are here! Yuan Yue shouted. The others paused their efforts and rushed over, discarding their weapons to dig with their bare hands. By now, Their hands had lost all sensation from the frigid snow, reddened and roughened, covered in frostbite. Yet, none of them paid heed, continuing their frantic rescue, knowing that every moment counted in their quest to save their friends. Blood began to seep from Yuan Yue's fingertips, but she remained silent, her hands relentless in their task. Hu Wei and Meng Meng's bodies were considerably larger and rigid from the cold, feeling heavier than boulders. Their strength had been completely drained, leaving them unable to move, forcing them to rely on a makeshift shelter. Once the shelter was established, they entered into a long, agonizing wait. Meng Meng gradually regained consciousness, while Hu Wei remained unresponsive. As Meng Meng sipped glucose, she recounted their ordeal. We were running side by side when the avalanche struck. In my panic, I stumbled and got my hind leg trapped in the snow. I told him to go on ahead, but he refused. He had a chance to escape. It was my fault. Brother Wei was head first, and we were trapped in a very narrow space. The falling boulders and snow blocks hit him. He must have been in so much pain. At first, there was light, but then darkness enveloped me. I struggled endlessly, finally finding an air pocket where he shielded me with his body, enduring immense suffering himself. Yu, it is my fault you lost your beast husband. I am so sorry. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. When the snow fell, its hardness was like concrete. There was no escaping it through mere struggle, and she had no reason to blame Meng Meng. Yuan Yue patiently examined Hu Wei's injuries. The snow covering him had melted, revealing the once handsome, tall youth he had been, yet this time, his face bore no smile. His lips were a deep shade of blue, and his body was marred with wounds of various sizes, resembling those inflicted by falling rocks. Dark red blood seeped from his injuries, forming wilted flowers upon his body, leaving him devoid of any signs of life. The sight brought tears to everyone's eyes. Even Li Sheng, who usually exchanged banter with him, found himself misty-eyed. Yuan Yue refused to give up. Desperately, she knelt beside Hu Wei, performing CPR and artificial respiration. She pressed repeatedly, drenched in sweat, yet Hu Wei remained still. Meng Meng and Rong Rong clung to each other helplessly, crying without any means to assist. Li Sheng approached, attempting to pull the frantic Yuan Yue away. Stop. He is gone. We should find a better place to bury him. You are wrong. He is not dead. He is still breathing. Yuan Yue shouted back at Li Sheng, her emotions spiraling out of control, her despair evident in her voice. He cannot return. Let him go. If you continue like this, you will exhaust yourself. Li Sheng averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. Yuan Yue did not acknowledge him, continuing her desperate attempts at resuscitation, her strength astonishing those around her. Finally, Hu Wei did not disappoint her. His eyes fluttered open. The group collectively exhaled in relief, converging around him. Brother Wei, you are finally awake. You scared me. Hu Wei began to cough, taking deep breaths. The suffocating pain had felt as if his lungs would burst. As he inhaled, he realized something was amiss in his chest. Why does it hurt so much? He inquired, pointing to the area where Yuan Yue had performed CPR, his brow furrowed. The astonishment of his awakening faded, transforming into gentle smiles upon their faces. Seeing him safe, the atmosphere lightened slightly. Li Sheng jested, you really pulled through this time. I suppose I shall yield to you a bit more in the future, but do try not to get yourself killed again. Get lost, Hu Wei retorted playfully, though his eyes instinctively searched for his little female companion. Yuan Yue sighed in relief. He was awake, and now she could finally relax. The sudden release of tension after their ordeal caused her to faint, her eyes closing as she succumbed to unconsciousness. A wave of turmoil had barely subsided when another arose. Rong Rong hurriedly raised her hand to halt the others. She was simply exhausted and had fainted. Do not disturb her. Let her sleep peacefully, she urged. With this, the crowd felt reassured. Thus, the unexpected calamity had been navigated with minimal peril. Chapter 34. The City of Beasts. This unforeseen incident left everyone with lingering trepidation. Fortunately, there were no casualties, yet the risks faced in such dire circumstances were overwhelmingly daunting, leaving the group shaken. They vowed never again to embark on an unprepared journey into the unknown, for the pain of losing even one companion was insufferable. Li Sheng proposed a course southward after traversing the thicket jungle, where they would find the City of Beasts. This city, a domain of the Fox tribe, was likely where his father currently resided. The City of Beasts could be considered the only grand metropolis amidst the sprawling mountain ranges. Nestled in the very heart of the mountains, numerous powerful tribes operated shops there, rendering it a vibrant hub in the beast world, replete with a plethora of trade goods. Anything available in the beast realm could be procured within its confines, provided one had the means. They could first trek to the city of longevity and then seek out flying beasts for transportation. A journey on these creatures would take merely 5 days to reach the tiger tribe, while a trip to the lynx tribe would require just over half a month. Flying beasts served as a mode of transport in the orc world, but the process of taming them was exceedingly arduous, resulting in numerous casualties each year. Only families with a sufficient number of gifted warriors could rear 1 or 2 of these majestic creatures, which explained their scarcity. The Zhula tribe, a relatively large race, boasted of vast lineage and considerable economic strength, making them one of the most affluent tribes even within the city of longevity. They operated a specialized shop that housed over a dozen flying beasts, available for rent or sale to passing orcs, though the price of these creatures was exorbitant. In the beast realm, the price of a regular beast hide was approximately 3 shells, coarse cloth around 50 shells, and cotton fabric about 100 shells. Prices for salt and refined iron consistently remained high. Listening to Li Xing's account, the group deliberated and promptly decided to set off for the City of Beasts. After gathering their belongings, the 5 of them hastened toward the City of Trees. Though eager to travel swiftly, they instinctively slowed their pace to accommodate the females in their party, as prolonged exertion would be detrimental to their health. It took them half a month to reach the City of Beasts. Ahead lay their destination. Li Sheng wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to introduce the city to the others. Let's enter quickly. Meng Meng and Rong Rong, both unaccustomed to distant travels, appeared particularly exhilarated. As they continued through the jungle, Yuan Yue spotted an expanse of open land, leading them to a structure made of large stones. It was not as grand or opulent as they had envisioned, yet within the beast realm, even this stone city was a significant improvement over ordinary tribes. In the deep autumn, the snow on the ground had yet to melt. At the city gates stood 4 or 5 guards clad in heavy fur coats and hats, wielding wooden staffs, exuding an imposing presence. To avoid causing a stir, the group had already donned ordinary beast skins, blending seamlessly with the other orcs around them. Is this the City of Beasts? Yuan Yue murmured softly. There are so many people. At that moment, Rong Rong was soaring above, injecting her perspective into the conversation. Yuan Yue focused intently through the city gates, indeed spotting a throng of people, though their gathering seemed somewhat unusual, as they were all clustered together, seemingly embroiled in a heated dispute. Furrowing her brow, Yuan Yue wondered what was amiss. It seems there is something happening inside the city. We should hurry and find out. Hu Wei was evidently excited about the situation. I'll fly in first. You all hurry and follow. With that, Rong Rong flapped her wings, attempting to soar into the city. However, she was promptly noticed by the guards, who shouted a warning. Only certified flying beasts are permitted in the airspace above the City of Beasts. Warning! Descend immediately, or face the consequences. Reluctantly, Rong Rong complied and landed to walk with the others, pouting slightly, displeased. How unfair is it that I can't fly just because I have wings? Yuan Yue affectionately tapped her forehead. Come now, don't be upset. Every place has its own rules. Let us go inside and see. She waved to the group, urging them onward. Upon entering the city, they were astonished to find not only fully evolved orcs like themselves, but also several half-orcs mingling among the crowd. Towering bear orcs with prominent musculature and zebra-like humanoids with stripes still adorning their skin were evident. Most strikingly, they even encountered the mouse tribe with their diminutive forms, dragging elongated, peculiar tails, standing only a third of the height of the bear orcs, yet appearing in staggering numbers. The City of Longevity was a veritable sea of diverse orcish life. Pushing their way through, Yuan Yue held onto Li Sheng's hand, standing at the forefront of the throng, straining to see ahead on her tiptoes. At the center of the uproar was an exceedingly corpulent man, occupying the space of 2 or 3 individuals, clutching a flagpole. He was flanked by his entourage. Yuan Yue, perplexed, inquired, "What are they up to?" Before Li Sheng could respond, the rotund man, with great effort assisted by his lackeys, managed to ascend a large stone, panting heavily. He raised his flag and bellowed, "Silence." His booming voice resonated like thunder, penetrating the ears of the crowd. Ahem. Welcome, warriors of the various tribes, to our City of Longevity for this auction event, which will commence in 2 days. A myriad of rare treasures will be showcased. Friends wishing to participate can purchase a wooden token for 3 shells over there. This token will grant you entry. A friendly reminder, the minimum bid for this auction is no less than 2,000 shells, so please prepare accordingly. Those without a token may still observe from the outside. Rest assured. With that, He disregarded the multitude of questions from the onlookers and, with the assistance of his entourage, clumsily descended from the stone platform, swaying his ample form as he departed. Chapter 35. The Flying Beasts. As the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, preparing to depart, it became evident why people often claimed that the Beast City was affluent. One could easily exhaust a single piece of beast skin without purchasing anything. Mooching. I've secured the wooden token. Let us find our lodging, spoke two male orcs standing nearby, seemingly new to Beast City. The one referred to as Mooching sported tousled brown hair and possessed a tall, athletic build, though not overly muscular. He appeared fit, embodying the notion of being slim in clothing yet well-proportioned without it. His cherubic face, with its round cheeks and delicate bangs falling across his forehead, was complemented by large, expressive eyes adorned with playful eyeliner, exuding an endearing, almost feline charm, suggesting he was quite amiable. Yuan Yue approached with a friendly demeanor. Greetings. Might I inquire if this is your first visit to Beast City as well? Surprised by the unexpected interaction, Mooching turned around, taken aback to find a petite female before him. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, a blush creeping onto his round face. Indeed, I am from the Leopard Clan, and it is my brother, NIS first time here in Beast City. I've heard that this auction features not only rare items, but also potions for enhancing talents. I must secure a vial. With determination, he clenched his fist. By the way, are you here for the auction too? His gaze was filled with eager anticipation. Yuan Yue waved her hand dismissively, replying politely, we are merely passing through, intending to rent some flying beasts. I overheard you mention your lodging. Would you be so kind as to guide us there? Oh, I see. If you wish, I can lead you there. We are headed back as well, Mooching offered, assessing their group. Just as Yuan Yue was about to express her gratitude, Meng Meng, standing behind her, discreetly tugged at her sleeve. This auction seems quite intriguing. Should we not join the excitement? Meng Meng's face radiated enthusiasm, and Rongrong nodded in agreement. Li Sheng interjected with caution. The factions here are exceedingly complex. As newcomers without connections, it would be wise to steer clear of entanglements to avoid potential troubles. Yuan Yue concurred. Since our primary purpose is to rent flying beasts, let us secure that and depart. You three can accompany Mooching to locate the lodging, while Li Sheng and I will inquire about the flying beasts. We shall reconvene here later. After a moment of contemplation, the group agreed, dividing into two parties. The three followed Mooching in search of their lodging, while Yuan Yue and Li Sheng set about seeking shops that offered flying beasts. Through an intermediary's introduction, they arrived at a modest wooden cabin. The cabin was starkly decorated, resembling a small guardhouse, barely accommodating 3 or 4 individuals. Upon passing through, they emerged into a vast expanse of snowy terrain, behind which loomed a tall earthen slope riddled with beast dens. Inside these dens were numerous flying beasts. According to the intermediary, these creatures had all been tamed. They bore a striking resemblance to vultures, albeit magnified several times, with massive wings folded against their backs and elongated. Sharp beaks resembling curved blades, glinting ominously. They could fully obey their master's commands, soaring wherever directed. After a thorough inspection, the two were quite satisfied and resolved to rent one. The flying beast's considerable size and broad back would comfortably accommodate specially designed saddles, ensuring ample space. However, their enthusiasm waned upon hearing the rental fee. Good heavens! Renting a flying beast costs a staggering 10,000 shells? You cannot be serious. While Li Sheng was the son of the Red Fox clan leader and possessed remarkable talent, he had never before visited Beast City and was unaware of such exorbitant prices. Yuan Yue shared his astonishment. They possessed merely 500 shells, which was already a substantial sum, enough to purchase nearly 200 ordinary pieces of beast skin. Yet, the demand for 10,000 shells left them at a loss for how to procure the necessary funds. The intermediary rolled his eyes, a look of disdain on his face, and scoffed, "You can rent the flying beasts, but you must leave a deposit equal to their purchase price. When you return, I will deduct the cost based on the actual days used. Otherwise, if you ride off, who will compensate for my loss?" Only upon paying a deposit could they ensure the beasts would be returned, and any damage incurred would also require compensation. Li Sheng stepped forward, attempting to negotiate. "We came in haste and did not bring sufficient funds. We currently only have 500 shells. Might we rent one now and leave a deposit here, with my partner returning with the balance?" Yuan Yue chimed in, "Indeed, sir, our home is quite distant, and retrieving the money would take considerable time. With a flying beast, we could swiftly return to pay you back. even offering a little extra. To their dismay, the intermediary was unyielding, scrutinizing them with a skeptical gaze. Enough of this pretense. 500 shells is all you have? What makes you think you can play the big shot in B City? Leaving a deposit here serves no purpose. I'll tell you, there are many gifted orcs in the city. Don't think you're special just because of your talents. He spat disdainfully onto the ground, clearly irritated. This is a waste of my time. You must each leave 10 shells as a viewing fee to compensate for my loss. Li Sheng immediately protested. We merely looked around. We did not ride away. Why should we owe you anything? The intermediary, visibly impatient, retorted, I assure you, you will pay today, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, let us see if you can leave this courtyard. With a swift motion, he clapped his hands, and 5 or 6 imposing members of the pig clan emerged from the cabin, standing in a formidable line. All appeared to possess second-level talents. The strength of the pig clan was evidently formidable, with such gifted guards in even a small establishment. Faced with this situation, their lack of familiarity with the city left them without the means to challenge this power, compelling them to concede. We are not refusing to pay. We were simply inquiring out of confusion. Please hold the flying beast for us. We will surely return with the funds within 3 days. As he spoke, he handed over the 20 shells Li Sheng had clutched to the intermediary. It was Yuan Yue, who, with her beauty and eloquence, caught the intermediary's attention, prompting a lecherous grin from him. Li Sheng, upon witnessing this, felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, but Yuan Yue restrained him. I must make it clear that I will only reserve 3 days' time. Should you fail to gather the required funds by then, my family's flying beast will not be held for you. After Yuan Yue politely responded, she took Li Sheng's hand and left. Chapter 36. The stirring of spring hearts. The two exited the shop, intending to return to the designated meeting point to join Hu Wei and the others. Throughout the journey, Li Sheng appeared quite discontented, his face shadowed with a frown. Even when Yuan Yue attempted to engage him in conversation, his replies were mere murmurs, reflecting his evident distraction. Yuan Yue, filled with curiosity, nudged his arm with her elbow. Ah Sheng, what troubles you?
Huh.
Li Sheng, lost in his thoughts, was startled by her touch. What are you pondering? You seem so preoccupied. I was contemplating that if we return to the clan to withdraw money, my mother will undoubtedly refuse me, as she is still upset. Li Sheng's brow furrowed deeply, impatiently brushing aside the loose strands of hair that fell across his face.
So,
this was the source of his worry. Yuan Yue gently clasped his hand with her soft palms. You need not fret about that. I possess ample resources in my space. Let us participate in the auction. My supplies are likely to be unique, ensuring we fetch a good price, and then we can rent a flying beast without concern. Li Sheng tightened his grip, cherishing the softness of her hand, while his other hand rubbed his temple in agitation. No, dear. Keep your supplies for now. They will be useful in the future. Besides, if we reveal too many rare items, it may attract unwanted trouble. My father is likely nearby in the White Fox tribe. I shall borrow from him. Let me handle this. Yuan Yue obediently agreed, and the two returned hand in hand to meet Hu Wei. Li Sheng mentioned he had urgent matters to attend to and departed. They were lodging at a modest inn north of 10,000 Beast City, which, despite being termed an inn, was merely a large area enclosed by wood and stone. It featured a small hill surrounded by various-sized beast dens, with fees determined by the size and luxury of the accommodations. Hu Wei, having no money, had initially planned to reserve a place, waiting for Yuan Yue's arrival to settle the bill. However, the attendant informed them that, due to the influx of visitors for the auction, reservations were not permitted. They either had to pay immediately or leave. The three stood there, exchanging glances, filled with uncertainty. At that moment, Mu Qing, noticing their awkwardness, scratched his head and cheerfully suggested, How about I cover it for now? Hu Wei, taken aback, quickly waved his hands, his handsome face flushing with embarrassment.
No.
We can come back later. Seeing the effort they had put in might end in vain, Meng Meng, unwilling to let that happen, tugged at Hu Wei's sleeve, positioning herself in front of him and grasping Mu Qing's hand, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, brother Mu Qing. Once Yu returns, I will repay you. Brother Wei, you should go wait by the place where they sell the wooden tokens until Yu arrives. Rong, and I will tidy up here. Mu Qing hastily shook his head, his cheeks aflame. It's nothing really. No need for thanks. This was his first physical contact with a female, and given that in the leopard tribe his time was mostly spent on hunting or honing his skills, he seldom had opportunities to interact with the opposite sex. Meng Meng's sudden gesture left him blushing profusely. Unaware of the effect she had caused, Meng Meng continued to express her thanks before leading Rong Rong to organize their beast dens. They rented 5 small single dens which, though quite simple with only a stone bed, were affordable, costing only 100 shells for the night for all 5 of them. By the time Hu Wei and Yuan Yu returned, the dens had been tidied up thoroughly. Meng Meng led Yuan Yu to repay the money, but found no one there. Yu, let us search for him later. He must have had something to attend to. Meng Meng, playfully holding Yuan Yu's hand, suggested. How about we go for a bath? It's been ages since I last soaked. I heard from the attendant that there's a clear stream nearby that doesn't freeze. Let us go check it out. Yuan Yu affectionately patted her head, chuckling helplessly as she was pulled along. The warm winter sun bathed the serene hillside, the side which flowed a stream that remained unfrozen. The gentle sound of water and the occasional bird song intertwined to create a lovely winter symphony as Yuan Yu and Meng Meng playfully bantered. As they walked, Yuan Yu seemed to faintly hear the sound of rushing water and, squinting into the distance, noticed someone who bore a striking resemblance to Mu Qing. She glanced back at Meng Meng, who remained oblivious, her chatter filled with praise for Mu Qing's looks. Yuan Yu smiled knowingly. It appeared only those with talent could hear such sounds. With her level 4 talent, her senses were far sharper than Meng Meng's, who lacked any aptitude. Yuan Yu had intended to pull Meng Meng away, but upon reflection, she decided to create an opportunity for the two. After all, it was evident that Meng Meng's heart was already captivated by Mu Qing. Why not? Yuan Yu thought, letting go of Meng Meng's hand. You go ahead and bathe. I suddenly remember, I have some matters to attend to. I'll join you and Rong Rong later. Without waiting for Meng Meng to respond, she dashed away. By the time Yuan Yu returned to their lodgings, it was already evening. Rong Rong informed her that Li Sheng was waiting in the beast den for her, though he appeared somewhat troubled, and she couldn't ascertain the reason. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Yuan Yu hurried towards Li Sheng's den. She knocked on the door, and Li Sheng, irritated, ran a hand through his hair before rising to open it. Standing outside was his little female, her cheeks flushed from the cold, her hands rubbing together while her large eyes fixed on him, filled with curiosity. Ah, Sheng, what is troubling you? Rong Rong mentioned you seemed rather unhappy. She softened her tone, striving to sound gentle, surmising that the issue was likely related to money and had not gone well. Chapter 37. The Desire for a Little Fox Cub. Li Sheng quickly took her small hand into his, breathing warmth into it before ushering her inside and locking the door behind them. Once again, he wrapped the fur blanket around Yuan Yu, encasing her like a delicate zongzi, ensuring that she would not feel the chill before turning to take a seat opposite her. His arms hung limply at his sides, the corners of his mouth turned down, and his expression bore no trace of a smile. Seeing him in such a state, Yuan Yu felt a wave of concern. What's wrong? Please tell me. No matter what has happened, we can face it together. Li Sheng fixed his gaze on her for a considerable moment before he spoke softly. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to bring the money back. My father must have already received my mother's letter. He is utterly unwilling to see me.
I am truly sorry.
I have failed to fulfill my promise to you. I feel so useless. As he spoke, his head drooped in despair, his gaze fixed on his empty hands, tears beginning to well in his eyes. It was this that touched Yuan Yu profoundly. She was moved by his deep sense of commitment. He strived to uphold his promises, and even when the outcomes were less than satisfactory, he felt genuine remorse. His distress stemmed not from fear of reprimand but from a heartfelt guilt over not achieving what he had pledged. Yuan Yu adjusted her clothing and placed her warm hands over his icy palms. Do not fret over this. It is but a trivial matter. We can find a way to resolve it ourselves, and there is no need to trouble them. I understand what you mean, he replied, but the resources in my space cannot be sold in excess, without causing a stir. However, not everything will provoke such reactions. We can select a portion to sell, enough to cover the costs of renting a flying beast. Oh, do not be disheartened. Yuan Yu gently nestled against him, soothingly patting his back and whispering comforting words. Li Sheng's expression of guilt deepened. It is my fault for entangling you in our family's troubles. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't have to worry so much. Moreover, it is I who have failed to fulfill my promise to you. You need not comfort me. His voice quivered slightly as he spoke. All right, if you keep this up, I might just get angry. Are you blaming me for the conflict with your parents? Yuan Yu feigned irritation, fully aware that he did not truly feel that way. Indeed. Li Sheng froze at her words, his eyes widening in alarm as he grasped her slender shoulders, his tone suddenly serious. Yeah, I have never thought that way, I swear. You must believe me. Do not let your mind wander. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, my heart has been yours. In this lifetime, I shall love only you. I will never betray you. With that, he glanced at her face, then solemnly knelt before her on one knee. In the name of the beast god, I, Li Sheng, vow to love only Yuan Yue for all my days, and I shall forever care for and protect her. Should I ever go against this oath? Yuan Yue, who had intended to tease him, was taken aback by the gravity of his words, and an unexpected sense of guilt washed over her. Quickly, she covered his mouth to silence him and pulled him onto the bed, worried that one day this foolish boy might truly act upon his fervent declarations, leading to unforeseen consequences. She nestled against him, her mind racing with thoughts. If she were to auction off her supplies, they would soon be depleted. In that case, she would have to continue producing offspring without pause. With the atmosphere charged to such a degree, Yuan Yue decided to be forthright. Ah Sheng, let us consummate our union. Her voice was soft, with a slightly rising inflection, like a feather, igniting a surge of anticipation within Li Sheng. Just a few light words had the power to sweep away his previous melancholy, replaced instead by a radiant smile of happiness. Li Sheng felt as though he were perched upon a cloud, a warm blush spreading across his face, nearly making him feel as though he might float away. He responded in a flurry, all right, then let us do it together. With that, he cradled Yuan Yue's figure and lay back onto the stone bed. Before Yuan Yue could prepare herself, the seemingly bashful yet impatient Li Sheng suddenly pinned her to the stone bed. Moments later, the cave echoed with tender sounds. Yuan Yue felt neither guilt nor embarrassment. Her feelings for Li Sheng were genuine, as were her affections for Hu Wei. Moreover, she relied on the system to survive in this beastly world. It could not be said that she was exploiting their emotions. Rather, the constraints of her environment compelled her to act thus to ensure her well-being. Li Sheng's transformation had not occurred overnight. Previously, he had harbored a deep aversion to females, driven nearly to madness whenever his mother introduced him to various female beings from different races. The thought of sharing one female with multiple mates, as was customary in other families, was unbearable to him. Yet, everything began to change upon meeting Yuan Yue. He embraced this new reality. Becoming the one who excelled despite being a latecomer, he simply found himself with the one he cherished, which led him to willingly undertake many things, even if they were misunderstood by his parents, as long as he followed his heart. Thus, after being entangled with Li Sheng for most of the night, Yuan Yue felt weary, yet he seemed tireless, continuously clinging to her and playfully whining. Yeah, I want cubs. They all have cubs, but I do not. I want cubs. Little fox cubs. Any color will do. I like them all. Yours is lovely white, and mine in fiery red would look splendid too. Eventually, Yuan Yue, who had initially been responding with vague sounds of agreement, grew impatient and kicked him off the bed. Li Sheng stumbled and fell, quickly getting up to adjust his fiery red hair, his face still flushed, his alluring fox-like eyes filled with reproach. Hey, why treat me this way? His gaze was filled with a pitiful expression. Oh my, you are a powerhouse of first-class talent. How can you be reduced to a whimpering wretch? Yuan Yue internally scoffed, utterly exasperated. Yet, instead of being angered, Li Sheng clung to her even more tightly. He climbed back onto the stone bed, wrapping his arms around her soft form, refusing to let go, nuzzling his head against her neck and incessantly whining. I just like Yaya. I want to stick to Yaya. Seeing Yuan Yue's face wearied by fatigue finally made him cease his antics. He tenderly brushed aside the stray hairs from her forehead, his eyes brimming with affection. Watching the little female drift into a deep slumber in his embrace, he gently pressed a kiss to her forehead. The two of them fell asleep entwined. Chapter 38. The sorrow of Momo. The next morning, a cold wind swept through, and the snow began to fall thickly once more. The pale hills appeared even more frigid. Yuan Yue shivered, and Li Sheng pulled her closer into his embrace, both still lost in slumber.
Bang, bang, bang.
Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Li Sheng reluctantly arose, dressing both himself and the small female who lingered in bed before he slowly made his way to the door. To his surprise, he found a petite female standing outside, clad in a black fur coat, her figure cloaked in a veil of snow, with a hat concealing her visage. Rubbing his eyes in a daze, Li Sheng tightened his clothing. The newcomer removed her hat, vigorously shaking off the snow that had accumulated upon her. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Rong Rong. What's the matter? Why are you here so early? Rong Rong appeared flustered, stamping her feet in urgency, eager to rush inside. A sudden, ambiguous scent wafted through the air, causing her cheeks to flush instantaneously. She was acutely aware of its implications. The orc was particularly sensitive to such odors. Yet there were matters of greater import at hand. After a brief pause, she called out, "Where's Yu?
Where's Yu?
She went out with Meng Meng yesterday. But Meng Meng hasn't returned all night. A Wei has already gone out to search, and I came to see if Yu knows where Meng Meng is." Still nestled in the warmth of her blankets, Yu jolted upright at the news.
What?
You mean she isn't he come back all night? Rong, in her agitation, stamped her foot again. Yes. Do you know where she might be? I thought you both would return together. Only then did Yuan Yue slap her forehead in realization. Oh no. Swiftly, she donned her coat and boots, rushing for the door while calling out, "Don't follow me. Stay here and wait. I'll be right back." And Rong, call away back. Tell him to stop searching. I'll go find her. She ran off swiftly, her voice diminishing as she distanced herself. Left behind, Li Sheng and Rong exchanged anxious glances. What should we do? Are we really not going after her? What if there's danger? Rong was visibly unsettled. Don't worry, I trust her, Li Sheng reassured her, tightening the door against the cold. Stay inside where it's warmer. I'll go find a way. Rong steadied herself and agreed. After a good half hour, Yuan Yue arrived at the small stream where she and Meng Meng had ventured the previous day. The snow fell gracefully as the stream continued to flow, its waters mingling with the descending flakes. The banks were piled high with snow, devoid of any greenery, creating a desolate scene. By the stream sat a solitary figure, leaning against a gnarled tree, arms wrapped around her knees, her head buried deep, hidden beneath a thick blanket of snow. If one did not look closely, she might easily be overlooked. Yuan Yue rushed forward, hastily brushing the snow from her. The snow had accumulated to a depth of 4 fingers. It was unclear how long she had been there. Meng Meng remained unresponsive, and seeing her in such a state ignited a fierce indignation within Yuan Yue. She grasped Meng Meng's arm, attempting to lift her. However, after crouching for so long, Meng Meng's legs had gone numb, rendering her unable to rise, causing Yuan Yue to slip and tumble onto her. Meng Meng, inadvertently knocked down, chose to remain sprawled in the cold snow, showing no intent to move, her body stiff and expressionless. As Yuan Yue regained her footing and looked at her, she was struck by the sight of the once vibrant and cheerful Meng Meng, now pale and lifeless, her eyes swollen like walnuts. The wind and snow caressed her cheeks, amplifying her pallor, her lips tinged with purple, tears continuing to cascade down her face. Yuan Yue had initially been angry with her for not taking care of herself, for bottling up her feelings, for punishing herself. However, upon witnessing Meng Meng's tragic state, her anger dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of sorrow. Meng Meng, please get up and come back with me. No matter what happens, we'll face it together, okay? What happened?
Can you tell me?
Her barrage of questions was met with silence. It was the first time she had seen Meng Meng in such despair, even during past heartbreaks. She had never seemed this despondent. Unsure of what had transpired, she could only offer gentle comfort. She removed her outer coat and draped it over Meng Meng, lifting her hand to tenderly wipe away the tears at her eyes. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I noticed Mu Qing was here, but I didn't tell you and just ran off. She sincerely apologized, acknowledging her oversight. She had only wanted to make amends for the previous incident with Hu Wei and to encourage Meng Meng's affections, but failed to gather sufficient information beforehand, leading to this unfortunate situation. Lying beside Meng Meng, she grasped her cold hand tightly. I truly am sorry, it was my mistake.
Please don't cry.
Meng Meng's expression softened slightly, though the look of grievance intensified. Did Mu Qing bully you? I'll go confront him. Yuan Yue felt her heart ache painfully. Suddenly, Meng Meng burst into tears. Wu, I'm not blaming you. Why did you come here? Wu, you're so annoying. Seeing this, Yuan Yue quickly pulled her into a gentle embrace.
Sure.
What's wrong? Just tell me, I'll always stand by your side. Meng Meng's voice was hoarse as she sobbed. He doesn't like me. Wu, I don't know why, he just doesn't like me. He must think I'm awful. He was bathing in the stream, and when he saw me, he immediately told me to go away. He knows me. But why is he so cold? Meng Meng clung to Yuan Yue's waist, resting her head on her lap, weeping openly. Yu, am I really that terrible? Why doesn't Ta Wei like me, and why does Mu Qing not like me either? My cousin always mocks me. Wu, I intended to greet him, but when he saw me, he ran away and told me to leave. Yuan Yue couldn't help but chuckle at Meng Meng's plight, voicing her confusion. You were sad all night just because of this? As Meng Meng released her emotions, she seemed to feel better, sniffling before speaking with a pitiful tone. Not exactly. I wanted to say hello, but he told me to go away. It confused me. I walked closer, but he looked like he saw a ghost. Am I really that frightening? Oh, it must be because I'm too inadequate, too ugly, that's why he acted like that. If it were you, he would surely be warm and friendly, just like Wei and my cousin are with you. She glanced at the flab on her abdomen and then at Yuan Yu's flat stomach. Perhaps I really am too lacking, she sighed, lowering her head and murmuring softly. I harbor no resentment towards you. Rather, I find myself grappling with the notion that perhaps I am unworthy of love, that no one could possibly cherish me. Yuan Yue initially believed this was merely a matter concerning Mu Qing, but upon hearing her question her own worth, her expression darkened instantly. With utmost seriousness, she confided in Meng Meng, "You are wonderful. Never doubt yourself. We all hold you dear, do you understand?" Chapter 39. I shall assist you. Meng Meng burst into tears. Bo, it's not like that. You are all deceiving me. I am not good at all. If I were, why would he run away at the sight of me? It's my fault, whoa. Yuan Yue felt an overwhelming sense of concern, akin to witnessing her sister endure heartbreak, and yet she remained patient, offering comfort. Have you considered why he ran? If it were you bathing and someone stumbled upon you, would you not flee? Meng Meng paused, sniffling, her eyelids swollen like walnuts, appearing even redder. Of course, I would run. Yet if it were you or someone I admired, I would not. Precisely. That's perfectly reasonable. You two are still strangers. It is only natural for him to feel shy. What does that have to do with your worth? Are you not being foolish? She playfully tapped Meng Meng's forehead with her fingertip. Meng Meng pouted, rubbing her frozen hands. Yet, I am truly saddened. I am genuinely heartbroken. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yue surmised that Meng Meng might be feeling inferior due to an infatuation, a sentiment that is, after all, quite normal. When one admires another, it is common to idealize them, leading to a sense of inadequacy in comparison. After a moment of contemplation, she seemed to reach a resolution. With a flick of her wrist, a small, vividly green pill appeared in her palm, adorned with intricate cloud patterns, exuding a refreshing fragrance.
Indeed.
It was the beauty and cleansing pill. The system had gifted her two. She had consumed one during her time with the Tiger Clan, leaving the other untouched. Given the current predicament, she decided it would be best to present it to Meng Meng. Extending her palm towards Meng Meng, she teased. With your eyes nearly swollen like walnuts, I wonder how you intend to return home. This is a pill I stumbled upon in the Lynx tribe, known as the Beauty and Cleansing Pill. Consuming it will significantly enhance your beauty and figure. If you are willing, take it. Consume it whenever you desire. This pill is quite precious. I possess only one, and I have resolved to gift it to you. My only condition is that, regardless of what occurs in the future, you must never punish yourself, understood? Meng Meng gazed intently at her before enveloping Yuan Yue in a tight embrace, burying her head in her neck. All right, whoa, you. I once scolded you. How can you be so kind to me? From now on, I shall be your loyal supporter. No one shall dare to bully you. Yuan Yue gently patted her back. Enough of the tears. Are you trying to freeze me? You are well aware that cold is the bane of cat beastmen. Can we return now? Quickly, consume your pill. Do not fear the laughter of others regarding your swollen eyes. With unwavering trust, Meng Meng swallowed the green pill Yuan Yue had offered her, without a second thought. Instantly, a warm sensation surged within her. Her red, puffy eyes, cracked lips, rough skin, and even her slight belly began to mend gradually. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a voluptuous beauty. Her skin now as smooth and supple as Yuan Yue's, the tiny blackheads and pores on her nose vanished. While her original appearance was never unattractive, the pill merely optimized her features, rendering her subtly different, yet not jarringly so. Together, they returned to their residence. Upon entering, they were met with the anxious gazes of Hu Wei and the others, yet a tacit understanding kept them silent. Yuan Yue exchanged a glance with Li Sheng, who promptly cleared his throat, eager to redirect the group's attention. Tomorrow is the auction. We must hasten to prepare for it. We do not even have a wooden sign yet. Yuan Yue smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, I nearly forgot the important matters." She swiftly organized their tasks, instructing Li Sheng, "You and I shall head to the auction venue to see if we can sell our goods. You three, go about and inquire if you can procure a small wooden sign. We shall set off immediately." With methodical efficiency, Yuan Yue assigned their roles and, hand in hand with Li Sheng, made their way to the auction site. To obscure the existence of their spatial abilities, they donned the backpacks they had brought from the Fox clan, containing silk pajamas wrapped in animal hides, a finely crafted iron dagger, and a lighter, items intended for the auction. These were relatively rare, yet not sensational enough to attract unwanted attention from powerful factions, allowing them to exchange them for the shells they required. Upon entering the auction, they were greeted by two well-endowed females, their lips painted in vibrant red. Clad in white animal hide crop tops and leather miniskirts, with fluffy white animal hide boots adorning their feet, they sported pinkish-white rabbit ears that bobbed adorably, exuding both charm and allure without a hint of vulgarity. Their slender waists swaying gracefully in the air. Yuan Yue instinctively tightened her animal hide coat. In such harsh weather, she worried for their well-being exposed to the cold. After shaking off the accumulated snow, she and Li Sheng explained their purpose to the two females, who promptly ushered them inside. To Yuan Yue's relief, her initial concerns were unfounded. Inside the auction hall, several fireplaces flickered with roaring flames, tended by diligent beastmen who ensured the fires burned brightly, enveloping the space in a warmth reminiscent of spring, completely dispelling any chill. She could not help but stretch languidly as they followed the rabbit beastmen further in. They soon arrived at a stone chamber, where the two rabbit beastmen, with their soft, melodious voices, requested them to wait a moment before exiting. Yuan Yue began to survey the lavishly decorated chamber, adorned with rare treasures, even the stone benches draped in luxurious tiger pelts. What astonished Yuan Yue most was the sight on the stone table, a butter lamp fashioned from gold. Despite the craftsmanship being somewhat crude, the intricately woven patterns glimmered with an array of different gemstones, exuding opulence. The lamp appeared to weigh at least a pound of gold. Most astonishing was that it was still in use. Had this world uncovered a gold mine? Or did its owner simply underestimate the value of gold? Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Yuan Yue suppressed her astonishment and stood with Li Sheng, awaiting the arrival of their host. As the footsteps drew nearer, the door creaked open, revealing someone they had encountered before. It was indeed the rotund man they encountered on the day they first arrived in the City of Beasts. His cumbersome form, laboriously ascending the stone platform, left a profound impression on her. Chapter 40. Hidden intrigues. The newcomer was none other than the plump man they had observed in the square that day. His name was Qin Zheng, the chief overseer of the pig tribe's auction house, and he appeared just as before, waddling through the door with his massive behind, a roasted chicken leg in hand. His expression devoid of emotion. Each step seemed to cost him considerable effort, emitting heavy nasal sounds as he huffed and puffed. Approaching the stone bench, Qin Zheng plopped down, discarding the gnawed bone carelessly, and wiped his hands on a fine cotton cloth laid upon the table without so much as lifting his gaze. "Are you here to auction items? If you have anything of value, present it forthwith. Let us not squander each other's time," he remarked with an air of indifference. Yuan Yue and Li Sheng exchanged glances before retrieving their prepared items from their backpacks, laying them out on the table. At that moment, Qin Zheng was busy picking his ear with his pinky finger, tilting his head to the side, one eye squinting nearly shut due to the flesh on his face. After lowering his hand, he flicked the dirt from his fingernail, half rising from his seat. Upon catching sight of Yuan Yue, a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze, particularly as he fixated on her slender waist, unable to divert his attention for a prolonged moment. Yuan Yue cleared her throat deliberately, prompting him to finally glance at the items displayed on the table. Among them was a silk robe prepared by Yuan Yue, a dark-hued nightgown for men, intricately embroidered at the hems with delicate, ethereal feathers, exuding an air of luxury as if the feathers were about to take flight from the fabric. Beside it lay a lighter and a finely crafted iron dagger. The man brusquely pushed aside the dagger and lighter, grasping the silk robe with both hands, examining it repeatedly. Without regard for the presence of others, he shed his current garments and, with a swift motion, donned the robe. Despite it being the largest and most generously crafted piece Yuan Yue had selected from the men's wardrobe, it still appeared exceedingly tight on him, exposing his entire chest and protruding belly, a thick patch of black chest hair visible, coupled with an unpleasant odor emanating from his armpits that nearly made Yuan Yue retch. Losing interest in his display, she spoke up. "What do you think of the items we prepared? Can they be included in the auction?" The man seemed slightly displeased at being interrupted. "Let us do this. I'll purchase this robe personally for 5,000 shells. The rest you may take back. We have no shortage of weapons here, and besides, it's merely a common dagger, hardly worthy of the stage." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yue felt a surge of indignation. How can you determine its worth without a proper examination? And 5,000 shells, is that a jest? It felt akin to being told that an item worth 50,000 shells, exceedingly rare and unattainable even with wealth, could only be sold for 500, with the ultimatum of either selling or leaving. Yuan Yue was incensed. The discount was far too steep. Take it off. We are leaving now. Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for refusal. Either the man was cunning, fully aware of the item's value, yet attempting to swindle them, or he genuinely lacked knowledge of its worth. Regardless of which it was, he certainly did not fit her target clientele, especially with his lecherous gaze causing her a long-forgotten sense of discomfort. Yuan Yue promptly decided to take her belongings and leave, sensing that matters were not as simple as they seemed. Indeed, just as she turned, clutching the dagger and lighter, while grasping Li Sheng's arm, 5 more portly males akin to Qin Zheng surged forth, each resembling a wall, effectively blocking their escape route. Li Sheng instantly erupted into action, positioning himself before Yuan Yue. His body slightly hunched, adopting a defensive stance, though his eyes remained fixed on the adversaries. In a booming voice, he demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Only then did Qin Zheng leisurely respond, "I ask you, little female, why the urgency? Are you afraid I cannot afford the shells? My pig tribe has an abundance of currency. How about I keep this robe for myself? Afterward, I'll ensure you enjoy a life of luxury under my care." Yuan Yue was left aghast. How could he be so shameless as to utter such words? Li Sheng's expression darkened at the implication. "You covet my female?
How dare you?"
He then engaged in battle with the men surrounding them, attempting to lead Yuan Yue away. At that moment, Yuan Yue could no longer concern herself with her possessions. Her sole focus was to escape quickly. With her skills, gathering a few tens of thousands of shells was merely a matter of time. She had been careless. Individuals like Qin Zheng were beneath her consideration. Li Sheng sheltered Yuan Yue in a small corner, facing the 4 or 5 burly men opposite them, each possessing a second-level talent. In a one-on-one confrontation, he was no match, yet their numbers were overwhelming, each one robust and solidly planted. When Li Sheng delivered a flying kick, they barely budged.
"Ah.
So, you wish to play this game with me? Very well. I shall indulge you," he declared. "Yu, stay hidden," Yuan Yue observed as Li Sheng fended off their blows, all while protecting her, feeling a swell of gratitude. Her own talent could not yet be revealed, lest it invite endless trouble. She needed to devise a plan. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the iron dagger still resting on the table, while the small bamboo basket used for carrying items was just out of reach, and the fur coat had already been claimed by 2 bunny beastmen upon entry. Qin Zheng stood there, a mocking expression plastered across his face, his robe agape, revealing a mass of coarse, dark chest hair that made Yuan Yue feel nauseous. Turning her gaze away, she deliberately positioned herself against the wall, shielding herself from the lewd man's scrutiny. Pretending to rummage through her animal skin skirt, she discreetly extended one hand, swiftly retrieving a dagger from her waist.
"Li Sheng, catch."
She tossed the dagger forward. Li Sheng leaped, landing on the exposed chest of one of the burly men. In midair, he executed a flip, catching the dagger firmly before landing on the ground. The expression on the burly man's face darkened. They prided themselves as hunters, and upon encountering an amusing prey, their first instinct was to toy with and torment it. They had not anticipated the prey would retaliate so fiercely, brandishing a weapon. Qin Zheng clenched his fists in rage, his stubby fingers cracking ominously. In that case, there's no need to hold back. Orders have been given to capture this female alive, without injuring her face. This little female is for my enjoyment. Chapter 41. Preconceived schemes. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yue's expression froze in shock. What did it mean that orders had been issued stating the male's face must remain unscathed? Were they truly targeting Li Sheng? She suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Sheng, run quickly.
"Don't worry about me."
At this moment, Li Sheng's face was smeared with blood. He had used the dagger given to him by Yuan Yue to slay the burly man before him. Seizing the opportunity amidst the fierce struggle, he executed a swift and unusual maneuver, delivering a fatal blow to the throat, causing blood to gush forth in an abrupt and decisive manner, leaving no room for mercy. From the moment Qin Zheng uttered words of coveting his partner, his emotions had erupted. Damn those filthy swine. How dare they commit such an atrocity? Unforgivable. His first-rate talent was undeniable, despite 4 formidable men standing in his way. He was undeterred. Hearing Yuan Yue's voice behind him warmed his heart, prompting him to wield the dagger with even greater finesse. Soon, each of the 4 men bore multiple gashes, blood seeping from their wounds incessantly. He had also sustained injuries. The scene was grotesquely tragic. Quickly, go.
Don't worry about me. Ye me fine.
Yuan Yue continued to shout, clearly aware that they were targeting Li Sheng. As long as he disregarded her. With his skills and talent, escaping was undoubtedly within his grasp. If he could safely flee, at the very least, he could go for help or seek assistance and return to rescue her, which was far better than both of them falling into their hands. Even if bound by Qin Zheng, she had ways to escape. She had never been the fragile girl who could only weep, nor would she ever be. At this moment, Li Sheng's eyes were bloodshot, his crimson hair swirling in the air, his garments splattered with blood. One by one, the men before him fell to his relentless assault. Unable to rise again, he stood beside Yuan Yue, fighting side by side. There was no need for words between them, a single glance conveyed everything. Suddenly, from the corner, Qin Zheng spoke in a low tone, I truly underestimated you. You've managed to take down 5 warriors of my clan.
Huh.
Don't think you'll be leaving today. As he spoke, a fresh wave of men surged into the entrance. Their height and build identical to those who lay defeated on the ground. Yuan Yue and Li Sheng were instantly cornered, unable to move. Even with Li Sheng's exceptional talent, he could not withstand the overwhelming numbers, and under the relentless assault of their tactics, he gradually succumbed. Subsequently, he was bound and taken away through a hidden passage behind the stone chamber. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in an underground cell. Silence enveloped the space, so profound that the sound of a falling needle could be heard. His limbs were bound to a stone pillar, rendering him utterly immobile. Ashing, please wake up. Yuan Yue turned to the male figure not far away. Li Sheng's condition was not much better. His body was covered in dried blood, forming scabs that resembled twisted worms writhing across his skin, and his limbs bore numerous bruises, cruelly contorted. The only unscathed part was his face, which, once handsome, now appeared pallid. It was only after Yuan Yue's persistent calls that he slowly regained consciousness. Yeah, I don't know what they fed me, but I feel utterly drained. Li Sheng gazed at Yuan Yue, his eyes filled with concern and guilt. Are you foolish? I told you to run. And yet you stayed to protect me. Now that we're both captured, who will save us? Yuan Yue turned her head away, unable to bear the thought. How could I abandon you and escape alone? That would be more painful than death. Li Sheng had vowed to protect his female partner, refusing to act cowardly in times of danger. Such an act was beneath him. It was better to fight to the bitter end, for there was still a glimmer of hope. You two seem to be in quite the romantic mood, even at this juncture. A delicate voice echoed through the dim stone chamber. As the laughter drew nearer, the figure of a stunningly beautiful female emerged. She swayed her slender waist as she approached, her steps light, her dark purple hair cascading gracefully down her back. The fur coat she wore was a rare snow fox pelt, its long tail wrapped around her delicate neck, exuding an air of opulence tinged with an unsettling aura. Her dark purple eyes glinted with both resentment and triumph. The newcomer was none other than the Wolf Clan's holy maiden, Zai, whom Yuan Yue and Li Sheng had encountered on their way to the Fox Clan. Following her was the detestable Qin Zheng, who appeared overly obsequious. Oh, why the silence? Aren't you two deeply in love, always whispering sweet nothings? Why do you fall silent upon my arrival? Am I interrupting something? Her laughter rang out, mocking them. Zai's slender fingers brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear as she fixed her gaze on Li Sheng, teasingly remarking, No wonder I can't get you out of my mind. You remain as handsome as ever, utterly irresistible. Did you know that from the moment I first laid eyes on you at the Fox Clan, I was smitten? Yet, you have always treated me with indifference. Thankfully, I have finally waited for you to come to me. Araha. This time, why don't you stay and keep me company? Li Sheng remained silent, his piercing gaze akin to a blade, revealing his turmoil. Zai's delicate fingers incessantly caressed his cheek, as if to etch his visage into her memory. Observing this, Qin Zheng, wise to the moment, stepped back respectfully, crossing his arms before him. Please, my lady, take your time. I shall take my leave now. Allow me to take this little female with me. Zai waved her hand dismissively, not even glancing back. With her permission granted, Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he hurried forward to untie Yuan Yue's bonds, intending to take her away alongside him. A storm of thoughts surged through Yuan Yue's mind. Zai had mentioned her intention to be given in marriage to the Boer clan. It appeared she had indeed become one of them and held a significant position. If that were the case, then it was all a premeditated scheme. They had been tracked and monitored from the moment they set foot in the Beast City. Everything had been orchestrated in advance, rendering whatever she brought forth at the auction inconsequential. No matter what items she produced, they would always find an excuse to implicate her and Li Sheng. All of this seemed inescapable. If she and Li Sheng remained together, they could look out for one another, but if they were to part ways... She shuddered at the thought of their fate in the face of their captors. Chapter 42. A blade to the throat. With these thoughts in mind, she had no choice but to devise a plan to confront the impending danger. She refused to confront that repulsive, greasy man. Yuan Yue let out a cold chuckle, her voice laced with a haunting calmness. Do you truly believe we are unprepared? She endeavored to infuse her tone with a steadiness that would lend her words greater persuasion. Qin Zheng halted his actions. The ropes binding Yuan Yue's feet had been untied, leaving only her hands tightly bound behind her back. A glance exchanged between Qin Zheng and Ziyi revealed mutual skepticism. Yet, that doubt was swiftly cast aside. If they had indeed been prepared, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. With a sharp clap, Ziyi struck Yuan Yue across the face, leaving a vivid imprint on her fair, translucent skin. The force was so great it reverberated in her ears. You're quite the deceiver. Brother Qin, you should return. This wretched woman deserves a thorough interrogation before I deliver her to you. Ziyi gestured dismissively to Qin Zheng, signaling him to withdraw. With her hands on her hips, she gazed down at Yuan Yue with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Yuan Yue was unfazed by her threats. Torture? Ha! What a jest. I shall see who truly tortures whom. She deliberately sought to provoke Ziyi, hoping to divert her attention. She could not remain in his shadow, passively enjoying his kindness. As anticipated, her words prompted an even more violent slap from Ziyi. It seemed as if she aimed to unleash all her pent-up grievances and frustrations upon Yuan Yue, only ceasing her assault when blood began to trickle from Yuan Yue's lips. The entire scene was witnessed by Li Sheng. Do not harm her. If you have grievances,
Direct them at me.
release her. His voice was a desperate shriek, veins throbbing at his temples, a solitary tear escaping his eye. The once vibrant, obsidian gaze now appeared crimson against the backdrop of Yuan Yue's bloodied mouth. His bound hands struggled fiercely, threatening to break free. For if not for the unknown substance he had been forced to ingest, mere ropes would never have held him. He gazed at the swelling bruises marring his little female's face, his heart aching as if cut by a knife. Despite her battered visage, Yuan Yue remained defiant.
Incessante provoquing.
Yet, she harbored a scheme within her heart. She understood that Ziya's arrogance stemmed solely from her status as the mate of the boorish clan's young master, for at her core, she was an ordinary, talentless female. As long as Qin Zheng moved far enough away, she was confident she could escape. She mentally calculated Qin Zheng's robust frame, his speed, the distance, and the time needed to flee. Now was not the moment. Ziyi, seemingly fatigued from her exertions, rubbed her hands in irritation, gently blowing on her palms as if they had endured immense pain. With indignation, she pointed at Yuan Yue's bruised face and raised her gaze to Li Sheng. What is this? Are you feeling pity? Can't bear to watch? This is merely the beginning. I must inform you, Qin Zheng's methods with females are far more ruthless. He is inept but possessive. Do you understand what I mean? He often... what is the use of telling you? I wonder if your fragile little frame can withstand 3 days of his treatment, huh? Li Sheng had never felt such a profound hatred as he did in that moment. A tidal wave of fury engulfed his entire being, obliterating his reason, gentleness, and kindness. He tasted a metallic sweetness in his throat, his bound hands clenching tightly. Each of Ziya's words struck like a dull knife, inflicting unbearable pain upon his heart. Ziya's tone shifted. However, she is destined to perish eventually. Given your decent appearance, if you are willing to become my partner, I might consider allowing her a more merciful demise. Damn that boorish clan. I've had enough of them.
So, what do you say?
As Ziyi cast a sly glance toward Li Sheng, Yuan Yue discreetly summoned a dagger, grasping it firmly as she began to slice through her bindings. Her eyes, once gently closed, snapped open. Now was the moment. With a swift leap, she kicked Ziyi to the ground. Taken by surprise, Ziyi stumbled forward, her eyes wide with terror. You! How is this possible? How do you possess talent? Ziya's eyes bulged in fear, her palms and knees scraped and bleeding from the fall. Yet, the pain was eclipsed by the shock that consumed her mind. Yuan Yue tapped the dagger's hilt against her face, the blade's cold gleam reflecting in Ziya's eyes. She thrashed desperately to escape, but it was in vain. Yuan Yue was no longer that frail, helpless female to be bullied. You enjoy slapping faces, do you not? Perhaps it is time for me to return the favor? As she spoke, the dagger glided toward Ziya's cheek, the icy chill penetrating her being, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, silenced by fear. What is this? Are you afraid now? Weren't you just so arrogant? You mar my face, so how shall I repay you? Yuan Yue relished the sight of the once dominant female now at her mercy, suddenly bursting into laughter. Release me. Ziyi continued to struggle. Yuan Yue retaliated with a sharp slap. Silence. She then tore a piece of hide from Ziya's clothing and stuffed it in her mouth, rendering her only capable of muffled whimpers as her body writhed, unable to break free. You understand this sensation is unpleasant, do you not?
Ha ha ha.
With that, Yuan Yue picked up the discarded dagger and slashed it across Ziya's face with great force. Flesh split open, and blood gushed forth. Let this be your payment for your earlier rudeness. Having spoken, she struck the knife's hilt forcefully against Ziya's neck, causing her to lose consciousness instantly. As a healer, she was well aware of the pressure points that could induce fainting. After shaking Ziya's body to confirm her complete unconsciousness, she turned to the bound Li Sheng. With the dagger, she severed his bindings, and the weakened Li Sheng collapsed into her arms. As she felt for his pulse, she discovered it was erratic, likely due to some debilitating substance he had ingested. The medical supplies were primarily for treating injuries and were of little use. However, escaping this place was beyond her capabilities with her current level 4 talent. But there was still a vial of talent-enhancing potion in her space. Yet, since Li Sheng was already at level 1, she wondered if it would be effective for him. There was no time to ponder. The longer they delayed, the more likely they would be discovered. On the first day of the month, Yuan Yue gently cradled Li Sheng's body with one hand while the other summoned a potion for upgrading talents. Biting off the cork, she poured the contents into Li Sheng's mouth. As he swallowed, the remnants of the potion within him were gradually purged. After several breaths, he finally regained consciousness. Li Sheng tightly embraced Yuan Yue's delicate form, nearly overwhelmed by the fear of losing her. The immense terror still lingered within him. Yet, he understood that they could not linger here for too long, as unforeseen dangers could arise at any moment. In an instant, he abruptly released his grip on Yuan Yue and hastened forward. He retrieved the dagger from the ground and swiftly struck its eye, delivering a fatal blow to the throat. The speed was so astonishing that there was no time for astonishment. The two departed hand in hand, leaving behind a spurt of blood and a chilling silence. Chapter 43. The auction venue. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hu Wei and his companions had acquired a wooden token at a high price from others. They intended to wait for Yuan Yue and Li Sheng's return before using the token to observe from the outside. The auction had become exceedingly popular, and after that moment, it would be impossible to obtain such tokens. Others were unwilling to part with theirs, and the only one they managed to acquire was thanks to Mu Qing's assistance. Mu Qing and Meng Meng had resumed their normal camaraderie, tacitly avoiding any mention of their previous coincidental bath encounter. Their conversations revolved around the various novelties occurring in the Beast City, with little reference to their own tribes. Although there were occasional moments of awkwardness, they generally found enjoyment in each other's company. As the time for the auction approached, everyone anxiously awaited Yuan Yue and Li Sheng's appearance. Hu Wei, Meng Meng, and Rong Rong stood outside the auction venue, filled with unease. The auction was about to commence, yet Yuan Yue and Li Sheng were still nowhere to be seen. The auction was set in an open area outside the Pig Clan's tribal grounds, clearly arranged with care. A tall stone platform was adorned with various gifts, including ordinary weapons, household salt, and coarse garments, items that were not particularly valuable but difficult for an average family to possess. Even more ostentatiously, one platform was filled with shell coins, allegedly to be distributed as prizes to the onlookers after the event. Every detail reflected the Pig Clan's financial prowess. Surrounding the venue were orcs of different races, whispering amongst themselves. Even the crowd without wooden tokens was nearly at capacity, all hoping to receive some of the supplies distributed by the Pig Clan. Although these items were free, they could be utilized for a considerable time once taken home. Hu Wei and his companions had acquired the cheapest wooden tokens, thus lacking the qualifications to enter the inner area and participate in the auction. They could only stand a little closer than the onlookers and shout to place bids. Each token allowed entry for only 2 individuals. Hu Wei led Rong Rong while Meng Meng followed Mu Qing. As Hu Wei was swept into the venue by the moving crowd, he constantly scanned the surroundings, murmuring in hope of catching a glimpse of Yuan Yue. It was strange. Could they have encountered some danger? Why had they not appeared? Rong Rong, following suit, suggested, "Why don't you two go in first?" I can run out to look for them. What if they can't find their way? Hu Wei felt somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head. Such a task should be his responsibility. However, his large frame made it difficult to navigate through the crowded space. That could work, but if you go out like that, you might not be able to get back in, he replied. It's fine, you go ahead. I don't have any money, anyway, and it would be easier for Yu to spot you inside. With that, he turned to search for a gap, attempting to break free from the throng. Meanwhile, Yuan Yue and Li Sheng successfully evaded the pursuit of the Pig Clan's guards, finally escaping with bated breath. Fortunately, the fool's eye was likely preoccupied with his partner, resulting in their confinement being rather concealed, known to very few. Now, once they dealt with Qin Zheng, they could vanish without a trace. Yuan Yue knew that Hu Wei and the others must be frantic with worry, so she was determined to find a way to send them a message, even if they couldn't meet face to face, at least to assure them of her safety. Yuan Yue and Li Sheng stealthily hid within the city, their conspicuous hairstyles necessitating a change of color to avoid detection. In a secluded corner, Yuan Yue rummaged through her wardrobe, retrieving black garments and a specialized tailor's kit provided by the system. Employing surgical techniques for stitching wounds, she labored throughout the night. By dawn, she had fashioned 2 hoods. The two stealthily blended into the crowd attending the auction. As the saying goes, the darkest place is under the lamp. The most perilous locations often provide the greatest safety. Li Sheng stood guard on the outer edge, vigilant for any disturbances, while Yuan Yue maneuvered through the crowd, attempting to weave her way forward. Amidst the throng, several times she nearly lost her hood. If her silver-white hair were to be revealed, escape would be impossible.
Ouch.
Yuan Yue looked up to see whom she had bumped into. Rong Rong. Yu, both exclaimed in surprise. Yuan Yue hastily covered Rong Rong's mouth, stifling her impending shout, and pulled her away.
Sure.
Don't make a sound. Follow me. Rong Rong blinked her big eyes and nodded slightly. Yuan Yue cautiously scanned their surroundings. This is urgent. Listen to me. We are being followed. Li Sheng and I were captured by the Pig Clan and just killed our captor to escape. You must run. Split up. Don't look back. We'll meet again in 3 months at the Tiger Clan. Rong Rong, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded solemnly. Okay, take care. She then turned and ran, glancing back occasionally. Yuan Yue turned to look in the direction Rong Rong had departed.
Just in time.
She caught sight of the auctioneer on stage presenting a lighter they had brought. As he pressed and released, a flame suddenly flared up, eliciting gasps from the audience below. Yuan Yue tugged at Li Sheng's hand, pointing toward the commotion. Look, Li Sheng. They're truly making the most of their resources. We could have taken it openly, but they insist on pulling such stunts. Li Sheng glanced in the direction Yuan Yue indicated, taking a brief mental note of the scene. The attendees at the auction watched in astonishment as the initial bidding price of 2,000 shells for the lighter skyrocketed to 300,000 shells. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this was merely an inconspicuous trinket casually picked up by Yuan Yue in January. How ironic. Let us hasten. While the commotion ensues, we might seize an opportunity to capture a flying beast. Excellent. With that, the two swiftly made their way towards the location where flying beasts were rented and sold. At the Flying Beast Arena, in the backyard, 2 guards were huddled in their fur coats, whispering on a stone bench inside a small wooden cabin. One, a burly man, stroked his beard and smacked his lips. What a stroke of bad luck. Everyone else has gone to the auction, leaving just the 2 of us to stand watch. Indeed, replied the other guard with a look of regret. I've heard that, aside from the well-known talent potions, there are also alluring female orcs up for auction. The first guard sighed. Yes, I've heard those females are more enchanting than the last, the most beautiful from the serpent tribe, renowned for their grace. Even if we lack the means, at least we could feast our eyes upon them. He rolled his eyes, lamenting, it's all the fault of the one in charge, seeking pleasure for himself, while we endure the drudgery. Enough of that. Who told us we were merely lowly guards? The burly man patted the other guard on the shoulder. All right, you stay put. I'll go check the back. With that, he donned his fur hat and opened the cabin door, preparing to step out. Chapter 44. A Free Ride. Yuan Yue and Li Sheng had just reached the backyard where the flying beasts were confined, stealthily moving the stones that blocked the cave's entrance. Thankfully, the stones were round, and after removing the obstacles supporting them, they were not too difficult to shift. They quietly let out 2 flying beasts. Fortuitously, during their previous visit, they had learned how to ride these creatures. Their plan was to discreetly mount the 2 flying beasts, one flying south and the other north, making it difficult for the Pig Clan to track them down afterward. Even if they were discovered, it would likely take some time before the pursuers could catch up. Yuan Yue had already released one of the flying beasts and had mounted the second one, waiting for Li Sheng to restore the entrance before joining him for a silent departure. Meanwhile, the burly man, wrapped in his coat, swayed over to inspect.
Look out. Li Sheng.
Hurry. Yuan Yue spotted the figure behind her and urged Li Sheng to climb aboard quickly. Li Sheng turned and caught a glimpse of impending doom. No longer concerned about whether he was being gentle in pushing the massive stone, he summoned his strength, and with a resounding thud, the stone was shoved back into place at the cave's entrance. The burly man, who had been strolling leisurely, immediately sensed something was amiss. Ignoring the biting cold that seeped through his coat, he hurriedly approached.
Hey.
Who are you? Stop right there. He lunged forward to strike Li Sheng, bellowing in fury. Not good. Someone's stealing the flying beasts. The other guard, who had been idly sitting in the wooden cabin, could no longer remain still upon hearing the commotion. He stumbled to his feet and dashed off, terrified, seeking assistance. Li Sheng found himself entangled with the burly man, while Yuan Yue, astride the flying beast, was filled with anxiety. If this continued, they would soon face endless torment. She swiftly leaped down, summoning 2 daggers, one for herself and one for Li Sheng.
Li Sheng.
There's no time. Deal with him quickly. Thus, the 3 were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Li Sheng, with his formidable strength and talent, maintained the upper hand. Perhaps the burly man also possessed considerable power due to his second-level talent and extensive battle experience, making him a challenging opponent. However, Yuan Yue was not so fortunate. Upon discovering that this female possessed talent, the burly man lost his composure. She was undoubtedly the first and only female with talent to appear on the Orc continent, with an immeasurable future ahead. If he failed to eliminate her, not only would he face consequences, but the entire pig clan would be plunged into terrifying retribution. Thus, every move he made was calculated to evade Li Sheng while targeting Yuan Yue. Yuan Yue was no fool. She did not stand idle to take hits. Realizing his intentions, she darted behind Li Sheng.
Li Sheng.
Keep him occupied. Since the pig clan is so aggressive, let me add some excitement to their auction. Yuan Yue rushed to the area where the flying beasts were confined, mustering all her strength to push the massive stones aside, liberating the creatures within. One by one, she untied the ropes binding them, directing each to fly in different directions. After a brief moment, Li Sheng finally subdued the burly man, who lay lifeless on the ground, his blood staining the pristine white snow beneath him. With the guards closing in, Yuan Yue had no time to release the remaining flying beasts. Instead, she slapped each one on the rear, urging them to flee.
Go.
Wherever you wish. You are free. With a cacophony of cries, the sky filled with flying beasts of various sizes. With a swift leap, she mounted the flying beast ridden by Li Sheng, wrapping her arms around his waist as they departed with grace. The arriving guards were left in shock, uncertain whether to pursue the culprit responsible for their losses or to chase after their own flying beasts. Outside the beast city, though the air remained cold, the weather was relatively clear. Yuan Yue and Li Sheng rode the flying beasts toward the distant jungle lynx tribe. As they soared through the air, they marveled at the breathtaking scenery below. The wintry landscape, blanketed in pristine white snow, appeared tranquil and beautiful. Trees nestled in the embrace of snow seemed to don a cloak of purity, while icicles hanging from barren branches glistened like crystals, embellishing the solitude of winter. Though the winter wind was frigid, it carried with it a refreshing breeze that invigorated their spirits. Having escaped the pursuit of the pig clan, they felt a sense of liberation and joy, slowing their pace as they rode. The journey to the jungle lynx tribe would take merely half a month. Once there, they would assist Mou in healing his legs, and together, they would proceed to the tiger clan, aligning perfectly with their prearranged 3-month timeline.
Hey.
Do you think Hui and the others have left the City of Beasts? Li Sheng turned to glance at his petite female companion. They must have departed. Just the other day, after finishing our conversation, Rong hurried off to inform them. Besides, with the commotion we caused later and the chaos at the auction, they surely had no time to scrutinize everyone's whereabouts. If they left then, they should be well on their way to the tiger clan by now. That's reassuring. Li Sheng fell silent, yet his gaze remained fixed on the little female behind him. After removing her hood, the snow-white strands of Yuan Yue's hair cascaded down, blending seamlessly with the wintry landscape, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty akin to a delicate painting. Li Sheng watched, entranced, his eyes unblinking. Feeling the warmth of his gaze, Yuan Yue's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. She playfully tugged at his neck while chiding him. "What are you staring at?" The shyness in her expression was unmistakable, captured entirely in his eyes. "You are simply enchanting. I can never seem to get enough of you. I could gaze at you like this every day." Upon uttering those words, a smile blossomed on her face, one she was unaware of. A spontaneous manifestation of joy, or perhaps a habitual gesture that had developed over time. "By the way, I have some delightful news. Would you like to hear it?" Yuan Yue, seated behind Li Sheng, felt the gentle winter breeze tousle her silver hair. With a lingering blush on her cheeks, she tenderly rested her head against his back, wrapping her arms around his waist. Do tell."
I am pregnant.
"The little fox you've been dreaming of is on the way."
Ah?
Li Sheng momentarily failed to grasp the significance of her words, but joy quickly surged within him, overriding the fact that they were still airborne. He spun around, cradling her blushing cheeks in his hands, and pressed a fervent kiss upon her lips. "I'm going to be a father. Yeah, I'm going to be a father."
Ha ha ha.
Chapter 45. The little white tiger cub. Meanwhile, Hu Wei and his companions had successfully escaped the city of beasts. Upon receiving Rongrong's warning, Hu Wei and Meng Meng promptly distanced themselves from the auction crowd, leaving without gathering their belongings, hastily exiting the city just before the gates closed. They intended to retrace their steps back to the Tiger Clan, as there were young cubs waiting at home, needing care until Yuan Yue returned. Being members of the Tiger Clan, Meng Meng and Hu Wei felt at ease returning home, often reminiscing about amusing tales from their childhood. However, Rongrong felt differently. She forced a smile throughout the journey, feeling out of place and unable to contribute to the conversation. As a solitary beast man, having been devastated by Xuanli's actions, she had nowhere to go. Fortunately, she had befriended Yuan Yue, who had become her pillar of support over time. But with Yuan Yue absent, she felt hesitant to intrude on someone else's home for food and shelter. She nervously twirled her fingers, her mind swirling with thoughts. How could she part with her newfound friends? Perhaps she should walk with them for a while longer before taking her leave. The impending farewell tugged at her heartstrings, making her reluctant to speak the words. Torn between her desire for companionship and the feeling of being an outsider, she grappled with her emotions, unsure if her presence in the Tiger Clan would be unwelcome or overly presumptuous. Just then, an unexpected arrival alleviated her concerns. Huff, huff, huff. The sounds of heavy breathing echoed from behind, prompting everyone to turn.
Mooching.
"What brings you here?" Meng Meng asked, adjusting the small basket slung over her shoulder, her expression one of surprise. I was wondering if I could accompany you to the Tiger Clan as a guest? I promise not to impose for too long. My brother had to leave due to other matters, and I'm alone now. I was actually traveling and happened to cross paths with you all. Would it be alright if we traveled together? I can contribute some shells for the journey, and I'm willing to lend a hand if danger arises," he added, scratching his head awkwardly, his gaze timidly assessing Meng Meng's reaction. Due to Yuan Yue's disruption at the auction, Mu Qing had failed to obtain the talent-enhancing potion he sought. After they left, he endured a thorough questioning before managing to exit the city. With his third-level talent, while not exceptionally powerful, he could still offer assistance in times of peril. Moreover, the sudden departure from Meng Meng left him feeling a void, as if something precious had been lost. Thus, he had followed Hu Wei's group. Of course, he wouldn't disclose these feelings outright. He maintained a facade of calmness. "Meng Meng, you wouldn't object, would you?" Mu Qing feigned a pitiful expression, gazing at her with hopeful eyes. "I couldn't care less. If you want to come, then come." Meng Meng rolled her eyes, hands on her hips, her figure appearing even more pronounced compared to her slender waist. Hu Wei shot a glance at the two, chuckling as he draped an arm around Mu Qing's shoulders. "What's the harm? Let us go. I'll host you when we reach the Tiger Clan." Seeing the agreement among the group, Rongrong finally relaxed, exhaling deeply. "Phew, as long as I'm not the only one mooching off of you all, that's a relief." The group continued their trek toward the Tiger Clan. On another front, Yuan Yue and Li Sheng had been aboard the Flying Beast for 10 days. They neared the vicinity of the Warm Rain Jungle, the very place where Yuan Yue had been deceived and subsequently rescued by Hu Wei. Their departure had been rather abrupt, leaving them unprepared for the journey ahead. The provisions in their space were still the same as when they left the Tiger Clan. In addition to their regular meals, Yuan Yue had to feed the several little tiger cubs in the space daily. She had also checked on the snake cubs, which, perhaps due to the frigid weather, were still hibernating, resembling their original egg forms with no signs of hatching. As they approached the lynx tribe, it was impractical to release the cubs during feeding, as they would need to be returned to the space afterward. There was a risk of being careless, and if someone with ill intentions were to see them, it could lead to significant trouble. Deciding on a practical solution, Yuan Yue retrieved the bamboo basket Romrong had made for carrying the young cubs and strapped all 6 onto her back, leaving the snake cubs in the space to continue their hibernation. Originally, neither she nor Li Sheng were particularly large beast men with substantial appetites, and the little cubs could only consume so much. However, this time they had the advantage of a flying beast to assist them. The appetite of the flying beasts is indeed akin to an insatiable abyss. Not only do they consume voraciously, but they are also discerning in their choices. A mere morsel of tender meat will not suffice. They must be fully satiated before they consent to continue their journey. Otherwise, they will protest incessantly with their shrill cries. It is no wonder that only the most powerful families can afford to keep them, as the mere act of feeding consumes a considerable amount of their resources.
And now,
Once again, the creature is hungry, hovering in the air, unwilling to proceed. Left with no alternative, they descend and settle amidst the thicket, with Li Sheng tasked with hunting while Yuan Yue remains behind to wait. Yuan Yue's thoughts drifted to Mou, wondering about his well-being. It had been quite some time since they last met, and she pondered whether he was adjusting well within the tribe. She felt a deep gratitude for the male who had cared for her since her arrival in this world. Were it not for him, she might not have survived at all. As she reflected, she resolved that upon her return to the lynx tribe, she must ensure his leg is healed. If the opportunity arises, she would take him to the tiger clan, allowing him to see her young ones. Meanwhile, she busily fended off the little cubs attempting to escape their bamboo basket. One small white tiger, having climbed over its siblings, emerged from the basket, its head tilted adorably, a grand character king etched upon its forehead. With wide, blinking eyes, it curiously surveyed the world. However, before it could take in much, its mother swiftly swatted it back into the basket. The small white tiger landed atop its brothers and sisters, eliciting a chorus of whimpers. With its eyes fixed longingly on its mother, it even shed a tear, reminiscent of its father. Yuan Yu's heart softened, and she gently grasped the cub by the scruff of its neck, lifting it into her embrace. The little white tiger, seemingly triumphant, snuggled against her, showering her with affection. The scene was heartwarming. Suddenly, from the nearby woods, the sound of crunching snow accompanied by the banter of several males reached her ears. Brothers, push forward a bit more, and we shall reach the land of delights. I've heard there's fresh stock available. One chortled. Hurry, I have plenty of coin this time. Acquiring a female will be no trouble. Don't you dare compete with me. Yuan Yue pricked her ears, covering the cub's mouth with her hands to prevent any sound. She feared detection and the ensuing complications. The land of delights? Fresh stock? This wretched place still exists. She wondered which unfortunate female had been deceived here in the name of the beast god. A desire to follow and see for herself stirred within her. But the current situation dictated otherwise. She would have to wait for Li Sheng to return to devise a plan. Chapter 46. Reunion with an old friend. When Li Sheng returned from the hunt, Yuan Yue meticulously divided the catch, feeding both the cubs and the flying beast while preparing a fire to roast their own meal. She recounted the recent events to Li Sheng, who listened with a look of astonishment. The beast god's sanctuary is the land of delights? Such a thing exists? Yuan Yue, puzzled, pressed on. Surely the Fox clan has something similar? Not at all, he replied. How do you treat females who are unable to bear offspring? Yuan Yue questioned, under the impression that all tribes operated in a similar fashion, cherishing useful females while exploiting the remaining value of those unable to reproduce. Li Sheng pondered for a moment before responding. Females are invaluable. Even those who cannot bear young should not be treated in such a way. Only a male incapable of supporting his mate or offspring would act thus. Our Fox clan has a naturally low population of females. Even intermarriages with outside clans are scarce. It often happens that one female is surrounded by several males, let alone providing females from our clan to others. If such a thing were to occur in our tribe, my mother would ensure a severe punishment without needing my father's intervention. Yuan Yue fell into deep contemplation. It turned out not every tribe operated in the same manner, indicating that a conspiracy might be at play, perhaps concealing a shocking secret. At that moment, she felt an intense urge to follow the steps of the passing beastmen to the land of delights. Whether it was a desire for revenge or a need to vent her frustrations, she could not discern her own motives. However, the journey remained paramount. The time to fulfill her promise to heal Mou was drawing near. If she did not make haste, she genuinely feared what unforeseen circumstances might befall him in his current state. As they conversed, they hastily devoured the roasted meat, preparing to set off to the lynx tribe. Just as they finished tidying up the mess and extinguishing the campfire, a cry for help echoed from afar. It was the voice of a female, stumbling forward. Saw them and exerted every ounce of strength to reach them. Yet, a female without talent could hardly outrun the guards. She was soon tackled to the ground. Having previously dealt with the incident involving Zai, Yuan Yue wished to avoid any trouble, especially since she had pressing matters to attend to, and thus ignored the female's pleas. Li Sheng, we must go, Yuan Yue urged. The female rushed forward, reaching out to grasp the flying beast. At that moment, the creature had already spread its wings, preparing to take flight. Yu, save me, the female cried out. Yuan Yue was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, she felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not place her. Don't you remember me? Ima Nai, your childhood companion. We were both sold to the beast god as sanctuary. The female sobbed desperately. Only then did Yuan Yue recall the companion she had once had, who had apologized to her. Yet she had not paid it much mind since she was not the original owner of this body, and thus had not remembered her appearance. She only recalled that Nai had been somewhat plump, having been well cared for since childhood, quite unlike the emaciated figure before her now. The guard pursuing her pressed a foot down on her back, twisting it cruelly, and then, still unsated, delivered a vicious kick to her head. Even Yuan Yue and Li Sheng, who had endured multiple battles, found this act exceedingly brutal. Blood trickled from her temple, staining the pristine snow, blossoming like a flower. The guard's attire seemed familiar, and the leader's gaze toward Yuan Yue and Li Sheng was filled with suspicion and disdain. The foot pressing down on Nai's head continued to shake. With a scornful tone, he warned, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. This is the territory of the Land of Delights. Cross us, and you may not even know how you met your end. Yuan Yue, already simmering with suppressed fury, felt her rage ignite further upon hearing those words. It turned out to be the guards of the Gentle Haven. Before he could finish his words, the newcomer boldly made a statement. Are you afraid? Hurry up and leave. If you don't, we won't hold back on our responsibilities. If you meddle in our affairs, don't blame us for being impolite. However, Yuan Yue did not show any signs of fear. Instead, her smile widened. I thought you were someone of great importance. You truly frighten me. With a playful tone, she suggested, Sheng, why don't you entertain them for a while? Li Sheng flashed her a gentle smile, filled with affection. All right, we shall heed Ye's suggestion. He then dismounted from the flying beast and promptly lifted Yuan Yue down as well. The guards, taken aback by their utter lack of fear, felt their anger rise.
All right.
You really want to meddle, do you? Don't say I didn't warn you. Brothers, let us capture this white-haired little female and report back to Sister Fong. Chaos erupted in an instant. Among the Gentle Haven guards was a male with a second-level talent, while the rest were mostly of fourth-level talent. Li Xin, being more than capable, easily handled them. The disparity in talent could not be compensated for by any amount of flashy techniques. However, due to the sheer number of opponents, it required Li Sheng a bit of time to deal with each one individually. Given Yuan Yue's abilities, she could have stepped in to assist. Although she might not win against the second-level male, handling a fourth-level male would pose no challenge. Nonetheless, glancing at Nai, who lay at her feet, she hesitated and ultimately refrained from intervening. Only the dead can keep secrets, and it was best not to reveal her strength until the situation clarified. Avoiding trouble was her consistent modus operandi. Yuan Yue bent down to help Nai up, tearing a piece of her clean beast skin to cover Nai's wound, preventing further blood loss. She expressed her concern. Are you all right? You've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you. Nai hurriedly scrambled to her feet, gripping Yuan Yue's sleeve tightly, her eyes flickering with fear as her voice trembled. Is he your partner? Can he handle those guards? Perhaps due to overwhelming fear or doubts about Li Sheng's strength, her gaze was filled with trepidation. Yuan Yue patted her hand gently, signaling her to relax. Then, in a soothing tone, she reassured, It's all right, don't worry, my partner is of first-level talent. Only then did Nai feel a sense of relief, exhaling deeply. Her gaze then fell upon the small bamboo basket containing the cubs that Yuan Yue carried. Chapter 47. An agreement reached. Li Sheng dispatched the leading guard with second-level talent, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. He crossed his arms and cracked his knuckles. Before he could charge forward again, the remaining lower-talented guards turned and fled. They were astute enough to realize that with their leader gone, they lacked the strength to withstand even a single blow from him. One guard even abandoned his shoes in his haste. As he ran, he cast occasional glances back, as if Li Sheng were a fearsome beast, terrified that he would be the next to meet a grim fate. Li Sheng found the sight amusing and chose not to pursue them. Rather than dealing with these inconsequential threats, his priority was his partner. He turned back and stood beside Yuan Yue, wearing a look of pride, as if to say, "Look how formidable I am. Yeah, praise me." Given the presence of others, Yuan Yue refrained from displaying too much intimacy with Li Sheng, merely giving his arm a light pat. "Hey, is this your cub?" Nai suddenly interjected from the side. "What a beautiful little tiger cub. But your partner has red fur. Why are the cubs white and gold?" The question, albeit somewhat out of place, did not faze Yuan Yue. She was unaware of Li Sheng's original beast form, and on the beastman continent, hair color was determined by their fur. The color of their beast form dictated the color of their hair. "I have another beast husband from the tiger clan. These are his cubs. However, I am currently pregnant with Ah Sheng's cubs," Yuan Yue answered her earnestly. "My goodness. Yeah, I remember you were deemed infertile by the shaman. I never imagined you would be so capable now." In the eyes of the beastman continent's females, strong reproductive abilities and formidable partners were greatly revered. Nai gazed at Yuan Yue with envy. Yuan Yue, however, dismissed the notion. "Can we trust the shaman? He's not a good person. By the way, I haven't asked you what happened that brought you here. I recall you and I were not headed to the same place." Yuan Yue tactfully redirected the conversation. The people who appeared around her must be trustworthy. Only then would she feel at ease, even if they were childhood friends. Nai began to sob, tears cascading down her cheeks like a burst dam. "I was sold to another place. A wandering rabbit clan beastman bought me. He treated me well, often saying he was overjoyed to finally have a partner. He didn't care about my infertility, only that I was there to accompany him. Although his talent was low, we lived a nomadic life, and I didn't mind at all. I never held his infertility against him. But that life didn't last a year before my partner was targeted by other wandering beastmen. They cruelly killed him, and sobbing, they sold me off without any recourse. I truly envy you. Yeah, you're so fortunate. Where are you headed? Can you take me with you? If I'm left alone, I will soon be captured again. I promise I won't be a burden. I can help take care of the cubs." With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Yuan Yue, brimming with hope. Yuan Yue pondered for a moment, looking intently into her eyes, her expression grave. "I can take you with us, but I need your help with one thing. I plan to return to the Lynx tribe to fetch Brother Mou. I have found a powerful partner who believes he can heal Brother Mou's leg. However, upon my return, I will inevitably expose the shaman's true nature. As you know, without him, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Will you stand by my side to assist me?" Yuan Yue sought confirmation from Nai, whose demeanor instantly became solemn. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, performing a unique gesture of respect in the beast world. "Of course, I agree. If it weren't for the shaman, I wouldn't have suffered this way."
All right.
Then it's settled. Let us set off. A trio of individuals, accompanied by a solitary young creature, once again boarded a flying beast, soaring towards the direction of the Lynx tribe. The winter chill was particularly biting, especially as the creature ascended into the frigid air. Yuan Yue felt as though her very nose might freeze off. She had lined the bamboo basket with several layers of animal skins, carefully wrapping the young ones within, allowing her to finally place them back into the basket with a sense of relief. Yet, despite her efforts, the little ones continued to shiver and whimper. There was little choice. For the foreseeable future, she would refrain from utilizing her spatial abilities. This was not her territory, and she was wary of exposing her true nature. Yuan Yue could only position the small bamboo basket between herself and Li Sheng, shielding them from the biting wind with her body. This arrangement persisted for over 10 days until they finally approached the vicinity of the Lynx tribe. The flying beast flapped its enormous wings in a graceful arc, stirring the surrounding cold winds, prompting Yuan Yue to tightly wrap her animal skin coat around herself and nudge the basket containing the young creatures closer. Yes, just ahead. A little further, and they would reach the Lynx tribe. All right, I shall instruct the flying beast to descend now. You all must hold on tightly. Li Sheng turned with a cheerful smile to inform them. Yuan Yue glanced back at Nai, who sat at the rear. She was on the verge of returning home. Yet her expression was devoid of excitement, instead clouded by deep concern. Nai, what troubles you? Yuan Yue inquired softly. Nai, still grappling with her thoughts on how to express herself, was suddenly interrupted by a mournful wail. Yuan Yue's countenance shifted, and she instinctively shouted, "Li Sheng, stop immediately." Although bewildered, Li Sheng obediently brought the flying beast to a halt in midair. Yuan Yue passed the small bamboo basket to Nai Nai and shifted from her seated position to lie down on the back of the flying creature, her eyes scanning the surroundings. All she could see was a dense forest blanketed in snow. The scenery was beautiful, yet something felt amiss. Where had that mournful cry originated? After a moment of contemplation, it dawned on her. Li Sheng, descend quickly. With a sharp cry, the flying beast responded, plummeting towards the ground. Upon landing, Yuan Yu's expression grew grave. Something was wrong. Why was there a faint scent of blood in the air? Why did that mournful cry seem so familiar? Chapter 48. Reunion with Mo Yu. Li Sheng, noticing Yuan Yu's unusual demeanor, inquired with concern, Yu, what is troubling you? I believe I heard a mournful cry. Did you hear it as well? Yuan Yu turned to the two behind her. Li Sheng's expression turned serious. I think I heard it too. But this is the mountains. It's common for beasts to be injured during hunts. Nai Nai shook her head, then nodded in agreement with Li Sheng's statement. But this sound is different. It feels so familiar. I can't shake the feeling that it was Mo Yu's voice. The two were taken aback, their expressions mirroring disbelief. As they simultaneously turned to Yuan Yue, as if to question the veracity of her claim, Yuan Yue remained silent, lost in thought for a moment before deciding to trust her instincts.
Li Sheng.
Quickly use your tracking skills to see if there are any signs of beast activity or sense nearby. With that, she transformed back into her beast form, raising her nose to investigate the surroundings. She was certain she had indeed heard that cry, though uncertain if it truly belonged to Mo Yu. It felt eerily familiar, yet she dared not confirm it. Yuan Yue and Li Sheng spread out, searching diligently, while Nai Nai followed closely behind, the bamboo basket on her back. The feline beastmen possessed decent olfactory senses, yet they paled in comparison to the first-tier talents of Li Sheng. In the beast world, the auditory, visual, and olfactory senses of a first-tier talent were unparalleled. However, even among first-tier beastmen, distinctions were made based on their beast forms. If the avian first-tier beastmen possessed the finest hearing, the canines held the best sense of smell. Although Li Sheng was not a canine beastman, he was still the most adept among the trio. Furthermore, he possessed the unique tracking skills of the Fox clan, making the search for traces of beast activity a mere formality. Soon an answer emerged. Come quickly, Li Sheng called out. Yuan Yue hurried to catch up with his pace, with Nai Nai stumbling along behind. After traversing approximately 400 to 500 meters, a wave of blood reek assaulted their senses. Lifting her gaze, Yuan Yue beheld a thicket crushed into the snow, the ground marked by signs of struggle. Drops of blood blossomed on the snow like winter plum blossoms, piercing Yuan Yu's heart with anguish. Some footprints had been obscured by the scuffle, rendering the identity of the beast indiscernible. The blood trail led to the mouth of a nearby cave. Yuan Yu's heart raced with alarm as she dashed inside. There, she found a massive dog fiercely clamped onto the hind leg of a black-furred lynx, its eyes filled with ferocity, as if intent on tearing it apart. Li Sheng, now, end it, Yuan Yue shouted without hesitation. The moment she laid eyes on Mo Yu's form, her heart quaked. Li Sheng sprang into action, his body transforming into a crimson blur as he lunged at the giant dog. Just as the beast turned at the sound of Yuan Yu's voice, it found itself confronted by the fiery figure drawing ever closer until it faded into oblivion. Li Sheng dispatched the giant dog effortlessly. Victory was assured when a first-tier talent faced such a low-level beast. Yuan Yue rushed forward to assess Mo Yu's injuries. The once motionless black lynx gradually shifted back into human form. His high-bridged nose, eyes closed gently, and long lashes brushed against a tear mole beneath his eye. Now devoid of the once vibrant emerald gaze, his face etched with the agony of unconsciousness. Standing at 6 feet tall and muscular, though he limped due to an injured leg, his spirit had remained intact. Yet now he was marred by numerous wounds, and the previously injured leg had deteriorated from lack of treatment, shrinking to a size far smaller than the other. The wound from the giant dog's bite was on his healthy leg, blood pouring forth. In that instant, Yuan Yue could not restrain her tears. She knelt on the ground, trembling as she attempted to feel for Mo Yu's breath. Nai Nai, unable to suppress her emotions, turned her head away. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. He merely fainted. His vital signs are still present. Yuan Yue tore a piece from her fur coat and pressed it firmly against Mo Yu's wound, managing to staunch the flow of blood. The trio cautiously lifted the injured Mo Yu onto the back of a flying beast. They were now quite close to the lynx tribe and decided against continuing their flight. instead leading the beast on foot, taking care to maintain a steady pace to avoid further jostling Mou. As they traversed the dense woods surrounding the tribe, they finally arrived at the lynx tribe after approximately half an hour. The passage of time had blurred Yuan Yue's memories of the lynx tribe, and she could hardly recall its appearance, only vaguely sensing that it should be more vibrant than it currently seemed. Yet, upon entering, it was starkly different from the last time she had departed. The streets were sparsely populated, and those who did see the flying beast wore expressions of terror, quickly turning away to huddle together, whispering among themselves. Yuan Yue did not recognize any of them, nor did she feel inclined to greet anyone. Her mind was consumed with anxiety. She should have treated Mou's wound in the cave. However, she harbored a distrust towards Nai Nai, a suspicion that was not entirely unfounded. For instance, the original owner of her body had been close friends with Nai Nai in their childhood. But after an unexpected upheaval in the original owner's family, they had ceased all communication, exchanging only a solitary apology at their final farewell. Moreover, when Nai Nai encountered Yuan Yue this time, she was not patiently awaiting their return to the lynx tribe but was incessantly probing for information about Yuan Yue, seemingly to showcase her own misfortunes by comparison. Although there was no overt malice, it felt oddly unsettling. Yuan Yue could not fathom why she had felt an aversion to Nai Nai from the very first moment they met. It was not outright dislike. Yet something about her felt off. Unlike the ease she experienced with Rong, she felt a constant need to be on guard around Nai Nai. Perhaps Li Sheng shared her sentiments, as he had never voiced a differing opinion throughout their ordeal. Now that they had returned to the lynx tribe, Nai Nai's safety was assured. Yuan Yue longed to bid farewell to Nai Nai and tend to Mou's injuries, yet she dared not reveal any of her true feelings. She maintained a polite demeanor as she said her farewells. Nai Nai, we have finally returned home. Indeed, my family has not seen me in ages. I wonder if they will be startled to see me. Yuan Yue forced a smile. They must miss you dearly. Hurry home. As she waved to part ways, Nai Nai, seemingly elated, removed her bamboo basket from her back and began to skip home. Oh, I'm so excited to be home that I'm a bit scatterbrained. Mou Gugo is injured. I should accompany you to find a shaman. Yuan Yue felt a wave of embarrassment. She had yet to resolve her issues with the shaman and really could not afford to seek her help. She feared that she might fall prey to some hidden malice. Besides, with her medical skills, the shaman might not even measure up to her capabilities. No need, haha, will first settle Mou Gugo at his home. And we can catch up later. Are you sure? Nai Nai inquired suspiciously. It's no trouble at all. You should go home and rest well. Yuan Yue brushed aside any lingering doubts about Nai Nai's sincerity and finally managed to send her off. With the infant still on her back, she led Li Sheng towards the direction of Mou's home, guided by her memories. Chapter 49. So it is drawing upon her recollections. Yuan Yue found Mou's den. After tethering the flying beast at the entrance and feeding it a bit of tender meat, she stepped inside. Surveying her surroundings, she felt a profound sense of disparity. Mou's den, though modest in the past, had always exuded a sense of life, meticulously kept and clean. She had vivid memories of the furnishings and the fur blankets on the stone bed. Though Mou was a male who did not place much emphasis on living conditions, he had a fondness for flowers, often bringing back fresh blooms to place in the pot by his door. Yet, upon entering this time, the den felt desolate. The fur from the stone bed had vanished, and thick layers of dust covered the floor. Even the flower pot at the entrance had disappeared, leaving behind only a few wilted petals scattered on the ground. However, given the urgency of the situation, Yuan Yue did not dwell on these thoughts. She hastily cleared the dust-laden stone bed, sneezing several times as the airborne particles irritated her nose. Once the area was tidied, she called for Li Sheng's assistance. They carefully lifted the unconscious Mou and placed him on the now-clean stone bed. Li Sheng stood guard at the entrance while Yuan Yue quickly summoned the medical emergency kit previously gifted by the system, preparing to tend to Mou's injuries. She systematically arranged the necessary items: alcohol, iodine, cotton swabs, gauze, sutures, surgical scissors, hydrogen peroxide, and hemostatic powder, among others. Back in the cave, Mou's wound inflicted by the giant dog had continued to bleed, and she had only been able to temporarily cover it with fur.
Now,
as the blood had congealed and adhered to some of the fur, Yuan Yue hesitated to pull it off, fearing it would exacerbate his injury. Instead, she meticulously cleansed it with alcohol. Once the bloodstains were removed, the wound was laid bare to the air. Even though she had seen the injury once before, the sight still made her eyes well with tears. The giant dog's sharp teeth and tremendous bite force had left a deep gash on Mo's thigh, tearing away strips of flesh. Yellow adipose tissue protruded from beneath the skin, revealing a patch of stark white bone. Yuan Yu's hand trembled slightly as she held the hydrogen peroxide to cleanse the wound. How much pain must he be enduring? Perhaps it was the proximity of the injury to someone she cared for, or perhaps it had been too long since she had practiced medicine, but her heart was tumultuous. Observing the little female's trembling form, Li Sheng quietly approached and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't put too much pressure on yourself.
Take your time.
At his words, Yuan Yue inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself. She continued her work on Mo Yu's wound, methodically debriding, disinfecting, and excising the necrotic tissue, applying hemostatic powder, and beginning to suture the wound. One stitch after another, she worked with utmost precision. Finally, after half an hour, Yuan Yue had completed the treatment of Mo's leg wound, wrapping it in clean gauze and applying medication to the other various injuries. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground. Mo remained in a state of unconsciousness, and under such circumstances, he should have received injections of anti-inflammatory and nutritional medications. However, the medical emergency kit belonging to Yuan Yue contained only a limited supply of medicines. They could only wait for him to awaken before administering any oral medications. Li Sheng stepped forward to support Yuan Yue, tenderly cradling the small female in his arms. You have worked so hard. I'm fine, as long as he recovers. I arrived too late. I should have come sooner. Otherwise he wouldn't have encountered such a dire situation today. A hint of regret lingered on Yuan Yu's face. Fortunately, he had been saved. Had she not pursued the source of that mournful cry, Mo would undoubtedly be dead by now. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. Leaning her head against Li Sheng's chest, she gently patted her own heart and released a long sigh of relief. And you dare to reproach me? You have also endured much. Had you not stood vigil by my side, I might not have been able to complete the treatment as swiftly. The two were quite familiar with each other, yet they were accustomed to expressing their gratitude verbally rather than silently taking each other's kindness for granted. Why the formalities with me? Li Sheng fell silent for a moment, ultimately voicing the lingering question that had troubled him throughout their ordeal. Is he truly that significant to you? Upon hearing this, Yuan Yue momentarily froze in surprise. Just as she was about to respond, footsteps echoed from outside. Creak. Creak. The distinctive sound of feet crunching on snow reached her ears, suggesting that more than one person was approaching. Alarmed, Yuan Yue hastily released her embrace of Li Sheng and dashed to Mo's stone bed. With lightning speed, she stowed away all the items she had just used into her space. She then retrieved a piece of animal hide, preparing to cover Mo's wounds. Gauze was far too rare and should not be discovered by anyone. Thus, when the tribe leader and his companions entered the beast den, they were greeted by the sight before them. A familiar female, holding a large piece of animal hide, was covering Mo, who had been banished from the tribe. A crimson-haired male stood beside her, his gaze vigilant. The female's long white hair and features bore a resemblance to Yuan Yue, whom they had not seen in over a year, yet the Yuan Yue they remembered had been frail and lacked such radiant skin. The tribe leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he inquired, Yuan Yue? Gently tucking in the corners of the hide around Mo, she finally responded, Greetings, leader.
It is I.
The leader stood there, momentarily stunned. Why you? You were supposed to be at the beast god's sanctuary. How did you end up here? No. We shall discuss that later. Why are you in this beast den? Yuan Yue was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the leader's words. What did he mean? Why are you here? Was this not Mo's beast den? He was injured and should be recuperating in his own den, was he not? At that moment, the female who had followed Yuan Yue suddenly interrupted their conversation. You're still unaware, aren't you? Your brother Mo has long been banished from the tribe. This is now the den of my partner and me.
What?
Yuan Yue exclaimed in shock. How can this be? Brother Mo has captured numerous prey for the tribe and always aided the weak and helpless among us. He is a warrior. How could you treat him this way? Chapter 50. No need for your judgment upon receiving this news. Yuan Yue's feelings transcended mere shock. Banished? This meant that the lynx tribe where Mo had grown up had become devoid of any place for him to belong. No wonder she had encountered him in the jungle. It was utterly tragic. Had she not fortuitously crossed paths with him, she would be facing a cold corpse now. Do you not realize that your actions could lead to his demise? What heinous act did he commit that warranted such treatment? Yuan Yue questioned passionately, her body trembling with rage. She harbored not only hatred for the tribe members' cruelty, but also reproached herself for not having arrived sooner. Even a secret act of assistance or offering to take him away could have made a difference. Thus, her tone when addressing the tribe leader was icy, devoid of any emotion. To her, Mo was not merely her first beast husband. He was the first to extend kindness to her in this foreign world. And he was the only one the original host had ever loved. The original host's emotions continuously influenced her, compelling her to reject such injustices. Before the tribe leader could respond, the female behind him spoke up first. Yuan Yue recognized her as Huang Xinxin, who had publicly mocked her during the marriage ceremony in the lynx tribe. Even after all this time, her arrogance and foolishness remained unchanged. What do you mean by saying we would cause his death? He was destined to die anyway. A male beast man with a broken leg cannot hunt. Do you expect others to feed him? Moreover, look at Mo now. He appears as though he has already passed. What do you mean by bringing a corpse into our den? She pointed at Mo's pale, lifeless form, drawing everyone's attention. This is truly a misfortune. Leader, you must have them leave at once. And that hideous creature at the entrance. How terrifying. Yuan Yue could no longer contain her fury and, bypassing the leader, delivered a sharp slap to Huang Xinxin's face. If you cannot speak wisely, then keep your mouth shut. This slap is to teach you some manners. Yuan Yu's sudden action left everyone present momentarily stunned. Only Li Sheng remained unfazed. He understood that his little female had never been one to suffer in silence. Although she dreaded trouble, she was fiercely protective of those she cared for. She could not tolerate any harm coming to Mo. The female behind the leader reacted in shock, a hand pressed to her cheek, her eyes wide with disbelief. She actually struck me. You must uphold justice for me. What did I say that was wrong? Why does she have the right to do this? Huang Xinxin exclaimed, pointing angrily at Yuan Yue. You are nothing but a barren waste. You two are both worthless. No wonder you could come together. After finishing her tirade, she turned her gaze to Li Sheng. You are her partner, are you not? Let me tell you, she possesses no reproductive abilities. Apart from being good-looking, she is utterly useless. Choosing her as a mate is tantamount to ensuring your line ends. Moreover, she has been a harbinger of misfortune since her youth. Anyone who draws near her is doomed to an ill fate. Even her guardian, Uncle Yuan, met his demise because of her. It was only after Mu became entangled with her that calamity struck. I strongly advise you to depart from her company at your earliest convenience to avoid any subsequent troubles. Standing behind Yuan Yue, Li Sheng did not waver in his resolve. Rather, he felt a deeper pang of sympathy for her. It dawned upon him that she had endured such a life within the tribe, which explained why Mu held her in such high regard. Li Sheng's expression grew increasingly grim. My partner's worth is not for you to assess. Yuan Yue was almost amused by Huang Xinxin's shameless remarks, her demeanor growing ever colder. She gently patted Li Sheng's hand, signaling that he need not intervene in such trivial matters between females. She then turned to face Huang Xinxin. I am a harbinger of misfortune? Very well. I shall show you what a true calamity is. Since you refuse to acknowledge reality, allow me to enlighten you. With that, she swung her hand, but it did not strike home. Instead, her wrist was firmly grasped by Huang Xinxin's first beast husband. The once delicate and fair wrist bore the marks of his powerful grip, leaving several pronounced red impressions. At that moment, as he seized Yuan Yu's wrist, Li Sheng could no longer contain himself. The pressure of his first-level talent surged forth. Everyone present, save for the talentless Huang Xinxin, felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. The chieftain was momentarily taken aback, his gaze darkening as he pondered. What strength does this young man possess? I cannot withstand his aura of talent. Could he be a first-level beastman? This complicates matters. It seems concessions regarding Mu Yu's situation are necessary. Yet, it is utterly perplexing that a beastman of such high talent would choose a female incapable of bearing offspring as a partner. The male who had been gripping Yuan Yu's wrist awkwardly released her, saying, My partner is already with child. She merely speaks with a bit of fervor. I hope you can overlook this. The chieftain interjected at the opportune moment. Indeed, indeed. You are all members of the same tribe. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Why must this become so unpleasant? It is merely a beast den, initially Mu Yu's residence. Now that he has returned, it is only right that he assumes control. He rubbed his hands together, forced a couple of awkward chuckles, and then, with a shift in tone, suggested, How about this? Xinxin, you stay here to see if they need assistance, and perhaps help tidy up a bit. Huang Xinxin, who had initially felt bolstered by someone standing up for her, found her tears receding slightly. One hand pressed against her swollen cheek. She was about to retaliate. However, upon hearing her beast husband and the chieftain inexplicably change their stance, she felt a wave of grievance wash over her.
Shifta, Alain.
Why are you both siding with her? What I said was undeniably correct. A crippled wastrel expects me to clean for him? He is not worthy. I am carrying the offspring of the lynx tribe. If anything happens, can he compensate for it? Just as Huang Xinxin prepared to voice more, her beast husband Alin swiftly covered her mouth and escorted her away, her curses echoing at the entrance. Did I say something wrong? Everyone in the lynx tribe knows that Mu Yu and Yuan Yu are nothing but two useless individuals. How dare they return? If I MMPF. Why are you pinching me? Alin, despite his reluctance to back down, recognized that he could not afford to offend Yuan Yu or her formidable beast husband. He cast a glance at his agitated partner standing beside him, exasperated that he had not noticed her foolishness earlier. Left alone, the chieftain stood awkwardly, contemplating how to extricate himself from this predicament. Chapter 51. Preliminary negotiations. The chieftain stood there, his expression one of palpable discomfort. The tribe's fertility rates had been on a steady decline in recent years, a source of great concern for him. Yet, each time he sought counsel from the shaman, no viable solutions emerged. Even the numerous females offered as tributes to the beast god had seemingly vanished without a trace. Once, unmarried males of appropriate age could select suitable mates from the tribe, but in recent years, the number of single males had increased dramatically. Even with the rise of polyandrous families, few offspring had been born. Moreover, as winter approached, hunting became increasingly arduous. Lacking better alternatives, he could only heed the shaman's advice to expel those lacking hunting skills, reserving limited resources for the more capable families. Though this course of action felt morally dubious, he had no choice but to proceed, unwilling to undermine his own rules. You and Mu Yu are no longer members of the lynx tribe. Out of respect for our past ties, we can allow you to stay in this beast den for a time, but ultimately, it must be relinquished for Xinxin and her family. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yu felt an overwhelming urge to explode, yet living under someone else's roof made further conflict unwise. She could only stifle her frustration. Chieftain, what do you mean by that? I cannot accept this. Yuan Yu, I know you are a good child. Your bond with Mu Yu is commendable, but you must understand the tribe's situation. The circumstances have changed in the last 2 years. The tribe's fertility rates have continued to plummet. I acknowledge that Xinxin's words were harsh, but are they not grounded in truth? Moreover, she is one of the most fertile females in the tribe, with 5 beast husbands. Therefore, I recommend you avoid conflict. You may stay for a maximum of another fortnight. By then, Xinxin's due date will arrive, and her offspring cannot be without a home. Once Mu Yu has recovered, you will need to depart. After the chieftain concluded his remarks, he attempted to leave. However, it was evident that neither Yuan Yu nor Li Sheng were the type to passively accept what others dictated. Especially Li Sheng, who, not being a member of the lynx tribe, had been contemplating how such a tribe could be so foolish as to voluntarily relinquish their females to outsiders. He had no fondness for the tribe and had no desire to remain long-term. Yet, out of respect for Yuan Yu, he felt compelled to step forward and support her. He was determined not to let the situation be brushed aside in ambiguity. As an outsider, he would not comment on the tribe's internal affairs, but regarding the recent incident, even if Yuan Yu did not seek retribution, he felt it was his duty as her partner to demand an explanation. He could not allow his mate to be humiliated in such a manner. Chieftain, have you forgotten to address something? The chieftain's forward momentum halted abruptly, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. What? Li Sheng spoke softly about the recent incident. Do you not intend to provide us with an explanation? His gaze bore down on the chieftain, sending a chill down the latter's spine. What kind of explanation do you seek? A first-level beast man, in any tribe within the Yuanzhe forest, would be revered as a guest of honor. Even in the absence of amicable relations, one must never descend into enmity. Thus, the chieftain's tone remained courteous. Li Sheng turned to Yuan Yu and inquired, "What do you think, Yu?" His gaze conveyed a silent promise. "As long as you speak, as long as you need, I shall stand steadfastly by your side." Yuan Yu discerned his intent and glanced at Mo, signaling that they had pressing matters to attend to, with Mo's injuries taking precedence, and that it was prudent not to quibble over trifles for the moment. Receiving her signal, Li Sheng nodded in silent agreement. "I harbor no particular demands. I merely wish for them to offer a sincere apology to Brother Mo for their words. If she and Li Sheng, accompanied by the flying beasts, must endure such harsh utterances, one can only imagine the myriad of hurtful words brother Mou has faced in his daily life. Very well, I shall negotiate this matter. Though I cannot guarantee the outcome, the chieftain conceded. Seeing the chieftain somewhat agreeable, Yuan Yu's mind ignited with the thought of warning him to be wary of the shaman. However, upon reflection, she realized that in the chieftain's eyes, she was merely an ordinary, lowly female, treated kindly only out of regard for Li Sheng. To disclose this matter to him now would not earn her trust. Instead, it might raise suspicions about her motives. If the shaman were to learn of it prematurely, it would complicate matters further. This was not the opportune moment. It was best to remain discreet for now. Knowing that Nai Nai had already assured assistance when the time came, it was imperative to create a conducive environment for Mou to recuperate, and relations with the chieftain must be softened. With this thought, Yuan Yue approached the small bamboo basket, feigning an intent to retrieve something. In truth, she was utilizing the basket as a guise to rummage through the men's wardrobe in her space. She retrieved several garments made of fine cotton cloth and also unearthed 10 boxes of lactation pills. Thank you, chieftain. We do not seek to cause trouble. It is merely that brother Mou has always treated me kindly since childhood, and I wish to spare him further sorrow. I kindly ask for your attention to this matter. With that, she presented the items to the chieftain. Upon seeing the offerings, the chieftain's eyes sparkled with delight. Though he was unaware of the contents of the boxes, the fine cotton was a rarity in the entire mountain cat tribe. Even the most revered shaman and families with females sent to the beast god's sanctuary possessed only coarse fabrics. As for the lactation pills, they were among the least useful items in Yuan Yue's space, a fair gift to the mountain cat tribe, as she had ample clothing at her disposal. This is a gift from the fox tribe shaman, designed to enhance the milk production of recently delivered females. I have been reluctant to use it, so I brought it here for you. Regarding brother Mou's situation, I entrust it to you, dear chieftain. After bestowing her gifts, she had also shifted to a more familiar form of address. The chieftain appeared momentarily taken aback, then his smile could no longer be concealed. Very well, I shall assist with this matter. Take good care of Mou, and I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 52. Mou awakens. Once the chieftain left, Li Sheng remained somewhat uneasy. Do you think merely asking them to apologize might be too lenient? You have given the chieftain so many gifts. I fear he may become greedy. What if he uses Mou as leverage to extort more from you? I still harbor doubts about them. We must prepare contingency plans for various scenarios, Li Sheng insisted. Yuan Yue pondered this, however, according to her strategy. Exposing the shaman would certainly incite chaos within the tribe, at which point they would likely be too preoccupied with their own dilemmas to covet her resources. She candidly shared her thoughts with Li Sheng. Very well, as long as you are aware, just remember that I am always here. Thank you, she replied, and with that, the two fell into a contemplative silence, the room gradually enveloped in tranquility. Yuan Yue began tidying the stone chamber. When she attempted to move the small bamboo basket intended for the pups, she discovered it was eerily empty, devoid of any sign of the young ones. Could they have stealthily wandered off? With their short legs, where could they possibly go? Just as Yuan Yue was about to abandon her broom to search for the pups, she heard a series of faint sounds emanating from the stone bed. They exchanged glances, and Yuan Yue spoke first. Could it be that brother Mou has awakened? With urgency, she approached to investigate. To her surprise, the once smooth animal skin blanket had several small lumps protruding inexplicably from its center. Upon lifting the cover, she found that the 6 tiny pups had somehow crawled to Mou's side and burrowed beneath his blanket. Except for the bolder little white tiger cub, the rest huddled close to Mou, trembling. As the blanket was lifted, several furry heads instantly popped up, their tearful eyes fixated on their mother. Yuan Yue sighed in exasperation, pointing a finger at the pups to scold them. You are tigers, the kings of the jungle. How can you be so timid? Are you so easily frightened by mere strangers? It seems I will have to ask your father to give you lessons on what it means to embody true majesty. With that, she intended to grasp the pups by the scruffs of their necks, intending to return them to the bamboo basket, which elicited a chorus of discontented squeaks. Humph, cheep cheep, Li Sheng stepped forward to soothe them. All right, little ones, it's merely in your nature as young beastmen to seek concealment when encountering unfamiliar faces. Only the cleverest of pups can react in such a manner. You are all quite exceptional. Moreover, I just released a level 1 aura, so their fear is entirely understandable. Mou carries your scent, which is why you instinctively sought refuge under his blanket. Understanding dawned on Yuan Yue. I shall spare you this time. But if you misbehave again, I will call upon your father to discipline you. Yet, she soon realized that brother Mou was still injured. What if the pups inadvertently touched his wounds? They must be separated. Continuing her efforts, she extracted each of the other pups one by one. Only the little white tiger cub, possessing the same level 1 talent, remained. While his siblings trembled, he exhibited no sign of fear and maintained his playful demeanor. At this moment, the little white tiger cub disregarded his mother's disapproving gaze and nestled comfortably against Mou's neck, incessantly licking his chin with his barbed tongue.
Montague,
Who had been lying motionless, felt a tickle at his chin in his drowsy state. He slowly opened his eyes, only to close them again upon recognizing the figure before him. Muttering to himself, "Am I dreaming again?" Originally intending to reprimand the little one, Yuan Yue was taken aback by those words, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Hastily, she squatted beside the stone bed, her delicate, fragile hands clasping Mou's large hand. "Brother Mou, it's not a dream. Yu has come to find you. I'm sorry for being late." Mou's tightly shut eyes began to tremble, his long eyelashes fluttering, and a single crystalline tear slipped down, landing perfectly on the tear mole at the corner of his eye. As his eyes slowly opened, they revealed a deep green that brimmed with disbelief. Before him stood the person he had longed for, the exquisite woman, her silvery hair cascading gracefully behind her, her large, doe-like eyes gazing at him with warmth. She seemed even more radiant than before.
Yu?
Yes, it's me. Yu has arrived." Yuan Yue wept silently. Mou's injuries pained her heart, but what truly pierced her soul was the profound sadness reflected in his eyes. Gently, she brought his icy hand to her lips, exhaling softly. "Why is your hand so cold?" Feeling the warmth from her breath, Mou gradually regained his senses. It dawned on him that this was all real, not a dream.
Yu, is it really you?
His lips trembled, his voice still tinged with disbelief. "It is I, brother Mou. You have finally awakened. How do you feel now? Does your body still hurt? Sheng, could you please fetch another blanket? Her hands are so cold."
Li Shen răspundă prunului.
Turning to seek a beast skin blanket from the nearby flying beast, Yuan Yue, concerned for Mou's condition, hurriedly inquired about his discomfort, eager to make timely adjustments. Yu, what are these little ones?" Mou turned his head, surprised to see the fluffy creature that had just licked his chin. He longed to reach out, but his arm ached too much to lift. "They are my cubs. Some incidents occurred, but fortunately, I was rescued afterward. This one is Yue, a beast man from the tiger clan and now my second beast husband. He is a wonderful person, and I am certain you will like him when you meet." Li Sheng returned with the beast skin blanket and handed it to Yuan Yue. She tenderly covered Mou with the blanket, introducing Li Sheng. "And this gentleman is also my beast husband. His name is Li Sheng. He brought me back to find you." Upon hearing this, Mou's gaze shifted to the handsome man with fiery red hair, whose features were striking and alluring, his fox-like eyes glancing at him with a curious tilt. As they assessed each other, their gazes locked for a moment, revealing emotions devoid of malice. In the world of beastmen, only those with high talent could sense the abilities of those beneath them. Yet, at this moment, he felt no trace of Li Sheng's talent, prompting a bitter smile. He thought to himself, his abilities must far exceed mine. It is no wonder he could guide Yu so far. Nevertheless, as long as he treated Yu well, he had no reason to object. Mou's heart felt both bitter and helpless, yet he politely expressed his gratitude. The two engaged in a brief exchange of pleasantries. But Yuan Yue, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "All right, you two, stop being so polite. You're both starving, and the flying beast outside is howling. Sheng, I must trouble you to go hunting again. I will stay here with brother Mou." Li Sheng acknowledged her request and promptly departed. Chapter 53. Come with me. Yuan Yue began to share with Mou the myriad events that had transpired since her departure from the lynx tribe. She refrained from mentioning her own injuries or the matters concerning Xianli, fearing it would sadden him and hinder his recovery. Instead, she recounted many amusing anecdotes involving Meng Meng and Rong Rong, including some delightful gossip. She also spoke of Rong Rong, a particularly resourceful girl, noting that the beast skin boots she wore had been a gift from her. As Mou leaned against the little white tiger cub, his eyes remained fixated on her, reflecting a myriad of emotions as she spoke, smiling at times, frowning at others. Unbeknownst to him, a gentle smile graced his face, his deep green eyes filled with tenderness.
"Oh.
By the way, brother Mou, do you remember what I told you before?" Yuan Yue adjusted the blanket over his legs and retrieved the red fruits she had gathered from the Yuan Yue mountains, using a dagger to peel them for him. The fruits from the mountains resembled apples in their crispness and juiciness, though they were not as large or sweet as the apples of later generations. They had a slightly tart flavor, and their thick skins left little remaining after peeling, with notably large seeds. However, for a patient, a bit of vitamin was never harmful. Hiss, what is it? Mou exclaimed as the little white tiger cub nipped at his chin, curious about her question. It's what I mentioned before. I dreamt that the beast god said your leg would surely heal. Under the guidance of the beast god, I learned medicine, and I return this time to treat your leg. Brother Mou, you must cooperate well, understand? This will help you recover faster. Upon hearing this, Mou's brows furrowed slightly. Is this truly the case? Is there any cost I must bear? I'm fine with it. Over the past year, I've grown accustomed to it. There's nothing inconvenient about it, but I may burden you.
I'm sorry.
His first reaction upon hearing the good news was not relief for his leg's salvation, but concern over what price he might have to pay. Yuan Yue felt a pang of heartache. She waved her hand dismissively, feigning generosity. Oh, nonsense. What cost could there be? I merely have the good fortune to receive the favor of the beast god. Once your external wounds heal, we can treat your leg. How does that sound? Are you happy? Though Mou remained somewhat skeptical and disbelieving, he nodded slightly. Observing the radiant spirit of Yu, he too felt a surge of happiness. She had changed so much, becoming more cheerful, more beautiful, and more confident. Now, with someone to protect and care for her, she was no longer the timid and pitiful figure she once was. This was wonderful. She was living happily. And even if he were to leave her side in the future, he would no longer worry about her being bullied. By the way, first take this pill. It will help your wounds heal faster. Yuan Yue produced the bone-setting and tendon-repairing pill, along with the anti-inflammatory medicine, urging Mou to take them. The anti-inflammatory medication was essential, while the bone-setting pill would assist in treating his leg injury. Although she was uncertain if taking it now would be a waste. She had 2 pills, and using one should pose no issue, as long as it caused no harm to his body. Once you are ready, I shall take you to the tiger clan, where our little ones are being cared for by the kind uncles and aunts of the clan. Do you know? During my time with the tiger clan, I once rescued a male who had sustained a grievous wound from a wild boar's tusk while hunting. I was the one who ultimately healed him. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Yuan Yue imitated the tone and demeanor of the original host from her memories. Her expression adorably obedient. However, while every member of the tiger clan is indeed wonderful, we should not impose upon them indefinitely. The cub should be around a year old by now. Would you accompany me to lend a hand? Having a father-esque guidance would certainly be beneficial. Unlike Wei, who is not as comfortable in their beastly forms, your little ones will need to be taken care of by you. No shirking of responsibilities. Mou gazed at Yuan Yue, her incessant chatter drawing a tender smile from him. Yet, upon hearing her mention his offspring, a sudden spark ignited in his emerald eyes, revealing an astonishment he himself was unaware of. My cubs? Are you saying I have cubs? Am I truly a father now? Are they adorable? A look of cautious curiosity adorned Mou's face, his voice slightly stammering as he posed his questions. It then struck Yuan Yue that in her earlier exuberance, she had neglected to mention the cubs. Immediately, she began to elaborate. Of course, you have 8 cubs, all females. Wei and the clan's chief have taken splendid care of them. However, 2 of the cubs, while still nursing, spend their days playfully bickering. One resembles me, and the other you. They often engage in playful slaps and kicks, displaying their mischievous nature. Yet, they always end up cuddling and grooming each other afterward, which is quite heartwarming. You must come with me to the tiger clan to see them. They are utterly charming. A smile crept onto Mou's lips as he listened, a sense of longing blossoming within him. However, glancing at his injured leg, his expression shifted, and the smile began to fade. By the way, I may not be able to treat your injury until after I give birth, as I am currently carrying a litter of cubs from Sheng. But you needn't worry. Sheng is a kind soul. Mou nodded gently, refraining from further comment. Rest now. I shall check if Sheng has returned from the hunt and call you when it's time to eat. Yuan Yue tucked the covers around him, flashed him a smile, and then turned to leave. Yet, once outside the door, she could no longer contain her tears. Her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she leaned against the wing of the flying beast, which seemed to sense her sorrow, remaining silent and still, allowing her to lean against it. Yuan Yue stifled her sobs, fearful that Mou might hear her from within. She could see all too clearly the sadness he bore. She had always known him to be pure-hearted, selflessly considering others. Even in his pain and suffering, he remained the same innocent and kind spirit. Yuan Yue yearned for him to express himself courageously, to voice his innermost thoughts, even if they were unreasonable. At the very least, he should learn to prioritize himself. Yet, Yuan Yue dared not voice these sentiments, as she felt powerless to change the situation, contenting herself with putting on a show to elicit smiles from him. Chapter 54. The sweetness of postmarital life. By the time Li Sheng returned, Yuan Yue had composed herself. Her slender figure stood gracefully outside the beast den, slightly bent as she helped the flying beast shed its molted feathers from its neck. Each winter, in addition to larger feathers, the creature would develop layers of down. Unfazed by the cold, though the loose feathers would scatter everywhere, the abundance of down would often cause irritation, leading it to peck at itself incessantly, as if wishing to pluck itself bare. Yuan Yue, unable to bear its discomfort, had fashioned a large wooden comb to assist in grooming its newly grown feathers. She would alternate between combing and gently stroking the flying beast's head, soothing its agitated spirit. Yet, her slightly reddened eyes betrayed her earlier emotional turmoil. Li Sheng, perceptive as ever, could easily surmise what had transpired. However, he refrained from probing further, recognizing that some matters need not be delved into, especially during moments of sorrow. Instead, he approached with a playful demeanor. You guess what I brought back? He held up 3 wild rabbits in one hand and 2 wild chickens in the other, a beaming smile lighting up his face. In the beast world, the animals were significantly larger than those of the present day. One wild rabbit could easily compare to a large dog, exuding an ample appearance of nourishment. This abundance of game would sustain them for some time. Yuan Yue accepted the prey with a smile. Come inside, it's too cold out here. I'll handle the game and return shortly. Aside from the animal hides, which were inedible, everything else was consumable, including the entrails, especially with the greedy flying beast around. Following the method she recalled for tanning hides, she carefully stripped the pelts, using a dagger to remove excess fat and thoroughly washing them with a mixture of wood ash and snow water before hanging them outside to dry. Next, she set to work on the game. The entrails of the 5 animals were tossed into the belly of the flying beast, yet it continued to squawk incessantly. Be quiet. Keep it up, and I won't feed you. You'll starve. Yuan Yue feigned sternness, scolding the creature. Rather than sulking, it lowered its neck and affectionately nudged her cheek, as if trying to charm her. All right, I'll give you another rabbit. But you mustn't make a racket afterward. She tossed a prepared rabbit to the flying beast, which responded with an even more exuberant call. Yuan Yue shook her head in exasperation, choosing to ignore it as she continued to chop the remaining tender meat into small pieces. From her space, she spent 20 points to purchase 2 bags of rice and a large barrel of purified water, measuring out what was needed and storing the rest away. As she entered the room with the ingredients, the lively atmosphere of conversation fell abruptly silent. Mo and Li Sheng exchanged furtive glances. Their previous discussion abruptly halted upon her entrance. Yuan Yue glanced at the two, her curiosity piqued. What were you discussing? They exchanged glances, neither offering a detailed explanation. Fortunately, Li Sheng, possessing a keen emotional intelligence, quickly recognized the inappropriateness of the moment. He promptly stood and, with earnestness, inquired, Your meat is cut so well. How do you plan to prepare it? Would you like me to assist you? However, the way he spoke seemed to carry an underlying tone of trying to change the subject. Li Sheng naturally accepted the plate from Yuan Yue's hands, tilting his head to wink at her. His alluring, fox-like eyes sparkled with mischief. Just feed this meat to the little ones, he suggested, before retrieving the outdoor survival kit and cookware gifted by the system from his spatial storage, setting up a stove on the ground to heat up the spicy beef canned food. The cans, part of the survival pack, were military rations, delicious and ample enough for 2 people to enjoy a hearty dinner. As a portable gas stove boiled a pot of rice porridge, Yuan Yue simultaneously added the tender meat she had sliced. It'll be ready soon. Brother Mo is injured and should have some meat porridge. Oh, by the way, you probably haven't had the pleasure of experiencing my culinary skills yet. Let me show you what a master chef can do, haha. While preparing the meal, she observed Mo's demeanor. He remained outwardly calm, a gentle smile gracing his features. Goodness, every day it's Brother Mo this and Brother Mo that. Have you forgotten my existence? Li Sheng sat at the edge of the stone bed, holding a piece of tender meat, teasingly offering it to the cubs before pulling it back with a look of longing, causing the little ones to whimper impatiently. Yuan Yue rolled her eyes. Of course not. Look at this, I'm heating up. It's for you. And here, Don't be upset. She handed Li Sheng 2 packs of compressed biscuits from the survival kit. These are excellent for outdoor survival. If there's no prey, a small piece can sustain you for a long time. Li Sheng accepted them gratefully, his satisfaction evident as he returned to feed the cubs.
Montag you watchdendiously.
He wished to recover quickly, so he could help feed the little ones instead of lying in bed all day waiting for care. Before long, the meat porridge was ready, filling the cave with an enticing aroma. The beef cans were also heated, and Yuan Yue and Li Sheng each took one. It was Li Sheng's first encounter with chili. Initially, he struggled with the spice, his cheeks flushing red as he coughed for a while, yet soon he was voraciously devouring bite after bite. Yu, is there more? I want more, he exclaimed, smacking his lips in delight. That's enough. Finish your porridge first. It's your first time with chili, just a little is fine. Too much might upset your stomach. Mou, curious to try as well, was mercilessly denied by Yuan Yue under the pretext of his recovery. That night, the two set up their tent right where they were, kindling a fire inside while keeping the windows open for ventilation, yet feeling no chill. The little cubs joyfully crawled from the bed to the tent, having the time of their lives. Even the flying beast had its own little grass hut, where it promptly began marking its territory with its beak, proudly lifting its head high.
Days passed in this manner.
Mou's injuries gradually improved. Aside from his severely injured legs, he could move his upper body with relative ease. It became common to see him cradling 2 tiny cubs, playing with them affectionately. 15 days had slipped by, yet there was still no sign of Huang Xinxin and the others coming to apologize. Instead, an unexpected visitor arrived. Chapter 55. An uninvited guest. The coldest winter was nearing its end, heralding the arrival of early spring. Yuan Yue's belly grew rounder by the day, her skin taut enough to reveal faint movements from within. Despite the lingering chill, she mostly stayed indoors, caring for Mou, assisting with his checkups, and reminding him to take his medicine. Meanwhile, Li Sheng had developed a fondness for canned food, especially the spicy beef. After a few tastings, he craved it daily. Like a gluttonous fox, he would use every tactic, cuddling, whining, and charming, to ensure he could enjoy the delectable cans every day. Yuan Yue promised him that if he behaved well, there would be no shortage of cans and even more delicious treats awaiting him. The previous evening, the trio had gathered in a small clearing outside the cave, igniting a bonfire to indulge in barbecue delights. Li Sheng took on the role of hunter. Yuan Yue prepared the skewers and marinated the meat, while Mou sat beside the fire, grilling the meat and fending off the eager little cubs that kept trying to climb closer. Sprinkled with the system's special seasonings, the aroma wafted enticingly into the air. Mou, unable to eat spicy food due to his injuries, could only watch as Li Sheng eagerly devoured the skewers. The little cubs, with their round eyes, stared longingly at the grilled meat, their tiny paws flailing in excitement, drool beginning to bubble at their lips. Seeing their pitiful expressions, Mou was tempted to sneak them a bite but was sternly rebuffed by their mother. Such young cubs shouldn't he consume overly salty food, lest they fall ill. Though the skewers were simply seasoned with salt, chili powder, and cumin, the meal was undoubtedly the finest Yuan Yue had tasted since arriving in this beastly realm. However, after their feast, they were too late to clean up, leaving the remnants in the cave, planning to wash them together later. After surreptitiously bathing in the spatial shower and drying off, Yuan Yue transformed back into her beast form, finding comfort in curling up in her furry body, at least not having to struggle to turn over due to her growing belly. Unexpectedly, early the next morning, someone knocked on the door. The sudden sound startled Yuan Yue, making her fur stand on end. She leaped up, shifting back to her human form and hurriedly began tidying up, stuffing anything inappropriate into her spatial storage. She nearly shoved the cubs inside as well, only to realize the absurdity of it. Knock, knock, knock. Yu, are you home? You're not still asleep, are you? A voice from outside inquired, puzzled. I'm coming in. Without waiting for a response, the door swung open and a peculiar fragrance wafted in, making her stomach growl even louder in its emptiness. Wow, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Yuan Yue had just finished tidying up, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she leaned against her waist, panting heavily. Hearing this, she turned, flustered, thinking, I wonder which annoying person is disturbing my peaceful morning.
Oh,
it's Nai. What brings you here? Yuan Yue exclaimed, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the visitor. Li Sheng and Mou also woke up, seeing another female standing there, and they hesitated to emerge from their blankets, feeling shy. Nai glanced between Yuan Yue, Li Sheng, and Mou, noticing the beads of sweat on Yuan Yue's forehead. Is this a bad time? If so, I can come back later, she suggested. No worries, just tell me what's up. Yuan Yue encouraged. Since Nana returned to the lynx tribe with them, it has been over half a month since they last met. It is said that, with the help of the shaman, she selected a beast husband from the tribe who already has offspring, and the two share a tender affection for one another. In January, she even sent a wild rabbit as a token of blessing. However, the reason for her visit today remains a mystery. What I wish to inquire is whether you still possess the fine cotton cloth and the lactation powder you previously provided to the chieftain. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yue was immediately struck by an ominous premonition. I have given all that I had to the chieftain, she replied. You know, as we journeyed together, I possess only this single bamboo basket for carrying young ones. Even the items I gave to the chieftain were secretly stashed away by Sheng. But what do you require these for? If memory serves, Nana is not capable of bearing children. While it may be understandable to seek some fine cotton cloth, what need could she possibly have for lactation powder? Nana stood there, twisting her fingers, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Well, you know, Huang Xinxin has recently given birth and lacks sufficient milk. The chieftain provided her with 2 boxes of the powder, and it proved quite effective. However, when I approached the chieftain for more, he simply said it was to be requested from you. Moreover, my beast husband is the brother of Huang Xinxin's mate, and when he asked me, I found it impossible to refuse. So, I implore you, could you possibly spare me 2 more boxes? I vow this will be the last time I ask. I shall not trouble you again. Please, I beg of you. Yuan Yue felt a deep sense of indignation at the audacity of these individuals. Shouldn't Huang Xinxin come herself if she is in need? Furthermore, Nana had not even offered an apology for the insults hurled at Mou previously, yet she had the gall to send someone to demand assistance. I have already made myself abundantly clear. There is none left. I have given everything to the chieftain. If she requires more, she should seek the chieftain herself. I have nothing left to give. Yuan Yue was now visibly annoyed and reluctant to continue the conversation. To her surprise, Nana, rather than grasping the situation, pressed further.
Hey,
Please help me. Think of our childhood friendship. I beg you. Otherwise, I shall return home without an explanation. She continued, her tone laced with desperation. And you are pregnant yourself, soon to give birth. Surely you cannot withhold even a single box for yourself. Please have some compassion for us. And with that, she began to weep pitifully. Li Sheng, witnessing this, disregarded his own attire and stood up to vehemently scold her. Do not overstep your bounds. We have done more than enough to aid you, and yet you dare come here to demand more? For someone else, no less. We have told you repeatedly, there is nothing left. Are you incapable of understanding plain speech? Yuan Yue found it difficult to confront her. But Li Sheng was unrestrained in his frustration. He had never been fond of Nana's incessant inquiries along their journey, especially now as she pressured Yuan Yue, provoking his ire. Though he appeared amiable, it did not imply he would permit anyone to harass his partner. Nana remained undeterred, grasping Yuan Yue's hand and continuing her pleas.
hey,
I truly do not mean to pressure you. I have no other recourse. Wu, I cannot afford to offend Huang Xinxin. If I fail to retrieve the powder, she will take my beast husband away from me. You know I cannot bear to lose him. Tears streamed down Nana's face. Chapter 56, An Unexpected Visitor. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yue felt an overwhelming headache. She never anticipated that Nana would resort to such measures. And the chieftain, while publicly proclaiming kindness, he secretly cast her into a dilemma. Enough of the tears. I have told you there is none left. Even if you plead with me, I cannot provide what I do not possess. You must return. With that, she sulkily sat on the stone bed, ignoring the weeping Nana. After a while, Nana, sensing the futility of her situation, reluctantly departed. What did Huang Xinxin's plight have to do with her? Were mothers without lactation powder to cease nursing? In 3 days, Yuan Yue would reach her due date, and her belly was swollen to an extraordinary size, leaving her with no energy to deal with their trivial matters. She merely wished for a smooth delivery, to claim the rewards bestowed by the system, and then to heal Mou's leg, accomplishing 3 goals at once, and departing this uncomfortable lynx tribe peacefully. 5 days later, Yuan Yue finally reached her due date. At that moment, she lay on the meticulously cleaned stone bed in her beast form. A fluffy ball of snow-white fur, she lay on her side, her soft belly revealing faint movements of the unborn. After experiencing a contraction, it was anticipated that she would soon enter the actual labor. Originally, Li Sheng and Mou had intended to invite a midwife to assist with the delivery. However, after discussing it with Yuan Yue, They concluded that the tribe's shamans were not to be trusted, and thus neither would their midwives. What if something were to go awry? It was best not to take the risk. Though she was in her beast form, her inner soul remained that of a normal modern individual. And no matter how familiar they were, she could not accept the notion of others witnessing her giving birth. She insisted that Li Sheng and Mou step outside, but both were fearful of potential risks and were unwilling to leave her side. After Yuan Yue swore repeatedly that she could manage the delivery independently, they finally felt a modicum of reassurance. They agreed to wait outside, ready to rush in should anything arise. Mou's leg, previously injured by a giant dog, had nearly healed, leaving behind a gruesome scar. He was now able to walk, albeit with a slight limp reminiscent of his earlier condition. Li Sheng and Mou stood guard at the door like sentinels. Li Sheng felt a persistent unease, pacing anxiously outside. Must you pace so restlessly? I am anxious enough as it is. Are you not worried? Mou, too, felt the urge to walk, but his leg was not entirely cooperative. He could only watch Li Sheng dart back and forth, round and round, over and over again. Logically, it should be progressing quickly. Why is there no sign of movement? Li Sheng continued to fret, his pacing causing Mou's eyes to grow weary. He seized the moment to advise, if it's not progressing, why not check in? It's better than fretting here with uncertainty. Why don't you go in? If Yeye gets angry, I'll be the one held accountable, not you. Though he was filled with anxiety, he dared not defy Yuan Yue's wishes. If she were to become upset, it would be difficult to placate her. The two remained at the door, anxiously awaiting developments, occasionally bickering. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by Huang Xinxin, who lay concealed behind a nearby tree. Ever since she had given birth, her milk supply had dwindled daily, leaving her 4 cubs to cry out in hunger. Initially, the chieftain had provided her with 2 boxes of the powder, which had greatly improved her situation, but after just 3 days, she found herself in the same predicament as before. In her search for answers, she discovered that the original owner of the powder was none other than Yuan Yue. Thus, she resorted to coercing Nana into demanding more. To her dismay, the incompetent Nana was unable to manage even this simple task. As Yuan Yue has commenced her production, it is but a matter of daily visits at irregular intervals before I can be assured she will eventually yield the medicinal powder. One must devise a means to obtain it. Should that prove impossible, resorting to theft may be the only recourse. After a moment of contemplation, I turned and departed. At last, with the assistance of the system, Yuan Yue successfully completed her production within the confines of her dwelling. The host has birthed her first offspring, a beastly red fox, female, with a level 5 talent, rewarded with a plush mattress. The host has birthed her second offspring, a beastly red fox, male, with a level 2 talent, rewarded with 10 portable gas stoves. The host has birthed her third offspring, a beastly red fox, female, with a level 6 talent, rewarded with a bottle of talent upgrade fluid. The host has birthed her fourth offspring, a beastly white fox, male, with a level 1 talent, rewarded with a beauty-enhancing cleansing pill. The host has birthed her fifth offspring, a beastly white kitten, male, with a level 2 talent, rewarded with 100 cans of beef. The host has birthed her sixth offspring, a beastly white kitten, male, with a level 1 talent, rewarded with a high-voltage stun baton. The host has birthed her seventh offspring, a beastly red kitten, female, with a level 5 talent, rewarded with a bottle of emergency medicine. The host has birthed her eighth offspring, a beastly white kitten, male, with a level 2 talent, rewarded with a complete bedding set. The host has birthed her ninth offspring, a beastly red fox, female, with a level 6 talent, rewarded with a doubling of storage space. The host has birthed her 10th offspring, a beastly white kitten, male, with a level 3 talent, rewarded with a beauty-enhancing cleansing pill. The host has birthed her 11th offspring, a beastly red fox, male, with a level 3 talent, rewarded with a parachute. The host has birthed her 12th offspring, a beastly white fox, male, with a mutation noted, a 9-tailed fox, with a level 1 talent, rewarded with a sterile surgical room. Congratulations to the host on a successful 4th production. Additional rewards include a recovery pill, doubled space area, and a luxurious pet villa. Reward: Wilderness Survival Package 1, containing emergency supplies for various unexpected situations encountered in the wild. Reward: Medical First Aid Kit 1, including various medical supplies and rescue medications for injuries of all sizes. Reward: Yunnan Baiyao Powder 10, with doubled effects for stopping bleeding. Reward: 120 points. Each offspring yields 10 points, deducting a 5-point membership fee, totaling 275 points with the previous 160 points. Items can be purchased in the marketplace. Warm reminder: the host has successfully surpassed 10 offspring in one birthing session, receiving an additional talent upgrade potion. The host is encouraged to continue seeking high-talent males for mating. As the system continued to announce its notifications, Yuan Yue smoothly delivered multiple offspring. Gazing at the newly birthed younglings, resembling little sweet potatoes, she was astounded to discover there were 12, each one robust and lively, scurrying about in search of nourishment.
Gomain.
Yuan Yue called out to the two individuals outside. The two, unable to contain their excitement, promptly pushed the door open. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Mou, pinch me. Chapter 57. All of you, perish. Goodness gracious. Li Sheng stood a meter away from the stone bed, too intimidated to advance, exclaiming goodness gracious repeatedly. Yuan Yue found his incessant cries wearisome. 12 little ones were eagerly drinking milk, with those fortunate enough to access nourishment persistently pawing at their peers, while those deprived of milk, resembling little sweet potatoes, wailed with their eyes still closed, mouths agape. Even the previously formidable 6 young ones, upon catching a whiff of milk, eagerly approached, hoping for a taste. Though over 6 months old, their development varied, yet they all appeared adorably round and lively. Particularly, the little white tiger cub, boasting the most advanced growth, effortlessly pushed the younger siblings aside to monopolize their mother. The nursing little white kitten suddenly felt a head forcefully nudging its belly, causing discomfort while nursing. Upon looking down, its expression soured. Yuan Yue transformed back into her human form and immediately pushed aside the little white tiger. Have you no shame? You're already half a year old, still fighting for milk with your younger siblings. She genuinely feared the chubby little white tiger might inadvertently smother the sweet potatoes. Perhaps it was due to Li Sheng's remarkable talent that 12 cubs were birthed at once. Previously, her milk supply had been ample, but now it was woefully insufficient. Yuan Yue finally grasped the system's intent in providing her with lactation granules. Retrieving 2 boxes of lactation granules and a cup from her space, she placed them beside the stone bed. Ah Sheng, please help me prepare a bag and mix it for me to drink. Seeing Li Sheng remain motionless, she called again. Ah Sheng? He was still lost in his exclamations. Let me do it. Mou limped over, taking the lactation granules and cup to fetch the purified water Yuan Yue had previously acquired from her space. Just as he reached the door, it suddenly swung open with a loud bang. 6 or 7 individuals rushed in, among them the long-unseen Huang Xinxin and Nai Nai.
Well.
Did you not claim there was no medicinal powder? What is this? Huang Xinxin approached and seized the hand of Mou, who was preparing the medicine, demanding an explanation. Yuan Yue was taken aback by Huang Xinxin's audacity. How dare you speak so shamelessly? What I possess is none of your concern. Do I owe you anything? We are all part of the same tribe. Why should you not assist me? I am the female with the highest fertility, Huang Xinxin declared, lifting her chin with an air of superiority, as if her status entitled her to assistance without question. Indeed, Yaya, please help her. Consider it a good deed. After all, her cubs are the hope of our tribe. Nai Nai chimed in, inching closer to Yuan Yue, signaling her to assist for a more favorable situation upon returning home. Is this your approach to soliciting help? You've come here to steal. Haven to you? Yuan Yue admonished, her tone laced with an icy undertone. Brother Mou, don't give it to them. Yes, Mou replied, forcefully shaking off Huang Xinxin's grip and dumping the powder onto the ground, trampling it into the soil. You crippled fool. Do you dare destroy my medicine? Caught off guard, Mou stumbled as Huang Xinxin shoved him down, his head striking the ground and colliding with the nearby water barrel, cold water splashing across his face. If you don't want your cubs to starve, hurry and get that wretched woman's medicinal powder for me. Huang Xinxin commanded the 5 beastmen behind her, and aside from All In, who stood still, the other 4 of varying heights surged forward, intent on seizing Yuan Yue's resources. Li Sheng, having regained his composure from the shock, reflected on the absurdity of his previous oversight. With his level of innate talent, it was inconceivable that he could have failed to perceive the presence of a stranger. He had noticed it earlier while standing outside the door, yet his concern for Yuan Yue had clouded his judgment. Get out. Don't make me say it a second time. The 4 males hesitated, their courage wavering as they stood rooted to the spot, glancing nervously at Huang Xinxin's expression. Are you 4 afraid of just one of him? If you don't seize the medicine today, you might as well never return home. After Huang Xinxin's fierce shout, it seemed to embolden them. They no longer hesitated and charged towards the stone bed. The young tiger cubs, instead of cowering in fear, instinctively crouched down, their fur bristling as they emitted deep, threatening growls towards the intruders. A few of the smaller cubs, though trembling with fear, bravely stood beside their siblings. The white tiger cub, who had indulged in the milk moments before, positioned himself at the forefront, growling the loudest. He was valiantly protecting his mother and siblings. However, he was brutally kicked aside by one of the approaching males, crashing violently against the wall before crumpling to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, silencing him forever. The sight of the white tiger cub in such agony sent a chill of horror through Yuan Yue. Among the beastmen, there existed a code that forbade harming the young, yet this group was shamelessly employing adult strength to bully a defenseless cub. Her emotions spiraled out of control, and the sight of the cub's blood pierced her heart. As a level 4 talent, though her exterior appeared delicate, dealing with this male was well within her capabilities. In that moment, she no longer cared about concealing her abilities. Drawing a dagger from her space, she proclaimed, "Die, all of you." With a fierce leap, she thrust the dagger deep into the heart of the male who had injured the white tiger. Blood erupted forth, splattering Yuan Yue in the process. The scene horrified Huang Xinxin, who was previously bullying Mou. She fell onto the ground, her eyes wide with terror, trembling as she recoiled. "How could you have talent?" Li Sheng, who had been grappling with the other 3 males, was taken aback by Yuan Yue's display of fury. It was the first time he had witnessed such an expression on his little female's face, and it struck him deeply. "You all deserve to die," he bellowed, leaping protectively in front of Yuan Yue. "Let me handle this." Yuan Yue, her hands still trembling from the force she had exerted, released the dagger. Li Sheng picked it up, slowly lifting his gaze, his eyes glinting with cold fury that seemed ready to mete out punishment to those before him. The other beastmen, witnessing this, were already too frightened to advance further. Cursing their foolish comrade under their breaths, they contemplated fleeing. Thinking of escaping, Li Sheng moved like a specter, swiftly positioning himself at the entrance of the den. "Stay right there." The pressure of his level 1 talent enveloped the area, and the dagger in his hand gleamed ominously as he moved with astounding speed. The throats of the 3 beastmen were severed in an instant, blood gushing forth. Only as they fell did they grasp the magnitude of their grave error. But it was too late for regrets. Chapter 58. Rescue the cubs? Blood continued to pour, transforming the once clean and orderly den into a scene of chaos. The floors, walls, and the faces of those present were splattered with the warm, metallic scent of blood. Huang Xinxin, caught unawares, had lost 4 of her 5 beastmen, while one, the previously encountered Alin, was nowhere to be seen. She had been too preoccupied with kicking down the fallen Mou to notice Alin's absence. "You useless cripple. You could have chosen me during the pairing ceremony, but you didn't. Now, after all this time, instead of helping me, you assist that wretched Yuan Yue in ruining my medicine. I can't swallow this humiliation." Yet now, her arrogance had dissipated. The scene before her felt like a descent into hell. She huddled helplessly in a corner of the den, disregarding the dampness beneath her. She had no choice but to remain there, finding a semblance of safety in the blood-soaked ground. She had always been sheltered, raised under the protective wings of her father and brothers, never having encountered such brutality. As one of the most fertile females in the tribe, she was accustomed to being adored, receiving whatever she desired. Now, she was paralyzed by fear, her eyes vacant, unable to utter a sound, her body trembling uncontrollably. She yearned to flee, yet her limbs felt leaden. Demons. They are all demons. Nai fared slightly better than Huang Xinxin, yet she too was stunned. Having witnessed cruelty before, she was nonetheless unprepared for Yuan Yue's transformation. Her gaze darted nervously around the room, fearful that Yuan Yue's wrath might turn upon her. She couldn't comprehend why such a simple request for a few supplies had spiraled into this chaos. Surely it was beneficial for herself, for Xinxin, and for the tribe. Why would Yuan Yue refuse to assist with such a minor matter? Li Sheng refrained from attacking Huang Xinxin and Nai as a level 1 talent. It was against his principles to harm talentless females. However, this did not equate to forgiveness. Mou, unsteadily rising, silently began to clean up the aftermath. Yuan Yue has truly changed. She is so different from before, he mused, unable to pinpoint what felt amiss. If it were his own cubs being treated so cruelly, he too would fight fiercely. Yet some aspects felt unsettling, beyond his comprehension. He decided to let it be. In time, many truths would inevitably surface. Once Yuan Yue released her grip on the dagger, she staggered to the side of the white tiger cub, trembling hands gently lifting the injured creature from the ground. This cub, the most robust and mischievous, had always sought her affection, begging for pets and treats. He was so good, so endearing, an extraordinary cub destined to transform into human form at the age of 5 and follow her faithfully. He could have had a perfect and joyous childhood, yet now, he would never open his eyes again. The pain in Yuan Yue's heart was unbearable. Li Sheng stood aside, unable to suppress his self-reproach. If only he had been more vigilant. He could have intervened at the outset, preventing the little white tiger cub from suffering such harm. How could he explain this to Hu Wei? Before setting out, he had confidently vowed to take good care of Yeye and the cubs, yet this time, he had failed. The body of the little white tiger cub gradually stiffened, its once smooth and soft fur becoming coarse. The other cubs, seemingly sensing the distress, crawled over, surrounding the little white tiger with mournful whimpers. Even the recently born little sweet potato wobbled its way over. Yuan Yue could no longer contain her tears, which poured forth in a torrent, murmuring to herself, "It's my fault, it's my fault. I shouldn't have brought them out." Ding! Detection of the host's cub losing vital signs. Given the host's failure to adequately protect the cub, an electric shock penalty is being administered. Please rescue the cub within 10 minutes, or all points will be deducted from the host. What? Rescue the cub within 10 minutes. Does this mean there is still hope for the little white tiger? Yuan Yu's mind was instantly invigorated by the cold voice of the system. Simultaneously, the electric shock punishment commenced. She felt a surge of high-voltage electricity coursing through her body, 2 powerful magnetic fields pressing against her brain and heart from either side. The sensation was particularly intense in her teeth, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Her body caught in a chill and warmth that left her feeling nauseous. A wave of dizziness swept over her, her heart missing a beat. She fought against the discomfort. Taking deep breaths, she could not afford to faint, for that would mean the little white tiger would have no chance left. She racked her brain for feasible solutions. The little white tiger's body had gone rigid, devoid of life signs, yet the system had indicated a 10-minute window for rescue, which implied there was a viable option. But what could it be? A sterile operating room? No, that wouldn't suffice. A talent-enhancing potion? Yuan Yue pulled out the potion and poured it into the little white tiger's mouth, but there was no response. Yunan Baiyao? She wiped the blood from the cub's mouth and administered it, yet still no reaction. What could it be? She clutched her head, desperately tugging at her silvery hair. Her face contorted in anguish, her breathing becoming increasingly faint. Mou and Li Sheng, wanting to check on her, were halted by Yuan Yue's command to stay back. The electricity was slowly burning her skin. Her once fair and delicate flesh began to scorch from the totem on her right wrist, turning a sickly yellow, emitting a foul odor. Under the onslaught of the high-voltage shock, Yuan Yue was on the verge of collapsing. Warning, warning. Only 1 minute remains. Please expedite your efforts, host. 1 minute left. What could it be? She teetered on the brink of despair. Suddenly, it struck her. The emergency potion. Yuan Yue hastily summoned the emergency potion she had received as a reward for birthing the little fox cub. With one hand gripping the vial and using her teeth to pull out the cork, she pinched the little white tiger's mouth open with the other and poured the contents into its belly. This was the last method she could conceive. If this failed, she would have no other recourse. Tick-tock, time slipped away second by second. She felt the electric current coursing through her body begin to diminish, her breathing becoming more manageable. The system fell silent, indicating that her efforts had likely borne fruit. The little white tiger cub's body began to warm once more. Chapter 59. Unraveling the conspiracy. Sensing the cub's body gradually warming in her hands, its fur regained its luster. Several little sweet potato cubs finally crawled over to Yuan Yue, sticking out their tiny pink tongues and crying out. It was unclear whether they were hungry and seeking milk or simply rejoicing at the revival of their sibling. Yuan Yue, overwhelmed with joy, wept tears of relief. Cherishing the little white tiger in her embrace, rubbing her cheek against its head, her tears falling onto its fur. The little tiger cub gradually awakened, blinking its eyes open to see its mother crying. It extended its moist, pink tongue to lick her chin, the warm touch seemingly reassuring her. "Do not weep, mother. I am here." It had been a close call. She had nearly lost him. Yuan Yue handed the little cub to Li Sheng.
Sheng.
Please watch over the cubs and ensure they come to no harm. Of course. Li Sheng responded, approaching to place each cub onto the stone bed. wrapping them in a fur blanket, sitting by the bedside to guard them, forbidding any from escaping. Only then did Yuan Yue turn her gaze toward the instigator of this calamity. Her eyes were sharp, as if she intended to exact retribution upon Huang Xinxin. Step by step, her approach was laden with fury, resentment, and accusation. Huang Xinxin stood frozen in fear, paralyzed by Yuan Yue's intimidating presence. The dampness beneath her and the dried blood on her face serving as constant reminders of the terror embodied in the female before her. "Don't come any closer," Huang Xinxin shrieked, attempting to retreat, only to find yellow liquid seeping from beneath her. Yuan Yue grimaced in disgust. "Weren't you quite arrogant a moment ago? Where is that bravado now? Ah, Shang is too lenient with females. Shall I take it upon myself to punish you?" In Huang Xinxin's eyes, Yuan Yue appeared as a demon from hell, fierce and terrifying. Huang Xinxin's pupils widened in fear, her body trembling, her disheveled hair falling behind her as she shook her head in denial. "I am the most fertile female in the tribe. If you kill me, you will face dire consequences. The tribe leaders will not let you go." Yuan Yue brandished a dagger, a wicked smile gracing her lips.
Tell me,
"Should I end this swiftly, or take my time?" Nai began to plead. Yeah, she has already been punished. She knows her wrongs. You've vented your frustrations. Perhaps we could let her go to avoid escalating matters further? Yuan Yue's fierce gaze swiftly turned upon Nai, her hand striking Nai's face with a resounding slap. "How dare you speak? If it weren't for your meddling, this situation would never have arisen. Wait. You shall not escape either." With that, she raised the dagger and swiftly slashed it across Huang Xinxin's face. Before the pain could register, blood gushed forth. Huang Xinxin, in disbelief, clutched her cheek and began to scream. "Ah, how dare you?
That indeed.
When your beastly husband bullied my cubs, did he hesitate?" Yuan Yue retorted, her annoyance mounting at the sound of her screams. Determined to resolve the matter with a single strike, she pondered the futility of her actions. Whether 4 or 5 lives would be extinguished, it mattered not to her. The dagger hovered perilously close to Huang Xinxin's neck, merely a millimeter away. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was forcefully kicked open, catching Li Sheng off guard as he was thrust aside. A throng of individuals surged in, led by the clan chief, flanked by the long-absent shaman and the recently missing Alin. "Xinxin, are you unharmed?" Alin rushed forward, supporting Huang Xinxin and shielding her behind him. Though he feared Li Sheng's prowess, he could not remain indifferent to the sight of his kin suffering so grievously. The shaman approached, examining the wounds on Huang Xinxin's face while muttering incantations, the content of which remained a mystery.
Yuan Yue,
"What are you doing?" The clan chief's voice, laced with fury, echoed as his countenance darkened, emanating a palpable chill. He had anticipated that Yuan Yue possessed more resources than merely this, and with Nai's return to the tribe, there might exist some bond between them. Given Huang Xinxin's recent childbirth and the absence of maternal nourishment, Nai's assistance could potentially yield resources, an opportunity too good to squander. He had not foreseen such a turn of events. The tribe's overall strength was already waning, and losing 4 capable hunters was a devastating blow. Fortunately, Alin had alerted them in time. Otherwise, the highly fertile Huang Xinxin might have succumbed. "You, a person long cast aside, dare return to the tribe only to slaughter our warriors? Unless you provide me with an explanation for today's events, you shan't leave this clan." Even with your partner being a first-tier orc, Yuan Yue, upon hearing the chief's accusations, merely scoffed, finding the assertion utterly ludicrous. "Am I truly the one slaying the tribe's warriors? Is this how you conduct yourself as chief? Have you ever inquired what they have done? The fertility rate of your tribe has been declining year after year. Have you ever contemplated the reasons behind this? With such a fine shaman at your disposal, your tribe's fertility will never improve." The clan chief stood in bewilderment. "What do you mean? What does this have to do with the shaman?" Yuan Yue had intended to safely deliver her offspring and depart after healing Moyu's leg, but one calamity after another compelled her to unleash her ire. "You remain oblivious.
Do you?
Your shaman has forged pacts with other factions behind your back. Consider how many females from your tribe enter the beast god's sanctuary each year. How many ever return?" Under Yuan Yue's piercing gaze, the clan chief found himself lost in thought, shaking his head in disbelief. Of course, none return, for they are sold off by the shaman into realms of indulgence meant solely for male orcs, many of whom possess fertility. "Look at my offspring. I have a litter of 12. Do you truly think I am one of the barren females? Why have I returned to the beast god's sanctuary? Have you ever pondered that?" Yuan Yu's words struck the clan chief like a heavy blow to the heart, instilling doubt within him. Indeed, why had such matters never arisen before? Since the current shaman took office, despite numerous proposals, the outcomes remained unchanged, outwardly beneficial to the tribe, yet yielding no real advantages. Turning his gaze towards the shaman, he observed her familiar frail form, the aged woman often clutching a beast bone, standing resolutely against the wall. Her necklace of beast teeth prominently displayed. One hand caressed Huang Xinxin's cheek while the other rested upon her chest, her lips moving in silent incantation. As if casting a spell, the red totems painted upon her face seemed to emit a faint glow. Upon realizing her deceit had been exposed, the shaman, either confident in her own power or dismissive of Yuan Yu's potential threat, continued her ministrations on Huang Xinxin's face, seemingly unfazed. Moments later, as the incantation concluded, she appeared to regain her composure. If the clan chief believes this female and harbors doubts about me, then I shall resign and implore the chief to seek a more capable shaman. As she spoke, she began to remove the pendant from her neck that symbolized her status. At that moment, the clan chief found himself in a state of disarray. Yuan Yue was merely a female who had long been estranged from the tribe and had endured much humiliation, yet her words bore an unsettling truth. The shaman, traditionally revered as the highest authority within the tribe, had served for many years and had indeed contributed significantly. The clan chief was torn, uncertain whom to trust, his body swaying indecisively. Chapter 60. The chaotic battle. Yuan Yue at that moment perceived the shaman's shamelessness as a mark of a true opportunist, far more brazen than any troublesome relatives she had encountered during medical disputes. Witnessing the chief's indecisiveness incited her anger. You are the chief, yet you remain so indecisive. Is it any wonder the tribe struggles to thrive? You may choose not to believe my words, but ask Nai Nai. She was rescued from the realm of indulgence. Surely, she would not lie. Turning to Nai Nai, she hoped the latter would remember their pact, vowing not to pursue today's events. I don't know. Please don't ask me. Nai Nai, upon hearing this, froze momentarily, then curled into herself, shaking her head and sliding down the wall as if in great distress. You see, though she does not explicitly state it, her reaction clearly indicates she recalls something dreadful, Yuan Yue asserted, pointing at Nai Nai with unwavering conviction. All present turned their astonished gazes towards the shaman standing aside.
Ha!
If you believe the old crone to be as you say, then so be it. The shaman maintained her composure, her aged voice seemingly indifferent, though the indignity of being questioned by the younger generation left her speechless. Let the clan chief impose any punishment. All of this is the old crone's fault, my doing. I deserve to perish for lacking the prowess to lead the tribe to prosperity. Upon uttering these words, her once stooped frame appeared even more forlorn. Vile witch, cease your slander. We all know how much the esteemed shaman has contributed to the tribe. Today you defame her, and I shall risk my life to seek justice for her. Lin interjected, his face a tumult of anger and fear. Torn between defending the shaman and his trepidation of Li Sheng's abilities, clinging to Huang Xinxin without daring to approach further. Clan chief, do not be deceived by their words. The shaman cannot possibly be guilty. The clan chief, lost in confusion, sought guidance from the only one who might hold the truth, Nai Nai. Nai Nai, you've been watched over by the clan chief since childhood. I trust you will not deceive me. Tell me, is Yuan Yue speaking the truth? The clan chief's intense gaze bore down on Nai Nai, causing her to tremble.
I am sorry, Yu.
I can't lie for you any longer. Please forgive me. I have my own unavoidable burdens. I'm so sorry. Yuan Yue was overwhelmed with a buzzing sensation in her head. She had anticipated that Nana might be unreliable, but she never expected such utter betrayal. How treacherous. Very well. It seems I misjudged you. I accept my folly. The absurdity of it all struck her as laughable. Seize them all. The chieftain interjected at the opportune moment. This command pertained to Yuan Yue, Li Sheng, and the 18 young cubs. Yes, the tribal warriors, who had originally trailed behind the chieftain awaiting his command, but could not push their way into the room, erupted in a synchronized roar. They surged forward, eager to breach the threshold. Li Sheng turned to Yuan Yue, his gaze seemingly seeking guidance on their next course of action. Without a hint of hesitation, Yuan Yue dashed toward the stone bed. In an instant, with a flick of her wrist, all 18 cubs were whisked away into the pet villa recently awarded by the system. The multitude of young cubs vanished in the blink of an eye. The chieftain's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Enchantress. Indeed, you are an enchantress. Do not let her escape. Capture her at once, he commanded. Yuan Yue had initially hoped to avoid such a confrontation. Revealing her talents was perilously risky, not to mention the secret of her spatial abilities. However, retreat was no longer an option. She had to conceal the cubs before any assault could be launched against her. Otherwise, if even a minor incident involving the white tiger cub occurred, she was certain the system would obliterate her. She had no desire to endure the torment of high-voltage punishment a second time. Asheng, protect brother Mou and ensure he is sent to safety.
I shall fight alongside you.
Understood. Despite the notable number of warriors present in the tribe, Li Sheng remained the one with the highest aptitude. Chieftain, have you considered the fate of the warriors you brought today? Among them are males of secondary talent. Are you truly willing to sacrifice their lives? Yuan Yue interjected, aiming to awaken the chieftain to his folly while redirecting attention to facilitate Li Sheng's escape with Mou. The chieftain hesitated for a moment, but before he could react, a frail, elderly voice echoed, "Do not waver. Do not be bewitched by this enchantress.
Slay them."
It was the tribal shaman. Recognizing this as the perfect moment to eliminate Yuan Yue and her companions, she understood that if this opportunity were lost, their ranks might swell again, and she could not bear the consequences of her own faction being jeopardized. The warriors, hearing her words, ceased their hesitation and lunged forward with their sharp claws aimed at Li Sheng. At this moment, Li Sheng had successfully shielded Mou at the entrance. He was aware that Yuan Yue could fend for herself, so he prioritized fulfilling her directives. Once he dealt with the two assailants behind him, they would be able to reach the flying beast. Yuan Yue's situation was equally dire. Surrounded by guards, she managed to endure briefly thanks to her fourth-tier aptitude. Their claws raked across her, leaving deep lacerations. Li Sheng glanced back in concern. Hurry.
Do not worry about me.
Their mission was to fulfill the promise they had made long ago. They would heal Mou's leg, and although he still limped, they could not abandon him now. They were comrades, and comrades must support one another. As Li Sheng battled, he assisted Mou in mounting the flying beast, whispering a location into its ear before giving it a gentle pat, urging it to carry Mou away while he returned to the fray, bloodied yet resolute. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Yuan Yue, "Chieftain, look at the warriors lying lifeless around you. Their demise is due to your misplaced trust." Yuan Yue, while fending off the onslaught from various warriors, posed a soul-searching question to the chieftain. Just as her thoughts momentarily faltered, a claw struck her arm, drawing blood. The pain caused her arm to weaken. Her fourth-tier aptitude was hardly formidable, merely sufficient for self-preservation. Against a second-tier orc, she would be doomed. "Ah Sheng, cover me." Upon hearing this, Li Sheng instantly shifted the tide of battle. They repositioned, with Yuan Yue at the back and Li Sheng in front. In a flash, Yuan Yue retrieved a talent-enhancing potion from her spatial realm. Turning away, she uncorked it and drained its contents. Chapter 61. Successful Escape. A warm surge enveloped her body, and the pain from her wounds dulled. She stowed the empty vial back into her space. It must not be discovered by others. A discerning individual could analyze the residue on the vial and deduce its contents. This experience had imparted a profound lesson to Yuan Yue. Should news of the talent-enhancing potion leak, it could incite envy and persecution from various factions, consequences that she was ill-prepared to endure. She understood the principle that an innocent person may suffer due to the possession of something coveted. Yuan Yue's aptitude surged from the fourth tier to the third. Her stamina, speed, and reflexes doubled.
Come on, continue.
Let everyone witness your prowess. Is it necessary to expend such effort on a mere female? Yuan Yue deliberately provoked the guards with her words, buying Mou more time to escape. The guards surrounding Yuan Yue and Li Sheng began to sense something amiss. Their movement slowed, and they exchanged uncertain glances. How could Yuan Yue, who had appeared to possess only fourth-tier aptitude, suddenly exhibit such strength? The guards exchanged looks, each seeing confusion and disbelief reflected in the other's eyes. Their assault faltered momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Li Sheng grasped Yuan Yue's wrist. "Quickly, let's go." Responding to him, Yuan Yue sprinted forward, evading the claws aimed at her, and reached the doorway. She could have escaped in time, but hesitated at the threshold upon spotting Huang Xinxin, trembling and cowering behind Lin, the very person responsible for the death of her cubs, the one who had nearly caused her demise at the hands of the system, was now hiding behind her partner with such ease. Did she not realize the gravity of her actions? Shouldn't she bear the consequences? Why should she remain unscathed, as if nothing had transpired? Attempting to evade her? Not a chance. Yuan Yue's fleeing steps abruptly changed direction. Clutching the dagger in her right hand, she lunged toward Huang Xinxin. Lin moved to intervene. Smack! The dagger was knocked to the ground, sending a jolt through Yuan Yue's wrist.
Indeed.
The innate strength of males far surpasses that of females. Even though Yuan Yue currently possesses a third-level talent, she remains incapable of achieving a guaranteed strike. However, what Alan did not anticipate was that Yuan Yue was not as gentle and harmless as she appeared. It was merely a ruse, a feint, leaving her with a contingency plan. In the blink of an eye, no one grasped the unfolding events. Suddenly, Yuan Yue revealed a steel-long knife that had been concealed behind her. Seizing the moment when everyone was still in a state of shock, she swung the blade with precision. A chilling sound resonated as it pierced through Huang Xinxin's chest, the chilling iron sinking into flesh. Blood erupted forth in an instant. Alan found herself torn between attacking Yuan Yue and supporting the slowly collapsing Huang Xinxin. Time was of the essence, and Yuan Yue wasted no time. Her icy gaze swept over the bystander, Nai, leaving one to ponder her thoughts at that moment. Perhaps she relished the consequences of Yuan Yue's defiance, or perhaps she felt a twisted satisfaction at Huang Xinxin's demise, knowing that no one would threaten her beast husband any longer. In any case, her expression bore a complex intrigue. Yet, Yuan Yue, in her urgency to escape, deemed it unnecessary to risk herself for Nai. Regardless of her current inaction, it did not imply that Nai would evade the repercussions of her wrongdoings. She would pay for every misdeed. Even if Yuan Yue chose not to pursue her, Huang Xinxin's family and the clan leader would undoubtedly seek retribution. The notion of a sudden betrayal, hoping for the shaman's support, was ludicrous. A figure as cunning as the shaman would never entertain such naivety. It was akin to plummeting from one abyss into another hell. Without lingering, she dashed towards the location where the flying beast awaited her departure. She was confident that with Li Sheng's capabilities, a successful escape was assured. Catch her. Don't let her flee. Anyone who kills Yuan Yue will be rewarded with 10 years' worth of prey. The frantic shouts of the shaman echoed behind her. The situation had unraveled, and Yuan Yue could not remain. If the forces behind her discovered her presence, severe punishment would be inevitable. The shaman, in a state of utter desperation, could no longer feign ignorance, utilizing her established authority. She commanded a group of oblivious guards with ease. Upon hearing her call, the guards stationed at the entrance halted their assault on Li Sheng, eager to pursue Yuan Yue. No beastman could resist the allure of a decade's supply of prey. Acquiring such a bounty meant that they and their families would never suffer hunger, even during the harshest winters. Yet it was futile. Yuan Yue had already transformed into her beast form and was sprinting away. Now, a third-level talent, her speed and endurance had improved drastically. All she could hear was the shaman's frantic voice dissipating in the wind, growing fainter until it was inaudible.
Some guards pursued Yuan Yue,
while others, realizing their distance from the entrance, understood that even if they rushed out now, they had no hope of claiming the reward. They could only place their hopes on Li Sheng, trusting that their fierce fighting would earn them the clan leader's favor and a fair reward. In stark contrast, Li Sheng's condition appeared dire. He was drenched in blood, his own, but mostly that of others. The majority of the earlier attacks had targeted him, despite Li Sheng's prowess. He could not evade the sharp claws of the cat-beast guards without sustaining injuries. His leather coat was in tatters, and his arms and torso bore the marks of claws, droplets of blood seeping out incessantly. Another claw struck, this time directly onto Li Sheng's shoulder. There was no way to evade it. In an instant, flesh was torn away, leaving a gruesome, bloody wound. If it were merely some 4th or 5th level talents, he could have dispatched them effortlessly. However, 2 second-level talents within the tribe posed a significant threat. To protect the more vulnerable Yuan Yue and Moyu from their attacks, Li Sheng had been skillfully stalling them, but the dual assault from both sides left him somewhat flustered. This could not continue. He needed to devise a solution quickly, or he would meet his end here. As he defended against the attacks before him, he retreated with a ghostly agility until he reached the door. Transforming into his beast form, his speed became swift and elusive, his talents igniting to their fullest potential. The guards who had rushed out could only grasp at shadows. Chapter 62. The conspiracy unveiled. Moyu, having taken flight on the back of a flying beast, had vanished from sight far too swiftly. As Yuan Yue and Li Sheng fled in opposite directions, the guards pursuing them had naturally split into 2 teams. When Li Sheng had initially placed Moyu upon the flying beast, he had envisioned their rendezvous at the site where Moyu encountered the massive dog. However, upon reflection, He realized that location was perilously close to the cat-beast tribe and could easily attract the guards' attention. Although the guards of the cat-beast tribe lacked his talents, they were certainly not inept, and it would not take them long to catch up. Ultimately, he decided that the rendezvous point would be a cave where he and Yuan Yue had previously rested. It was close to where Nai was rescued, nestled in the depths of the mountains, a place the flying beast had visited before, thus familiar to it. Furthermore, its secluded location meant that while occasional travelers might pass by, they were typically en route to the warm haven, ensuring that as long as they maintained a low profile, their presence would likely go unnoticed. Yet, the more he ran, the more he felt a sense of unease. He had forgotten to inform Yuan Yue of the meeting place. Oh no! What if she couldn't find it and encountered a powerful rogue beastman? As Li Sheng sprinted, the wind howled past him, each gust mocking his foolishness.
No, no.
Yuan Yue is far too clever to be lost. Even if she doesn't guess, she will remember our agreement from when we were in the Beast City to meet the Tiger Clan 3 months hence. Yes. As long as she waited at the Tiger Clan, she would surely come. With clarity restored, he directed his course toward the designated spot for the flying beast. Though Mo Yu possessed a 5th-level talent, he was hindered by a disability, rendering him incapable of facing crises. All he could do was hope his wits would guide him to lay low until Li Sheng came to his aid. The cat-beast tribe had descended into chaos. The ground where Yuan Yue and the others had resided was now strewn with the bodies of low to mid-level talent guards from the cat-beast tribe, blood pooling everywhere, resembling a hellish scene that deeply pierced the hearts of all present. The most tragic of all must be Huang Xinxin's family. Originally consisting of a wife and 5 beastly husbands, now only one Alan remains, with several hungry cubs at home, leaving him utterly bewildered about what to do. With a heart full of grief, he gazes at the chieftain, seeking assistance. Yet, the chieftain's countenance is hardly more favorable. From the initial ashen hue, it has transformed into a ghastly pallor. After enduring this battle, the strength of their lynx tribe has regressed by at least 20 years. The days ahead will undoubtedly grow more arduous. Alan, return home and care for the cubs. Await my news. I shall provide you with an answer. After Alan departs, the chieftain erupts in fury. This is intolerable. This is utterly intolerable. We must impose severe punishment. Otherwise, will anyone dare to trample upon our lynx tribe in the future? He commands, send out word. Yuan Yue,
Li Shen, Montague.
The 3 shall forever remain on our lynx tribe's list of targets. From this day forth, every beast man in our tribe must pursue them relentlessly upon sight. The chieftain grits his teeth in anger, yet feels powerless. Relying solely on the guards tasked with hunting down Yuan Yue and her companions, the shaman steps forward at an opportune moment. My chieftain, I possess a more effective strategy for dealing with Yuan Yue.
Oh, do share.
The chieftain's expression lightens slightly upon hearing the shaman's words. After all, we are a small tribe with limited strength. Yuan Yue's partner possesses a 1st-level talent, likely hailing from a significant lineage. Confronting them head-on could yield unfavorable outcomes. The shaman's voice is ominous. Just tell me what to do. The chieftain, consumed by urgency, is hardly in the mood for lengthy explanations. Do you know what makes Yuan Yue the most susceptible to being hunted? Although the shaman senses the chieftain's impatience, she refrains from revealing the answer immediately, feeling it necessary to elaborate thoroughly to prevent this fool from jeopardizing their plans later. I don't know. Stop keeping me in suspense. Will you say it or not? The chieftain's eyes brim with irritation. It is her reproductive capability and innate talent. Consider this. When was the last time you encountered a gifted female capable of birthing a dozen cubs in one litter? The chieftain furrows his brow in contemplation. It indeed seems plausible, yet how does this relate to pursuing her? Quite simply, what is the most scarce resource in the beast world? Money?
Prey?
Or females?
No.
None of these. What is truly lacking is cubs. If other tribes learn of such a superlative breeding asset, they will undoubtedly scramble to seize her at all costs. At that point, we would not even need to intervene. Amidst the ensuing chaos, she would surely meet her demise. All we need to do is spread the word. Finally, the chieftain comprehends the shaman's true intent. Very well, you are indeed more skilled, so we shall proceed as you suggest. Should I call back the tribesmen who just set out to hunt them? Unnecessary. That would only alert them to our intentions. Moreover, they have inflicted significant losses on our brave warriors. We cannot let them escape so easily. Understood. I shall make the arrangements. You take care of things here. With that, the chieftain turns to leave. Only then does the shaman reveal her disdainful expression. Fool! If it weren't for your usefulness, You would hardly deserve the title of chieftain. She prepares to depart, but a faint noise startles her. Nai tightly covers her mouth, her eyes filled with terror. She had intended to flee when Yuan Yue killed Huang Xinxin, but her legs felt as if they were encased in lead, rendering her immobile. It was not her intention to eavesdrop on the conversation between the shaman and the chieftain. She simply collapsed to the ground, lying beside the fallen guard, utterly drained and unable to rise. Every word spoken by the shaman resonated in her ears. Originally, she was the only one in the tribe aware of the shaman's clandestine dealings. Although she had temporarily defected, that did not imply she was an ally of the shaman. To the shaman, she was merely a pawn for trade. Trembling, she accidentally brushed against a water bottle standing by the wall, producing a faint sound. Unbeknownst to her, the departing shaman had caught the noise. Realizing the gravity of her foolishness, Nai felt a chill as the shaman's twisted, aged face contorted with murderous intent. Nai's spirit nearly fled her body. She quickly huddled on the ground, pleading for mercy from the shaman. Yet, what use was her supplication? The shaman extended her sharp claws, ruthlessly striking towards Nai's heart, executing the motion with extreme ferocity, devoid of hesitation. In an instant, Nai lost her breath, her expression frozen in a visage of terror. It turned out that the shaman also possessed talent, concealed so deeply. Chapter 63. Mouse, Mouse. I've got it all figured out. Don't run. Don't run. Damn it, Yuan Yue, stand still. Two guards panted as they pursued from behind. Yuan Yue was not in a much better state. She resembled a golden retriever that had been run for 10 kilometers, panting and gasping for air. Then, don't chase me. If you don't chase, I 1T run. If you don't run, we naturally 1T chase. The two sides reached a stalemate. Yuan Yue attempted to feint to the left, and the guards mirrored her, moving left as well. She darted to the right, and the guards followed suit. As the standoff continued, Yuan Yue, with no choice, dashed forward. In her haste, she could not discern her direction and gradually strayed from her intended path. The guards, having expected an easy task, found that a decade's worth of prey reserves were not so easily obtained. They chased and lost ground, losing only to chase again. At this point, only 2 third-level guards remained, on par with Yuan Yue in talent. Yet, in terms of strength and combat prowess, they surpassed her, although their agility paled in comparison. No one anticipated that a female could run so swiftly. After several days, their legs had grown leaner from the exertion. As they watched the diminutive form of the female weaving through the forest, it became smaller and smaller until it vanished from sight. One guard, bent over with his hands on his sides, gasped for breath, his face etched with frustration. Enough is enough. We were not born for such fortune. Let us head back. We'll never catch her. She zipped through that cave we can't pass. I'm nearly dead from exhaustion. The other guard wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression rife with disdain. The shaman was right. She is indeed a witch. Absolutely a witch. Where can one find such a formidable female? Surely, in her past life, she must have been a horse. Alas, if I must return, then so be it. What else can be done? The two stood in place, venting their frustrations for quite some time, cursing Yuan Yue repeatedly in their minds before reluctantly departing in the direction from whence they came. Yuan Yue, having sprinted for over an hour, finally realized she had evaded her pursuers. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, resting until her stomach growled, reminding her that she had not eaten in quite some time. Where am I? She exclaimed, bewildered. Didn't I head towards the Tiger Clan, as per my memories? Winter had passed, and the snowflakes on the ground were gradually melting away, the water silently seeping into the earth. The snow that had accumulated on the tall trees transformed into droplets, ceaselessly cascading from the slender branches. These droplets fell upon the trunks, hung suspended in the air, and soaked into the soil below. The ground was littered with muddy puddles, and one could easily step into them, splattering mud all over oneself. The chill of winter was receding, and life began to stir once more. At that moment, she found herself surrounded by a forest, where towering trees obscured her vision. A few rays of feeble sunlight filtered through the gaps in the deadwood, dazzling her eyes and inducing a sense of dizziness, deepening her confusion. She couldn't help but wonder how Li Sheng and the others were faring, whether they had safely returned to the Tiger Clan. Wait for me. I will find my way back and reunite with you soon. Surveying her surroundings for any potential danger, Yuan Yue discovered none. She sought a relatively flat and dry patch of land, set up the temporary shelter provided by the system, and released the cubs inside, allowing them to frolic while she began to prepare porridge. She set up a portable gas stove and utensils, placing rice and pure water into the pot. Adding some jerky she had made earlier, and seasoning it with salt while nursing the cubs and waiting for the porridge to cook. Since their flight began, the cubs had not had a single drop of milk. They must have been starving. The tiger cubs from Yue's litter fared slightly better. Being sturdier and over 6 months old, they could manage to play on the side. However, the fox cubs were in dire straits. They had been disrupted by villains before they could even nurse. Several of them had been tossed into the pet villa without getting a taste of milk, resembling little sweet potatoes, now pitifully thin and hard to bear. Even though they were naturally gifted and possessed good health, they could not withstand prolonged hunger.
Now,
They appeared frail, teetering on the brink of collapse. Had they been ordinary cubs, it would be unimaginable to consider their plight. Yuan Yue's heart ached at the sight, and she transformed into her beast form to nurse them. The little fox cubs, catching the scent of milk, immediately scrambled over to suckle. As she fed them, Yuan Yue reflected on their recent ordeal. After the accident, the cubs finally behaved themselves, causing no commotion today. They deserved a treat later as a reward. Originally, Yue's litter consisted of 4 tiger cubs and 2 kittens, typically lively and mischievous, at an age when they were just beginning to learn the art of hunting. At that moment, they were huddled together in a circle, seemingly engrossed in some activity. When Yuan Yue leaned in for a closer look, she was nearly overwhelmed by a wave of panic at the sight before her. Indeed, when children are quiet, it often signals mischief. Unbeknownst to her, a little squirrel had ventured into the tent, no larger than the head of a small white tiger, surrounded by the 6 cubs. Its cheeks were stuffed with something, bulging comically, and its large, fluffy tail quivered in fear. With a swift paw, a white tiger cub knocked a pine nut from its mouth, only for a kitten to follow suit, causing the squirrel to expel a chestnut. The cubs delightedly took turns batting at the hapless creature. "Please don't hit me. I've already given you everything to eat. Don't be too cruel." The little squirrel's eyes drooped, almost sagging down to its nose, its expression filled with despair. What could be more terrifying than encountering a group of cats while foraging for food? If only I hadn't been so greedy, I wouldn't be in this predicament. It stood upright, trying to shield its eyes with its tiny paws, desperately attempting to block out the terrifying scene. If I can't see it, then it won't happen, it reassured itself. How could I not be caught? Thought the squirrel. This is it for me. Yuan Yue. Feeling a surge of compassion reminiscent of her past life, caring for little white mice in a laboratory, rushed over to rescue the squirrel from the clutches of the cubs. As the squirrel caught a whiff of the sweet milk aroma, it felt a flicker of comfort, but upon turning, it was nearly petrified. The very creature holding it had transformed from the chubby, foolish cub it once was into a large adult white cat. The big cat pressed down on it, signaling the cubs to back off. Although the force was not severe, the squirrel couldn't help but wonder why such a large creature would fix its enormous, wide eyes upon it. Was it planning to eat it? The squirrel mused silently. Felines are terrifying. First, the cubs, and now their mother. Why is my fate so grim? Chapter 64. A crisis unfolds after rescuing the little squirrel from the clutches of the cubs. Yuan Yue scrutinized it closely. Why did you choose to come here to steal food? What if the little ones had devoured you? The squirrel shook its head, surrendering to the inevitable, grumbling internally about Yuan Yue's failure to properly educate the cubs. If you had taught them better, would this situation have arisen? Why waste breath on trivialities? Free me, or I shall scratch you to death. It stretched its tiny paws forward in defiance. Yuan Yue couldn't help but chuckle, lifting the squirrel by its small paw, holding it aloft. With a head this tiny, how can you hide so much food in those cheeks? Spit it out, so I can see what you've hoarded. With that, she began to shake the little creature gently, attempting to make it regurgitate its stash.
Please.
I'll give you everything, just stop shaking me. I'll faint if you keep this up.
I'm sorry.
I promise I won't do it again. Yuan Yue continued to shake the squirrel, and one by one, pine nuts began to tumble from its cheeks, creating a small mound on the ground. The cubs eagerly gathered around, jumping up and down in excitement. The squirrel, now devoid of its food, looked up at Yuan Yue with pitiful eyes, its expression one of distress, as it desperately tried to hold back tears. Realizing she might have gone too far, Yuan Yue quickly released her grip, placing the little squirrel back on the ground, gently stroking its fluffy tail. All right. I won't tease you any longer. Take your food and leave. I was merely curious. Relieved, the squirrel promptly began to stuff the pine nuts back into its cheeks, hastily scampering toward the exit. As the first month of the year unfolded, a profound sense of melancholy enveloped Yuan Yue. You lot, cease your antics. If you cannot find your way home, you shall never see your father again. How can I possibly sustain so many little ones on my own? As she lamented, a small squirrel paused mid-flight, seemingly caught in a moment of hesitation. How foolish. Unable to even find home. Given that you spared me, should I lend you a hand? No, perhaps it's best to return home first. The outside world is far too frightening. Once the squirrel had completely departed, Yuan Yue finished her porridge, tidied up slightly, and resumed nursing her young. The day had grown late, and all she could do was rest for the night, continuing her search for an exit come morning. A cluster of fluffy creatures nestled together, drifting into a deep slumber under the moonlight. Upon awakening the next day, Yuan Yu's foremost task was to venture out in search of food, for the provisions in her space had dwindled perilously low. Should she fail to secure a stable source of sustenance, both she and her offspring would inevitably meet their demise. However, after several days of fruitless efforts, Yuan Yue discovered a perplexing anomaly. Within this vast forest, there appeared to be no prey whatsoever. Not only was there a dearth of animals, but even the flora was conspicuously absent. Though spring had just arrived, the trees stood stark and bare, with only a few nascent sprouts emerging from the ground, and not a single wild fruit in sight. It felt as though she had been isolated in a virtual realm. Everything seemed normal at first glance. Yet a pervasive silence reigned. What began as a hopeful endeavor to hunt and nurture her young while finding a way back home gradually descended into despair. The resources supplied by the system were finite, and the food within her space was on the verge of depletion. Although she still possessed a small amount of points, it was only a matter of time before they would run out. If that day were to arrive, they would face only one inevitable fate. The little ones remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of their situation, frolicking about joyfully after their fill of milk, and Yuan Yue no longer restrained them.
Given the circumstances,
there was no need to worry about their safety. Seated despondently upon a decayed tree stump, she reflected on the myriad events of the past fortnight. From the initial panic of fleeing from guardians to the continuous days of changing directions and paths. She had yet to locate the tree hollow through which she had entered the forest. The only living creature she had encountered was that solitary squirrel. Instinctively, she sensed something was amiss. If there were no living beings in this forest, how had the squirrel managed to survive? Was there some clandestine secret at play? She regretted releasing the squirrel. Even if it could not reveal any mysteries, having it as a companion for herself and her young would be preferable. For these days had become unbearably arduous. Yuan Yue recalled how she had first lured the squirrel out with the enticing aroma of food, and she resolved to employ the same strategy once more. Upon giving birth to her little fox, she had accrued 275 points, but due to insufficient food, she had already expended 100 points, leaving her with 175. With a heavy heart, she spent 20 points purchasing a squirrel gift pack from the marketplace. Gathering an assortment of nuts to set a trap, she propped a pot upside down on the ground, scattering various nuts around it. Securing the base of the stick with a rope, as soon as the squirrel appeared, it would be ensnared within the pot. With everything prepared, Yuan Yue commenced her lengthy vigil. She waited the entire night without sight of the squirrel, ultimately succumbing to fatigue and dozing off, collapsing onto the ground. Upon waking in the morning, she discovered no signs of disturbance at her trap, yet the nuts strewn across the ground had vanished entirely.
Ah!
Cursed squirrel, how cunning. It must have devoured at least 10 points worth of my provisions overnight. If the squirrel had evaded her trap not by chance, then it was certainly no ordinary creature, possibly possessing a measure of intelligence. Yuan Yue felt a pang of regret. After all, birthing a single offspring had cost her 10 points. Resolute, she decided to attempt once more, vowing not to succumb to slumber this time. This time, she set no trap, but instead settled down, cracking open seeds one by one. Soon, the shells littered the ground. Unbeknownst to her, the small squirrel perched in a nearby tree was observing her every move. Ah, this greedy woman. Why is she not sharing her bounty with me today? I'm absolutely craving those treats. Even if she were to set another trap, it would be better than indulging alone. How outrageous. The squirrel, arms akimbo, chattered angrily from its branch, saliva nearly dripping from its mouth. Yuan Yue continued to munch away at her seeds, and after finishing them, she produced peanuts to nibble on. She felt a mix of anxiety and hope, uncertain if this would attract the squirrel. If it proved unsuccessful, she had saved some for another day. She was determined to catch that squirrel eventually. Chapter 65. The squirrel seeks help. The squirrel, watching from its perch, was nearly drooling. Since being sealed away, its usual fare consisted of nothing but a few meager, tasteless fruits and seeds from trees, bitter and unpalatable. It was a rare delight to encounter a female with actual food, yet she was so miserly, always stealing bites for herself. Even more frustrating were her little ones, who were a terrifying bunch. One careless moment, and they would trample over it. The squirrel weighed its options, pondering, should I beg for scraps or endure hunger? Caught in this dilemma, it noticed Yuan Yue's pile of nuts dwindling. The peanuts had been devoured, and she moved on to a bag of macadamia nuts. Those nuts from last night were so delicious. Just thinking about them makes my mouth water. If I don't descend soon, that greedy woman will finish them all. Resolute, it scampered down the tree, racing towards Yuan Yue. Just a couple of steps away from her, it suddenly halted. Is it really appropriate to approach her for food? What if she captures me, or send her young to bully me? The squirrel was torn with indecision. Yuan Yue, noticing the flash of orange fur, feigned ignorance, muttering, "Oh dear, only half a bag of nuts remains. If I finish them today, what will I do tomorrow?" She was deliberately enticing the squirrel, for if it dared to climb down, it indicated that the allure of the nuts was indeed potent. Simultaneously, Yuan Yue sought to validate her suspicion, curious whether the squirrel could comprehend her words. As anticipated, upon hearing her, the squirrel erupted. "Ah, don't eat them all. Leave some for me." It dashed forward, intent on snatching the macadamia nuts from Yuan Yue's grasp. "Shall Bai,
Go.
Upon hearing its mother's command, the white tiger lunged, successfully capturing the squirrel in its grasp. Fortunately, the teeth of the little white tiger were not particularly sharp, and it currently exhibited a playful demeanor, its mouth continuously drooling, leaving the little squirrel drenched. Wicked woman. Is this deliberate? Have you commanded your foolish offspring to torment me? Woe is me. All I wanted was a morsel to eat. Why must I suffer so?" The little squirrel lamented. Despite her usual facade of composure, Yuan Yue could not suppress a chuckle. "Ha ha ha, how unfortunate you are, always falling prey to my cubs." The little squirrel, already terrified from being bitten by the white tiger, found its fluffy tail flailing as it desperately attempted to escape. Infuriated by Yuan Yue's words, it nearly gasped for breath, rolling its glossy black eyes in disdain and inwardly cursing, "Wicked woman, why don't you rescue me? Do you wish for your cub to devour me? Ha ha ha, you actually rolled your eyes? Can you comprehend my words? Show me that I roll again." Yuan Yue was delighted to confirm her suspicions. If the little squirrel truly understood her, bribing or coercing it daily could ensure her escape from this place. However, the little squirrel did not comply as she had hoped. Its big, fluffy tail drooped low, fear gripping its heart. "Wretched woman, your cub is as malevolent as you, deceiving me with my favorite treats." It scolded internally, a crystalline tear slipping from its eye. Seeing that the scare tactics had nearly run their course, Yuan Yue commanded sharply, "Shall Bai, release it." The little white tiger looked quizzically at its mother before opening its mouth, causing the little squirrel to be unceremoniously dropped onto the ground. Shaking its big tail, it attempted to leap to a nearby branch. At that moment, Yuan Yue produced a bag of pecans. Cracking one open and deliberately making loud crunching sounds, the delectable aroma of the nuts wafting enticingly to the little squirrel's nose. "If you leave now, you will miss out on all the food. Are you willing to forego such delights?" "Fear not, we mean you no harm. We merely wish to ask you a few questions. If you can answer honestly, I assure you, delectable nuts will grace your palate every day." She shook the bag, producing a delightful clattering of nuts. Indeed, upon hearing this, the little squirrel halted in its tracks, turning its head with curiosity, its little eyes wide open, as if pondering the veracity of her claims. Yuan Yue tossed a pecan towards it, and just as the little squirrel picked it up to stash it in its storage pouch, the little white tiger swatted it away. "Ha ha, Shall Bai, do not torment it further. And you, do not be angry. Answer me a few questions, and I shall grant you these treats, all right?" Yuan Yue began her persuasive bargaining, determined to seize this opportunity, for the little squirrel was the only living creature she had encountered in this forest. If she missed this chance, she feared she might never meet another before her demise. With a flourish, Yuan Yue emptied half the contents of the pecan bag onto the ground.
Here.
"All of this is yours. I speak the truth. I do not deceive you. Help me, and I will ensure you are well fed with delicacies every day." The little squirrel glared at the little white tiger nearby before finally believing her words. It began to approach cautiously, its beady eyes darting between Yuan Yue and the scattered food, stuffing its cheeks full as if to say, "Go on, speak." I shall see if I can be of assistance. Yuan Yue reached out to gently pat its head, momentarily startling the little squirrel, yet it made no move to resist.
You see how kind I am to you.
Will you help me escape this place? I know you possess great abilities. Please lend me your aid. Look at all my cubs. If we remain here without finding our way home, they will surely perish. My family awaits my return. As she spoke, feelings of grievance welled within her. Thoughts of Hu Wei, Li Sheng, Mou, Rong Rong, and Meng Meng flooding her mind. They must be frantic in their search for her. Meanwhile, the little squirrel pondered. This wicked woman, it seemed, was not as fearsome as she appeared. If she could indeed provide a daily bounty of food, perhaps helping her would be worthwhile. Yet, the little fool remained unaware that this place was a trap. One could enter but never exit. To truly depart, one must resolve the Crane clan's troubles and break the curse. Very well, it decided. In light of her relatively decent demeanor, I shall take her to the Crane clan to test the waters. Even if we cannot solve the problem, at least she won't starve, and with all those cubs, she seems quite fertile. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us. The little squirrel stuffed its cheeks full of nuts until it could hold no more, then pointed at Yuan Yue and gestured for her to follow. Seeing her plan bear fruit, Yuan Yue suppressed her excitement and said, "Wait, I will be right there," as she gathered her belongings. Chapter 66, Help Us. She hastily stowed away the makeshift shelter along with pots, pans, and nuts into her spatial pouch, only to encounter a dilemma regarding the cubs. The little foxes were soon approaching their first month, and they would no longer need to nurse. Overall, they were more obedient than the previous litter of tiger cubs. Yet the nine-tailed fox was different. It constantly sought to spar with its older siblings rather than play with its own kin, often pouncing on them despite its small size. Several times it had been pinned down and rubbed against the ground by the little white tiger, yet it bore no anger, rising each time to provoke again. Hard-headed. One could only wonder whom it took after. Yuan Yue decided to separate the little tiger cubs and the little foxes, placing one group in her spatial pouch and the other in the pet villa area, fearing they might inadvertently harm one another. Once everything was in order, Yuan Yue transformed into her beast form, leaping through the forest in pursuit of the little squirrel. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished. A small orange squirrel darting ahead, with a full-grown white cat in pursuit, an image reminiscent of a hunt, yet in truth, it was not. For the squirrel would pause mid-run to gnaw on a nut, waiting for the white cat to catch up. Yuan Yue felt utterly exhausted. Chasing the squirrel was far more taxing than evading the guards previously. The squirrel was indeed the most agile creature of the forest, bounding effortlessly from tree to tree, while Yuan Yue could climb, but not leap. Thus, she continuously urged the little squirrel to slow down, fearing it might change its mind, occasionally offering bits of food as bribes, assuring it there was plenty more where that came from. The little squirrel mused, "What does she think I am? Humph. I feel like tossing these nuts right at the face of this hindrance of a female and scolding her for daring to treat me as if I were faithless." However, for the sake of the exquisite cuisine, she managed to restrain herself. It was unavoidable. The abundance she had been offered was simply too generous. The two figures dashed through the night, not knowing how long they had been running. Until they finally arrived at the destination the little squirrel was eager to show her by the break of dawn. The first sight to greet them was a vast lake, shrouded in a veil of mist that shimmered with a smoky azure hue. From a distance, one could barely discern the gray silhouettes of mountains on the opposite shore. A biting chill of early spring swept across, sending ripples across the lake's surface, creating an image reminiscent of an ink-wash painting, albeit one that felt eerily silent. Yuan Yue turned to the little squirrel, awaiting its next move. The little creature ascended to her back, pointed at itself, then gestured toward the far side of the lake, blinking its large eyes at her. "Surely, you do not expect me to ferry you across that expansive lake?" Yuan Yue regarded the squirrel with uncertainty, and upon receiving a confirming nod, resigned herself to contemplate a means of crossing the water. She measured the lake's width, glancing at her beastly form and fearing that she might drown before reaching the opposite shore. As a cat beast folk, though she possessed the ability to swim, she harbored an inherent aversion to water. After perusing the system's marketplace for a while, she discovered that a small boat would cost 60 points, a sum that pained her greatly. After much deliberation, she ultimately opted to spend 10 points on an axe for lumberjacking instead. Given her current predicament, it would be unwise to exhaust her points prematurely, leaving her helpless when faced with future challenges. She must consider the needs of the younglings. She resolved to craft a canoe using a method she had previously encountered online. Finding a sturdy tree, she swung the axe to fell it, then meticulously shaved it down with a long knife, applying a layer of damp clay in areas that did not require hollowing out. Using a lighter, she ignited kindling to burn away the sections that needed to be excavated, and finally, she chopped away the charred portions with the axe. The entire process of crafting the canoe consumed 2 days, during which the little squirrel, too feeble to assist, incessantly begged for food, and the young ones required nursing and sustenance. Yuan Yue was on the brink of collapse, finding life exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, by the 3rd morning, the canoe was finally complete. She fashioned a paddle for propulsion, placed the canoe into the lake, and leaped in, subsequently catching the little squirrel as it soared toward her. The water surface was utterly tranquil, relying solely on Yuan Yue's strength to propel them forward. Initially manageable, the task grew increasingly arduous. The lake appeared captivating, its waters crystal clear as the mist dissipated, revealing a surface that shimmered between shades of blue and green. Yet, the insufficient light rendered the depths a menacing black, with steep cliffs on either side plunging directly into the abyss below. With each stroke, her trepidation deepened. She feared she might plunge into the silent depths of the lake, the oppressive sensation of its unfathomable depths stifling her breath. Fortunately, their ordeal did not last long, and they finally reached the opposite shore. Upon disembarking, Yuan Yu's first action was to stand at the water's edge, inhaling deeply to regain her composure. She exchanged glances with the little squirrel, which resumed its lead. Under the little squirrel's guidance, at long last, she beheld the first living beast folk she had encountered in a month. The newcomer bore an air of coolness, with long, silvery white hair cascading down his back, his physique appearing somewhat slender. Yet, his features were strikingly refined, exuding an elegant grace. His body was adorned with feathers of the same hue at key points, presenting a tall, well-proportioned figure that paradoxically conveyed a rare poetic quality amidst his robust physique. Is this the epitome of a figure that appears slender in clothing yet robust without? Yuan Yu's eyelids fluttered with a hint of surprise. Had she not found herself in a world of beasts, she might have mistaken him for a celestial being descended from the heavens. The little squirrel, upon seeing the man, leapt onto him with exuberance, behaving as though they were long-lost friends. Moments later, the man approached to greet her. "Greetings, I am the leader of the Crane clan. You may call me Ching Sun." His profile was sharply defined and striking. As Yuan Yu's form caught his eye, his deep-set gaze resembled the depths of the lake, devoid of any discernible emotion. A chill ran down Yuan Yu's spine, leaving her unsure of how to respond. She was beckoned to enter the Crane clan's domain, where she briefly articulated her purpose. She had followed the little squirrel in hopes of finding an exit from the forest, yet she could not fathom why it had led her here instead. As they progressed, the sights before her began to weigh heavily on her heart. The Crane clan's interior was devoid of life, a stark contrast to the vibrant lake outside, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Something was amiss here. Chapter 67, Mutual Needs?
Xunia.
Is that you? You have returned? Release me. I cannot remain in this wretched place. Let me go. A female beast folk rushed toward them, her form cloaked in gray and white feathers. Though her visage bore signs of age, her bone structure revealed the remnants of once remarkable beauty, bearing a striking resemblance to Ching Sun, albeit with a deranged demeanor. Her eyes, clouded by a gray film, seemed unable to focus. And upon catching the scent of Ching Sun, she stumbled forward, desperately reaching for something, her voice rising in frantic cries.
Xunia.
Please, let me go. The female continued to wail, while Ching Sun, seemingly accustomed to the scene, exhibited no particular reaction. His expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any sign of affection or revulsion. Instead, he introduced her to Yuan Yue with a calm demeanor. My apologies for the awkward introduction. This is my mother. He nodded toward Yuan Yue, offering an apology that belied any discomfort. Yuan Yue awkwardly waved her hand. It's quite all right. However, a multitude of questions swirled in her mind. Why did the Crane clan seem so lifeless? What had caused Ching Sun's mother to appear so unhinged? And why had the little squirrel brought her here instead of leading her directly to the exit? With so many uncertainties weighing on her, she refrained from pressing for answers, acutely aware of her unfamiliarity with this environment. Provoking any troubles could prove perilous, given her current abilities. Thus, she reluctantly suppressed her curiosity. As they continued, Yuan Yue observed that most of the Crane clan members bore similar vacant expressions, their eyes devoid of any spark, merely existing as soulless shells, devoid of emotion, and making not a sound. Qing Sun clapped his hands, summoning several beastfolk to take his mother away. Yuan Yue felt her heart grow heavier, following him anxiously as they moved forward. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded patch of grass, where Qing Sun halted, standing amidst the greenery to introduce Yuan Yue. This is the place I call home. Our crane clan is distinct from ordinary beastmen. We sleep standing on one leg, devoid of dens. Of late, I must trouble you to accommodate me in your slumber. Yuan Yue instinctively nodded, only to realize the absurdity of her response.
What?
Sleep with you? She exclaimed in shock. The seemingly ethereal figure before her, exuding an otherworldly grace, spoke words that were astonishingly bold. Qing Sun turned to meet her gaze, reassuring her, "Fear not. Until you have made your decision, I shall not impose upon you." Decide what? Yuan Yue was utterly perplexed. Did not Xiao Song bring you to assist us? I shall be your beast husband, and you will help me bear offspring?
Ah?
Yuan Yu's face reflected her confusion as she fixed her gaze on the little squirrel perched on Qing Sun's shoulder, wishing to confront it. However, the squirrel seemed a tad nervous, avoiding her eyes. Qing Sun, observing Yuan Yu's demeanor, understood the situation. Perhaps Xiao Song did not clarify matters. We sought you out to become my partner. Rest assured, I shall not interfere with your other affairs. I only ask that you help me bear a female offspring, and I shall offer everything I possess. Qing Sun's eyes were as cold as ice. Though he spoke of seeking assistance, his expression betrayed no emotion, as if the quest for companionship held no significance for him. This was the first time Yuan Yue encountered such a proposition since arriving in this beastly realm. Despite her soul being that of an open-minded modern woman, she found herself at a loss in the face of this unconventional situation. Was this what a contractual marriage entailed? An arrangement where both parties sought mutual benefit? However, without any emotional foundation, how could she proceed? Yuan Yue felt bewildered, and her heart was in turmoil, making it difficult to arrive at an immediate decision. The precariousness of her and her potential offspring situation weighed heavily upon her. She had contemplated forming a union with a gifted male, as her binding system required offspring to accumulate points. Without these points, survival would be challenging. Although her previous companions, Hu Wei and the others, were not deeply loved, there existed a semblance of mutual affection. Yet now, despite Qing Sun's remarkable appearance, she knew nothing of him and had no prior interaction. What should she do? The internal struggle raged on. In truth, her arrival here was a mere accident, having followed the squirrel, no, Xiao Song, in hopes of finding a way back, uncertain if she could be of any help since she was struggling to secure her own safety. If she could not escape, starvation awaited her. Thus, if she chose to decline, would you allow Xiao Song to guide me away? Qing Sun nodded, yet refrained from directly answering her inquiry, merely stating, "You need not worry about food. Our crane clan resides by a vast lake abundant in fish. You may stay as long as you wish, provided you assist us." Seeing Yuan Yu's apparent indifference, Qing Sun unexpectedly knelt before her, breaking the norm. Yuan Yue was taken aback, rooted in place for a moment, unsure of how to respond. She did not know what to say. As she had previously mentioned, her intent had merely been to follow the squirrel in search of an exit to return to the tiger clan. Instead, she had been led here, which was never her intention, and she had always been one to shun complications. "I am willing to offer everything I have. I only seek your assistance," Qing Sun pleaded, lowering his head further. His silvery white hair cascaded with the movement, draping over his slender neck, while his jaw tightened, revealing the strain in his features. "You should rise," Yuan Yue urged. "You ask for my help without clarifying your situation. How can I assist you? Is this not an unreasonable demand?" She attempted to help him up, yet her fingers recoiled upon contact with his skin, feeling a bone-chilling cold. This was a temperature she had never encountered, even with Xian Li. Xian Li's chill was damp and gloomy, whereas Qing Sun's skin felt as lifeless as that of a corpse, an unsettling familiarity. Noticing her reaction, Qing Sun did not react with alarm but instead sought to comfort her. "You are frightened, I see. Do not be afraid." He then began to speak softly. "We are a cursed race, destined to remain here forever, forever reliant on the fish of the lake, never to encounter outsiders. Our clan has ceased to bear females. If this continues, our entire lineage is doomed." In his eyes, Yuan Yue finally discerned a flicker of emotion, akin to the sorrowful ripples across a lake stirred by a cold wind. Compassion welled within her. "All right, let us speak further. Can you elucidate the details of this curse?" Chapter 68. A revelation. Yuan Yu's heart raced with trepidation. This was her first encounter with such a clan. Aside from Qing Sun's mother, not a single female was in sight. She was oblivious to the tribulations that had befallen their tribe, yet she detected an oddity in Qing Sun's words. He mentioned that their clan was cursed, unable to leave this place or find other prey, and that no females were being born. If this were indeed true, the extinction of their entire race was imminent. Gradually, she began to comprehend why Qing Sun, with his cool demeanor, would utter such words to her, even kneeling. Braving the icy touch, she stepped forward, resolutely lifting Qing Sun. I may consider aiding you, but first, you must explain the nature of this curse. Without understanding the situation, I cannot acquiesce to your request. You must recognize that I am not one to submit to unreasonable demands. She needed to set clear boundaries to avoid entanglement in future disputes. Yet, Qing Sun's expression grew troubled, as if reluctant to divulge the reasons, or perhaps embarrassed to speak. He simply lowered his gaze and replied in a subdued tone, "The reasons I cannot disclose just yet, but I assure you, I will not harm you. Moreover, I possess a first-level talent. Bearing my offspring would not be a disadvantage for you." At that moment, Xiao Song whispered something in his ear, prompting Qing Sun to regard Yuan Yue with a hint of skepticism before continuing. Xiao Song mentioned you possess unique abilities and many offspring. You may rest assured. I can arrange for others to care for them. My kin, though somewhat lacking, are kind-hearted. The rest of the Crane clan appeared lifeless, with Yuan Yue uncertain if any of them could even speak. Doubt crept into her mind as she scrutinized Qing Sun's eyes for a considerable time, ensuring he bore no malice. Once reassured, she released a litter of tiger cubs from her spatial realm, knowing she could call them back if needed. After all, he sought her assistance, so there was no immediate cause for concern. She had previously thought of the little squirrel as merely an ordinary wild creature, unaware that it could communicate with others. Thus, when using her spatial abilities in its presence, she held nothing back. Now that Qingshuan was aware, he appeared to maintain a calm demeanor, showing no signs of coveting or attempting to seize anything, which put her at ease. The little tiger cubs were in relatively good health. As long as they stayed close to her, there would be no mishaps. As for the other cubs, they were still too young, so it would be best to wait until they were at least a month old. Upon emerging from the space, the cubs immediately began to wag their tails and rub against Yuan Yue's legs. She patted each of their heads in turn. "There's no need for me to take care of them. I can manage on my own." The moment Qingshuan laid eyes on the 6 lively cubs, his previously stiff expression transformed, as if he were momentarily frozen in place, his pupils slightly trembling as he gazed incredulously at the cubs before him. Heaven knows, this was the first time he had ever seen real cubs in his life.
Although they were not of his own bloodline,
He could not suppress the joy and curiosity swelling within him, reaching out to touch them, perhaps sensing the unfamiliar scent behind them. The cubs did not behave as he had imagined, adorably clinging to Yuan Yue. Instead, they turned and bared their teeth at him. It was then that Qingshuan sheepishly withdrew his hand. Yuan Yue spoke up at the opportune moment. "They are not familiar with your scent, so it is only natural for them to be wary. If you wish to touch them, you might consider offering them some food. With time, they will naturally become accustomed to you." Another simpler method is to establish close contact with their mother. If you carry her scent, the cubs will undoubtedly be less apprehensive. However, Yuan Yue did not elaborate further. Whether as a future partner or a so-called contractual companion, they still needed to observe one another for a while. Qingshuan understood. "All right, take a short break, I'll go catch some fish." With that, he turned to leave. Yuan Yue, quick on her feet, reached out to grab the little squirrel perched on Qingshuan's shoulder and waved at him. "You go ahead. I need to discuss a few matters with it." Once Qingshuan had departed, Yuan Yue casually tossed the little squirrel aside. "Xiao, bye.
Go."
The white tiger responded promptly, launching itself off the ground with a powerful leap. Its mouth opened wide as it caught the little squirrel securely. It then trotted over to its mother, dropping the squirrel on the ground, one paw pinning it down while the other nudged Yuan Yue, as if to say, "Look how impressive I am." Yuan Yue, while stroking Xiao Bai's head, observed the little squirrel's demeanor. It no longer appeared as frightened as before. Instead, it adopted a nonchalant attitude, as if to say, "You won't harm me, so whatever." Yuan Yue felt a surge of annoyance and promptly questioned, "After I treated you so well, how could you put me in such a precarious situation? What happened to the promise of leading me to the forest's exit?" The little squirrel had already been pinned down by Xiao Bai 3 times and seemed to have grown accustomed to it, though it still could not tolerate the saliva. It rolled its eyes disdainfully, struggling to wriggle away from Xiao Bai's paw, wiping the drool that had dripped onto its face. It pointed at Yuan Yue, then at itself, and shook its head, inwardly complaining. You want me to take you out, but I can't even get out myself? What a joke. Yuan Yue did not quite grasp its meaning. What, you think I'm not giving you enough? Fine, I want to give you anything from now on. Saying this, she produced a bag of nuts from the spatial pocket and dumped them all on the ground. Seeing this, the little squirrel wanted to scurry over to claim some for itself, but Xiao Bai's paw held it firmly in place, making escape impossible. Since you don't want them, I'll eat them for you. After all, you're just a treacherous little creature, Yuan Yue said with deliberate sarcasm, beginning to munch on the sunflower seeds scattered on the ground. You wicked woman, I never said that. The little squirrel protested angrily. Its cries reduced to mere chattering in Yuan Yue's ears. Are you saying you purposely don't want to take me out? What can I do about that? Yuan Yue asked, and the little squirrel hurriedly shook its head. Oh, so you mean to say you want to take me out, but you can't? The little squirrel nodded vigorously, relieved that this stubborn woman was finally catching on. You can't, but someone else can, which is why you brought me here. The little squirrel shook its head, then nodded again. You're saying Qingxuan can help me leave? No, wait. Why is he trapped here himself? Is it that only after I help him can I leave? The little squirrel eagerly nodded, finally affirming that this obstinate woman was on the right track. So, your point is that the key to leaving does not lie in knowing where the exit is, but in whether they can break the curse. The little squirrel nodded incessantly, this time with great enthusiasm. Chapter 69, Sleepless Night. After asking several more questions, Yuan Yue instructed Xiao Bai to release the little squirrel. It turned out that the little squirrel was a good friend of Qingxuan, having grown up together, which allowed them to understand each other. However, something had forced them apart, and she could not decipher the specifics from the little squirrel's chattering. She resolved to learn more about it when the opportunity arose. For now, it was sufficient to know that Qingxuan was not a bad person. Only by helping the Crane clan break the curse could they leave smoothly. This realization prompted Yuan Yue to take a more serious view of the conditions he had proposed. By the time Qingxuan returned from fishing, night had already fallen. From a distance, a tall, graceful figure approached, illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a slender bamboo. His gray-white hair shimmered softly under the moon's glow. In his hands, he carried a large bamboo basket filled to the brim with lively fish, water dripping from the basket seams, cascading down his well-defined abdomen and sliding onto the feathered skirt that modestly covered his lower half, finally pooling on the ground. Qingxuan now exuded a more earthy charm than when she had first encountered him during the day. The water glistening on his abdomen lent him an inexplicable allure. As he appeared less tranquil and more vibrant, Yuan Yue found herself swallowing hard, her throat tightening, a faint blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. As Qingxuan approached, he set down the bamboo basket and stretched his sore arms. Just as he was about to greet her, he realized he did not even know her name. I forgot to ask what your name is? Yuan Yue suppressed her astonishment, nodding slightly at Qingxuan. You can call me Yuan Yue.
All right.
I'm not sure what kind of fish you all prefer, so I just caught a few at random. I hope it's enough. As he spoke, his gaze occasionally flickered towards the playful cubs nearby, his fingers nervously fidgeting with the feathers of his skirt. Thank you. That's more than enough. We can't possibly finish it all. Yuan Yue accepted the fish basket he offered and began to sit on the ground, preparing to process the ingredients. She retrieved a dagger, utensils, and a portable gas stove from her spatial storage, methodically attending to her task. Only after slicing several plump fish into delicate sashimi did she beckon the little ones over to eat. She made no effort to conceal the existence of her spatial storage and its myriad peculiar items. Partially, it was because she preferred not to consume food like a beast, and partly because she harbored a sense of curiosity about Qingxuan. If he could witness such an array of unfamiliar objects without harboring any intention to seize them, it would serve as a testament to his character. She was determined not to choose a partner of questionable integrity, even if only for a temporary contract.
Indeed.
Qingxuan was utterly astonished by Yuan Yue's display, having lived by the lakeside for as long as he could remember. He had only ever tasted the fish from the lake, with no other sustenance. For him, eating was merely a means to stave off hunger, and the monotony of consuming the same food day in and day out had long since bred disdain. If not for the necessity of survival, he would have likely shunned food altogether. After feeding the younglings, the fish soup was nearing completion, the pristine, tender fish slices creating enticing ripples as the chopsticks stirred them, releasing a rich and fragrant aroma. For the first time, as he gazed at the food, he felt an urge to taste it, driven by the intrinsic deliciousness rather than hunger. Noticing his gaze fixed intently on the small pot of soup, Yuan Yue politely inquired, "Would you care to join me?" Is that all right? A faint blush crept onto Ching Sun's ears as he shyly nodded in response. The little squirrel chirped in agreement. Of course, let us share. Thus, Ching Sun savored his very first cooked meal, still prepared from the fish he was accustomed to. He found himself at a loss for words to describe the sensation. Yet the flavor lingered in his memory for many years to come. The moon hung high in the sky. After a simple dinner, both Ching Sun and the little squirrel prepared for sleep. The squirrel nestled on a tree trunk, while Ching Sun transformed back into his beast form, resting with one foot raised on the open ground. Yuan Yue felt a pang of discomfort. Their ease made her feel somewhat out of place. The tired little ones had already curled up and fallen asleep, but Yuan Yue was still concerned about the little fox cubs, who had yet to be fed. Should she release them? After all, she had already revealed so much today. Perhaps she should be more transparent and allow him to see. Maybe this would encourage him to open his heart and share the thoughts he had previously withheld. Retrieving a shelter from her spatial storage, she placed it on the grass and gently gathered the cubs, one by one, inside. The rustling sound stirred both the little squirrel and Ching Sun awake. The squirrel glanced up, accustomed to such occurrences, and quickly closed its eyes to return to sleep. However, Ching Sun could no longer find rest. He stared in astonishment at the wooden tent-like dwelling, murmuring to himself, "Is this where she resides? How can it be carried with her? What other surprises does she hold?" Having encountered so many unexpected revelations today, Ching Sun could no longer maintain his composure. He pondered deeply. Yuan Yue? What a lovely name. Yet I wonder what kind of person she truly is. Can she genuinely save her kin? The more he contemplated, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Though the moonlight was gentle, it illuminated the turmoil within him, making him acutely aware of the desolation of his surroundings. With a sigh, Yuan Yue slipped into the tent, releasing a breath of relief. The sensation of being exposed in the wilderness, with every movement scrutinized, was profoundly uncomfortable. After a brief respite, she released the little fox cubs from their enclosure. Famished after a day without food, the little foxes eagerly approached their mother, scrambling towards the familiar scent to claim the first sip of milk. It seemed that the offspring of beastmen inherently understood the ways of survival, as the cubs, not yet a month old, jostled for position, pushing and shoving one another, each unwilling to concede. Yuan Yue couldn't help but chuckle, gently urging them. "There's no need to rush. What are you all fighting for?" She carefully arranged the positions of the 12 cubs to prevent further squabbles. While nursing the younglings in her beast form, she found herself lost in thought, and after feeding them, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Ching Sun, unable to sleep, absorbed her murmurs word for word, the smile in his eyes gradually fading. "She has cubs? It appears she still harbors doubts about me. Otherwise, she wouldn't conceal them from my view. How can I earn her trust?" He found himself mulling over this question throughout the night. Tonight would undoubtedly be a sleepless one for him. Chapter 70. Coexistence. When he finally awoke, it was already midday on the following day. Yuan Yue had been in this perplexing forest for nearly a month, yet she had yet to witness a single clear day. It felt as though the sky had been perpetually shrouded in mist, with only the moon visible at night, while the dazzling sun seemed to never make an appearance. The dreary weather was quite displeasing to her. As she tidied up the remnants of the previous night's activities, she turned to Ching Sun and casually inquired, "Is it always like this here? Is there never a sunny day?" Ching Sun paused, glancing up at the overcast sky, a hint of melancholy reflected in his eyes. "This place is perpetually cloaked in mist. There are no clear days." "What? Have you never basked in the sun?" Yuan Yue exclaimed, her voice rising slightly in surprise. Only to feel a bit embarrassed for her reaction, lowering her head slightly, reflecting, "No wonder his complexion is so pale." Ching Sun nodded in response. "It's all right. Although there are no sunny days, it does rain during the rainy season, and rainy days can be quite delightful. Additionally, during the rainy season, the lake swells, bringing in many fish and shrimp to the shores. What happens if you catch too many fish and shrimp and can't consume them all? Do you simply waste them?" Ching Sun appeared puzzled by her question, furrowing his brow as he looked at Yuan Yue. "We only fish when necessary. If we're not hungry, we return them to the water." He then queried in confusion, "Aren't other beastmen the same?"
Oh, how did I not think of that?
Yuan Yue felt her face flush crimson from her oversight, mentally scolding herself for her foolishness. However, that was not her intention. What she truly wished to inquire was whether Qingxuan and the others possessed any means of food storage. After all, survival in the wilderness without any food reserves could be quite dire in emergencies, much like her current predicament. Alas, she decided against asking. It seemed Qingxuan had been trapped in this place since birth and had never ventured beyond its confines. Perhaps one day, she could take her out for a stroll. Once Yuan Yue tidied up her tent, cooking utensils and various small bamboo baskets along with the seasonings, the 12 little fox cubs were completely revealed. The little foxes were extraordinarily excited, particularly the 9-tailed fox cub. Upon spotting Xiaobai, it bounced around like a starstruck fan eager to rush towards its idol. However, being less than a month old, its gait was somewhat unsteady. Xiaobai, seeing this, felt a twinge of exasperation. Initially fixated on chasing the shadow of a little squirrel, it abruptly halted and turned to flee. The 9-tailed fox baby, mistaking Xiaobai's pursuit of the squirrel as an invitation to play, stumbled after it. The little squirrel exclaimed, "Damn woman! Aren't these little brats a handful?"
Not a single one of them is easy to deal with.
Only Qingxuan could understand the squirrel's grievances, and the comical scene elicited a rare smile from her usually composed demeanor. The squirrel, indignant, muttered curses at its two familiar faces. "You two aren't even together yet. And you're already helping these little rascals bully me." It directed a stern protest towards Qingxuan, who merely raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent. In the tiger clan's den, the usually affable Uncle Tiger wore a thunderous expression, his anger palpable. The ornaments on the stone table lay shattered, and in a fit of rage, he attempted to upend the table, only to find it too heavy to lift, which only fueled his fury further as he unleashed his wrath upon Hui. "How can a robust male like you fail to protect your own mate? Do you have any idea how elated I was upon learning I had 6 grandchildren? These are the bloodlines of our tiger clan, and you allowed them to wander astray. What use are you to me?" As he spoke, he directed blows toward Hui. Meng Meng hurriedly intervened, attempting to defuse the situation. "Oh, Uncle Tiger, please don't lay the blame solely on Brother Wei. It wasn't his fault. The situation was too urgent, and you must realize that the nefarious elements in Wanzhou City are simply too numerous. We had no choice but to split up." Uncle Tiger brushed her aside, turning to sit on a stone bench, his face still a mask of fury. "Enough. You needn't defend him. Incompetence is incompetence. Now get out and search. Don't return unless you find something." His voice thundered with discontent and anger. Half a month had passed beyond their agreed timeline, and they had yet to see any sign of Yuan Yue, only the arrival of Lixing and the unfamiliar Moyu. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that Lixing and his companions had not returned with Yuan Yue. Hui had already had a private altercation with Lixing, but it proved fruitless. With a resolute intent to search, Hui decided he would set out immediately, prompting Meng Meng to insist on accompanying him, much to the discontent of Muqing. "It's acceptable for us males to go, but you're just an untalented little female. What will you do if danger arises?" he argued.
"No.
"I want to allow you to stay behind. I'll help you look." Meng Meng's previously anxious expression darkened at Muqing's dismissal. "Yaya is my friend, my dearest friend. If she's in trouble, how can I stand idly by?" Muqing quickly waved his hands in explanation. That's not what I meant, Meng Meng, listen to me." "Enough. I don't want to hear it," Meng Meng retorted, her frustration boiling over. Over the past few days, Muqing had been persistently hovering around her, attempting to curry favor. Yet he dared to obstruct her when it came to a matter concerning her friend. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Only Rongrong noticed the tension between them. Having observed their mutual affections over time, she thought to herself, if Yaya were here, she would surely bless them wholeheartedly. Thus, she interjected, "All right, Meng Meng, you don't need to go. I'll handle it. At least I'm a flying beast man. If danger arises, I can take to the skies. And my vantage point will be broader." Just as Meng Meng was about to argue further, Lixing interrupted. "Enough of your squabbling. Here's the plan. Rongrong, you and Wei head east, while I'll return home to see if I can enlist my father's help." Lixing was confident his father would assist. For within this litter of cubs was a 9-tailed fox, a symbol of good fortune for their clan. One that had existed solely in the myths of ages past without any clan member having ever truly witnessed one. Even when he first encountered the 9-tailed fox cub, he had been so astonished he could hardly speak. "Meng Meng, you'll remain with the tiger clan to help Yaya look after Moyu and her cubs." Meng Meng wished to protest, but a single glance from her cousin silenced her. Reluctantly, she conceded, "Fine, I understand." With their plans finalized, the group set forth. Chapter 71. Come to my tent at night in the misty forest, beside the silent lake. Life passed by in quietude and stability for half a month. The gentle spring breeze swept through, dispersing some of the mist in the sky, lifting the spirits of those below. Yuan Yue and Qingshuan squatted by the lake, washing the dishes from their last meal, their eyes filled with mirth as they observed a little squirrel puffing its cheeks and gesturing animatedly, seemingly irate. The little squirrel appeared as though someone had deeply offended it, its large eyes wide with fury. "Damn woman! You've pilfered my rations again. What was supposed to be a whole bag of nuts has inexplicably dwindled to just 5.
5.
Who can survive on 5 nuts? You're insufferably ungrateful, you heartless wretch. You've forgotten my kindness, just like your little brat, a true ingrate. Just because your cubs bully me daily, do you also need to steal my food? What kind of logic is that?" The squirrel seethed internally, its fluffy tail fluffed up in indignation. Yuan Yue couldn't help but chuckle at the squirrel's comical exasperation, inviting a fresh wave of its invectives. The two ignored the frenzied squirrel, continuing their tasks. Yuan Yue did not intend to shortchange the squirrel. Her current supply of points was simply running low. Having spent a month and a half in the misty forest, essential living supplies were often scarce, and she had only 60 points remaining. If she did not seize the opportunity to accumulate some points soon, her life would regress to the dire straits she experienced upon first arriving. Thus, she was compelled to exercise restraint in her already dwindling resources. Despite the system having urged her numerous times to seek out a highly talented male for the purpose of procreation, she remained skeptical of Qing Sun, unwilling to act hastily. However, she had come to realize that even in the absence of profound feelings, survival took precedence. As long as Qing Sun was not a malevolent individual, she could consider engaging with him, especially since he possessed several commendable traits. After all, as he had claimed, he was a level 1 talented orc, handsome in appearance, and the leader of the Crane clan. Moreover, procreating to accumulate points was precisely what she desperately needed at this moment. Through her observations of Qing Sun over time, she had quietly resolved in her heart she would take Qing Sun as her partner. Yes, it was settled. Yuan Yue gathered the cleaned dishes into her space, washed her hands, and stood up, waving at Qing Sun. "Yu, what's the matter?" Originally, Yuan Yue had rehearsed her opening lines in her mind several times, even crafting her dialogue, yet at that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Her fingers intertwined nervously, her expression betraying her inner turmoil, and her speech faltered. Do you still need my assistance?" Qing Sun was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry, then abruptly looked up, his eyes flickering as if a wave of emotion had swept through them. "Are you saying you're willing to assist me? Do you wish to take me as your mate and bear my offspring?" The bluntness of his words caused Yuan Yue's cheeks to flush. "Yes. Wasn't he that your initial proposal?" Qing Sun appeared incredulous, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes shimmering with an intensity that nearly led Yuan Yue to believe he genuinely harbored affection for her. Yet, she quickly dismissed this notion, shaking her head in denial. No, he merely needed her assistance. Their arrangement was mutually beneficial, as previously agreed. The smile on Yuan Yue's face gradually faded, a hint of melancholy creeping into her gaze. But Qing Sun remained oblivious. He felt only anxiety, uncertain about how to navigate such a situation. Although he had a father and mother, his father had passed away when he was very young. Less than a year later, his mother descended into madness, perpetually attempting to escape, yet unable to do so. In his childhood, he had even attempted to cross a lake, yearning to reach the forest on the other side and glimpse the world beyond. However, that endeavor nearly cost him his life, and from that moment on, he dared not venture away. Under his father's guidance, he had shouldered the weight of his entire clan from a young age. Most of his kin suffered from hereditary ailments, and he could not afford to be negligent. Day after day, he patrolled the lakeside, hoping to encounter the saintly maiden his father spoke of, the one who could liberate their people from the curse. Yet, from the time he transformed at 5 until he turned 10, with his father gone and his mother unhinged, he had yet to meet the person he longed for. It was only with Yuan Yue's arrival that a flicker of hope stirred within his previously stagnant heart. Initially, her rejection left him at a loss. He could only follow the advice of the little squirrel, helping Yuan Yue hunt and attending to her various needs, lingering by her side and caring for her offspring. Heaven knew how lonely and tedious his life had been before meeting her. Since then, his once silent and still existence had been set into motion, rippling with newfound vitality. Sometimes, he pondered the simplicity of a loving couple leading a tranquil life with charming little ones. It seemed quite fulfilling. He even entertained the thought of keeping Yuan Yue forever by his side, to have her accompany him through life. Yet, he understood that he could not be so selfish as to dictate her freedom. Moreover, the responsibilities he bore were immense. He must lead his clan outwards, to witness the wonders of the world, to forge new friendships, to experience joy and life, rather than languishing in the monotony of existence, waiting for life to draw to a close. He suppressed his desires deep within his heart. When Yuan Yue noticed his prolonged silence, discomfort washed over her. What do you mean? Are you unwilling? You are the one who sought my assistance, and now that I have agreed, you stand there in silence. What do you truly want? Anticipating no response, Yuan Yue assumed she had been rebuffed and her frustration boiled over, ready to confront Qing Sun. At that moment, Qing Sun snapped out of his reverie. He hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, No, that's not what I meant. I'm just very happy, truly. I apologize for my lack of eloquence. Please don't take it to heart. Seeing the irritation on Yuan Yu's face, he felt a surge of panic. He had never encountered such intimate situations and was genuinely unsure how to express himself.
All right.
Yuan Yu softened her tone, suppressing her anger and the biting words that threatened to escape her lips. Have you never witnessed how others form bonds?
Qing Sun eagerly nodded. I am sorry.
I've never left here. Our clan has no females. Yuan Yu realized the gravity of his circumstances and relented. It was indeed too burdensome to expect such an inexperienced individual to navigate these complexities. Very well, then. You prepare yourself, and come to my tent tonight when you rest. Qing Sun nodded in agreement, a faint blush seemingly brightening his usually stoic face. Chapter 72. Together the two spent the afternoon in silence. Yuan Yu sat in her tent, fiddling with dried fish. She contemplated how to store the surplus fish Qing Sun had provided, which seemed never-ending. Initially considering sun-drying, she soon abandoned the idea, as the sun had not graced this desolate place for nearly 2 months. Reluctantly, she decided to process the fish, salting it with her limited supply, planning to hang it up for air drying and smoking later. The recent calamity had instilled a sense of fear in her. She felt compelled to stockpile food within her modest space, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Qing Sun, on the other hand, was occupied with his own tasks, absent for the entirety of the afternoon. The members of the Crane clan lived their monotonous lives in an unvarying cycle, waking, hunting, eating, and sleeping without a word exchanged, existing like machines programmed for repetitive tasks. In the depths of January's heart, her resolve to leave grew ever more resolute. The atmosphere was truly peculiar, and she longed dearly for the outside world. The early spring air still carried a hint of chill, and the hour had crept into the depths of night. The night remained as tranquil as ever, with a luminous moon hanging high in the sky. Under her invitation, Qing Xuan stepped into her tent for the first time. The wooden structure not only appeared exquisitely crafted from the outside, but inside it revealed a sight he had never encountered before. A crackling bonfire blazed at the center, its sounds resonating beautifully in the stillness of the night. The moonlight cascaded gracefully through the transparent little window, illuminating the space. On the ground lay a mattress he had never seen before, and in the corner were piled unprocessed, marinated smoked fish. Yuan Yu sat in a chair, her face radiating joy as she gazed at him. Her skin, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared delicate and translucent, enveloped in a veil of ethereal purity. Qing Xuan suddenly felt a tightness in his throat, wanting to speak yet unsure of how to begin. Yuan Yu ladled a bowl of freshly brewed tea from a ceramic pot over the bonfire and offered it to him. Have you tried tea before? This is my own brew. Would you care to taste it?
Certainly,
Qing Xuan replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Yet he accepted the warm cup with both hands and took a tentative sip. Instantly, a refined fragrance filled his mouth. What flavor is this? It's so delicate, he inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. It's tea I brewed myself. If you like it, I can send you some later, she replied. After this exchange, they stood in silence, exchanging glances, as time ticked away. Yuan Yu, puzzled by the lack of conversation, began to mentally chide him. You were the one who asked for my help, yet now you say nothing and remain motionless. What is the meaning of this? She rolled her eyes inwardly, though her exterior remained composed. Qing Xuan, too, was not faring much better. He understood what he ought to do, yet the atmosphere felt strange, and he was at a loss for how to initiate the conversation, lacking experience. He yearned for companionship, but had already come to regard Yuan Yu as the saintly figure described by his father. Despite her gentle exterior, she held a significant place in his heart, deserving of respect and care. Yuan Yu, noticing his impassive demeanor, shot him a glare before snatching the teacup from his hand. Her tone tinged with a hint of petulance as she asked, Have you finished drinking? Qingshuan's ears flushed a deep red, and he nodded slightly. Yes. Then don't just stand there like a fool. Come with me, she said, leading him to the mattress. They exchanged smiles. And as Qingshuan gazed upon Yuan Yu's stunning visage, his thoughts began to wander. His eyes were drawn to her silky hair cascading over her shoulders. And he couldn't resist the urge to touch it. He wondered if her hair was as soft and delicate as he imagined, as endearing as a young cub. His cool, pale fingers trembled slightly as they brushed against the top of Yuan Yu's head, trailing down her strands inch by inch. At that moment, he was utterly captivated by her. As if her previously deep, tranquil eyes now sparkled with the essence of a galaxy, filled with tenderness and affection that threatened to engulf her. Yuan Yu stiffened, her heartbeat seemingly slowing for a moment. Before she could react, he had withdrawn his hand, as if merely testing the waters. Yet even in that tentative gesture, the glimmer in his eyes was unmistakably genuine. Yuan Yu could clearly discern the joy and restraint reflected in his gaze. The lingering scent of his post-bath fragrance enveloped her, igniting a warmth within her, causing her head to spin. An inexplicable dryness crept over her, prompting her to lick her lips. She gently placed her hand atop Qingshuan's icy, fair one. As the softness radiated from his palm, her cheeks flushed, and the remnants of her rationality began to fade. Her slender fingers began to rise, tenderly lifting her delicate chin, their fingertips caressing her gently, their gazes intertwining with a shared warmth of affection. His lips finally descended upon her forehead, her eyes, her nose, and continued their journey downward. Unable to resist temptation, his cool yet trembling lips found their way to the softness he had longed for, igniting a storm of sensations within her. The sudden kiss caught Yuan Yu off guard, enveloping her in a whirlwind of sweetness, her mind blank as she forgot to think, lost track of time, and became oblivious to everything around her. She obediently closed her eyes, as if everything were perfectly natural. Qingshuan cautiously wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. The softness and warmth of her body against him felt intensely real and beautiful. He lowered his gaze to meet her bright, clear eyes, as if he were gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky. Yuan Yu felt a rush of heat sweep over her face under his fervent gaze, and her mind involuntarily recalled the image of his muscular torso glistening with water. Her heart raced uncontrollably, yearning to escape, yet she found herself firmly entrapped. As their breaths mingled, she gradually sensed his breathing becoming heavier, his fingers weaving through her hair as they sank onto the mattress. Is it all right? His voice was slightly husky, dripping with seduction. Yuan Yu felt her body soften, and she nodded faintly, her delicate arms entwined around his neck, her body surrendering like a gentle stream. Suddenly, his warm breath brushed against her ear, and a scorching kiss began to spread across her skin. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, his long, strong arms instinctively tightening around her waist. His expression remained calm. Yet the hand encircling her waist was overwhelmed by a fierce possessiveness, the heat coursing through him challenging his restraint. Yuan Yu felt her blood simmering, her heart racing, and her breaths deepening as her desire for him surged forth in that moment. Chapter 73, Limited Fertility, 3 days later. Snow Mountain, Fox Clan Tribe. Li Sheng had just returned home riding a flying beast, promptly summoning his parents to discuss the rescue of Yuan Yu. His father, resembling him with a handsome face and refined demeanor, bore the marks of maturity and wisdom, complemented by faint wrinkles. His mother, as always, displayed her displeasure, though she was clad in the pink silk nightgown Yuan Yu had gifted her previously. At that moment, it seemed they were embroiled in a heated argument. What? The nine-tailed fox. Ah Sheng, have you really thought this through? This is no laughing matter, Li Sheng's father exclaimed, his eyes alight with agitation. The nine-tailed fox is a sacred entity that exists solely within our Fox clan's rituals, revered as a divine being. No one has ever laid eyes on the true form of a nine-tailed fox. If you truly encountered one, why did you not return to the clan at once? Should this be a mere ruse to deceive us into accepting that female, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Li Sheng's mother nodded in agreement, asserting that even if you were to deceive us, we would still refuse her. I have never been fond of that outsider. Could this be yet another cunning scheme devised by her? In the Fox clan, the nine-tailed fox symbolizes auspiciousness, fertility, and longevity. For nearly a century, they have only glimpsed the nine-tailed fox in the clan's ancestral murals, which have become increasingly blurred with the passage of time, leaving only whispers of its visage through generations. Should the legendary nine-tailed fox truly appear within their clan, regardless of its lineage, It would signify an assured prosperity for their descendants. If such a fortuitous event were to befall the White Fox clan, they would undoubtedly ascend to the highest echelons of power among all fox clans. Li Sheng understood the gravity of the matter. He would never jest about such an issue. Thus, he began to explain, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Every word I speak is true. If you were to witness it, you would be as astounded as I am, left utterly speechless. However, my young cub is still but a month old, and if we do not assist him, I fear for his safety. Should we miss this opportunity, do not regret it later. Li Sheng was aware that his parents did not harbor fondness for Yuan Yue, so he resorted to tantalizing them with the prospect of the nine-tailed fox cub, hoping to persuade them to willingly assist him in locating Yuan Yue. Regardless of the nature of his words, what mattered most was achieving his objective. Li Sheng's father wore a serious expression, seemingly weighing the truth of his words or making a resolute decision. His mother also appeared conflicted. If her aversion to that female resulted in the clan missing such an opportunity, she would be a pariah among them. After a moment of contemplation, Li Sheng's father stood, gravely regarding his son. I cannot ascertain the veracity of your claims, but should I discover that you have misled your mother and me, you will bear the consequences of your words. You may as well become a wandering beast. His tone, though gentle, carried an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent.
Li Sheng nuddai earnestly.
I swear I have not uttered a single lie. The situation is urgent. Please give the order swiftly. Every moment we delay increases the risk. Only then did Li Sheng's father issue a command, instructing the clan's guards to assist in the search for Yuan Yue and the cub. Most of the warriors in their fox clan possessed varying degrees of tracking skills. Even if not masters, they surpassed other races in this regard. Li Sheng was deeply anxious about Yuan Yue's predicament. Although he knew she was unlike other females, she was not the type to cower behind her mate. This world was fraught with peril. Despite his own first-level talent, he could not claim to navigate it unscathed, let alone for Yuan Yue, who possessed only third-level talent. Should she encounter any difficulties without assistance, the consequences were unimaginable. As he followed the warriors of the Fox clan in their search for Yuan Yue, he silently prayed for the beast god to ensure her safety. In the misty forest, by the silent lake, a week had passed since Yuan Yue and Qing Sun officially established their successful partnership. According to previous customs, regardless of talent level, any healthy male would successfully impregnate her without exception. Yet this time, there were no signs of pregnancy. A sense of unease washed over her, prompting her to summon the system, Xiao Lu, to seek clarification. Xiao Lu, why am I not pregnant this time? In response to the host, it appears there is some form of barrier here. Although I am a birthing system, my abilities seem to be restricted within this domain. What should I do? If that is the case, when will I ever leave this place? How can I earn points or complete the tasks you assign me? Are you suggesting I resign myself to fate? To her surprise, the system also experienced malfunctions, leaving Yuan Yue quite displeased. She felt a surge of defiance, contemplating whether it was better to abandon all hope than to remain trapped in one place, consuming the same food day after day. Even with handsome companions, the monotony was unbearable. I am powerless. I desire to assist you, but my abilities are limited here, and I cannot manifest them. You must strive diligently for your own fortune. The system's typically cold, mechanical voice held a hint of plaintiveness, its tone lowered.
What do you mean by that?
Yuan Yue could hardly believe her golden finger was instructing her to fend for herself. Unyielding, she pressed further. Under the influence of this barrier, I cannot ensure that the host achieves immediate pregnancy. In other words, your fertility is currently equivalent to that of other females in the beast realm. You will have to exert yourself more. What use are you to me then? Yuan Yue was filled with frustration. If this were true, she had no idea how long it would take to conceive. She was aware that many females spent years without becoming pregnant, and if her luck were similarly poor, she would be doomed to languish in this place forever. What secrets lay hidden here, where even the environment exuded strangeness, and her fertility and golden finger were under constraint? Yuan Yue's curiosity deepened, compelling her to investigate the mysteries of this stagnant place. Chapter 74. Am I not trying hard enough? The following noon, after Qing Sun concluded his customary morning patrol, he joined Yuan Yue for a meal. The same familiar fish prepared in the accustomed manner was served. Yet, as Yuan Yue chewed, the system's words replayed in her mind, gnawing at her patience. She recalled boasting to Qing Sun about how quickly she would become pregnant and how they would soon leave, feeling a flush of embarrassment at her earlier bravado. Previously, She had believed that as long as she accepted Qing Sun, with the aid of the birthing system, she would swiftly conceive and bear cubs. Even if she were to become pregnant, the cat beastmen only required 2 months from conception to birth. After that, she would be able to help Qing Sun lift the so-called curse and successfully depart this place. Even without understanding the happenings here, it mattered little. She would not return once she left. As for Qing Sun's declaration of his willingness to dedicate his entire clan's strength to her, she thought little of it. Their relationship was merely a transaction, a mutual exploitation. There was no need for solemnity. Once they departed, they could remain friends, or perhaps never meet again. In the past few days, during her conversations with Qingshuan, she repeatedly mentioned that she would soon be leaving this place. Qingshuan was filled with joy, harboring the belief that he would soon become a father and that their kin would be saved. In these days, he nearly worshipped her, insisting that she refrain from doing anything, even taking it upon himself to grill fish upon their return from hunting, imitating Yuan Yue's methods. Unexpectedly, the news from the system struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her with a profound sense of guilt. She felt compelled to confess to him, realizing that the longer she delayed, the more unfavorable the situation would become. Qingshuan sat beside her, nibbling on the grilled fish he had prepared, acutely aware that his culinary skills paled in comparison to those of Yuan Yue. As he continued to eat, the flavor seemed increasingly bland, prompting him to abandon the food and instead focus intently on Yuan Yue. To his surprise, however, Yuan Yue's expression was even more dismal than his own, as if she were preoccupied with some troubling thoughts. "What are you thinking about?" Qingshuan's sudden inquiry jolted Yuan Yue back to reality.
Huh.
"It's nothing. Well, it's not that simple. I need to think about how to explain it to you," she replied, setting down her food. Resting her arms on her knees, she supported her chin with her hands, internally wrestling with how best to articulate her feelings. Sensing the hesitation in her tone, Qingshuan wanted to inquire further but hesitated, fearing that a direct question might be too intrusive. After a prolonged internal struggle, he finally spoke up to offer comfort. "It's all right. You can share anything with me. I'll see if there's a way I can help. Of course, if you prefer not to, that's fine too." "Okay." Qingshuan shifted his gaze, remaining silent. Yet Yuan Yue, who had initially been contemplating how to delicately probe into the past events of the Crane clan, found herself even more reluctant to ask after his kind words. She was inherently empathetic, always feeling the need to reciprocate kindness. As she pondered the matter, she suppressed her curiosity about the Crane clan's history and instead contemplated how to express to Qingshuan that conceiving might not come easily for her. Tentatively, she called out, "Asen?" Qingshuan turned to her, their eyes locking onto her startled pupils, and he inquired with confusion, What's wrong?" Yuan Yue instinctively lowered her gaze, staring at her empty palms. "Well, I might not be able to bear you a child."
What?
"Why do you say that?" Qingshuan stiffened at her words, feeling a tightness in his throat and his complexion paling. He struggled to suppress the bitterness in his heart and managed to whisper, "Am I not good enough?" Yuan Yue felt as though she had become a sinner upon hearing his tone. She quickly waved her hands, her brow furrowing slightly. "I don't mean it that way. I'm not saying it's your fault. I just mean that I may not be able to conceive." Qingshuan's mouth fell open, disbelief filling his eyes. "But you already have offspring, which proves your fertility is intact. Is it that you don't like me?" His expression grew increasingly despondent. Yuan Yue hurriedly clarified, "That's not what I meant. Yes, I have the ability to conceive, but here, I feel as though my capabilities are somehow restricted. I used to conceive quickly, within a maximum of 3 months from pregnancy to delivery. But haven't you noticed? It's been almost half a month since we were last together, and I haven't felt any signs of pregnancy. In other words, I haven't conceived at all." Yuan Yue wished to clarify her situation, but she struggled to find the right words. She couldn't reveal the existence of the childbirth system, especially now when it seemed to be ineffective.
What now?
After hearing Yuan Yue's explanation, the indignation in Qingshuan's eyes diminished somewhat. As long as her inability to conceive did not stem from a lack of affection for him, other issues could be addressed over time. "I don't know either. I'm quite distressed about it." Qingshuan pondered for a moment, then, uncertain of how to phrase his thoughts, stuttered, "So, does that mean you currently lack the ability to conceive?"
No.
"I'm just saying that the environment here has impacted my fertility, making it less effective than before." Suddenly, Qingshuan stood up, his face flushing crimson, the color quickly spreading to his ears. "Does that mean I'm not trying hard enough?" Upon uttering this, Qingshuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, avoiding Yuan Yue's gaze and instead staring at the half-eaten fish in his hands, quietly awaiting her response.
Ah.
The atmosphere became tense. A deep flush crept onto Yuan Yue's cheeks, spreading from her face to the corners of her eyes and brows. Who said that? You. Yuan Yue felt a surge of indignation, her fists clenched as she playfully struck Qingshuan's sturdy chest. As Qingshuan looked up at her flushed visage, he felt as if he were gazing upon dewdrops resting delicately upon flower petals, fresh and captivating. A gentle breeze caressed him, causing the feathers of his skirt to softly brush against his skin, a tantalizing sensation teasing his nerves. Unable to restrain himself, he moved closer to Yuan Yue until they were almost touching. In an uncontrollable moment, he embraced the softness before him, planting a lingering kiss that trailed from her lips to her ear, teasingly licking and nibbling upon her tender earlobe.
Ah!
Yuan Yue gasped, her entire being swept up in his arms. The warmth of her skin against his cool chest made her shiver, yet gradually, her restless heart began to find tranquility. Chapter 75. A dangerous signal. The next morning, Yuan Yue awoke, gently stretching her arms. As her fingertips brushed against the warmth of the bedding, she luxuriated in a lazy yawn, her demeanor imbued with a sense of languor. When her arm brushed against the solid form beside her, she instinctively turned to look. Qingshuan's eyes had opened at some point, and he was gazing at her with sparkling eyes, unwavering in his attention.
Ah,
You've been awake all along, pretending to be asleep. Yuan Yue playfully chided him in a soft voice. Qingshuan tightened his embrace around her waist, resting his chin lightly on her shoulder and nuzzling against her. No, I wasn't pretending. I just couldn't bear to wake you because you looked so peaceful while sleeping. After saying this, he gently released one arm and propped himself up with his elbow, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at her. Her hair was tousled, slightly drooping as a couple of long strands cascaded down her cheek, framing her rosy face and adding an air of lazy charm to her appearance. Qingsun gently retracted the arm that had been wrapped around her waist, his slender, delicate fingers softly brushing against her ear as he tucked the stray strands of hair behind it. "Shall we rise?" he inquired, his voice imbued with a tender yet husky timbre. As she listened to his raspy tones, Yuan Yue couldn't help but recall the tumultuous events of the previous night. He resembled a youthful general who had just claimed his first victory, growing bolder with each encounter, unyielding and tireless, until they both succumbed to slumber not long ago. Embarrassment and indignation washed over Yuan Yue, prompting her to shut her eyes tightly, yet the sounds of their shared breaths from last night echoed relentlessly in her mind. She hastily shook her head, attempting to dispel the memory of that sound. "You go ahead and attend to your affairs. I will wait a while longer," she replied. Qingsun, noticing her bashful desire to hide yet finding no refuge, smiled warmly as he tucked the blanket around her more securely. With a soft hum, he rose and departed. Once she confirmed Qingsun's figure had receded into the distance, she discreetly purchased a nourishing pill from the system shop. Nourishing pill. Price, 15 points. Effect, replenishes energy, nourishes blood, calms the mind, regulates physical condition, enhances immunity, assisting females with poor health to restore their bodies and improve fertility. Side effects. If the body is too weak to receive nourishment, it may lead to excessive heat, dry mouth, and thirst. Please take with caution. With only 60 points to her name, and each nourishing pill costing 15 points, she could purchase a maximum of 4, which she intended to use to restore her health. This was her last hope. Should the 4 pills prove ineffective, she would have to resign herself to fate, perhaps spending the rest of her days in this place, ultimately fading away with the tribe. The spring was still biting cold. This year, spring seemed to arrive with a chill more severe than the depths of winter. Outside the thorny thicket, 2 figures, one large and one small, hurriedly traversed the path they had been on for nearly a month. The penetrating cold wind swept through the thorns, striking their faces with a painful sting, as if their skin were being rubbed raw by sandpaper. Rome couldn't help but cradle her face with her hands, wincing against the wind's bite. "Ah Wei, do you truly believe we can find Yu's trace in this place?" Hu Wei shook his head. "It should be possible, though I cannot be certain. Ever since we rescued Yu, I sensed a change in that vagabond beastman's gaze. I worry he may seek vengeance. Regardless, we have no other leads at present. We must try, eliminating possibilities one by one. There seems to be some danger ahead. The underbrush is too tall. Perhaps you could transform and fly over, lest your skin be scraped," he suggested. Rome nodded in agreement, swiftly transforming into a black and white swallow, flapping her wings as she ascended into the air. from above. She scouted the path and guided Hu Wei onward. Thus, they continued their journey until they reached a place where Yuan Yue and Rong Rong had once lived for a time. The cave still stood, and as Rong Rong peered down from its entrance, she saw that the ice hole where they had stored food had melted, the remnants of prey long taken by an unknown hand, with leftover entrails and pelts now rotting and exuding a foul odor. Rong Rong landed cautiously at the cave's mouth and stepped inside. The cave was empty. The previous scent had dissipated over the winter. Yet the familiar sight stirred painful memories within her. Bloodstains, remnants of past events, still clung to the ground, having dried and formed patches resembling desiccated worms. A sight that was jarring to behold. Rong Rong felt a wave of nausea wash over her as the events of the past replayed in her mind. Her once blissful, mundane life had been irrevocably shattered by the intrusion of a wandering beastman. Her parents, revered elders, dear friends, and beloved mentors, murdered in a single night by a fiend. Perhaps her bond with Yu was forged through this shared trauma. This experience was not merely Yu's nightmare, it was hers as well. A devil that left her utterly alone in the world. Rong Rong's hand involuntarily clenched into a fist, her knuckles paling, her expression darkening, lips pressed tight, as if her emotions were on the verge of eruption. One day, I shall take your life with my own hands, she silently vowed. Hu Wei entered, noticing Rong Rong's disconcerted demeanor, and approached with concern. What troubles you? It's nothing, just some unpleasant thoughts, she replied, shaking her head, attempting to feign normalcy. Observing her pallor, Hu Wei surmised that the surroundings had evoked sorrowful memories. He opened his mouth to inquire further but ultimately refrained, instead gently patting her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. There's no one here. Shall we depart? Rong Rong suppressed her simmering anger, calming herself slightly, for the atmosphere here was unsettling. The discomfort she felt was accompanied by a vague sense of unease, perhaps influenced by her surroundings or her subconscious mind, as if she were once again encased in the suffocating pressure of the past. Very well, she replied softly. The two then made their way back along the path they had come. After their departure, a long while passed before the grass behind them rustled subtly. A white giant python emerged, its form gradually materializing, its crimson vertical pupils radiating a dangerous aura as its forked tongue flicked out, producing a faint sound. The coiling white python soon transformed into a human form, a robust, bare chest marred by a prominent scar. His complexion was pale to the point of being sickly. The cold wind tousling his white hair as he stood there silently, a bitter smile gracing his enchanting face, though his eyes trembled uncontrollably. You are truly heartless. Chapter 76. The only hope lies in Qing Sun. Yuan Yue sat quietly on a large stone by the lakeside, gazing at the tranquil waters, lost in thought. It had been 2 months since she had inadvertently wandered into the misty forest. What began as a leisurely adventure had devolved into a hazy existence, her original objectives unfulfilled, leaving her feeling quite despondent. The lake remained as serene as ever, its surface devoid of ripples. Even the falling leaves barely disturbed the water, creating only the slightest of ripples. Though it appeared beautiful, the dark depths of the lake inexplicably conveyed a sense of oppression. Bored and restless, she casually picked up a few small stones from the ground and tossed them into the lake one by one. Each stone, upon hitting the water's surface, sent forth a cascade of splashes, as if a hint of turbulence had finally disrupted the monotony of her otherwise tranquil existence. Growing weary of this amusement, she paused, resting her arm on her knee and cradling her chin in her hand, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. Since consuming the nourishing elixir, she had acutely sensed some changes within her body. Previously, during the cold weather, her hands and feet would always be icy. Now, as long as she refrained from prolonged contact with anything cold, such episodes had become a rarity. Unconsciously, she caressed her flat abdomen. Despite the slight improvements in her condition, Qingxuan had exerted considerable effort, yet there was still no sign of pregnancy. This was her first time yearning so deeply for conception, as it held profound implications for her future. She couldn't help but wonder if other female beastmen faced similar challenges in becoming pregnant. Without the support of the childbirth system, she felt as if she fell short compared to an ordinary female, which inexplicably filled her with a sense of despondency. Opening the point shop, she noted that her previously green score had turned a glaring red, a constant reminder of her depleted resources. What could such a meager amount of points even achieve? Resolutely, she spent everything she had left, purchasing 2 more nourishing pills, and swallowed them in one go. You too must give me hope, If I am still unable to conceive afterward, I might truly perish here. The outcome rested upon them. Once I accumulate more points, I shall buy more and boost your sales. She fervently prayed. Murmuring to herself, she eventually rose and returned to her dwelling. Qingshuan had already prepared dinner, awaiting her company. As they ate, she scrutinized Qingshuan's profile, observing intently. This shouldn't be an issue. Why is pregnancy eluding us? If not for Qingshuan's demeanor, which belied a seemingly cold and ascetic nature, she might have questioned whether the fault lay with him. She resolved to make another attempt that night. If this endeavor also failed, she would simply let fate take its course. Feeling the heat of an intense gaze beside her, Qingshuan turned to look at her, a puzzled expression gracing his features. What's the matter, Yaya? His inquiry made her feel as if she had been caught in a misdeed, prompting an instinctive urge to conceal her thoughts. A trace of black from the skewer used to eat grilled fish lingered at the corner of his mouth. Unable to resist, she reached out with her delicate fingers to gently brush against his lips. Silly, you got some on your mouth. Qingshuan's chewing halted abruptly. His ears tinged with crimson as he awkwardly waved his hand in dismissal. I didn't notice. Their eyes met, and as she grappled with her current embarrassment, she realized that leaning on the system was futile. She would have to rely on Qingshuan instead. I have a premonition that tonight might be more conducive to conception. Would you, perhaps, like to try again? Upon hearing this, Qingshuan's face flushed bright red, his stammered response betraying his bashfulness. Okay, I'll come over later. With that, she rose and made her way to her tent. The little ones had scampered off to play, and the area felt secure. With the presence of the little squirrels, there was no fear of them getting lost. Yaya indulged in a warm bath within the confines of her space, drying her hair before selecting attire from her wardrobe. The collection primarily consisted of practical dresses and various nightgowns, suitable for the changing seasons, with a focus on a casual and functional style, though formal evening gowns and suits occasionally made an appearance. To her astonishment, as she rifled through the garments, she stumbled upon an outfit that defied description. The fabric was scant, even shorter than the beastskin skirt that Meng Meng had worn, and more exquisite than any bikini she had encountered in her past life. My heavens! How did such a thing come to be in my wardrobe? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she held it up, hesitating to decide whether to keep it. Ultimately, she bashfully embraced the garment and slipped out of the space. When Qingshuan entered after finishing his own preparations, he found Yeye cocooned in the blankets, resembling a tightly wrapped zongzi, utterly motionless. She had lain there in a state of ennui for quite some time, oblivious to his arrival. He seemed to have just bathed, a coolness lingering about him as he lifted the tent flap. Approaching her, he instinctively reached under the covers to warm his hands, only to find them tightly wrapped around her form, making it impossible to pull them apart. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "What's wrong? Are you unwell? Or is it too cold?" Yaya, clinging desperately to the blankets, felt her face grow hot, and she shook her head.
Me fine.
A wave of regret washed over her. She realized she should never have attempted this. It was far too embarrassing, and she wished to disappear into the ground.
No.
Our tribe lacks a shaman. If you were to fall ill, it could worsen if we delay. Let me see. Qingshuan, mistaking her discomfort for illness, was filled with concern. Reaching to tug at the blankets to uncover her, Yaya clung to the covers, her face flushed, shaking her head vigorously. Could you step outside for a moment? Come back tomorrow. His expression turned to one of confusion. What's the matter? Are you hurt? Chapter 77. How can those accustomed to happiness endure solitude? The two engaged in a spirited tug-of-war, Qingshuan appearing as an ordinary male, yet surprising her with his strength. In a moment, the blanket was wrenched away. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Qingshuan's handsome face blushed like a burning sunset, his eyes widening in astonishment, brimming with admiration. Yaya was equally flustered, her cheeks aflame, biting her lip and mumbling incoherently. You what? Gathering her courage, she spoke, albeit hesitantly, then shut her eyes, her ears gradually tinged with a rosy hue. Unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Just tell me, do I look good? Her eyelids fluttered closed, long lashes quivering as she whispered, her words igniting his reason. You look beautiful, of course. His gaze bored deeply into her, his eyes shimmering with a soft pink hue, fixated on her, revealing the fervor of his desires, breaths growing erratic. Though she felt shy, the moment had arrived. She resolutely took his slightly cool hand and guided him to her bed. After a brief pause, she hesitated. With a sudden flush gracing her cheeks, she positioned herself atop him in an exceedingly alluring manner, her delicate arms, as white as jade, gradually ascending to his neck, where she left a profound kiss upon his lips. Ching Sun felt an intense rush of warmth coursing through his entire being, spreading from a certain part of his body and gradually enveloping his fair neck, even creeping up to his handsome visage, rendering his ears a deep crimson. Unconsciously, he raised his arms, one encircling her slender waist while the other tenderly cradled the back of her head, deepening the kiss with every passing moment. His fingers wove through her flowing white locks, becoming imbued with a fragrant essence. Their breaths became increasingly labored until Yuan Yue was lifted effortlessly into his arms and gently placed on the bed, a dream mattress imbued with their shared memories. Before he bent down to join her, the soft mattress yielded to their weight, sinking deeply beneath them. One hand propped up beside the pillow while the other affectionately ruffled Yuan Yue's hair. You are truly beautiful," she murmured, her lips slightly parted. Lost in the atmosphere of the moment, her breath as soft as an orchid. With a gentle nod, she responded, and in Ching Sun's eyes, it felt as though his heart might melt away. Time slipped by minute, as they embraced and succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, as they opened their eyes one after the other, Yuan Yue felt as though her waist might dislocate, her entire body aching and numb. Attempting to throw off the covers to rise, her legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed to the floor. Ching Sun quickly rushed to her side, lifting her back into the warmth of the blankets, wrapping his arms around her and tenderly caressing her smooth back, again and again. His gaze sparkled with unspoken thoughts. It was impossible for him to claim he harbored no selfish desires. He longed for Yuan Yue to remain by his side indefinitely. Thus, he had been contemplating enlisting the help of his kin to construct a small wooden cottage for her, hoping she would stay with him longer. Even if she were to leave in the future, he wished for her to return often. In their Crane tribe, unlike other races, they followed a monogamous bond, one life, one partner. If a mate was chosen, even in the event of one's demise, the other would not seek a new companion. The thought of Yuan Yue departing from him was unbearable. He could not fathom returning to a solitary existence, feeling utterly desolate. Those who had grown accustomed to happiness could hardly endure the solitude of being alone. Contemplating this, he unconsciously tightened his embrace, his arms drawing her closer. A wave of longing surging within him. "Could you refrain from leaving me?" Although their relationship had begun as a mere transaction, over the course of a month, he had fallen for the enchanting woman before him. "If you must depart, might you take me with you? I will protect you." Imagining the impending separation brought tears to his eyes as he buried his head in her neck. His voice, slightly husky, evoked a touch of sorrow in Yuan Yue. An inexplicable emotion enveloped them both. She understood she had significant matters to attend to, thus could not hastily make any promises, but offered him a small comfort. "In the future, if given the opportunity, I will take you with me." Ching Sun nodded slightly, and although he did not receive a definitive answer, it was still a promising beginning. He gently arranged her hair and tucked the blankets around her. "Sleep a little longer. I shall attend to some matters. I will call you when breakfast is ready." With that, he pressed a soft kiss on her forehead and turned to leave. Nestled in the blankets, Yuan Yue began to ponder. Their relationship had commenced as a transaction, and despite the apparent improvement in their bond, the essence of their situation remained unchanged. She would eventually depart after giving birth, returning to her own home, her friends, and the obligations she had to fulfill. She could not remain by his side indefinitely. Yet, it appeared Ching Sun had become utterly captivated, which posed a complication. "Well, I suppose I shall take things one step at a time." After changing and washing up, a little squirrel led Xiao Bai into the tent. Their relationship had evolved from playful chases and skirmishes to that of close companions. The little squirrel, perched atop Xiao Bai's back, pointed at Yuan Yue and then at itself, signaling her to follow. "Chirp, chirp." Xiao Bai also raised his head, calling out to his mother, glancing between her and the entrance. Their exchange was likely comprehensible only to them. Although she could not decipher their conversation, Yuan Yue surmised that Ching Sun had summoned them, and she followed them outside. After stepping out of the tent and walking a short distance, she indeed found Ching Sun had prepared breakfast. He had learned to use the portable gas stove and how to make fish soup. Seeing her approach, he greeted her with a bright smile. "Awake? Come, let us eat." As they dined, an unspoken understanding lingered between them. Ching Sun broke the silence first. "Later, I will gather some of our kin. We can build a small wooden cottage for you. That way, you and the little ones will have a place to stay, and when you return, You can spend more time together, and the cubs will have room to frolic. The little tiger cub and the little fox cub were being well cared for by his tribe, who, though not particularly loquacious, possessed kind hearts. Yuan Yue felt immense gratitude towards them. After all, they had no obligation to assist her in caring for the young ones, yet they showed such dedication. Sun,
She said, "Thank you."
her gratitude was heartfelt, thankful for encountering a benevolent tribe in such circumstances, appreciative of their acceptance toward her cubs, and grateful for Qing Sun's meticulous care. Chapter 78. Finally pregnant in the thicket forest, spring was in full bloom. The forest had regained its vitality, with the ground adorned with budding greenery interspersed among the fading yellows. The ice and snow had gradually melted away, leaving only remnants of moisture, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth, reminiscent of a post-rain aroma. Hu Wei and Rong Rong had been traveling for about 10 days and were on the verge of exiting the thicket forest when a heated argument erupted between them. Hu Wei's face bore disbelief as he looked at Rong Rong. "Yaya is my partner. How could I not want to rescue her quickly?" he exclaimed. "But what good will it do if we just go to the lynx tribe?" Rong Rong was already in tears. Her eyes reddened as she wiped her face with the back of her hand and stubbornly replied, "I don't understand your thinking. It's been so long, and we're still wandering in this thicket forest. If we wait until we reach Beast City, it will be too late. Yaya might already be in danger." Hui seemed disinclined to engage in a quarrel with her. As a good friend of Yaya, he felt a sense of obligation to look after her friend, especially in Yaya's absence. However, the two companions encountered a divergence in their quest to locate Yuan Yue, each harboring their own considerations, which led to a disagreement. Hui firmly believed that their previous actions in Wanshou City had been discovered, prompting the inhabitants to seek revenge. Therefore, he was convinced that they should head towards Wanshou City to search for Yuan Yue. In contrast, Rong Rong argued that since Yuan Yue had gone missing from the lynx tribe, their search should commence in the vicinity of that tribe. Both sides stood their ground, unwilling to yield. "You mentioned you would search for Yaya, yet you insisted on traversing the thorny forest, which you were keen on. And what have we accomplished?" "We are still at a loss," Hui retorted after a prolonged silence. "I concede that you make a valid point. However, I believe the lynx tribe lacks the capacity to elude the tracking abilities of the Fox clan. After all this time, Asheng and the others have found no leads, whereas only the formidable Zhou tribe could achieve such a feat, seeing that her arguments were futile. Rong Rong opted to cease the contention. "If that is the case, let us part ways. You head to Wanshou City, and I shall venture to the lynx tribe. It is more efficient than wasting time in one location after another." With that, she prepared to depart. "But how will you, an untalented female, survive in the jungle? If danger arises, how can we trust that you will be safe?" Hui resolutely opposed Rong Rong's suggestion, fearing that if Yuan Yue returned to find Rong Rong injured or missing, it would break her heart. Yet, he was also reluctant to embark on another perilous journey to the lynx tribe, which was quite distant, especially without the aid of a flying beast. The thorny forest was comparatively closer. "You need not worry. I am a flying beast man. I possess wings, and my speed in flight is significantly enhanced. Moreover, I am prudent. I will evade danger should it present itself," she asserted, flapping her wings and ascending into the air. Hui, left with no choice, acquiesced, and they parted ways, neither noticing the pure white figure lurking not far behind them. With distinct knuckles clenched into fists, the figure pressed them tightly against their sides and struck their thigh with a resounding thud. "It would be best for one of you to succeed in your search, otherwise," they murmured before continuing to follow Hui's pace. Meanwhile, in the misty forest, after numerous efforts and attempts by Yuan Yue and Qingxuan, they finally achieved pregnancy. As Yuan Yue strolled along the lakeside as usual, she was already half a month into her pregnancy. Strangely, her abdomen appeared unchanged compared to when she was not pregnant, unlike her previous experiences when her belly had begun to swell early on. This discrepancy had caused her considerable concern. She even considered asking the system for assistance, but it could not provide any clarity. Thus, she resolved to take care of herself, as this pregnancy was precious, regardless of how many offspring she would eventually have, be they male or female. She felt akin to the goddess of the tribe, receiving respectful glances wherever she went. Although the Crane clan remained silent, they bestowed her with warm smiles, grateful for the joy her offspring brought them. After a leisurely stroll, Yuan Yue returned to her dwelling and found that Qingxuan had led the tribe in erecting the framework of a small wooden house. The 18 young ones gathered around, watching curiously. even lending their assistance by picking up small pieces of wood to hand over. With the children's help, the tribe worked with newfound vigor. Upon seeing Yuan Yue return, Qingxuan hurried to her side, taking her hand in one and gently supporting her waist with the other, guiding her to a nearby stone bench. Under the watchful eyes of the tribe, Yuan Yue felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Oh, I'm not that delicate. You need not fuss over me," she protested. Qingxuan, glancing casually at the gathering, replied, "They will say nothing. They all admire you. Whatever you do is deserving of respect. You need not feel shy." This only made Yuan Yue feel more awkward. Since her arrival in the beast realm, this was the first time she felt such adoration in a tribe. In the lynx tribe, it was not even worth mentioning, and even in the fox clan, her worth had only been acknowledged after she bore 8 female cubs. Yet here, in the unfamiliar crane clan, every member greeted her with smiles. The warmth of their acceptance moved her deeply, and she could only express her gratitude once more. "Though I've said it many times, I must reiterate my thanks." Qingxuan, in turn, appeared somewhat bashful, a smile dancing in his eyes. "It is no trouble. Caring for you is my duty." If not for their time spent together, she would hardly believe that the smiling Qingxuan before her was the same aloof figure she had first encountered. As the little white tiger spotted its mother approaching, it dropped the piece of wood it had been carrying in its mouth and dashed towards her, its chubby paws eagerly scrambling over her. It sniffed around curiously, as if searching for something. Suddenly, Yuan Yue perceived a faint sound, almost as if it were emanating from her space. Realization struck her as she noticed the previously dormant snake eggs beginning to stir. Without hesitation, she sprang up and dashed towards the tent, with Qingxuan promptly following.
Hey,
What is happening? Chapter 79. The hatchlings emerge. Upon entering the tent, Yuan Yue immediately summoned the snake eggs from her space. As the 10 eggs lay neatly on the ground, Qingxuan rushed in behind her, sensing a hint of danger that filled him with unease. The once smooth surface of the white snake eggs began to crack. A tiny snake poked its head out, twisting and biting at the shell that encased it, and soon the other hatchlings followed suit, shedding their shells within mere minutes. All 10 little snakes were the same pristine color, their bodies as white as snow, shimmering brilliantly under the light as they wriggled energetically.
with wide,
Blinking eyes and tiny mouths opening and closing, they flicked their tongues, and upon sensing Yuan Yue's presence, they began to crawl towards her. In an instant, the little snakes were entwined around her limbs, reluctant to let go. Stunned, she stood frozen in place, her limbs gradually stiffening. The little white snakes continued to cling to her, seeking food, while Yuan Yue was at a loss for how to respond.
Yeah.
"Why have you never mentioned that you had snake hatchlings?" Qingxuan's expression darkened, his voice betraying an undercurrent of chill. Yuan Yue felt equally conflicted. She was uncertain how to confront these small serpents. Their father had inflicted upon her much pain, and from the depths of her heart, she wished never to encounter him again. Although the hatchlings were innocent, their appearance evoked an aversion within her. However, if her disdain stemmed solely from their beastly forms or serpentine countenances, would that not be excessively cruel? They had been in hibernation previously, exhibiting no signs of disturbance, and it was only by chance that she had heard a peculiar noise that revealed they had broken free from their shells. Yuan Yu cast a glance at Qing Sun and noticed something was amiss. His eyes were icy, and his hands were tightly clenched. "Ah, Sun, what troubles you?" After a prolonged hesitation, Qing Sun finally responded, "Our clan, the Crane tribe, and the Serpent tribe are natural enemies. The sight of serpents stirs within me an uncontrollable urge to battle. It seems to be an innate hunting instinct passed down through generations, ingrained in me over the years. I was unaware that you had serpent offspring. I apologize. I am already exercising restraint. It would be best if they were to remain hidden from my kin."
For their safety.
Yuan Yu gently nodded, acquiescing. 10 tiny white snakes continued to coil around her, oblivious to the fact that one had already crawled onto her shoulder, its small head tilting to nuzzle against her cheek. They instinctively recognized her as their mother, seeking sustenance. "Ah, Sun, could you kindly bring me some prey?" Qing Sun murmured an affirmative, turning to leave, exhaling deeply only after stepping outside the tent. He feared that in a moment of impulse, he might commit an irreparable act. It seemed prudent to keep his distance from them for the time being. Aside from their physical differences, the newly hatched serpents were not dissimilar in temperament to other younglings. They, too, enjoyed clinging to Yuan Yu and displaying affection. Once Qing Sun returned with the prey, Yuan Yu fed each of them fresh fish and spent some time playing with them before returning them to her space. Recently, She had established a routine of feeding the serpent hatchlings at the same time each day, allowing them to develop a habit. When all the hatchlings had previously been kept together in the space, they had grown accustomed to one another. They showed curiosity by sniffing at the serpents, with the small kittens even attempting to paw at them. However, after a few reprimands from Yuan Yue, they had improved significantly. Even though she fed the hatchlings while avoiding her clan, nestled within the tent, some still noticed the peculiarities. A month later, the wooden cottage that Qing Sun had constructed for Yuan Yue was completed, and both were overjoyed, inviting their kin to celebrate. Qing Sun was outside, preparing fish for the tribe according to Yuan Yue's instructions, while she entered the tent alone to tend to the snakes. After ensuring everything was in order, she hurried outside, eager to assist Qing Sun. However, the portable gas stove had run out of fuel, necessitating the use of a lighter to ignite a fire, as they had done previously. Qing Sun, not adept at controlling the heat, ended up slightly charring the fish, yet the tribe did not complain, graciously accepting the offerings. Observing this, Yuan Yue shook her head and moved beside Qing Sun, deftly taking the fish he was grilling from his hands. "Ah, Sun, let me handle this. You take a break." "It's all right. I'm not tired. Just sit and wait." Qing Sun mistakenly believed she was concerned for his well-being, quickly waving his hand in refusal, especially since she was due to give birth in half a month. Any misstep could lead to a fall or an unfortunate encounter with smoke, which would be disastrous. Yuan Yue smiled gently, still insisting on taking over, playfully adding, "I'll just grill one, all right?" She had spotted Qing Sun's mother among the crowd feasting on the fish, having not seen her since their first meeting. In the past, Qing Sun had been preoccupied with procreation, and now, during her pregnancy, he was constantly worried about inadvertently harming the offspring, seldom allowing her to venture outside. At that moment, she could not help but wonder if it was her own infrequent appearances or Qing Sun's deliberate attempts to prevent their meetings. Nevertheless, having encountered her, Yuan Yue decided it would be courteous to extend a greeting. With her belly notably large, she approached Qing Sun's mother with a cheerful smile, presenting the grilled fish. She could clearly see a flicker of panic cross Qing Sun's face before he quickly composed himself. "Hello, Auntie. I am Qing Sun's partner. I've prepared a fish for you. Would you care to sample my culinary skills?" However, before she could extend the skewer, Qing Sun's mother abruptly turned, almost pressing her face against Yuan Yue's. As Yuan Yue gazed into the vacant eyes of Qing Sun's mother, her hand trembled, nearly causing the grilled fish to fall. Qing Sun's mother's gaze was shrouded in a foggy haze, rendering her unable to discern the situation or Yuan Yue's appearance. Yet her nose twitched, drawing closer to Yuan Yue as she sniffed. In an instant, a frail, bony hand clasped around Yuan Yue's throat, the icy touch causing her to shiver. Seeing this, Qing Sun immediately dropped the food and rushed over. "Mother, please let her go. She carries my offspring." He spoke urgently, fearing his mother might again lose control and commit an irreversible act. Despite his pleas, Qing Sun's mother showed no signs of loosening her grip on Yuan Yue's throat. The other tribe members nearby exchanged worried glances, uncertain of how to intervene.